I was originally an ordinary person on Earth, busy with year-end work, working overtime so much that I could hardly distinguish between day and night. The pressure from my work is like a mountain. It's suffocating me. That night, I walked out of the company just to get some fresh air, but unexpectedly I was hit by a speeding truck, and my life ended instantly. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn in a completely unfamiliar world. Here, the world is changing drastically, the rules are reversed, and the elements are also moving. Animals and plants are mutating wildly, and the roars of ferocious beasts can be heard from time to time in the alien space, which is chilling. What shocked me even more was that the people on this continent could actually open up a mysterious beast-taming space after their talents were awakened. They signed contracts with ferocious beasts and cooperated with each other to fight together. As a traveler in this world of beast control, although I look like a high school student, underneath this identity, I hide my endless curiosity about the new world. All this happened because I accidentally awakened A-level talent, beast-taming world. The system told me that this was an independent little world, the prototype of the beast-taming space, with enhanced capabilities. It could continue to expand as I grew, eventually reaching an unimaginable level. Through study, I learned that the function of my beast-taming space can accelerate the growth of ferocious beasts. Hundreds or thousands of years of training time can be shortened to a few years, or even shorter here. Just think about it, those ferocious beasts that originally needed thousands of years to reach the peak, under the protection of the beast-taming space, can stand proudly in the sky in just a few years. This is undoubtedly the greatest temptation in the world. What makes me even happier is that I may be the only young person in the world who has awakened two talents. After only 15 minutes, my awakening crystal shone with golden light, and suddenly showed a talent that I had never seen before. S-level talent, Eye of Revelation. Its description shocked me. My eyes are like stars, able to see through everything and control the truth of the world. Eye of Revelation. What kind of talent is this? I couldn't believe it for a moment. I just wanted a simple A-level talent, but I didn't expect to awaken two talents. This left me dumbfounded. So, under the gaze of everyone, I embarked on a new journey with this unknown surprise and confusion, and began the adventure of exploring this world. My name is Irua. My superpowers even scared the female teacher who was in charge of recording talents. Her eyes widened. My awakening fluctuations exceeded the A-level standards and even reached the limit. The light flickered and instantly dropped to A-level fluctuation. I knew what this meant, but she had no way of judging because this kind of talent was not recorded in any atlas. This was an unknown talent that was completely beyond her control. The students around were all amazed. One person said, "What kind of talent is this? Even the teacher can't find it?" Some people even said enviously, "Brother Yi is awesome. Even his awakening talent is so strong." In this surprise, everyone mentioned a legendary story. The one who accidentally discovered the true use of his talent and became a Water King-level beastmaster. As I listened to their discussion, my heart tightened. Would I go through a similar process? How special was my talent? The female teacher then said to me, "Sorry, student, your talent may be unprecedented, and you will need to explore it yourself in the future." There was a hint of expectation in her tone. After the female teacher left, I looked at the white folded ear rabbit on her shoulder, and suddenly a few lines of information appeared in my eyes. Race: folded ear rabbit. Quality: low-level transcendent. Personality: lazy. Strength: transcendent level 1. Skills: healing, intermediate. Vine control, intermediate. Plant growth, low. I was shocked. Does this mean I can directly see the information of my pet? I don't even need a pet illustration book. The Scottish fold rabbit itself knows that as a special race among rabbits, it has reached an extraordinary level. Most rabbits are at the awakening level at best, and those that can reach the elite level are extremely rare. Rabbits are usually eaten and are delicious. However, the Scottish fold rabbit can be an extraordinary pet and a healing pet, which is a good choice. At this moment, a new picture suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, and the Scottish fold rabbit began to change. Although it was still small, its aura suddenly increased, and it was filled with a strong holy light. What was that? Just when I wanted to see more clearly, the picture suddenly disappeared, and the teacher and the folded ear rabbit also disappeared from my sight. Then, I felt someone pat me on the shoulder and heard a familiar voice beside me. "Hey, Yeezy, what are you looking at? The teacher has left, but you are still staring at her. Hey, this is not okay." I turned my head and looked at. "Let's go back to the classroom. We have all awakened. It's time to make room for other classes." Laning continued, "By the way, Let me tell you that in addition to your unknown talent, there are two other people in our class who have awakened A-level talents. Haha, it's much better than other classes. There are many classes that don't even have an A-grade student. He smiled proudly. Guess who those two people are? Only then did I realize that the awakening in our class had ended and everyone was walking back one after another. I glanced at Lei Ning's smug expression and thought to myself, one of them is you, right? Haha. Lei Ning laughed even more happily. I also laughed triumphantly with him and returned to the classroom shaking my head. When I left, I was still thinking, folded ear rabbits are already the limit of being a supernatural race. This is recognized. Why is there a new picture? Could it be that it is an evolution method that has never been discovered? It is really amazing to be able to discover a completely new evolution method for pets. At this moment, I suddenly realized how limitless my future is with this talent of mine. This means that countless new forms are waiting for me to develop, and talents can also grow with the Beast Master. Afterwards, I also learned about my friend's talent, an A-level talent, Ice and Fire. It can make a pet with fire attribute have ice ability, or make a pet with water attribute have ice ability and fire ability at the same time. If used well, it can be extremely cold or extremely hot, just like Ice and Fire. This made Lei Ning very proud. After all, A-level talent is a superior talent, and at least has the potential to become a master, and can even touch the next level. However, the key still lies in the pet you have. Without a good pet, no matter how powerful your talent is, it will be useless. As for the other A-level talent, it is the female monitor of our class. Speaking of her talent, Lei Ning shook his head. The monitor is really unlucky. Her A-level talent, Sword Whisperer, is the top A-level talent. This talent can make the power and speed of a pet evolve more easily, and its growth will also be accelerated. But the prerequisite is that it must be a sword-type pet. He said helplessly, that is a very rare pet, especially for us in Fengdu. I couldn't help but look surprised. This talent sounds good, but Fengdu is just as its name implies. It is windy all year round, and most of the pets living here are wind type. Sword pets are a new type that appeared when the world changed a long time ago. The ancient swords became spiritual and changed, but I have never heard that Feng has this type of pet. This also means that if the squad leader does not have a sword-type pet, his talent will be wasted. Although you can sign a pet normally, you can't enjoy the bonus of talent, which is really miserable. I shook my head, feeling sorry for her. She is a serious student, well-behaved and sensible, but her talent is just like this. I just hope the school can find a way to help her. At this time, people around me kept looking at me, and even students passing by the window looked over here curiously. I felt helpless. Is this the charm of Fengdu's second middle school? Just because I, a person who has awakened a super talent, the news has spread everywhere, and everyone is secretly paying attention to me and talking about me. This atmosphere where I can't read quietly is really speechless. I feel like I have suddenly become a celebrity. However, I never expected that I could travel to this world of beast taming, have a second life, and activate such a high talent. This novel world with countless strange pets and mysteries waiting for me to explore is really interesting. I gradually calmed down and decided to make the best of it. Although there were several more pink love letters on my desk, which made the fat boy at the same table green with envy, I didn't feel anything. How ignorant. Women will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. How old are you? Wake up. Taming beasts is the way to go. As everyone's attention gradually shifted, the topic turned to the subsequent career of the beast tamer. Haha, once your talent is awakened, you can start practicing the beast taming space. With my talent, I should be able to master it within a week. A classmate said confidently. Hee, although I am at the level of an expert, maybe I can also be very effective in this area, maybe even faster than you. Another classmate was not willing to be outdone. Dream on. The higher the talent level, the faster you will succeed in your cultivation. A classmate at the side joked. The one with the latest level record took a full month to cultivate the beast taming space. Someone sighed. If they had this much time, other people would have already trained their pets for a long time. Everyone started discussing. Looking at it this way, the 3 top geniuses in our class will probably be the fastest. It won't take a few days, someone else said. By the way, Mr. Ye's talent is unknown, but I heard that he might be the fastest. Lei Ning's eyes lit up and he touched me. We both have top-level talents. How about we compete to see who can cultivate a beast taming space the fastest? He suggested excitedly. I felt the beast world within my body and fell into deep thought. Could it be that what I brought with me was something even more powerful than the beast taming space? It didn't require any practice at all. It could just come out directly. I couldn't participate in this topic at all, especially when I heard people in the distance talking about 10 days or a month. I just thought they were just being noisy. I don't share the same joys and sorrows as humans. I just think they are noisy. I muttered to myself. At this time, Laning patted my shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry, even if it is an unknown talent, you can definitely figure it out with your intelligence. You have always been a calm person, and my dad asked me to learn from you." He also continued, "Wait until you get a good pet, then kill it." Then he enthusiastically introduced his pet company. I just smiled, but I already had a plan in mind. We will be dismissed early in the afternoon, and the school will give us a 1-month vacation to allow students to practice the beast taming space and find their first pet beast. There are unified breeding houses in the city, and you can obtain pets through various means, but you have to find your own way. This 1-month vacation is actually to take care of those less talented students. After everyone is ready, the school will hold a beast taming competition, reclassify students based on their talent and performance, and continue to train and teach them in accordance with their aptitude. This marks the official start of my journey to become a beast tamer. When I said hello to my classmates and was about to leave, a middle-aged teacher with a slightly wrinkled face came up to me, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and said kindly, "Iruwa, come to my office." "Okay, teacher," I replied. 5 minutes later, I walked out of the school and strolled on the street, looking down at the 500,000 Alliance coin balance displayed on my phone, deep in thought. The 100,000 is my own money, and the 200,000 is the school's investment. There will be further training in the future. The 300,000 was given to me by my teacher alone, hoping that he could take a chance on me. If I could become a powerful beast tamer, I could go somewhere and destroy a ferocious beast. When talking about this, the teacher's eyes sparkled with anticipation and his voice trembled a little. I think the teacher was once an excellent beast master and had experienced countless adventures, but because of certain things, he chose to teach here and has been teaching for so many years. He handed the money to me without saying much, but I knew it was a sign of trust and expectation. With this money, I could have chosen to buy a very nice pet cub. As a beast master, I understand the importance of growing together with my pets. As the pet cubs grow, they will in turn enhance my physical strength and quality. Moreover, the cubs that have just been born are the easiest to contract. Therefore, the breeding house releases some cubs every year, basically the first or second level awakening, for students to choose and purchase. Instead of heading to the city's foster house, I headed straight for the outskirts of town. Fengdu is a city, but there are many town-like buildings around it, where the ancient and modern are blended together, as if it is a memory of an era. Walk out of the town and into the forest outside, where there live many awakening-level pets. They live in harmony with humans, and the environment is elegant and full of vitality. On the branches, the birds were lazily combing their feathers, and there was a bird nearby secretly placing eggs into another bird's nest. It was really interesting. I walked deeper into the remote area. Although there was no obvious path, I was very familiar with the place and moved flexibly between the tree stumps. Finally, I came to a dense forest and found a small lake with clear water. I clapped my hands, making a few strange noises, and soon after, a rustling sound was heard nearby. A green caterpillar with silver spots poked out its little head. When it saw me, it excitedly sped up and quickly came into my hand. "Little guy, I'm here to find you." I smiled, spread out my palms, and gently stroked its body. It has an expression of enjoyment and feels as soft as cotton. This Anthoceros caterpillar is different from others. It is a rare individual, with a silvery glow on its body and agile movements. I have a very good relationship with it. It always follows me around, and its intimacy makes me feel warm. "Come on, I'll grill some fish for you." I took the caterpillar to the lake. When it saw the green leaves floating on the water, it stared at them with its eyes fixed, looking very expectant. I pointed to the water and said, "Right there, spit out silk." The anthocyanin reacted immediately, spitting out white silk thread, and accurately pierced a fish in the water. With the help of this thread, I easily caught the fish and put it in the grass. This fish is dark red, about 30 centimeters long, and very special. "Good. Your skills are getting better and better." I was very satisfied watching this scene. I started to process the fish, grilling it over the fire and sprinkling it with spices and seasonings. The anthocyanin was beside me, glancing at the grilled fish from time to time, obviously wanting to have a taste. This is the place I discovered before. There is a rare, with leaping fish in the lake. This fish has delicious meat, and although there are few of them, the lake is full of them. The little caterpillar was also here at the beginning, drooling over the fish but afraid to go into the water. When it saw me catch the fish, it became very excited, and from then on we established a deep friendship. Now, the anthocyanin was eating contentedly beside me and was preparing to leave as usual. I suddenly said, "Well, I may not come here again in the future." The caterpillar's body suddenly froze. It quickly turned its head and looked at me anxiously, as if asking me why. I have successfully awakened my talent and am about to contract my first pet. I will have to train it in the future, so I don't have more time to come here, I said apologetically. It seemed even more anxious, climbed onto my hand, and after hesitating for a moment, called out with anticipation in its eyes. After spending so much time together, I gradually began to understand its thoughts. "You mean, you want to make a contract with me? And then go with me?" I smiled as if my plan had been accomplished. "Even if it means leaving the place where you have always lived?" It nodded vigorously, expressing its desire strongly, with its eyes full of attachment to me. It made me realize that my originally ordinary days became fulfilling and meaningful because of my arrival. "Then let's make a contract." I gently placed my fingers on the anthocyanin, and a pure white light suddenly lit up. Following this light, a pure white hexagram array appeared beneath the caterpillar and me, and an intimate spiritual connection gradually established, as if we could feel each other's heartbeats. I could clearly feel that the distance between the two sides was suddenly shortened. There was a gleam of excitement in the caterpillar's eyes. It chirped excitedly, and its little head kept rubbing against my fingers, looking extremely happy. As the light slowly faded, my first pet contract was finally completed. The method of contract and the knowledge of the beast taming space are actually one and the same. Compared to others who are still working hard to cultivate the beast taming space, I have skipped this step and became the person who completed the contract the fastest. I had already checked the properties of the insects, and I was filled with surprises. Race: Cercis caeruleus. Gender: female. Quality: superb advanced, special body. Personality: perseverance, favorability. 100. Strength: elite level 1. Skills: moonlight silk advanced, speed up, intermediate. Chong Chong is a common awakening level insect type pet, but it has undergone special changes since birth. Compared with its peers, its ability has the rare attribute of moonlight, which greatly increases its upper limit. When I first saw Chong Chong, I was surprised that it had such extraordinary and high qualities. It was really shocking. This is still the quality before evolution. If it evolves, the strength will at least start at the level of a mid-level general. This pet will surely become a great one in the future. Moreover, its strength has reached the elite level, no longer the awakening level, which really makes me happy. Generally speaking, the race of Cercidielli are all awakening level pets, and their strength gradually grows through training with the resources of the Beastmaster. When it reaches a certain level, the Beastmaster can spend a lot of materials to evolve the blue caterpillar into a new form, the blue light butterfly, making it a wind-type pet, and its quality is improved to the lower level of the extraordinary level. Although this level is already the limit, it is indeed a very good choice for the Cerathidia species. However, my bug has not evolved, and its quality has already crushed the green light butterfly. The best anthocyanin bug is indeed worthy of its reputation. If the bug knew what I was thinking, it would definitely retreat proudly. "You grilled fish, you know how powerful I am." At this moment, I was stunned and new images flashed before my eyes. The fluorescent green butterfly whose wood-type ability revives the forest, the colorful butterfly shadow using various skills, the flame butterfly standing leisurely in the sea of fire, or the silver moon butterfly dancing in the moonlight. Could this be another evolution of the insect? A lot of information emerged in my mind. Natural butterfly, low-level commander quality, proficient in wood-related abilities, contains powerful life force, can heal plants and life. Son of nature, resonates in the tree environment, and gets a huge bonus. Materials required for evolution: wood light flower, water of life, green spirit flower, lapis lazuli, azure wood, thousand star grass, wood crystal, etc. Elemental butterfly, low-level commander quality, proficient in wind, fire, water, and wood abilities, can coordinate skills to attack, a comprehensive commander-level pet. Moonlight butterfly, medium commander quality, wind type and rare moonlight type, powerful, can burst out stronger abilities under the moonlight. Vulcan butterfly, a high-level commander quality pet with both fire and wind elements. It can control the flames, just like a spirit dancing in the flames. I couldn't help but gasp. It was amazing. I didn't see the teacher's pet clearly before, but this time I got to experience it in its entirety. I was able to see so much detailed information about new forms, as well as the materials and conditions required for evolution. secrets that even scholars have not yet discovered. I couldn't help but sigh that my talent is really useful. A higher quality evolutionary posture means a higher ceiling and stronger power. I wondered to myself, aren't there higher or lower evolutionary postures? As soon as the thought flashed through my mind, the image of the elemental butterfly seemed to begin to separate, and butterflies of various elements appeared, with evolved forms of extraordinary, general, and master levels. However, I shook my head, and now it was more important to see if there were any more advanced postures. As my thoughts changed, the other images began to disappear, replaced by two entirely new ones. Whether it was his posture or his pressure, it was far superior to the previous ones. Is this the king? The first was a violent flash of golden light, accompanied by golden energy particles and golden-green butterflies that set off a dazzling golden storm. The system's information about it emerged. Golden-spotted swallowtail butterfly, low-level monarch quality. A wind and gold-type pet with a graceful posture, gorgeous and noble, like the queen of butterflies, and good at powerful gold-type killing moves. The second scene is that under the bright moonlight, the moon flowers on the plains suddenly bloom, and countless species of butterflies are flying, numbering in the tens of thousands. They flapped their wings and bowed their heads as if they were on pilgrimage. Among this group of butterflies, I saw the mid-level commander-level butterfly I had seen before, the moon butterfly. And in the very center, there is a magnificent silver butterfly, which descends with the cool moonlight, surrounded by bright and dreamy light spots, noble and majestic, like an ancient and powerful elf. At that moment, everything was eclipsed, like a beautiful creature in fantasy, a moon elf. It seemed as if the place had gathered into a sea of moonlight, with flowers and butterflies dancing together. Then the system information also emerged. Dream Moonlight Butterfly, high-level king quality. The master of the moonlight, the embodiment of dreams, like a dream. A pet beast that lives in legends, possesses extremely strong power. Guardian race, Moonlight Butterfly. This surprised me deeply. It turned out that this king actually had a group of guardians behind him. What an amazing scene. But the dizziness that followed almost made me fall down, and Chung Chung screamed anxiously. I rubbed my temples, smiled bitterly in my heart, and comforted Chung Chung that it was okay. In fact, I had just exerted too much force and was a little mentally exhausted. With my back against a big tree, I tried to relieve the fatigue. I just awakened my talent not too long ago, and overusing it really makes me feel like my head is going to go blank. I thought to myself that young people still need to learn to be moderate, and excessive use will ultimately not be worth the cost. But at this moment, I finally understood what Chung Chung's future should be. Of course, choose the best. I was delighted by the moonlight attribute of the bug, but then I thought of the materials needed for evolution, and my face changed immediately. I had never heard of most of those materials, and they weren't cheap. It looked like the money I had just earned would be completely wasted. To cultivate a powerful pet, it requires not only time, but also resources and money. I poked the bug again, feeling its softness and cuteness, and my determination became stronger. The contract was completed and it was getting late, so I suggested taking it home, enjoying some delicious food, and visiting my beast taming space. Chung Chung seemed very excited. He ran away quickly, then turned back and asked me to follow him. I followed the bug deeper into the grass until I came to a deserted stone wall, where it crawled into an inconspicuous crevice. I also squeezed in and saw the bug proudly coiled on a strange stone. I couldn't help but sigh that it actually lived here. It turned out that this stone was good for the bug. No wonder it didn't want to leave with me. Taking a closer look, I saw crescent-shaped marks of flame on the stone, which reminded me of the evolutionary material I had looked up before, Moon Flame Divine Stone. Could it be the one I was looking for? All these coincidences fueled my expectations. Since I was leaving, I decided to take the stone with me. Chung Chung was standing next to me with a surprised look on his face. He looked extremely shocked when he saw me put the stone into the beast control space. When Chung Chung was put into the beast controlling space, its environment changed instantly. A huge space appeared before its eyes, full of the breath of life, which made it very excited. At this time, Chung Chung's aura became stronger, and he entered the second elite level, which made me feel very relieved. My beast taming space is different from others. It is a larger space that can accommodate more pets. It will become even more spacious in future training. When I woke up, I found that my beast taming space was as big as the school square. Although other places are still shrouded in fog, the size of the space will continue to expand as I grow, which makes me can't help but feel a little proud. As for the amplification effect of this space on pets, the talents of different levels range from 2 times to 60 times. That's what the book says, but the specific effect is not fixed, and everyone's talents vary at the same level. For example, the gap between the lowest level of talent and the top level of talent is very obvious, and this gap will become larger and larger over time. My talent amplification coefficient is as high as 300 times, which should be stronger than the beast masters of all generations. After all, they practice in the beast taming space, while mine is in the original world. After the little caterpillar entered and exited my space several times, it gradually adapted to its new home and seemed very excited. It also specially explored the stones in the space and confirmed that only this stone had something special, so we decided to return from the crack. Before long, we returned to the lake. The little caterpillar looked at the lake with a reluctant expression. Here are the memories of our meeting and the aroma of grilled fish. Even now, it is still full of warmth. However, this time we have to leave. Just as the little caterpillar was lingering by the lake, an idea suddenly occurred to me. It occurred to me that my beast taming space could be used to store things. So I tried it, and I actually was able to pack up the lake water and the fish and take them away. 5 minutes later, when we turned around and left, the lake had become an empty black hole, and a small lake appeared in my little world. The wood-jumping fish swam comfortably in it and seemed to like the new environment very much. The little caterpillar widened its eyes, unable to believe that I had brought the lake and the fish into my space, as if they had been robbed by bandits. It kept complaining about how I was really good at being a human being. It's nothing. I just tried it. I didn't expect it to work. I comforted it while paying attention to the state of the space. My beast world is indeed very suitable for farming. There is no problem with transforming the terrain and storing items. The energy of the lake is getting stronger and stronger, and the water quality has improved a lot. The fish will grow better here, and they can even be used as food or sold in the future. This is my long-term plan. On the way, the little caterpillar looked at the small lake, its eyes shining, and it couldn't help drooling. It would be wonderful to have an endless supply of grilled fish to eat in the future. I get excited just thinking about it. When I arrived at the door of the nursery, I met a classmate who was confidently giving a gift to the class monitor Chen Jia. I learned from listening to him that he was also an A-level talented beast master, and he even said something serious. Without financial resources, and a good pet, it is difficult to achieve great success even if you have great talent. That tone made me want to laugh. But Chen Jia obviously didn't appreciate it. She politely rejected him and left with her best friend under the pretext of leaving. The moment she turned around and saw me, a look of joy appeared on her face. "Hey, classmate Yiru." When I returned to the town, I was walking casually. Unexpectedly, just as I passed the nursery, I heard someone calling my name. I looked back in confusion and found that it was the class monitor Chen Jia and another classmate Su Jiran. "Squad leader? Jiran? Why are you here?" I said puzzledly. Su Jiran is a lively and cheerful girl, with big watery eyes that always reveal some quirky ideas. Hearing what I said, she and the squad leader both laughed. Chen Jia explained, "Jiaran is a little impatient. She had to come to see if there were any good pet cubs in the breeding house recently. When the training in the beast control space is completed, she will have a better idea in mind. It would be more appropriate to come back then, really." Chen Jia smiled helplessly, but she is just very excited. Seeing Su Jiran scratching his head a little embarrassedly, he winked playfully. Hee, after all, it's the first time. I'm still very excited. Why do your words sound a bit ambiguous? I couldn't help but make a joke. Afterwards, we chatted for a while. Suddenly, another male classmate came over and chatted with the class monitor and the others. This guy doesn't look bad, but I felt inexplicably uncomfortable when I saw him. Who is this? However, when I heard the name Yirua from his mouth, I seemed to understand something. Then he walked over with what he thought was a very friendly smile on his face. "Oh, are you that classmate Yirua? I heard that you have a suspected level talent, but in fact, this kind of talent is very rare. Everyone may be overthinking it. As a beast master, it is better to be down to earth." He continued to talk incessantly, with a tone that he thought was caring about me. "To be honest, your unknown talent is very difficult to figure out. There is no ready-made contract method, and the future development is unclear. You are so unlucky." His expression was as if he was sympathizing with me. I looked at him, with no change in expression, and asked calmly, who are you?" The squad leader and Su Jiran couldn't help but laugh out loud. They obviously didn't have a good impression of this person. The boy blushed at my words. "I'm Li Yu from Class 1. I've awakened the Level 1 talent, Echo of the Wind. There are 5 Level 1 talents in our grade this time, so we'll definitely be in the same class from now on." I just responded calmly, Oh, that's it. Then he ignored him and turned to the squad leader and Sujiran. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. The squad leader smiled and nodded. Well, we two are going the same way as you. Let's go together. The three of us left together, leaving the boy standing there, his face turning blue and red, shaking with anger. He looked at our departing backs, sneering and muttering, Humph. When the time comes for the competition, Chunjie will know who is the real strong one. Walking on the road, Sujiran patted his chest and said, Oh, finally I don't have to listen to his nagging. Why is he always like this? Chunjie shook her head and said softly, Don't worry about it. His family is from the Fengling group. His father had him when he was old, and he spoiled him a little too much. Sujiran snorted disdainfully. What? Rich second generations are all cool and aloof male gods. It turns out that it's all lies in novels. Then, she turned to me and said, Hey, you Ruah, do you know that Ajay got a sword-type pet this time? I haven't even seen it before. I heard that the principal specially found it from the next city. Ajay is going to take off now. I looked at the monitor in surprise. Wow, congratulations, monitor. You're really awesome to get a sword-type pet. The monitor smiled shyly. No, it's not that exaggerated. With a gleam of anticipation in her eyes, she said, I saw those words you wrote before. Born for the sword, achieve success and fame, die for the sword and leave your name in history, and I have always longed for it. I didn't expect that I could really contract a sword-type pet this time. Listening to her repeating the sentence I wrote down casually, I smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect that someone would remember it. I felt a little hot on my face. Squad leader, I believe you will be excellent. Student Yirual, the same goes for you. Chunjie encouraged. After walking for a while, we said goodbye and agreed to meet at school next month. When I was walking alone on the road, I suddenly felt that the little caterpillar was stirring in the pet space, as if it wanted to come out for some fresh air. After I let it out, it crawled all over me, sniffed my scent, and barked happily. I couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? I think the smell of strangers makes Chong Chong a little wary. This feeling seems to be very natural for it. However, the little caterpillar then showed an intoxicated expression because it smelled the rich fragrance of the flowers. As anthocyanins, their food is flowers, especially the rarer the flowers, the more popular they are. My flower caterpillar is very special, and it can occasionally eat meat. According to the theory of insect research experts, providing flower caterpillars with rarer flowers for feeding can increase their potential for evolution. In many evolutionary paths I have seen, the first material required for each form must be flowers. Even the blue light butterfly uses blue stone flowers, but it is not conspicuous. If my caterpillar wants to take the evolutionary path of dream moonlight butterfly, then it needs moonlight flower. The same is true for the guardian race moonlight butterfly. At this moment, there is a sea of flowers in front of me and the little caterpillar. The pure and beautiful magnolia, the colorful hibiscus, the exotic and fiery red dragon boat flower, and the golden chrysanthemum. The most numerous one is a rare, mysterious white flower, Edelweiss. Although it is very rare, there is a large area of it here. Various flowers grow around a house, making the house next to it look ordinary. My home is here. As a time traveler, I am the typical type whose parents are both dead, but I have a house at home. I also have a lovely younger sister, and we have been dependent on each other since we were young. The uncle next door is an enthusiastic and mysterious guy. He has a good relationship with me and often brags to my sister and me about his great deeds in the past. He said, such as fighting monsters in the poisonous dragon pond, tearing apart gorgeous giant snakes with bare hands, hunting giant colorful-tailed lobsters, etc. He was exaggerating in a very exaggerated way, which made us roll our eyes. Before I even got to the door, it opened automatically. A little head popped out, and when she saw me, her eyes were full of surprise, and she rushed over to me instantly. Brother, welcome home. This is my sister Yiya. She is petite and cute. She jumped into my arms like a kitten and snuggled up to me. Well, Xiaoya, I'm back. Facing my sister, I showed a warm smile on my face and gently touched her head. The hair on her black hair was also shaking. For me, having such a cute animal not only makes me happy, but also adds a lot of color to my life. After returning home, the little caterpillar appeared, which surprised Yiya. Her little eyes were full of curiosity, and she wanted to go forward and touch it, but she was a little timid. Seeing this scene, the little caterpillar flew directly to her shoulder, greeted her, and rolled over and over, making Yiya very happy. She even specially fed the flowers given by the uncle next door to the caterpillars, picking the petals one by one and feeding them to them. I felt a little embarrassed because those were precious flowers given by the uncle. She usually loved them very much, so why did she feed them without saying anything? However, seeing that they unexpectedly got along well, I felt relieved. The second skill of the caterpillar is acceleration, which is of intermediate grade. Pet beast skills are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, super, and even higher ones that I don't know. The most common skills are low-level skills, and a few are intermediate. The most common skill of the anthocyanin is a low-level spinning skill, while the worm has an intermediate acceleration skill, and the spinning skill is a high-level skill, moonlight silk, which shows how special it is. Seeing nothing to do, I went to the kitchen. This time, I decided to make braised wood-skipping fish. I had just randomly picked a lucky one from my beast taming space and tossed it into the basin when my sister Yiya trotted over excitedly with her phone in her hand. "Brother, I also want to learn how to cook, and Aya also wants to help you." She had an expectant expression on her face. By the way, I recently saw a food video of an uncle eating abroad. It was really eye-opening. "Brother, do you want to take a look?" Her words made me stop what I was doing and squat to take a look. The picture on the phone shows a bearded man waiting by a barbecue stall. The stall owner kneaded the meat into a ball, stuck it on an iron stick, and grilled it over charcoal. When I saw the yellow skewers of meat, my heart twitched. This must be India. How could they not even wash their hands? The man in the video was enjoying the food, and there was a dog beside him, looking at him eagerly. I was shocked, and the more I watched, the more incredible it seemed. Okay, that's all for today's video. It's clean and hygienic, my friends. This sentence stunned me. Haha, brother. Are you surprised? I was also shocked when I saw it for the first time. Yiya's laughter interrupted my thoughts. Among all the beast taming videos, this is so fresh and unconventional. I heard that this is a beast master in the Alliance who likes to taste delicious food everywhere, and he shares videos here in his spare time. As she spoke, she skipped out. In fact, Yiya likes to share her daily life with me, and I just shook my head helplessly. This little girl is really full of energy. I sighed. The technological development in this world is surprisingly similar to that in my previous life. Because of the need to fight against ferocious beasts, civilization has declined many times in history, but now beast control and technology are developing together. After dinner, I carried 2 wooden leaping fish and went to the uncle's house next door. It was our daily visit. The uncle often took care of my brother and me, and he was a very good person. I remember he had told me to come to him after my talent awakened, saying that he had a surprise for me. A minute later, a rough, unbelievable shout came from the next door. "What the hell? Why did you contract this thing?" I think the smell of strangers makes Chong Chong a little wary. This feeling seems to be very natural for it. However, the little caterpillar then showed an intoxicated expression because it smelled the rich fragrance of the flowers. As anthocyanins, their food is flowers, especially the rarer the flowers, the more popular they are. This little bug of mine is special, and I can occasionally enjoy some meat. Insect research experts theorize that providing anthocyanins with rarer flowers to feed on would give them greater potential for evolution. In many of the evolutionary paths I have seen, the first material required for each form must be flowers. Even the blue light butterfly uses blue stone flowers, but they are not conspicuous. If a bug wants to take the evolutionary path of a dream moonlight butterfly, then it needs a moonlight flower. The same is true for the guardian race, the moonlight butterfly. At this moment, there is a sea of flowers in front of me and the little caterpillar. The pure and beautiful magnolia, the colorful hibiscus, the exotic and fiery red dragon boat flower, and the golden chrysanthemum. The most numerous one is a rare, mysterious white flower, Edelweiss. Although it is very rare, there is a large area of it here. Various flowers grow around a house, making the house next to it look ordinary. My home is here. As a time traveler, I am the typical type whose parents are both dead, but I have a house at home. I also have a lovely younger sister, and we have been dependent on each other since we were young. The uncle next door is an enthusiastic and mysterious guy. He has a good relationship with me and often brags to my sister and me about his great deeds in the past. The stories about fighting monsters in the poisonous dragon pond, tearing apart a gorgeous giant snake with bare hands, hunting giant colorful-tailed lobsters, etc. were all so exaggerated that we couldn't help but roll our eyes. Before I even got to the door, it opened automatically. A little head popped out, and when she saw me, her eyes were full of surprise, and she rushed over to me instantly. "Brother, welcome home. This is my sister Yiya. She is petite and cute." She jumped into my arms like a kitten and snuggled up to me. "Well, Xiaoya, I'm back." Facing my sister, I showed a warm smile on my face and gently touched her head. The hair on her black hair was also shaking. For me, having such a cute animal not only makes me happy, but also adds a lot of color to my life. After returning home, the little caterpillar appeared, which surprised Iya. Her little eyes were full of curiosity, and she wanted to go forward and touch it, but she was a little timid. Seeing this scene, the little caterpillar flew directly to her shoulder, greeted her, and rolled over and over, making Iya very happy. She even specially fed the flowers given by the uncle next door to the caterpillars, picking the petals one by one and feeding them to them. I felt a little embarrassed, because those were precious flowers given by the uncle. She usually loved them very much, so why did she feed them without saying anything? However, seeing that they got along surprisingly well, I felt relieved. The second skill of the caterpillar is acceleration, which is of intermediate grade. Pet beast skills are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, super, and even higher ones that I don't know. The most common skills are low-level skills, and a few are intermediate. The most common skill of the anthocyanin is a low-level spinning skill, while the worm has an intermediate acceleration skill, and the spinning skill is a high-level skill, moonlight silk, which shows how special it is. Seeing nothing to do, I went to the kitchen. This time, I decided to make braised wood-skipping fish. As soon as he randomly picked a lucky one from his beast-controlling space and threw it into the basin, his sister Iya trotted over excitedly with a mobile phone in her hand. "Brother, I also want to learn how to cook, and Iya also wants to help you." She had an expectant expression on her face. By the way, I recently saw a food video of an uncle eating abroad. It was really eye-opening. "Brother, do you want to take a look?" Her words made me stop what I was doing and squat to take a look. The picture on the phone shows a bearded man waiting by a barbecue stall. The stall owner kneaded the meat into a ball, stuck it on an iron stick, and grilled it over charcoal fire. When I saw the yellow skewers of meat, my heart twitched. This must be India. How could they not even wash their hands? In the video, the man was tasting the food with gusto, and there was a dog next to him, looking at him eagerly. I was shocked by what I saw. The more I watched, the more incredible it seemed. Okay, that's all for today's video. It's clean and hygienic, my friends. This sentence stunned me. Haha, brother, are you surprised? I was also shocked when I saw it for the first time. Iya's laughter interrupted my thoughts. Among all the beast taming videos, this is so fresh and unconventional. I heard that this is a beast master in the Alliance who likes to taste delicious food everywhere, and he shares videos here in his spare time. As she spoke, she skipped out. In fact, Iya likes to share her daily life with me, and I just shook my head helplessly. This little girl is really full of energy. I sighed. The technological development in this world is surprisingly similar to that in my previous life. Because of the need to fight against ferocious beasts, civilization has declined many times in history, but now beast control and technology are developing together. After dinner, I carried 2 wooden leaping fish and went to the uncle's house next door. It was our daily visit. The uncle often took care of my brother and me, and he was a very good person. I remember he had told me to come to him after my talent awakened, saying that he had a surprise for me. A minute later, a rough, unbelievable shout came from the next door. "What the hell? Why did you contract this thing? What's the use of this hammer?" I looked at the small caterpillar on my shoulder, feeling a little dumbfounded. At this time, I was already at my uncle's house, and the little caterpillar followed me. The house is just like the outside, with flowers all around, and the ground seems to be covered with a sea of flowers. The air is fresh, and the various colors are intertwined, which is really beautiful. In front of me was a middle-aged man with messy black hair like a lion's mane. His eyes were bright and his body was strong, but at this moment, his originally gentle face showed an extremely speechless expression as he walked back and forth. He muttered, "Really? A green caterpillar? I remember it was a common insect pet in Fengdu. After evolving, it became just an inferior green butterfly. It's obviously a loser. You are obviously a smart kid. Why did you choose such a bug? You are playing with your own future, which is inconsistent with your usual performance." He shook his head, as if he didn't understand why I made such a choice. I was also thinking about this. After normal people awaken their talents, they will carefully select their pets and find the right cubs to grow up with. A powerful pet can bring more rewards to its master, but I chose a blue and white insect with no potential. Hearing the uncle's words, the little caterpillar immediately glared at him angrily, feeling indignant. "Who said I'm useless? I can easily deal with those creatures in the forest and helped you a lot," I explained with a wry smile. In fact, it is a little friend I have known for a long time. It is also a special individual, and its potential should not be underestimated. Oh, special individuals? The uncle's expression was still calm. Of course I know about this kind of thing, but it's still a piece of shit. Before the little caterpillar and I could refute, the uncle flipped his hand and a blood-red crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, appeared in his palm. Don't think I'm heartless. Pets are your lifelong companions. If you make the wrong choice, you can't be careless. This is called a bondstone. It can sever the contract between you and your pet. Especially since you just signed the contract, the success rate is quite high. The uncle seemed very proud. Few people in the outside world know about this thing. Normally, it is difficult to change a pet once it is selected because it will cause damage to the soul. However, the one that the uncle specially took out can cut off the contract without any side effects. If you give up this little bug, I can give you a pet cub that is of general level quality. If you are lucky, becoming a commander is not a dream. There was a flash of expectation in his eyes. I refused without hesitation. No, thank you, uncle. Chong Chong is my partner. We rely on each other and have spent a lot of good times. Pets are not only tools for fighting, but also friends and relatives. This is a precious memory. I will never abandon it. The little caterpillar also looked at me with emotion, rubbing its head against me with tears in its eyes, as if to say, "You are the best indeed." Ha ha ha. The uncle laughed loudly and put the crystal away. Very good, young man. You didn't let me down. I hope you can go the furthest way with your original mindset. He turned and walked deeper. The faintly flickering red light behind him swirled like mist, forming a black space in the center that sucked the three of us directly into it. In an instant, we disappeared, and the flowers on the ground continued to grow. In a mysterious space, as the fluctuations change, we appear here. The surrounding environment surprised me. I was in the uncle's house just now, but now it has become unfamiliar. It was all white, and the temperature dropped sharply. The little caterpillar and I looked at each other in confusion. Could it be a space teleportation? The uncle actually has a space pet. This kind of pet is extremely rare, and I was secretly shocked. At this moment, I seemed to see a pet beast that looked like a red-eyed giant flash by. The uncle walked straight into the depths without any explanation, and I chose to follow him. As we approached, the true face of this space gradually emerged. In front of me was a huge block of ice, and inside it was a pet that I had never seen before, sleeping quietly. It has a human-shaped body, strong muscles, and stone armor, and the most eye-catching thing is its head and two horns. I couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this a minotaur? Although its horns were small and pink, it actually looked cute and seemed to be a female. The uncle stopped and stared at the pet in the ice, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Since you have chosen the first pet, then contract the second one. It will play a huge role in your life. I hope you can treat it well as you said just now. These words made me even more curious. My talent started to work and my eyes began to display information about this pet. A look of shock appeared on my face. Chapter 013 The Top Race. Noble Blood. Race. Kueño Star Beast. Gender. Female. Quality. Medium King. Personality. Kind. Good impression. Attributes. Earth. Thunder. Not awakened. Strength. Awakening level 9. Skills. Heart of the Earth. Top SS level. Thorn Aura. Super SS level. Earth Control. Super SS level. Earth Shatter. High SS level. The noble bloodline of the Star Beast clan is a thoroughly kingly SS level race, superior to many other creatures. Born with the blessing of the stars, they have a unique advantage and can listen to the pulse of the earth. They are brave and fearless warriors and are truly the sons of the earth. The Guardian race. The mighty Vajra Bull clan. Yi Rua's pupil shrank. This time he really saw something extraordinary. It turned out to be an Earth-type pet with a king-level quality. The skill list is even more luxurious. Not only does it have 2 Super SS level skills, but it also has a Top SS level skill. According to the skill classification, there are primary SS level, intermediate SS level, high SS level, and Super SS level. Top SS level or a level above that. Even if it was the hidden form of the bug that I had seen before, it takes a lot of conditions to evolve to that level. Yiru currently has no idea about that posture. Unexpectedly, the mysterious pet in front of me actually started at this SS level. A complete race. Does it mean that there are more than 1 or 2 such pets? Relying solely on the natural growth of blood, it can become a powerful King S-level pet. Your Majesty, this is the top power of the human race. And for a Beastmaster, this is exactly the pet they have always dreamed of. The opportunity to achieve success overnight is right before your eyes. No wonder the uncle said it can play a huge role. And if there are a certain number of them, doesn't that mean there is an ancient king SS level family? How is that possible? It's too scary to think about it. Even in the top cities, I have never heard of such a situation. However, there is one thing that puzzles Yiru. Is it possible that kings above the middle level have a standard guard race? The primary monarch, golden spotted swallowtail butterfly, we saw before did not have a guard race. Chongchong's dreamy moonlight butterfly has a guardian race, the moonlight butterfly. This creature called Quinniu star beast also has a guardian race called the powerful Vajra bull. These are all information that you can't access at all. Also, why is the uncle so sure that he can contract a second pet? Uncle, who are you? This piece of information alone allowed Yiru to obtain a lot of important content. After all, Fengdu is just a small city guarded by an SS-level beastmaster. Chong also looked at it carefully. It could feel that this guy sealed in the ice was very powerful. At this time, the uncle didn't know that Yiru had already seen the information of this pet, but he smiled with a sharp gaze, knowing what Yiru was wondering about. It's strange why I can be sure that you can contract a second pet, right? Among talents, there are talents that allow you to contract with pets in advance, or even contract with additional pets. But there is another talent that, in addition to having powerful abilities, can also contract with pets in advance. That is, spatial talent. It was like a loud thunderclap, which startled Yiru. Instead, the uncle showed a smug expression, as if he had known everything for a long time. You little brat. The most fundamental key to contracting a pet is the beast control space. Therefore, beast masters need to constantly practice and strengthen the beast control space to accommodate and contract pets. The beast master and the pet grow up together. Forcing a contract with a pet that is much stronger than you will only lead to one consequence. The beast master cannot bear this power. Then bang. However, there are beast masters who have awakened their spatial talents. Not only will the training space be faster than SS level, but the strength of the space is also much higher than ordinary talents. Others have to wait until they reach the extraordinary SS level before they can contract a second pet. And they don't need this at all. As for why I know you have a spatial talent, that's because an annoying guy I know also has an extremely strong spatial talent. When he said this, the uncle looked unhappy. It seemed that the uncle really disliked the guy he was talking about. Not to mention that I have a space pet myself, so it's not like I can't sense the space fluctuations you awakened. Am I right? Yiru was speechless. There was such a saying. Haha, all right, let's go make the contract. The uncle rarely saw the deflated expression on the face of this precocious little guy, and he felt very happy and patted him on the shoulder. As long as you contract it, the shortcoming of the anthocyanin bug not being able to feed you much power can be made up. Then the uncle looked at the ice cube. The eternal ice, like a glacier, began to crack and crisp shattering sounds were heard. Bang! The next moment, the ice shattered directly, and the pet inside woke up and opened its eyes. Landed safely. After seeing the uncle, it showed a look of respect and dependence. The uncle also touched its head with emotion. You have suffered a lot. Your mother was in a weak period when she gave birth to you. But because they were in a dangerous place, my tribesmen and your mother were both in a difficult battle. When I arrived, only your mother was still alive. After entrusting you to me, she passed away. This also caused the Quinniu star beast to be in very bad condition just after it was born. The uncle sealed it in this piece of 10,000-year-old black ice to restore it. Until now, it is finally available. Moo. Speaking of this, the baby Quinniu beast also cried out sadly. I have found a trustworthy partner for you. Please sign a contract with him. This made the little Quinniu star beast look at Yiru curiously. Moo. The uncle looked at Yiru again and said, remember what you said. You must be good to your pets. They are your companions and family members. I see. Yiru also nodded solemnly. The Quinniu star beast trusted the uncle's words very much, and it also chose to believe Yiru, a human being it had never seen before. So, under the witness of the uncle, Yiru and the Quinniu star beast formally signed the contract. The signing process went very smoothly. Just as the uncle said, this is an advantage of spatial talent. At this point, he had a second pet, a pet of king quality. If other people knew about this, I don't know how many people would be jealous to the point of being distorted and unrecognizable. This means that Yiru already has a ticket to become a King SS level Beastmaster. In the future, he will become a king. Chapter 014 Maybe this is you use fate. With the awakening of the Quinniu star beast, the place called the Secret Realm by the uncle gradually collapsed, and its function had come to an end. The uncle and Yiru went straight back home. The little caterpillar also greeted the Quinyu star beast excitedly. It seemed that because it was sealed since birth and just awakened now, this Quinyu star beast was as pure as a piece of blank paper. Innocent, ignorant, and highly creative. It is also very friendly to small flower caterpillars. It could sense that this was also its master's pet and its companion. It was even more curious and ignorant about its master Yiru, but after signing the contract, it also felt a lot more intimate with him. I believe that after a period of running in, it will become another powerful partner of Yiru. But looking at the uncle, Yiru hesitated to speak. The uncle smiled, knowing what the kid was thinking without asking. Don't ask about my background. You can train this child normally and let him fight. There is no information about him in the Alliance's illustrated manual. Don't worry. Others can't check it out, and they can't tell anything. Get along well with it and grow together. As for its true information and my background, wait until you reach the SS level Commander Beast Tamer level before we discuss it. The uncle looked like he was waving his hand to chase the customer away while he was talking, not caring at all about how shocking what he said was. Yiru needs to reach the strength to be able to defend a city. For him, it was getting late tonight. He was going to deal with the fish that the boy brought. Well, the specialty of this city, with leaping fish, tastes very good. This guy is really good at catching fish. Also, he didn't know that Yiru had already seen the accurate information of this pet. But he remembered something, and the uncle suddenly stared at Yiru and said quietly, "Don't sign a pet contract rashly in the future, otherwise the gap will be so big that you will despair. Remember, the best third pet for you is a space-type one. The healing ones can be put aside for later. Don't be impatient. When training pets, instead of worrying about the number, it is better to concentrate resources to make one or two produce qualitative changes. Of course, right now you're having a hard time even raising this child, haha." The uncle felt a little gloating about this. Yiru. Then, Yiru was driven out by the uncle. His heart went from joy to panic at the uncle's last words. Regarding the evolution of Chong, I still have to prepare so many things. Now there is another pet beast, one with kingly qualities. Even if you use your imagination, you will know that it takes far more resources to train this kind of pet than to raise insects. At least the little caterpillars just eat flowers and fish. What about the Quinyu star beast? It really made Yiru's eyes go dark. Even if I could contract a third one before it reaches SS level as a general, I still wouldn't be able to afford it. As expected, beast tamers are very expensive. However, this starting point has already surpassed too many people, and what we need to do next is to keep moving forward. After bringing the Quinyu star beast into the beast taming world, Yiru also returned home. It's late at night. It's time to accompany my sister. In the beast taming world, the Quinyu star beast appeared here. It felt very comfortable with the dense energy here and shouted happily a few times. Then it noticed the wood-leaping fish that were leisurely blowing bubbles. It immediately attracted its attention, making it reach out to grab it curiously. This action scared the wood-leaping fish in the lake so much that they were shocked. What kind of monster is this? A few of them spit out water from their guns on the spot, but when they touched the Quinyu star beast, they just scraped it as if nothing had happened. It doesn't work at all. This frightened the fish even more. Don't come over here. At home, Yiru rarely released the Quinyu star beast. Because his sister knew that he had already contracted the caterpillar, it would be difficult to explain the second one. Anyway, before meeting the uncle, Yiru himself had never heard of the existence of such a pet. It was really unheard of. It filled him with curiosity. I really didn't expect that I would contract my second pet so early, and it's a cute minotaur. Although it sounds a bit weird. He became the master of the minotaur. Obviously, he has always been a pure love party. Kill them all. When it was time to sleep, Chong also returned to the beast taming world. He saw a fish tail struggling near the mouth of the Quinyu star beast and was stunned for a moment. Shake your head speechlessly. With its cleverness, it naturally knew what was happening. Maybe, this is Yu's fate. It returned to its own stone and chose to sleep. At night, the stone quietly shone with the moonlight, and the crescent-shaped flames sometimes lit up. The energy inside was absorbed bit by the sleeping little caterpillar. Its strength is also growing. It seems that since it came to this world of beast taming, its absorption efficiency has become faster. Soon, its strength will make another breakthrough. The Quinyu star beast in the distance was also influenced by the beast taming world and began to grow. The aura on his body suddenly became much stronger. A week later, in the big forest outside the Wind City, Yiru stood on the edge of the cliff, then jumped down with the sound of whistling wind. The frightened little caterpillar quickly crawled into the collar. Mm, mm. There was endless darkness below, with no visible bottom. A normal person would be terrified, and their legs and feet would tremble if they looked down. Once you fall down, you will surely die, and no body will be left. But Yiruo fell downwards without making any sound. It was extremely quiet and strange. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and threw it on the stone on the side, then grabbed it and hung his body steadily there, without falling anymore. Then swing hard and go straight up. He grabbed the rock wall with both hands and climbed up quickly. In a short while, they returned to the cliff. He stood here firmly again. If you look carefully, you will find that Yiruo's height has suddenly increased a lot, as if he had grown again in a short period of time. Looking at his hands, Yiruo muttered to himself, "Is this what a pet is doing to repay its parents? It's so obvious, it's incredible. A king's SS-grade pet, so terrifying." Roar. Before he could think for long, a violent roar came from the forest, carrying a threatening momentum. The earth and the rubble were shaking constantly. As the trees swayed, a huge black shadow was rushing towards this side, bringing with it a fierce and fishy smell. It was a ferocious bear-like beast that was charging forward. It smelled Yiruo's scent and took him as its hunting target. The exposed fangs seemed particularly ferocious and terrifying, and the eyes were full of cruelty and greed. Yiruo's eyes focused, and he recognized him immediately. Extraordinary SS-level Earth Demon Bear? The overlord of this forest? Okay, come out, Nyonyo. You deal with it. At Yiruo's summons, the Quinyu star beast appeared directly in front of him. The tenacious minotaur stands here. His sturdy body looks quite reliable. It's different from when we first signed the contract. Nyonyo's strength has risen from the 9th level of awakening to the elite 7th level. Chapter 015. Dog-headed Earth Flowing Wall, Ancient Stone Sword. With the appearance of the Quinyu star beast, the Earth Demon Bear also became wary. Although it is already an extraordinary S-level ferocious beast, its strength is stronger than this guy who suddenly appeared. But its instinct as a wild animal told it that this guy was dangerous. Yiruo didn't care so much, but spoke to Nyonyo. Well, let's try out some defensive techniques first. Moo. Quinyu Starmon nodded and put his hands on the ground. Along with the fluctuation of Earth-related abilities, thick earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the Earth Demon Bear. The most bizarre thing is that these earth walls are carved with absurd dog heads. Accompanied by the different expressions of these dog heads, they give people a feeling that they deserve a beating. The Earth Demon Bear was also stunned, and then a surge of anger rose in his heart. Asshole, is this a mockery of it? As an extraordinary SS-level ferocious beast, its IQ is not low. The Earth Demon Bear's eyes suddenly turned red, and surging earth elements began to gather in its mouth and spurted out like a cannonball, violently hitting the earth wall. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the first few attacks failed to break the first earth wall. It was not until the third and fourth attacks that the earth wall was broken, and this wave of attack passed. The Earth Demon Bear had only broken 3 earth walls, with 2 left. The dog's head on it was unusually conspicuous, as if mocking its strength, as if it was not full. This Earth Demon Bear is almost pissed off to death. What the hell? This bull is clearly only at the elite level. So why is its defensive capability so amazing? Who is the extraordinary SS level? Good. Yiruo praised it with appreciation, and then asked Nyonyo to remove the earth walls. Seeing the earth walls disappear, the bear instantly felt that its opportunity had come, and pounced on them while they were not paying attention. There was a hint of cruelty in its eyes. Just elite SS level stuff. I'm definitely no match for it at close range. Whether it is this human being or this weird-looking cow, they will become its food this time. But the next moment, it became terrified. The cow, which was clearly there, suddenly came in front of it. Then a terrifying force swept through its body, causing it to scream and fly backwards. It flew very far away and knocked down several large trees. The Quinyu star beast stood firmly in its previous position, watching coldly. Just now it quickly appeared in front of the bear and knocked it away. This time, the Earth Demon Bear was definitely seriously injured. This is indeed the case. The Earth Demon Bear has been frightened by these attacks. It would be very dangerous if the beast was injured, and it has many enemies. So it immediately lost the intention to hunt Yiruo and limped away hurriedly towards the forest. There was a hint of viciousness and unwillingness in his eyes. Remember this human being. Don't look down on me because I'm weak. And Yiruo naturally saw it as well and spoke calmly. Let's put an end to it. The Quinniu star beast did not move. But at this moment the land in front of it suddenly shattered, the earth cracked directly, and a stone sword emitting a powerful aura slowly rose up. Then it grabbed hold of me. He swung his sword suddenly in the direction where the earth demon bear was escaping, and a dazzling golden light quickly chased after it. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and sand and stones flew everywhere. A powerful shock wave swept around. Suddenly, the forest shook violently, and the birds were frightened and flew into the sky, not daring to stay. As for the earth demon bear, it was torn into pieces. Yiru's face trembled. The power was quite strong. Now there was not even a corpse left, which he could have taken away. What happened just now was Nyo-Nyo's high SS level skill, earth splitting. It can summon a powerful stone sword that can chop the earth with great destructive power. It is a very powerful high-level earth-related skill. The earth wall is a super SS level skill, a technique of earth control, which can control the element of earth and form various things. Any earth wall, earth spikes, or earth spears will do. Well-researched, undoubtedly very powerful. Very comprehensive. As for why a few dog heads were added, it was the skill of a certain ninja in Yiru's memory. Dog head earth flow wall. The taunt effect is pretty good. I've learned something from it. As for the other two skills, the effect of the super SS level skill, Thorn Halo, is that if the enemy attacks Nyo-Nyo, there will be 30% counter damage. As your strength increases, this effect will expand. As for the strongest top SS level skill, Heart of the Earth, it is a very powerful auxiliary skill. As long as Nyo-Nyo stands on the ground, he can get continuous replenishment and bonus from the power of the earth, and his endurance will be maximized. These skills combined together are so powerful. Yiru gasped at that time. Is this the skill of a king-quality pet cub? It's incredibly powerful. Is this the world of the strong? As a result, this earth demon bear with extraordinary second-level strength was simply beaten unilaterally by Nyo-Nyo. The little caterpillar also crawled out from the collar with lingering fear. She was frightened by the action of her stupid owner just now. The power of her partner Nyo-Nyo also made her eyes light up. MMM. The reliability of the partner's strength means that the owner Yiru will be safer, so he is also very happy. Of course, it is not weak either. Just when it was eager to try, Yiru pushed it back, and it felt so aggrieved. Not only did Nyo-Nyo become stronger, it also suddenly reached the 9th level of elite strength, and was about to be promoted to the extraordinary level. It rises faster than a bull. After all, it has a small body and is easy to advance. Now Yiru has grown a lot taller. No one would believe him if he said he was 15 years old. He must be at least 18 years old. As for the performance of jumping off the cliff and climbing the rock with ease just now, it was the feedback brought by the growth of the Quinniu star beast. This made Yiru's physical fitness much stronger. This also made Yiru realize clearly again what the uncle meant by the gap. Good job. Is this the reward that a powerful pet brings to its master? Chong Chong has reached the 9th level of elite, but Yiru only felt that his mental strength was a little stronger, and there was no change in his body. But the changes that Nyo-Nyo brought to him were so obvious. Chapter 016, There's something wrong with your talent. According to records, after a Beastmaster reaches the SS level commander, his physical abilities will undergo a qualitative change. It is more convenient to fight with pets. The expansion of life-saving abilities and tactical strategies will lead to a dramatic increase in the strength of the Beastmaster. This is why the Commander SS level Beast Tamer and the stronger King SS level are the high-end and top forces guarding the city. After calming the little caterpillar, Yiru also took out his cell phone. This time it was a good opportunity to test Nyo-Nyo's strength. The little caterpillar was so active that it made him laugh and cry. And my phone was vibrating just now, so there must be some news. Open it and take a look. Senior 2, 3, Class Group. Wei Zhongxian. Haha, I finally cultivated a beast control space today. I will go to the breeding house to buy the pet I like. Seeing this name, Yiru was speechless for a second. However, the myths of this world are only somewhat similar to the current distribution of countries, but the history is completely different. Nothing much. Li Yunjun. Alas, my SS level talent will take a while to develop, probably next week. I really want to try out the bonus my hardening talent can give to my pet. Lining. Wake up, that's also partial hardening, and it needs to grow slowly. But it's much better than the monkey. Ho Xiao Xiao. No, be a human being. I cried in the toilet when I was awakened and was powerless. Su Jiran. Don't be too disappointed. There are many people who haven't awakened their talents, which means they can only choose other paths. Ho Xiao Xiao. That's right. Jiaran is still the one who can enlighten me. I have to work harder. The pets of other SS level and SS level talented students must have grown a lot. I'm so envious. Watching you. Phew. It's just SOSO. I have contracted a dandelion pet, and its strength has only been cultivated to the 3rd level of awakening. Chunjia. Dandelion? I remember its fluff bomb skill was pretty good. It's one of the rare pets. Lei Ning. The monitor's pet should be very powerful. Maybe in 2 weeks, everyone's pet will only be at the 7th or 8th level of awakening. And the monitor's sword-type pet has become an elite SS-level warrior. Who can blame the class monitor for his talent? After getting a sword-type pet, it has become even more powerful. Ho Xiao Xiao. Hiss. Elite SS-level Beastmaster. I'm so envious. Li Yunjun. Hiss. Elite SS-level warrior. Su Jiran. Hiss. Elite SS-level warrior. Chunjia. Enough. It's only been a week. You guys are exaggerating. The squad leader was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could it be so fast? Cultivating rare sword-type pets means consuming higher quality resources. Otherwise, it is easy to become useless or mediocre. Lei Ning. Oh, Yi Ruo brother. I spent 3 days cultivating a beast-controlling space. Hee, how many days do you need? And have you chosen your pet? If you haven't, my company has high-quality pets. I'll sell them to you at a low price. Let's get along. When these words were spoken, everyone was envious. Schools don't breed pets, only universities can do that. The breeding houses were set up by the Alliance, and there are one in every city. The fat man Lei Ning's family opened a pet company, selling many pets that can grow and evolve into extraordinary ones. There is even a kind of pet that can reach the SS level of a low-level warrior through evolution. In Fengdu, a master of SS level is already a respected and veteran beastmaster. The larger city is not bad either. It is still considered upper class. The SS level of warrior, which is just below the master, is already a very remarkable master. Therefore, pets that can evolve into warriors are extremely popular. It is also expensive. The average family simply can't afford it. So when everyone saw Lei Ning's words, they were jealous. Not only is Yi Dashue Shun talented, he is also someone's best friend. How envious. If there is a pet with the potential to become a general, then the only one who can compare with it is probably the squad leader. And if you go to a good university in the future, you may even be able to come into contact with a master SS level pet or a pet with SS level potential. Yiru could only remain speechless. Whether it is the time in the beast taming space or the strength of the pet, how can I explain it? Chong Chong is about to enter the extraordinary realm. In fact, after graduating from high school, it is enough for your pet to reach the high-level elite SS level. Extraordinary levels are rare. After that, I started further studies at university. That's the real key. In other words, Yi Ruo is far ahead of his classmates. So after thinking about it, he typed out a few words. Yi Ruo, yes, it took only 2 days to cultivate, and the pet has already awakened to the 7th level. Lining. Oh my god. Are you still a human being? The SS level of the class was also in an uproar, with information popping up one after another. Yi Ruo put away his phone and didn't look at it again. He then went further away. If you leave the city, the further you go outside, the more dangerous it becomes, and the stronger the ferocious beasts you encounter. However, with the current strength, going to those places will allow the pets to get better training. He is different now. In the beast-taming world, next to Chongchang's stone, there is now a growth of silver flowers, like a sea of flowers in the moonlight, constantly floating. On the other side, there is a row of short but strong and sturdy trees, which have also sprouted green buds. One is the moonlight flower that Chong Chong needs, and the other is the starlight fruit tree that Nyo Nyo needs. This is the support his uncle gave him. The uncle didn't ask Yiru much about his talent, because he said nonchalantly that he had seen all kinds of storms. I've seen more outstanding talent than you've eaten salt. But the speed at which Nyo Nyo grew in the past few days made the uncle suspicious. Something is wrong. With such limited resources, how did you make the maverick stronger so quickly? Young man, there is something wrong with your talent. With his wide knowledge and vision, he could tell at a glance that this was not the SS-level talent that he had expected. Absolutely, SS-level space talent. Good boy, just a casual action of mine actually resulted in a treasure. You have chosen a very good owner for the calf. Chapter 017. Unknown old age, red hair growing on body. The uncle was very happy. This means the Mavericks will have a better future. Before, I thought I had never seen anything tough. Well, I haven't seen it this time. He couldn't recognize what this SS-level space talent was. Yiru also learned a very important piece of information, that is, SS level talent is unique. Only when the previous person with the talent dies will it be possible for this talent to appear again in the future. After learning about Yiru's talent, the uncle fell silent for a while. He said that this talent might have appeared once a long, long time ago, and lamented that this talent was so abnormal that it would be a terrifying thing if it grew up. Let Yiruo keep the information about this talent low-key and hidden. After that, the uncle gave him the seeds of the star fruit tree. Yiruin also gave him the moonlight flower. For daily feeding, Chongchong needs to eat flowers, and if he wants the best evolution effect, he needs moonflowers. The seeds of this flower are very rare, but the uncle who likes to grow flowers really has some. The starlight fruit is the top quality food needed for the growth of the Quinyu star beast, and the uncle gave Yiru a lot of it at the beginning. Later, after knowing what his talent was, I gave him the few seeds I had. This fruit tree is very special. The fruits it grows are seedless. Only after a tree dies of old age naturally will it produce a few seeds and continue new life. But this tree has a very long lifespan. At that time, Yiruo asked with a curious look, what would the legendary SS level talent be like? The uncle's expression became strange. He sighed and remained silent. Yiru remembered the last few words deeply in his heart. Xiaoyi, you all think that SS level talent is a great honor and luck, but it's actually not a good thing. The 6 SS level talented beast tamers all appeared suddenly, gained glory in their respective eras, and completed the mission of saving humanity. Standing at the pinnacle of beast masters, it is quite brilliant and has achieved countless achievements. But in their later years, these SS level beast tamers suddenly disappeared and never appeared again. No information was left. Very weird. The uncle also said that these people did not leave any bloodline, nor did they form a family. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would definitely be able to establish a family with extremely terrifying strength. But that's what the uncle said at the time. I am sure that there is absolutely no such family. Hidden families do exist, but they have no blood relationship with those SS-level beast masters. No bloodline or message was left behind. This kind of disappearance is definitely not normal. They never showed up again. It's very likely that they have already. Although the uncle didn't finish his words, Yiru already understood what he meant. Most of the 6 Beastmasters with SS-level talents have met with accidents. With their respective strengths at the top, how could such a thing happen? What on earth happened? If this news were to get out, it would definitely turn the world upside down and cause an uproar. It also made Yiru's heart feel like it was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. What is this? Unknown about his later years? Red hair on the body? What the uncle said was very clear. It would be best if one had SS-level talent, so that there would be no problems at all and one could grow up comfortably. But Yiru happened to have an SS-level talent. He is the 7th person to awaken SS-level talent. After living a new life, Yiru's expression did not show any fluctuation. He calmed down quickly. This world is indeed full of mysteries and all kinds of magical things, but these things cannot scare him. Not to mention that there is a lovely sister to take care of. As well as the small flower caterpillar and the cow owl, they are all good companions. He wants to go on with them, to witness everything in this world, to unravel the secrets hidden deep within, and to discover the truth. Then, I will definitely not disappear inexplicably. I will become stronger. Not to mention, the previous SS-level talents were also dazzling and brilliant. At least it can be glorious and active for quite a long time. This is something no one else can have. Therefore, I have to become stronger. The uncle only gave these 2 resources because only through endless hardships and battles can one become strong. He will help you, Ruo, but not forever. You have to walk your own path. It's impossible to rely on him all the time. Only a very few can remain independent, and remaining independent is the privilege of the strong. So looking at the small caterpillar on his shoulder and the Quinyu star beast beside him, Yiru looked at them with a smile. Let's go. Our story has just begun. Moo. Yiru and his companions stepped towards a more dangerous place. Far away, the uncle stood here and watched them leave. Memories of the past seemed to be seen in his eyes. The scene where the dead tribesman and the Quinyu beast, who was only breathing its last breath, entrusted their daughter to him. There was clearly no one behind him, but he suddenly spoke to the air. Old cow, the outside world is a joke now. They used to be one, but now they are divided into so many countries, fighting each other. Ridiculous. As for us, I could only watch the young tribesmen go to the battlefield. They were still so young, and many of them died there. They could have had a happy future, but I could only watch them pass away. Because we are not gods, no matter how hard we fight, there are lives that cannot be saved and wishes that cannot be fulfilled. How can I face all this? After a long silence, another majestic and powerful voice sounded. We have done our best. That child was born in the outside world. It won't be bound by us and won't be able to interfere with the development of the outside world. It's free. It will have a better future. As for you, boy, we have been keeping an eye on him for a long time, so let's leave it to him. At this moment, the uncle also left here and returned home. There are many flowers here, and the most common one is white edelweiss. Looking at these gorgeous edelweiss, the uncle suddenly became confused and stunned for a moment. Edelweiss, why do I plant so many edelweiss? I seem to have forgotten a very important person. But the next second, the uncle was confused again. It was as if what just happened had never happened. What was I thinking about just now? Forget it. Let's water the flowers. That kid has 2 pets, so I don't need to worry about him. Yiru's sister was playing with her mobile phone in her room at this time, and suddenly she shouted excitedly, "Found it!" At this time, the content displayed on the mobile phone screen is: the flower language of Edelweiss represents precious memories. Chapter 018, Fierce Beast Forest, Strength Breakthrough, Windy Wild. Oh, it smells so good. At the campfire, Yiru sprinkled spices on the meat on the fire and smelled it. He showed an expression of enjoyment. The tender grilled meat is sizzling with oil and the aroma is fragrant. Nyo was adding firewood on the side. The little caterpillar stared at it intently and couldn't help but let his stomach growl. The convenience of having a beast-taming world is that you can store a lot of tools and items, so you don't have to worry about lack of things even in the wild. There were many corpses of ferocious beasts lying all over the ground, many of which were strangely shaped dog-like beasts. White bones, like saw teeth, make up their bodies. They look very tough to deal with, and their strength is generally around elite SS level, which is not very strong. However, they have a very strong reproductive capacity, which leads to a very large number of them, and they are very fond of attacking humans in the wild. It is a kind that cannot become a pet. Once you leave the city for a certain distance, there will be many ferocious beasts roaming around, so it is not recommended for ordinary people to engage in activities in the wild. Only humans who become beast tamers can be active outside. As for here, it is a bit far away from the wind. When Yiru was applying honey, she suddenly felt something. Bugs. Chong reacted faster and shot out a silver-like attack in one direction, immediately skewering a ferocious beast that was about to pounce on it on the tree. It was obviously the same kind as the ferocious beast on the ground. Like a hyena, the ferocious beast immediately screamed and struggled, but after Chong attacked it a few more times, it was stabbed to death on the tree. Those silver lights are the high-level SS skill of the caterpillar, Moonlight Silk. It can be soft, yet also extremely tough. Especially after eating a large amount of moonflowers, the hardness of the silk thread becomes stronger and stronger. Those who can reach high SS level skills will certainly not be too bad. And skills can become stronger as they are used continuously. Glancing at the ferocious beast on the tree, Yiru shook his head in disdain. What a lousy beast. Its entire body is like bones, no flesh at all. And its name is Taodai. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, it should be called a bone dog. The little caterpillar next to it was silent for a moment. White bone dog. What an ugly name. It would be better to call it Taodai, more domineering. The Quinniu star beast sat here very obediently, adding firewood silently. It has a typical honest cow character. 10 minutes later, the little caterpillar's belly was bloated, and it seemed to be bloated. He was still shouting anxiously. Yiruo understood what it meant, and wiped the residue and oil stains from the corner of its mouth with a helpless smile. This little guy is quite clean. The Quinniu star beast continued to practice its skills, and from time to time, vibrating sounds could be heard from the side. In order to better help its master, it must continue to become stronger. For this reason, its eyes became more determined, and around them, there were many new corpses of ferocious beasts scattered around, of various kinds. There were basin-sized alk scorpions, ugly and weird large earth toads, and quite a few gluttonous corpses. The poisonous scorpion and the giant toad both have extraordinary SS-level aura. Just as they were eating barbecue, these ferocious beasts were attracted by the smell. But before they could react, they were suddenly cut into several halves and their heads and bodies were separated. It's as effortless as cutting tofu. Half of the body fell to the ground. It's broken into pieces. It turned out that when the silver light flashed, there were extremely difficult to find silk threads on the bodies of those big trees, forming a dense silk network in all directions. The toughness of these silk threads is extremely terrifying. If they rush over at a very fast speed, the meat will be cut into different sizes in an instant. It is a trap that is full of murderous intent and extremely dangerous. This is a method of use that Yi Ruo came up with based on the characteristics of the moonlight silk. Very useful. At that time, this scene scared both the little caterpillar and Nyo. It was cut directly into a pile of meat pieces. The scene was a bit scary, but Yi Ru's face remained normal. Nyo was even more impressed by the little caterpillar. He never expected that such a tiny thing could have such power. The pieces of meat on the ground were either poisonous or inedible. Yi Ru took one look and left with the insect and the cow. The smell of blood is too strong, and it might attract some powerful beast. Run away first. The reason why Yi Ruo and his friends can move freely here is not only because the strength of their pets has improved by leaps and bounds. It is also because Yi Ruo can see the information, characteristics, weaknesses, and strengths displayed by pets and ferocious beasts. This is very useful for operations in the wild. Of course, if the ferocious beasts are dead, no information can be seen, so it can be used to test whether they are dead or not. Halfway through the journey, Chong Chong's aura suddenly began to grow stronger rapidly, and it called out a few times in a hurry. The surrounding energy also rushed towards it rapidly. There was even a small whistling sound of the wind. Yi Ru was also surprised. Is he going to be promoted to SS level? Could it be that he got a lot of benefits from the barbecue just now? Along the way, they ate a lot of meat from extraordinary SS level ferocious beasts. The meat of ferocious beasts naturally contains a lot of energy, which is very helpful for the growth of pets. Not to mention that Chong ate a lot of moonflowers and resources. Breakthrough is a natural thing. At this time, Nyo also hurriedly paid attention to the surroundings vigilantly. Every time a pet breaks through a major level, it is critical and dangerous. There is a certain chance of a breakthrough once it is affected by external factors. It is easy to fail in a breakthrough and cause serious injury to yourself. Yi Ru also hurriedly took out a lot of moonlight flowers to prevent the small flower caterpillars from running out of energy. If I had known earlier, I would have put the little caterpillar in the beast taming world, so that it would be absolutely safe to advance to SS level. However, the accumulation of the small flower caterpillar was already very strong. As its aura became stronger and stronger, after a sudden surge, the aftermath began to slowly disappear. The momentum suddenly released. Extraordinary SS level. Become. At this moment, there were many more silver spots on its body. It has changed a lot from before. Most people would not think that this is a caterpillar at first glance. It seems that this time, Chong has completed a new transformation. Yi Ru also checked its information. Race, Circadiella, gender, female, quality, medium general SS level, special body, personality, perseverance, favorability, 100. To it, you are everything in its life, and it likes you very much. Strength, extraordinary level 1. Skills, moonlight silk, high SS level, green light strike, high SS level, acceleration, middle SS level, treasure sensing, elementary SS level. Yi Ru was shocked. After being promoted to the extraordinary SS level, he gained 2 more skills. Chapter 19. My bug has the talent to become an emperor, etc. Something is wrong. Isn't that green light strike a skill that only appears after the green light butterfly has evolved? How come the bug has this skill without evolving? It's not mid-SS level, but high SS level. Even the blue butterfly would be dumbfounded. Moreover, the quality has also changed, and he has broken through from a high-level extraordinary to a mid-level general. It seems that Moonflower works well with other resources. Anthocyanins are able to enhance their potential through rare and precious flowers and resources. It's just that the method is rather peculiar, and the Alliance will not pay attention to this lowest-level pet. So it was buried. Moreover, the bugs in our house are now of the middle-level quality of generals. What does this prove? My Chong has the potential to become an emperor. He took a look at the moonflower in his hand and the strange stone in the beast-taming world. Yi Ru's expression was a little subtle. Could it be that the stone is really the moon flame divine stone required for evolution? He also saw the scene where Chong was sleeping and absorbing energy. What is this called? An alternative, buy one get one free deal. Yi Ru was suddenly extremely happy. Chong, come and try your green light attack. Now that the little caterpillar has successfully been promoted to the extraordinary SS level, its confidence has greatly increased. It immediately held its head high and was very confident. Looking at a big tree in the distance, a green light came out of his mouth. With a whoosh sound, the green light hit the tree. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion was heard, and the tree was blown into two parts. This made the little caterpillar's eyes light up. Green light was emitted one after another with a whoosh, and big trees fell down one after another with a loud bang. Moreover, Chong Chong directly spit out moonlight threads and tied up several trees at the same time. The green light passed along the silk threads, and those trees all exploded at the same time. This destructive power is a radical change from the previous elite SS level. All of this is due to the promotion to the extraordinary SS level and the acquisition of this skill. Skills are extremely important for enhancing the strength of pets. Yiruo was also thoughtful. Sure enough, the awakened SS level and elite SS level are just small fights, and the extraordinary SS level is the beginning of becoming powerful. It directly widens the gap between these two SS levels. Extraordinary, extraordinary. It means that the pet has entered an extraordinary realm. Just like those extraordinary SS level beasts encountered before, they can launch energy attacks at any time, and the power is quite strong. It is difficult to fight against ordinary beastmasters who have not reached the extraordinary SS level. As for Yiruo, he is a little bit special. As the caterpillar entered the extraordinary SS level, Yiruo felt that his mental power had become much stronger, and he began to be able to sense the surrounding situation a little. This is called repaying the parents. The beastmaster and his pet have a soul contract, and the strength of one will drive the strength of the other. It also means that he has become an extraordinary SS-level beastmaster. At this time, talents also began to change. In the beast-taming world, there already was a lake, a sea of moonlight flowers, and a bunch of starlight fruit trees. Especially the latter two, they occupy a considerable area. Looking ahead, there are flowers and trees everywhere. As a result, at this time, some areas that were obscured by the fog began to appear, making the scale of the beast-taming world even larger. The size has doubled. The scope of the entire school is just like this. The talent of a beastmaster can also grow. As for his other talent, Yiruo hasn't felt anything yet. He had already read Nyonyo's information, and it didn't show any evolutionary scenes. His intuition told him, perhaps the Quinyu star beast is different from ordinary pets, and the conditions have not been met yet. Looking at this skill, Yiru was very satisfied. Chong Chong's strength has skyrocketed. Then try another one, treasure sensing. Since Chong Chong was able to sense the unusualness of the stone and treated it as its home, it means that it may have always had this talent. This time there has been an improvement, which is directly displayed. After getting Yiru's permission, Chong Chong chirped happily, sensed something, and walked directly in one direction. This made Yiru's eyes light up. Could there be a treasure nearby? After a moment, they appeared under a big tree. Was it an apple tree? There are also several apple trees around. These are fruit trees that grow naturally in the wild. Sometimes some pets and ferocious beasts will eat their fruits. But Chong Chong didn't care about other apple trees and had a special liking for this one. Looking at the appearance of the little caterpillar, Yiru thought about it. You mean, this apple tree bears different fruit than the others? That's right. Chong Chong nodded quickly. Although these trees look the same, there is no difference. But it was certain that this tree was different. There will be many dangers in the wild, but there will also be many resources and treasures. I understand. Nyonyo, you come and try it. Looking at the tree, Nyonyo punched it directly. In an instant, the tree began to shake, and several apples fell down. Yiru grabbed one immediately, and Nyonyo also grabbed two. To his surprise, he could actually see the information about the fruit. I see. Is this the new ability of the SS level talent, Eye of Revelation, after it grows up? Before, you could only see information about pets and ferocious beasts. Perfume apple, a special variety of apple tree, only produced when a very small number of tree species undergo mutations, 1 in 10,000. It contains rich energy and tastes much better than ordinary apples. Very suitable as food for pets. Good job. This apple tree is a special species. Even though I have read so much knowledge about magical plants, I have never heard of it. Yiru wiped it and took a bite directly. The sweet juice inside flowed out directly, and Yiru was also surprised. This tastes so good. It is indeed a treasure. The taste alone is worth it. However, when Yiru turned around, he saw that Chong Chong looked a little lost. This made Yiru quickly hand it the apple with a bite taken out of it. Come on, I almost forgot about your great contribution. Sorry. The little caterpillar's expression immediately brightened up and became happy. After taking a bite, it signaled Yiru to eat it again. You little cutie. Yiruo smiled and touched its head. The pet animal had such rich emotions. Of course, this is a good thing. Then Yiru handed the apple that had been eaten by the man and the worm to Nyo. This made it stunned, and it saw Yiru smile. Come on, we are all partners living together, so of course we should share good things together. You may have just woken up not long ago, but since the uncle has entrusted you to me, we are partners and family. Let's work hard together. This caused ripples in its heart. Very touched. They also have a greater sense of belonging to their masters. Partner and family? It feels so good. Afterwards, the tree was pulled out in half by Nyo, and then Yiruo cultivated it in the beast-taming world and continued his treasure hunt. Chapter 20: A Fruitful Treasure Hunt. This treasure hunt was a very interesting experience for Yiruo. Even though this skill of Chongchong is only at the basic SS level, it is still very useful, because the gains from this trip were really not small. In addition to the original scented apple tree, there are several other strange plants in the beast-taming world. Crystal grapevine. It can produce crystal grapes with colorful light like glass and contains abundant wood and water energy, suitable for cultivating wood and water pets. This one was planted by Yiruo by the lake. After all, it naturally grows near water sources. At that time, there were several extraordinary 5th-level windwood beasts guarding it. It was obtained after a great battle. It's not easy. It seems that after entering the intermediate level, the strength and defense of the ferocious beast have increased a lot. Windleaf iron tree, a strange tree species that can be used to hone skills. It is very popular among insect-type pets, especially bee-type pets. This is a black ironwood, and its entire body is as hard as iron. When Yiru saw the tree, he also recognized it. Chong had tried it at that time, and when his silk thread hit the tree, it made a sound of steel colliding, but the tree was not hurt at all. You know, the silk thread of the caterpillar is so hard that even extraordinary level pets can penetrate it, but it can't leave any trace on this kind of tree. It is really amazing. No wonder insect-type pets can be used to practice skills. As for the idea of bee pets, if Yiruo remembered correctly, there were several kinds of bee pets. The condition for evolution is to sharpen one's poison needle to be more terrifying and powerful and add some materials. It can evolve into a more powerful bee pet. However, Yiruo does not have this type of pet. It's okay to practice other skills anyway. Now that we have found this thing, let's practice shooting moonlight silk with the caterpillar. After being promoted to the extraordinary level, you have to train harder to tap your body's potential. Promote further growth. In addition to these 2 newly added plants, Yiru also found some other resources. They are not very precious, but they are also very good. By the way, there are also a lot of medicinal herbs, which is his old habit. Before, Yiru often collected herbs and caught with leaping fish in the safe wild to sell for money. The past days were a bit hard, but they were okay for him, because there is a little cotton-padded jacket at home. During these few days, the further Yiru went away from Fengdu, the more ferocious beasts he encountered. The stronger the strength. Awakened SS level and elite SS level are everywhere. I have also encountered quite a few extraordinary SS level ones. Some are brutal, some are gentle. Those that are hostile to humans and extremely cruel are considered ferocious beasts. Some can be attempted to be captured, while others can never be tamed. Those that get along well with humans and rarely attack humans are simply called pets. And once in a large and dense forest, Yiru even spotted a terrifying SS level warrior bird. That aura is probably at the top level among SS level generals. With each major level, the strength increases. In Fengdu, SS level warrior is the captain of a team, and his strength is much stronger than that of an extraordinary SS level warrior. So Yiru stayed away from that place cautiously. The wild is indeed scary. No matter whether it is the gathering of extraordinary high-level people or the more powerful war generals and ferocious beasts, Yiruo will not approach rashly. There was no need to put his companions in danger, as he was the only beast tamer on the move here. He is not a brainless or hot-blooded kid. In the cases, there were many extraordinary SS-level beastmasters who were killed by groups of ferocious beasts because they were too lightheaded, and their bodies were eaten by the beasts. Some people who have just become beast tamers, either because they are too excited or for some other reason, confidently let their pets slide and kill ferocious beasts. As a result, the beast's stomach was filled. A true negative example. And how long have you been a beast master? After all, this is a place where ferocious beasts roam everywhere. I remember that in my previous life, Han Pao Pao would avoid things if possible and would never show up if there was no benefit. Before I knew it, I was behind everyone. Thinking that he had been out for 3 days, Yiruo also returned to Fengdu. The closer we get to Fengdu, the safer we will be. Of course, we also saw a few beastmasters active in the wild from afar, but they were too far away and we didn't talk to each other. It passed by in a hurry. Yirua didn't want to contact them for the time being. After all, she was only 15 years old. Although his body was nourished by the Quinniu star beast, he was almost like an 18-year-old. You call this 15 years old? When he got home, he missed his sister. Afterwards, Yiru returned to the city where he lived, Fengdu. Suddenly there was a strong wind blowing. But he has been living here for a long time and has already gotten used to it. The Wind City. When Yiru returned home, he saw from afar a young man in standard courier company clothes coming down from a big blue bird with a box in his hand. This is a beautiful blue bird with jewel-like eyes and looks very docile. The appearance is also top-notch. Then Sister Yiya came out from home, confirmed it, and took the box. After saying thank you, he went back home. This surprised Yirua. Did her sister buy some express delivery or takeout? After all, she was not at home these days, so she either went out to eat or ordered takeout. The courier riding on the bird is from the well-known Kumaomao Express Company in the Alliance. They drive a pet called the Wind Chaser bird and are active in every corner of the city, responsible for express delivery and takeaway industries. The company has established branches in various cities. The Wind Chaser is an extraordinary SS-level pet that has evolved once and is provided as a benefit for the internal staff of the courier company. This kind of pet bred by the express delivery company, with the help of human talent and a large amount of resources, may even be able to be promoted to SS-level warrior. Although this type of SS-level war general is called a pseudo-SS-level war general, its strength is much weaker than that of a normal SS-level war general pet and can no longer be enhanced. After all, the Wind Chaser bird has undergone an evolution and is an extraordinary SS-level pet. Extraordinary is already the upper limit of its race. But this is large-scale cultivation. Not to mention being promoted to a general, even if it is a pseudo-general, it can still increase the chance of contracting a pet beast. The Mau Express Company has researched the possibility of forcibly advancing to the SS level, which is already very impressive. And those promotion materials are naturally provided exclusively by Mau Company. I have to admit that this Kimiamiao company has indeed helped many civilian beastmasters and provided a large number of jobs. As long as one works diligently and accumulates wealth, even people with poor family conditions and poor talents can have a glimmer of hope of becoming a general SS-level beastmaster. Although, this will take a long time. But it's better than an invisible future. Not everyone has a good family background, and buying a pet is a huge expense. After reaching the extraordinary SS level, the beastmaster can contract a second pet. There are many beastmasters whose first pet is of extraordinary SS level, and their second pet is also of extraordinary SS level. Or even if the first one has been extraordinary for a long time. But some people will insist on not contracting a second pet and try to buy pet cubs or pet eggs of SS level or above quality through continuous efforts to make money. Chapter 021 New Hidden Form, the story of the boy and his sister. Of course, there are also beast tamers who think that this time is too long. Those with slightly better talents will choose to join the Beast Tamer Guild, constantly risking danger in the wild to complete the mission. Although the wild is dangerous, it also offers more opportunities. Who knows, you might find a pet cub of SS level general or SS level master quality someday and make a contract with it in one go. That way it would take off directly. However, this also makes it easy to encounter powerful beasts, which is potentially dangerous. Watching the courier boy flying away on the Wind Chaser, a picture suddenly flashed through Yiru's eyes. It was a large rock shining with golden light, flapping its wings to emit golden energy slashes, and there were green wind columns following around. Wind-locking golden eagle, a medium-level warrior of SS quality. A large eagle-like pet that controls the strong wind and gallops across the sky. The combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary mid-level generals, and can be compared with the combat power of high-level generals' pets. Evolution methods and materials are as follows: sand sculpture heart, gale core, wind crown flower, etc. Yirua. Well, I have seen a new, undiscovered evolutionary path. Since I acquired this talent, I have also seen new evolutionary paths for several pets. Of course, most of them did not react. Their evolutionary paths have been almost fully explored. After all, the Alliance has been studying them for so many years. Without paying too much attention to this, Yiru walked towards home. After all, the Wind Chaser is a species unique to the Mau Express Company. Aren't your own caterpillars and cows delicious? The little caterpillar felt very comfortable being touched by Yirua's big hands and made a happy sound, squinting its eyes in enjoyment. To Yirua, the feeling was like marshmallow. Now there is flexibility again. Very good. How can there be such a cute pet? In another place, at the home of Yiru's good friend Lei Ning. Lei Ning was feeding his pet, the fire monkey, which had small flames burning on its head and tail. It looks to be in very good condition and in great condition. Lei Ning's talent is suitable for raising fire or ice pets. This is the kind of pet that his family company owns that can evolve to the SS level of a low-level warrior. There are 2 stages of evolution. Infernape can evolve into the extraordinary SS grade Flame Monkey, and Flame Monkey can evolve into the SS grade Warrior Sun Monkey. It's a very good pet. Not to mention that this will be Lei Ning's first pet, which has already surpassed many Beastmasters. Many teachers in the school are just pets of extraordinary SS level quality. Just as he was feeding a spark fruit to the Flame Monkey, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly walked over to the door. Son, how is your friend? Has he contracted a pet? If not, let him contract a Flame Monkey as well, and then sell it to him at a low price as a favor. Lei Ning shook his head and said, Dad, Yizi said that he has already signed the contract, and his training progress is faster than mine. From his perspective, it must be a very good pet. Lei Ning was a little surprised at this time. Dad, why are you more active than me? Yiruk is obviously my good friend. You haven't met him yet, right? You. Lei Ning's father Lei Tianhe sighed. If you were half as successful as he is, I wouldn't have to worry about you. Lining. No, haven't we just awakened our talents and contracted our pets for more than a week? Why did my father say that? Although, Yirua usually behaves very maturely. He is more knowledgeable and talented than this rich second-generation man, and his approach to dealing with people and things is more comprehensive than his. Lei Ning felt a little guilty about this. Lei Tianhe walked over and sat opposite him. Although he was middle-aged, his face was weathered by the years, but there were no signs of aging. Instead, his aura as a company leader became even more powerful. You may not know this, but your good friend Yirua's parents died during an adventure in the wild when he was very young. The family was very poor and had nothing left. Only they, the brother and sister, were left. As a result, there was an attack by ferocious beasts later that year. They lived on the outskirts of the city, and their houses suffered serious damage. After the 2 invading beasts were killed, rescuers removed rocks from the severely damaged ruins and found a boy who was protecting a little girl. The boy is in critical condition, with only a breath left, but the little girl is fine. Lei Ning's eyes widened. Lei Tianhe continued speaking with a complicated expression. Of course, maybe good fortune will come to those who are lucky, and the boy finally survived. That was an invasion of ferocious beasts that hadn't occurred in Fengdu for a long time. Afterwards, the Alliance sent people to clean up the area around Fengdu. All the destroyed houses were also rebuilt. In the years that followed, the wind continued to develop and such things never happened again. The boy also raised his sister and lived his own life through his own efforts, and awakened an unknown SS-level talent. Actually, there is such a thing? Lei Ning's face was filled with shock, and then he fell silent. At this time, Lei Tianhe looked at his son. Under his care, he had not experienced any hardships. So I am very optimistic about him. Beastmasters who grow up from adversity usually have good achievements, not to mention that he is talented. Giving timely assistance is always more valuable and worth cherishing than adding icing on the cake. The reason why our laming company has been able to develop into a leading company is that we never look down on others. One more friend means one more way forward. Through this, I got to know a noble man, and that's how things got to where they are today. Patting his shoulder, Lei Tianhe smiled. Hee, find time to send some resources to them, son. You still have a lot to learn. Okay, I'll go right away. Lei Ning came to his senses and rushed out, causing the flame monkey to follow him anxiously. Lei Tianhe watched this scene with a smile. It's great to be young. Then a cloud appeared on his face. The damn Windbell group actually found out a way for the Windwolf to evolve to a medium-level warrior quality, as well as several new extraordinary evolution methods. If this happens, it will be a huge trouble for our laming company. As their mortal enemy, they will definitely suppress us. It's ridiculous. Why do we have so many experts in our R&D department? It's been so long. Why haven't you figured out a second way to evolve into a SS-level pet? It would be nice if we also had a way for intermediate warriors to evolve. Chapter 022, A Promise Across Time. My brother is definitely the best. When Yiru returned home, her sister cheered for her. He suddenly said he was going to go out for some training, which made her very worried. To her, her brother is the most important person in the world. And what if something happens when it is so dangerous in the wild? She didn't even dare to think about it. but her brother's height shocked her. What's going on? Is it my brother's talent? I heard that the Alliance once had a beast master with a talent that could make himself and his pet become as big as giants. After comforting this lovely sister, Yiru took out a bunch of crystal-clear grapes like a magician and waved them in front of her with a smile. Yiya's little eyes lit up. This is one of the gains from this trip. Crystal grapes filled with water and wood energies. After being cultivated in Yirua's beast-taming space, the plants have undergone changes visible to the naked eye, and their quality is getting better and better. The grape also becomes more radiant. Of course, humans can't eat too much. Yiya happily took it to be washed, jogging along the way, her aho hair shaking. It seems to reflect the owner's happy mood. Yiru couldn't help laughing. His sister would definitely be a beauty when she grows up. She's still a beautiful lady with curly hair. Then Yiya fed grapes to Yirua, and the two of them enjoyed this family-like warmth. Of course, a small silver caterpillar suddenly came out, which made Yiya stunned for a moment, and then she fed it with a smile. Chong Chong, come here. You want to eat it too. You're so cute. After playing for a while, Yiru chose to summon Yonyo as well. When the Quinyu star beast, which was taller than both of them, appeared, it scared their younger sister Yiya. But soon with Yirua's introduction, the man and the cow quickly became familiar with each other. Yiya's eyes were as big as copper bells. What? My brother has already reached the extraordinary SS level? What? Already signed a contract for the second pet? So fast. He is worthy of being my brother. Suddenly, Yiya's mind was filled with pride. As for other things, she didn't think too much about it. To her, her brother is omnipotent. She is the best relative. So, what's so strange about this? This house, which was originally occupied by only a brother and sister, has become more lively and harmonious. After that, Yiru went to visit the uncle. On the one hand, I asked the uncle to help deal with the corpses of those ferocious beasts. Elite SS level ones are not a big deal, but there are a lot of extraordinary SS level ones in the beast-taming world. Most of them are low-level extraordinary beings. There are a few mid-level extraordinary beings, and one high-level extraordinary being. It would attract too much attention if I put it up for sale. On the other hand, he talked about his gains in the wild and also talked about the big SS level bird. After all, the general is SS level, and Yirua has encountered this one. At this time, the uncle suddenly said something in surprise. Is it the big bird in the south, in the direction of the big forest, with brown feathers and a red head, like a bird of prey? Yes. Yiru was also stunned for a moment. How does the uncle know so clearly? Oh, that's right. That big bird should have the strength of a high-level warrior, maybe level 7 or 8. The reason it has always been there is because it has a promise with a young boy. Promise? Well, a pact of friendship and bond was made. It met a young boy, and they have a good relationship. And because the boy had something else to do, and he wasn't strong enough, he said he would come and take it away after he finished his work. Then the bird waited for nearly 20 years, right? It's been 2 evolutions. The uncle said this matter a little uncertainly. After all, he only listened to it occasionally and would not pay attention to this matter all the time. Yirua, that boy never came back? I don't know about that. Maybe he's dead, or maybe he's been held back by something, or maybe he doesn't like the bird anymore. Who knows? The uncle shook his head. After all, beastmasters usually have contracted cubs. Once a pet has grown up, it will be impossible to contract it and will not be able to bear the consequences. Another thing is that even if you have a contract, you won't get the same growth bonus as before, so you can't take advantage of any loopholes. The Beastmaster's SS level will not change, and his talents will not be strengthened, and the same goes for the space that relies on the talents. Of course, there will be growth feedback afterwards. It depends on the Beastmaster's own choice. As Yirua and the little caterpillar looked at each other, and the little caterpillar suddenly hummed in fear. Yiru had no choice but to keep touching it gently. It's okay. It's okay. What are you afraid of? I made a contract with you specifically. Okay, we will never leave. Yiru didn't think anything about it. Maybe the young man had some reasons. He was willing to think about it with kindness. Just like himself. The originally mysterious and powerful SS-level big bird was now tinged with a different color. It has always been there because of a promise. Never flew away. This is to prevent the boy from not being able to find it when he returns. As for whether Yiru saw the express delivery or takeout box his sister purchased, he did not see it. Maybe my sister put it somewhere. She used to be very sensible and could make use of even the smallest things and wouldn't waste anything. In fact, at this time, my younger sister Yiya was staying in her own little room. There are pink-style decorations for girls everywhere, and there are also many plush toys. And she slowly took out the box and placed her hand on it. The screen suddenly lit up and a mechanical sound was heard. The buyer's identity has been confirmed, and the receipt has been completed. Have a nice shopping. After making a sound, the box slowly opened, revealing some carving tools, including flat knives, round knives, bevel knives, carving knives, etc. In today's human world, express delivery has developed very conveniently. This way, it will be safer when delivered to the buyer. Then Yiya carefully took out the small piece of wood she had put away and recalled her past memories. At that time, my brother was looking at the pictures on TV thoughtfully. I think if I carve wood into the shape of pets, especially those famous SS-level pets of kings in history, I will definitely make a lot of money. It can even be made into blind boxes or gift bags and sold. But it's quite time-consuming at the beginning. I can't afford it. I'd better go to the safer wild to collect herbs. This will be quick. And Yiya always remembered this incident. Now that her brother has started his own journey as a beast master, she doesn't want to hold him back. You, yourself are not useless. She wanted to learn carving to help her brother, even if only a little bit. It's always better than doing nothing. During this process, Yiya's finger accidentally touched the sharp blade, and blood flowed out on the spot. The pain made her tears well up in the corners of her eyes. He quickly took the spray from the side. Yiya is so stupid. It's always been my brother who has been working hard. Even Yiya, who is so stupid, wants to help her brother. I want to give her a surprise. Gritting her teeth, she continued. What she didn't know was that a figure outside the door suddenly fell silent and stopped knocking on the door. Chapter 023. The high-end version of the three great families in Fudo, sudden information. While eating dinner, Yiruo paid more attention to his sister's little hands. Even with something like healing spray, you can still see some traces. He touched his sister's head distressedly. Seeing his sister's bewildered expression, Yiruo said seriously, "When you awaken your talent, I will definitely find you the best pet contract. By then, my brother and I will become the best beast masters in the world." This made Yiya smile happily. "Thank you, brother. Let's make a pinky promise." "Okay, let's make a pinky promise. But Aya still hopes that my brother can be safe. This is what I want to see." Although Yiruo smiled bitterly, he secretly made up his mind. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I must find a pet that is suitable for my sister at that time. No one can stop him. Hey, so many resources? What are you doing, fatty? And on the next morning, his good friend Lei Ning suddenly came to him and brought boxes of resources. Yiru was confused and wondered what this guy was trying to do. There are many high-quality energy fruits in it, which is a resource that can be used by all pets regardless of their attributes. And some other resources. At this time, my sister Yiya was watching TV in the living room, and a female voice could be vaguely heard from the TV. There is only one way to revive the giant, and that is to... He was watching with great concentration. This. What the hell did you eat? Why did you change so much? Could it be that your talent is also physical? Lei Ning outside wiped the sweat off his face, put down the box, and waved to the company employees who were moving the boxes to let them go. Then when he saw his best friend, his eyes almost popped out of his head. It's really shocking. Suddenly she was more than a head taller than him, and her temperament became better. Yiruo looks more elegant and handsome. SS-level talent, giant strength? No. That person's body is completely gigantic, different from yours. New physical talent? I don't know, maybe, it just happened suddenly. Yiruo spread his hands casually. He said he didn't know either. After all, this is the change brought about by the contract with the AOIU Star Beast, and Chong can't let it hide. What the anthocyanins give back is mental strength, which has nothing to do with physical strength. However, the uncle didn't react at all, which means that his change was actually nothing and should only be an initial promotion. You will understand when you see that the uncle is now 1.9 meters tall. But for others, it's just talent. At this time, Yiruo discovered that having an unknown talent was also quite cool, as he could make up whatever he wanted. Forget it, it's a good thing to discover talent. It seems that I came to the right place this time. Lei Ning was even happier. We are good brothers. I am sending you some resources this time. Maybe when you become rich in the future, you can help me take off. Squeak. The fire monkey next to Lei Ning also nodded decisively. It was very easy for it to carry the boxes, which was in stark contrast to its owner's sweat. There is a huge difference in individual strength between humans and pets. Really? This doesn't seem like your style. You should be focusing on nurturing your pet right now. Yiru looked at it thoughtfully and also glanced at the fire monkey. This is a very famous pet in Fengdu. Wind eagle, fire monkey, windwing snake. The first two are varieties bred by a very famous company, and the windwing snake is in the breeding house established by the Alliance. Fengdu's special pets. All three are pets that can eventually evolve to the SS level of low-level warriors. It is so expensive that the initial purchase costs nearly 200,000 Alliance coins, and the subsequent training and resources add up to more than 400,000 Alliance coins. Yiruo called it a high-end version of the big three in Fengdu. Although the fire attribute of Infernape seems a little special and stronger than the other two. As for the concept of 200,000 Alliance coins, even an extraordinary SS-level Beastmaster would need to spend a very long time to earn such a sum of money. If an ordinary family can save tens of thousands of Alliance coins over decades, it would be considered very powerful. All I can say is that there is still a huge gap between the worlds of ordinary people and Beastmasters, and the speed of making money is incomparable. Lanning felt embarrassed when he was looked at by him. Yiru was very familiar with his style, and it was indeed true. It was his father who woke him up. Okay, thank you for your kindness. You've taken so much trouble to come here. If I don't accept it, I would be ungrateful. Patting Lei Ning's shoulder, Yiru accepted the gifts with a smile without any further objection. Then he carried the boxes into the house. Yiru didn't find it difficult at all and easily picked up a box in each hand. Lei Ning and Flame Monkey were stunned. Hello, hey. Is this true or false? What strength do you have? The employee just now was not shorter than Yiruo and was older than him, so it was difficult for him to move the things. How come you are stronger than adults and my pet? The frightened Flame Monkey looked on in shock and swallowed his saliva. Is this really a friend of the master's age? That's outrageous. Even after coming in, the fat man greeted Yiru's sister and sat on the sofa. The fat man still looked at Yiru in shock. This left Yiru a little speechless. Oh, there's nothing to be envious of. Just think of it as growing up early. Besides, as your pet grows, it will give you a lot in return. There are still 2 stages of evolution waiting for you. That's right. Lei Ning's eyes lit up at this sentence. Although Yiru has grown so much taller ahead of time, as long as he continues to cultivate the flame monkey, his body will also grow. You can slowly catch up with your friend's height. He was also scared at first, mainly because it had only been a short time. Now that we are all Beastmasters, our ideas and concepts need to be updated. Version update, from ordinary person to Beastmaster. Looking at the fat man lost in thought, Yiru smiled without saying anything. There was nothing wrong with simple physical growth. I have increased a lot in strength, speed and reaction speed, and this is the key. When he came back, he always ran back with Nyo. Although I can't outrun the pervert Nyo and have to take a break after a while, it's much better than before. Moreover, this repayment has just begun. The pet given by the uncle brought more and more unusual changes to Yiruo, which made Yiruo more and more curious. What a mysterious uncle. At this moment, a commercial suddenly came on TV. We at Windbell Group have launched a new mid-level warrior quality evolution of the Wind Wolf, Howling Wind Dragon Wolf. Welcome all Beastmasters. Before he finished speaking, Lei Ning's expression became visibly ugly. Chapter 024, Fire and Wind Dual Element Warriors SS Level Pets. So terrifying. He blurted out in disbelief. How is this possible? It's actually of the quality of a mid-level general SS level. Moreover, it was developed by their laming company's archenemy, the Windchime Group. This means that their family is in big trouble. There are many pet selling companies in Fengdu, but the main ones that have the upper hand are Laming Company and Fengling Group. The two sides have been competing and confronting each other, and at the high end, Infernape is stronger than Windhawk in terms of combat power. However, in the extraordinary category, Fengling Group has more advantages. When everyone ended up with low-level warrior quality pets, one side came up with such a killer move. That will deal a severe blow to the other party. The quality of a low-level general will eventually grow to the 3rd level of general, while a medium-level general can grow to the 6th level of SS-level general. Yiru was also surprised by his reaction and looked at the TV. Windchime Group? This name really sounds familiar in every sense of the word. I remember that they have a pet that can grow into a low-level warrior SS level, Storm Eagle. The initial state is the Wind Eagle at the beginning of the 3 great families mentioned earlier. Wind Eagle, Wind Harness Eagle, Storm Eagle. Such a process. This Gale Wolf seemed to be an extraordinary SS-level pet with 2 stages of evolution. The initial Swift Wolf evolved into the Guardian Swift Wolf, and the final, Swift Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King is an extraordinary high-level pet. The combat power is good, and the price is cheaper than the Wind Eagle. The sales are very good. Now, the Windchime Group has actually developed a Howling Wind Dragon Wolf that has evolved to the quality of a medium-level warrior. In addition to having a primary warrior and an SS-level pet, add a medium-level warrior. It's a pet that sounds very powerful, with the word dragon in its name. It's incredible. Going to be popular. Well, no wonder that little brat was so cocky last time. His family is really nice. So Yiru immediately understood what was going on and why his friend suddenly lost his composure like this. At this time, Lei Ning was also staring at the screen and became uneasy after the advertisement disappeared. Get up and prepare to go home. Well, Yi Zi, since I have already sent the resources, I will go back first. After thinking for a while, Yiru called his friend. Wait, I'll go with you. Ah, of course I want to thank you and uncle for your kindness. I haven't been to your house much. Also, maybe I can help you in some way. Yiru patted his friend's shoulder meaningfully. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Lei Ning was still a little happy at this time when he was in a bad mood. After talking to her sister, Yiru and Lei Ning went out. It seemed that because he was worried about his own situation, Lei Ning forgot to ask his friend what kind of pet he had contracted. On the commercial street, they also saw the overwhelming publicity of Fengling Group. The screen is filled with images of the new form of the Wind Wolf. The originally blue Wind Wolf had now become even larger, with a lot more red hair on its body, occupying a dominant position. The momentum is far superior to the extraordinary period. On the ground around it, there were balls of blazing flames, and it could easily spit out wind-based skills from its mouth, transforming them into green wind blades. Looks very powerful. Its information is also displayed. Howling Wind Dragon Wolf, a medium-level SS-level pet beast with both wind and fire elements. It has been successfully confirmed with the Alliance record and has now been added to the Pet Animal Encyclopedia. Citizens are welcome to inquire and purchase. Many people expressed excitement and cheered when they saw this scene. So cool. This new posture is much more domineering than the previous Wind Wolf King. Yeah, look at the flames and wind blades. They are quite powerful when combined. The wind helps the fire, and this fire also causes area damage. Haha, I didn't have much money before and could only buy a swift wolf, but I didn't expect it to be a pleasant surprise. A man looked excited. This was so cool. For those of them who originally chose the Wind Wolf as their pet, this is a benefit. Most people simply cannot afford a low-level SS-level pet, so the Gale Wolf King, which can evolve into a high-level extraordinary pet, becomes a better choice. Even if evolution still requires money. So what? He made money. The price of Wind Wolf cubs will definitely go up, there's no doubt about it. Those who bought them before will make a huge profit. However, his companion curled his lips and said, "Come on, your swift Wind Wolf has only been cultivated to the 5th level of Transcendental. The requirement for this evolution is the 9th level of Transcendental. There is no further advancement. Then go to the cultivation room of the Windbell Group and pay for the evolution. You don't have enough strength and money, right?" The man. Alas, unfortunately, I have already pre-ordered the Flame Monkey Cub from Thunder Company. I don't know if I can return it. Yeah, I regret it too. Looking at it this way, it's better to choose the Wind Wolf. As our second pet, it's definitely a better choice. Give me back. Some extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters are also paying attention to this. Hearing these words, Lei Ning, who was passing by, felt increasingly uneasy. Thunder Corporation. Although the atmosphere in the company was not very good at the moment, Lei Ning still took Yiru to introduce his own breeding room. Walking through a high-tech passage, we arrived at this large space. This is a small ecosystem. There are flowers and grass inside, various plants are planted here, and there is also a rockery made of piled stones. From a distance, you can see that there are a large number of flame monkeys and evolved flamingos living in the rockery. Specialized trainers are caring for several baby fire monkeys. In order to evolve accurately, the beasts must undergo a series of targeted training from a young age, and the Beastmaster must also purchase the company's special food or resources after buying them back. Pets that grow up in the wild cannot evolve to the final form of Blazing Sun War Monkey. Abilities and values in all aspects will also be lower than those developed by people through systematic methods and resources. This is the evolutionary path developed by humans. Look, Easy, this is where my family trains the flame monkey. There are also about a dozen training rooms for other pets. It's such a beautiful picture that humans and pets grow together. Yiru also smiled and nodded. At this time, Lei Ning looked at the fire monkey beside him and felt a little proud for a moment. And among all these fire monkey cubs, mine is the best in color, hee hee. For people like them, they give priority to selecting the best quality pet cubs for their own use. It's a very normal thing. Even the cubs sent by the Alliance to the breeding house have definitely been selected for quality. Everyone wants better. People with status and power can enjoy better resources. Just as Yiru was about to say something, a middle-aged man's surprised voice came from behind. Oh, you are the good friend that Xiao Ning mentioned, right? Welcome to our laming group. Chapter 025. The Ancient Heritage of the Alliance, the Beast of the Contract. Yiru turned around and looked. This is a middle-aged man with a kind smile. He gives people the feeling that he has experienced a lot and has the temperament of a superior. And in appearance, he is somewhat similar to Lei Ning. Obviously, this person is my good friend's father, the boss of Laming Company, Lei Tianhe. Next to him was a man of about the same age, with ordinary looks and bright eyes, although his hair was already turning a little gray. This made Yiru quickly greet him. Hello, uncle. I'm Yiruo. I'm sorry to bother you so much. Hey, what's the big deal? Before Yiruo could finish his words, Lei Tianhe interrupted him with a smile. When he saw Yiruo's height change, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are a good friend of my son. You don't have to be shy when you come to our place. Haha, just look around and stroll around. Although it was the first time they met, both sides were very polite and had a tacit understanding. However, halfway through, a female employee ran over and said something to him. The three of them left together. Before leaving, he also asked Lei Ning to treat Yiru well. It seems that someone is coming to visit. Curious about this, Yiruo and Lei Ning also walked towards the platform on the other side, where they could see the scene below. As you can see, some guests have indeed arrived. There were about 7 or 8 people, both men and women, wearing a bunch of black uniforms. And that clothing, is it from Fengling Group? It seemed that the other party came with bad intentions. The male leader looked to be in his 40s. He had a forced smile and the wrinkles on his face were twitching. Yiru was immediately impressed. Smiling tiger. And this person should be the head of Fengling Group. He was talking to Lei Tianhe. It didn't seem like a good thing. Lei Tianhe's face turned cold after just a few words. The conversation between the two was not going well, and even from a distance it was obvious that there was a lot of tension between them. A smile that was not a smile, as if coming with confidence. He faced it with a cold face and was unwilling to give in at all. After talking for a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some agreement, and a man came out of the crowd and summoned a strange pet. It was a white pet that looked like parchment. Yiru was particularly surprised. One of them is actually an official member of the Alliance. Lei Ning even called out the name of the pet. Contracted beast? What are you doing? His face was full of confusion. The so-called contracted beast, if we must say it, is actually the prototype of the pet beast contract. The first beastmaster with SS-level talent was inspired and worked out a method for forming contracts between humans and their pets. Not only that, but the Alliance now also has a very ancient and mysterious contracted beast in its command. No one knows how long it has lived or how strong it is. Therefore, the information about the contracted beast that Yiru currently sees is all question marks except for its name. The Alliance is not easy. The contracted beasts do not fight, but are maintaining the Alliance contract. People can use its power to sign treaties or contracts. This is a contract based on the soul, and no one dares to disobey it. Such a treaty is more convincing than a treaty written in black and white. All of the contracted beasts of the Alliance are actually clones of the ancient contracted beast, and are contracted by official personnel of the Alliance. There are in every city. If necessary, people can find these official personnel to serve as witnesses of the contract. But it's very expensive to find one, and most people don't do this kind of thing. This kind of pet is rarely seen. As for the contract signed between the Beastmaster and his pet, that is the power developed by the Beastmaster himself based on his talent. There is a clear difference from this. Regarding the following situation, Yiruo and his team could only see a general idea but did not know the details. After the two people below signed a treaty under the witness of the contracted beast, the leader laughed triumphantly a few times. Just left. Only Lei Tianhe and his group were left. They turned around and went back upstairs, heading towards Yiru and his group. You can also hear the anxious voice of the other person next to Lei Tianhe. His face is full of anxiety. Lao Lei, you are too impulsive. Who knows how powerful their howling wind dragon wolf is? So far, they have only shown one skill each from the wind and fire elements. They definitely have hidden their killer moves. Besides, the word dragon in the name means it's probably something serious. It's not a wise move for you to agree to let them use the blazing sun war monkey to fight you. Yiru also knew this person after Lei Ning's introduction. He was the brother of his father Lei Tianhe when he was still an adventurer, and the two were as close as brothers. A lifelong friendship. Lei Ning called him Uncle Ling. The slight graying of hair is due to age, and pets will contribute to the physical growth and lifespan of the Beastmaster. When he was a child, his family was poor and his first pet was a caterpillar. In the end, it was just a low-level extraordinary green light butterfly. Although the second one was a flame monkey and had already evolved into the final sun monkey, the first one was still not good enough in repaying the original. He looks older than Lei Tianhe. Yiru's eyes lit up at that moment, and his words also made Lei Tianhe say unhappily, "That old guy Li Bao has always been against us. This time we finally have a chance. Even if we back down, he won't let it go. Since we have agreed to bring out pets with extraordinary powers, our blazing sun war monkey may not lose. So what if there's a dragon in it? The real dragon pets have long since disappeared. Only some subdragons and large-winged lizards from foreign countries are left. He's just a wolf. Most likely his evolutionary materials contain earth dragon blood, or something like that. He can't be too strong." Well, Uncle Ling could only sigh. Things had come to this point, and the treaty had been signed. There was no point in saying more. If they lose, Laming Company's reputation will plummet, and Fengling Group will step directly on their heads. This time alone had a huge impact on the orders for Flame Monkey. Uncle Ling also had a bad feeling in his heart, as the two sides had fought openly and secretly more than once or twice. The other party should be very clear about the power of the Blazing Sun War Monkey. But they still confidently agreed to fight with the same strength. Doesn't this mean? But Lei Tianhe was thinking about something else. Go and supervise the RD department. If they can research a few pets that evolve to advanced and extraordinary postures, we won't be too embarrassed. Looking at their figures, Yiru suddenly called out to them. "Uncle Lei and Uncle Ling, wait a minute. I have a new way to evolve pets, and I want to talk to you about it." Chapter 026. Battle. Everyone is shocked. Hearing these words, they were both shocked. What? A new way to evolve pets? Where is it? However, after seeing clearly that it was Yiru's son's good friend, they both felt a little amused. Lei Tianhe rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. "Xiaoyi, I know you have a kind heart and want to help us, but you are still young. What you should do now is study hard and train your first pet. The adult world is still very far away for you. Considering that they have just awakened their talents, it will take some time for them to become elite SS-level Beastmasters. Not to mention what happens afterwards. It will take several years to reach the extraordinary level, let alone the SS-level general." Although when he talked about adults, his expression looked a little strange when he saw Yiru's height. Lei Ning also pulled his friend's clothes, a little surprised. "I thought my friend might be wrong." However, Yiruo didn't care. Instead, he looked at Uncle Ling next to Lei Tianhe and asked, "Uncle Ling, your first pet was a green butterfly, right?" This made Uncle Ling stunned. Answer subconsciously. "Yes, it is indeed the green light butterfly. What's wrong?" "That's good. Uncle Ling, let's have a competition." Compared to talking, it's more convincing to be practical. "Uncle Ling." This made him look at Lei Tianhe with some embarrassment, and Lei Tianhe had no choice but to whisper in his ear. It may be that young people are full of vigor and vitality, and he has an unknown S-level talent. Why don't you just let this kid off a bit, and not let him lose so badly? Regarding this, Lei Tianhe said that I can figure it out even if I use my feet. The extraordinary SS-level green light butterfly awakens an SS-level pet. Is it still necessary to see the result? Uncle Ling nodded and said okay. In this regard, Lei Ning was even more heartbroken. "You are so confused. Easy. You are such a good student. Why do you become so proud now that you have become a Beastmaster? How much does it take to do this? Whenever you eat peanuts." Battle room. There were only 4 of them here, while Yiruo and Uncle Ling were on the 2 sides in the middle. Lei Ningdu looked as if he couldn't bear to watch anymore. He was already thinking about how to comfort Yiruo, who was being beaten. Uncle Ling summoned out his own green light butterfly first. A butterfly with green wings flew out. It was about the size of 2 palms. It had a little green light when flying and looked pretty good. As soon as it came out, it greeted its owner happily. Uncle Ling also smiled and touched the little head of the green light butterfly. The two of them have a very good relationship. This green light butterfly of mine has always been my companion. Even though it can no longer grow, I am still cultivating it carefully. Young man, be careful. Yiru also used his talent to see the information of this green butterfly. Race, blue light butterfly. Gender, female. Personality, gentle. Strength, extraordinary level 3. Skills, green light strike, middle SS level. Green whirlwind, middle SS level. Flower wind powder, low SS level. The posture of the flower caterpillar after evolution has grown to the limit of the blue light butterfly, and a large amount of energy has been accumulated in its body. Compared with the normal blue light butterfly, it is much better. This green butterfly is indeed excellent. Yirua actually saw a green whirlwind skill. This is a skill that is difficult to learn after transforming into a butterfly. This shows that Uncle Ling has never given up on the green light butterfly. As for flower wind powder, it is an auxiliary skill used to slow down and slow down. So Yiru also smiled. Very good. It's my caterpillar's turn. Bug, come out. Hum. The small silver caterpillar also appeared here and called out in high spirits. He even released his own aura directly. Today, it has reached the extraordinary SS level 2. Well, after returning home, it's slightly upgraded to SS level. It seems that it ate too much. The appearance of Chong Chong and his aura surprised everyone present. What? Extraordinary SS level cyanidin. Wait, what kind of bug is this? This is not a cyanidin bug at all. Uncle Ling widened his eyes. You are kidding me. His blue butterfly evolved from the anthocyanin, and it is clear that the anthocyanin is green. But your silvery white body looks nothing like an anthology caterpillar. You call this a caterpillar? Besides, how come you are now a superb SS level? This is growing too fast. Not only him, Lei Ning and Lei Tianhe were also shocked. Under normal growth conditions in the wild, a pet will take about 50 years to reach the extraordinary SS level and 300 years to reach the SS level. A beastmaster uses resources to speed up his training and development, as well as the blessing of his talent. Even an SS-level talented beastmaster needs several years to become extraordinary. Then, to reach SS level, with many factors added together, it would take decades without any major opportunities. The majority of them are extraordinary people in their 20s and SS-level warriors in their 40s or 50s. For SS-level talents, it only takes 1 or 2 years, or even less, to train a pet to become extraordinary. It only takes a dozen years to reach SS level. If there is opportunity and chance, it can be even shorter. Seeing this pet, Yirua definitely has SS level talent. There is no doubt about it. I heard that there were SS level fluctuations during that test. It must be true. In addition, insect-type pets grow fast, and if he gets some good resources, it is not unacceptable that they can grow so fast. All right, this is them comforting themselves. Lei Ning was even more dumbfounded. Wow, I've fed my flame monkey so many resources and trained him hard every day, and he's only just reached the 6th level of awakening. You've jumped directly past the elite SS level and advanced to the extraordinary SS level? Be a human being. Yiru just smiled and explained. This one of mine is indeed a cyanobacterium. It is a special species that rarely appears. In addition, I have done some research on cyanobacteria and found the correct breeding method. So its strength has improved a little bit too fast. Everyone. What a quick little one. Tell me, the pandas on the mountain next door have no bamboo shoots to eat. Is it you who did this? However, the correct training route that Yiru mentioned actually aroused Uncle Ying's interest. Young people are truly talented. Come on, let me see how powerful a properly cultivated caterpillar is. Since you are also an extraordinary SS level, I won't let you off, haha. Shaoqing, use Qing Cyclone. Following his command, the green butterfly suddenly flapped its wings, and the green whirlwind it created rushed directly towards the small caterpillar. Chapter 027 Extraordinary SS Level Green Light Butterfly versus Extraordinary SS Level Flower Caterpillar. Faced with this scene, ordinary extraordinary SS level pets have to be on high alert. After all, this move is quite powerful. Once you are involved, you will immediately fall into crisis and passiveness. As a result, the little caterpillar was not in a hurry and spit out a green energy light from its mouth. With a whoosh, it pierced through the whirlwind and broke it apart. The speed of the light did not slow down at all and hit the green light butterfly. An explosion sounded here, knocking it down directly. The green butterfly just flapped its wings twice on the ground and couldn't even stand up. It no longer has the ability to fight. Extraordinary SS level blue light butterfly. Extraordinary SS level blue caterpillar. The battle is over. I got up and defeated him in one move. What is there to say? Hum. The little caterpillar also cried out excitedly, and with a flash of silver light, it returned to Yiru's shoulder. It seems to be saying, look, I'm so awesome. Praise me now, praise me now. This is the result of its reduced output, otherwise it could have directly penetrated the butterfly. After being nurtured with moonlight flowers and moon flame stones, Chong Chong is now very ferocious. Many extraordinary SS-level beasts had been blown to pieces by it before. Yi Ruo stroked its chin with amusement. Look at you, little guy. As for Uncle Ing, he wanted to check on his green light butterfly as soon as possible. After finding that it was not seriously damaged, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he just needed to rest for a while. Then he looked at Yi Ruo with shock on his face. How is this possible? That was a skill that only the blue light butterfly has, blue light strike, right? How come yours can do it before it evolves? And it's so powerful? It defeated my Shaoqing so easily. Lei Tianhe and Lei Ning, father and son, also opened their mouths wide. This green light butterfly was one of the best trained of its kind, yet it was defeated so quickly. The other two skills were not used. It only means that Yiru is stronger. This hasn't evolved yet. Far from the truth. Yiru adjusted his non-existent glasses and spoke confidently. This is the result of my research. My anthocyanins are cultivated according to my ideas and thoughts. There are probably several evolutionary directions. The lowest level is above the extraordinary SS level. Do you have cyanobacteria in your breeding room? Or who has contracted cyanobacteria? Several kinds? Hearing this, Lei Tianhe and Uncle Ying's eyes immediately lit up and were filled with enthusiasm. It's like having a pillow whenever you feel like falling asleep. Excited Lei Tianhe held Yiru's hand. Yes, yes, yes. Follow me. Haha, it seems my son has made an amazing friend this time. They went straight to the other side. Only the dazed Lei Ning was left. We are all students of the same age. Why are you the only one who stands out? After that, Lei Tianhe arranged a breeding room specifically for Yiruo to use and collected and purchased a lot of anthocyanins here. Including the original ones, the number is quite large. After all, as a special pet of Fengdu, the anthocyanin can be seen everywhere outside. There are also some employees whose contracts are also ceratitis caterpillars. Although there are not many of them, their training is almost complete, and they have reached the critical line of evolution. And he also strongly supports and mobilizes resources. Even various resources from other breeding rooms were transferred. As a company that breeds pets, they have all kinds of resources and they are sufficient. This time, Lei Tianhe trusted Yiruo very much. After all, his caterpillar's performance was already real. What would happen if it evolved? Judging from his behavior, he probably has bigger goals for cultivating his own caterpillars. And through this performance, this good friend of his son Lei Ning not only revealed his SS-level talent, but also had a wealth of knowledge and extraordinary SS-level strength. He had seen a rising talent. So after talking with Yiru, he reached an agreement that as long as they succeeded, Yiru would directly invest in their laming company with technology. Enjoy the share of pet sales and company resources in the future. Anyway, Lei Tianhe said it was not a loss. This was a powerful combination, and he was very optimistic about investing in such a genius. Not to mention the relationship between their son and him. After all, his company will be handed over to his son Lei Ning sooner or later. So Yiru started his own research alone. This was the second weekend of the holiday. 3 days later, Yiruo and Chong were observing the anthocyanins that had already made cocoons in the breeding room. The cocoons were neatly arranged there. It's very strange. The colors of these cocoons are all different. Some are green, some are blue, yellow, and some are brown. He applied some of the extraordinary and SS-level evolutionary methods he had remembered to these caterpillars, and it went very smoothly. After all, some of them are employees here, and the conditions for training have been met, so they can evolve. They also signed a treaty and are trustworthy. Then, after Yiruo's special and targeted cultivation, it will turn into a cocoon. Anyway, the extraordinary SS-level postures don't take much time, and the higher you go, the more troublesome it becomes. After all, the evolution of anthoclasts into butterflies is a very special and important process, which requires painful metamorphosis. A beautiful posture always takes a long time of gestation and painstaking transformation to create. This is also the process with the greatest improvement. That's why there are so many evolutionary directions with different qualities. At this moment, a brown cocoon suddenly began to shake. This attracted Yiruo's attention, and Chong also watched closely. It was very curious about the process of evolving into a butterfly and what it would look like afterwards. This is what it will experience in the future. The brown cocoon moved louder and louder, and suddenly, a ray of light shot out from it, breaking a corner of the cocoon, and a brown wing emerged from inside. Fluttered a bit. The earth element crystal under the cocoon is also constantly absorbing energy. Soon, the second wing appeared here. It struggled out from inside, and energy continued to surge. The first butterfly appears. Race: Earthlight butterfly. Gender: female. Personality: shy. Quality: extraordinary medium. Strength: elite level 1. Skills: earth light wave, middle SS level, flower wind powder, low SS level. The evolved form of the cyanidin, a pet with earth and wind attributes, good at using earth attribute moves. Yi Ruo murmured to herself, earth light butterfly? It's just so. This is the worst one and the lowest quality. The next ones will be stronger and better. The other cocoons also seemed to be stimulated and began to move. The energy fluctuations are also greater. Chapter 028 Impossible, Dr. Bai's shock. The green cocoon also began to continuously absorb the light of the surrounding wood attribute crystals. At this time, they needed more energy, and it began to exude the breath of life. The green light flickered from time to time, illuminating the environment here in green light. The next moment, those wood-attributed crystals continued to vibrate. The energy inside was quickly consumed, and a brand new butterfly pet quietly broke out of its cocoon. The surrounding plants were affected and began to grow. A butterfly with green fluorescent wings flapping also flew into Yiru's hand, very well behaved. Race: green leaf butterfly. Gender: female. Personality: gentle. Quality: extraordinary high. Strength: elite level 3. Skills: green guardian, mid SS level. Natural recovery, mid SS level. Plant control, low SS level. The evolved form of the cyanidin, wood, life attribute pet, good at healing and auxiliary skills, and can also refresh the air. It is a very excellent extraordinary SS level healing pet. Yiru nodded. This is good. The first 2 skills are all recovery skills. It is a standard nanny butterfly pet with a large amount of milk. Chong Chong also looked at the butterfly in surprise. It seemed that the extraordinary SS level aura on its body frightened the other party, causing the green butterfly to tremble a little. Yiru was just about to remind Chong Chong not to scare others. Finally, an old man's voice came from outside the door. What's going on? Why are they drawing resources from other cultivation rooms and taking away so much? Old Lei, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but what about the new evolutionary form of the anthocyanin? Have you been fooled? I've been researching it for so long and still haven't figured it out. Later, I had no choice but to give up and research other fields. I don't mean to say how great I am, but your mobilization of resources has affected the cultivation of other pets. If you get cheated, we will suffer a huge loss. Mr. Bai, don't be anxious. It's only been a few days. I believe in them. Don't you also want to see more people like the anthocyanidins? Humph, I told you it's impossible. If it were true, I would eat this ice sculpture right on the spot. Hearing the sound getting closer, Yiru signaled Chong Chong. Chong Chong, go open the door. The little caterpillar flashed and appeared at the button at the door, then pressed it with its body. The door here opens directly. The 2 people at the door were obviously stunned for a moment. We hadn't even knocked on the door yet. An old man in a white research coat walked in hurriedly. You are the genius that Lao Lei was talking about, right? Let me tell you, there is currently no way that Ceratocystis can develop a second evolutionary form. His voice became smaller and smaller because he saw the earth light butterflies and green leaf butterflies flying around Yiruwa. For a moment, my eyes widened and I was speechless. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. What is embarrassment? He was slapped in the face in less than 2 seconds. But he instead observed these 2 new species of butterflies with a look of amazement and shock. Can't stop sighing. You're a genius. You really are a genius. You figured it out in just a few days? This should only be of earth attribute. Besides, this is only of wood attribute? It feels like it is of much better quality than earth attribute. He didn't dare to get close because he was afraid of scaring the 2 butterflies. He looked like someone who wanted to see but was too embarrassed to come over, and his eyes were full of joy and pleading. I can only rub my hands. I'm sorry, it seems that I am short-sighted. I have studied anthocyanins before, but failed. More than one scholar has studied them before. I didn't expect that what we failed to do was accomplished by a young man. The person who came in was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Although his hair was completely gray, his face was amiable and his eyes were full of wisdom. At this point, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Yiru was also stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise, Are you Bai Wenba, Dr. Bai? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be working at the university in the ancient capital? Do you know me? Bai Wenba was dumbfounded. Of course, I was reading the book, Where Are the Magical Plants that you released last time a few days ago. I've also read quite a few of your other books, on the innate advantages and acquired compensation of grass-type elves, and exploring the living environment of the pet wood crystal shrimpta. There was a hint of respect in his words. Because it's really a coincidence. Yiru knew a lot about Dr. Bai. He is a master of pet research and is very fond of grass-type and wood-type pets. When he was young, he traveled to many places to explore the lives and traces of those rare pets. I also found many interesting plants and creatures. He has published many works. He is a Master SS level Beastmaster, which is a top-level combat power. If he hadn't been so obsessed with wood elves and immersed in research, his achievements might have been higher. However, as a famous animal scholar, this identity alone is very remarkable, and he is deeply respected by many grass-type and wood-type animal tamers. The ancient capital city is one of the 3 top SS-level cities in the Alliance. There are a large number of universities, including several top universities. There are a large number of powerful beastmasters gathered there. It is located in the heart of the Alliance and is developing and prospering. Dr. Bai is currently working at one of the universities. I didn't expect him to show up in Fengdu. Listening to Yirua's words, Dr. Bai shook his head. Shame on you. Shame on you. It's just a trivial hobby. By showing everyone the charm of these pets, I hope more people will like wood-type pets. It's just that my own power is limited. Even though I've been to many places, there are still countless mysteries and new species that have not been discovered. In a flash, decades have passed. Compared to the vast universe, human exploration is so small and insignificant. Let's not talk about this anymore. Haha, it seems like this is really fate. Looking at Yirua and the 2 butterfly pets, as well as those pets that were still in cocoon state, Dr. Bai's eyes were burning with passion. Can I take a look at it? Yiru nodded happily. Of course, my name is Yirua. If you're willing, you can study with me. There are still a few postures that I'm still short of, and it would be a bit troublesome for me to do it alone. How can this be so embarrassing? Although he said this verbally, Dr. Bai was already observing the other caterpillars. Lei Tianhe also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. That's good, that's good. Mr. Bai is a benefactor I knew before. The company can grow to where it is now, thanks to the several evolutionary forms that Mr. Bai provided. He came to see you this time. Halfway through the conversation, Lei Tianhe suddenly discovered that Yirua and Bai Lao were already having a passionate conversation, and Bai Lao was exclaiming in amazement. You are a genius. You can actually think of mixing the Tian Fei fruit and Qing Ivy liquid together. This fruit is very hard, and the energy inside is difficult to utilize. Brute force is inefficient. But when it comes into contact with the green vine liquid, will the energy of the Tianfei fruit be naturally released? Will it turn into the most gentle energy and be absorbed by the pet? Very clever use of it. The 2 of them continued to study, and no one even listened to what Lei Tianhe had to say. Only Chong Chong tilted his little head curiously. Lei Tianhe, can you please pay attention to me? It's embarrassing, okay? Chapter 029. Many new appearances of the anthocyanin. After that, Dr. Bai's voice of surprise and admiration could be heard from time to time. When it comes to the use of these materials, this young man named Yirua has a lot of creative and imaginative ideas. These combinations are absolutely amazing. They are all able to make maximum use of the energy inside. Some resources can be mixed together to produce new resources and unique effects. If he hadn't seen this scene, he would have racked his brains, even if he had dug into the shell of a coconut palm, but he still couldn't figure out how this thing evolved. And Yiru also proposed a very interesting idea. That is to use flower resources as the staple food to cultivate anthocyanins. The rarer and more valuable the flower is, the greater the potential for the anthocyanidins to eat. It will also bring about new changes in the silk spinning skills of the anthocyanins, and the quality will be higher after evolution. At first, Dr. Bai said this was impossible. He widened his eyes, indicating that it was impossible. He had tried it before, and it didn't work. He also fed the flowers. Nothing has changed. It was not until Yirua used ice snow as the staple food, supplemented by several unpopular resources, and at the same time allowed the anthocyanin to absorb the energy of the ice stone for cultivation. Under the doctor's shocked eyes, the caterpillar's silk spinning skills actually changed. The silk threads that were spit out were cold and frosty, and the color turned directly blue. The quality has increased from the high level of awakening to the potential of the low level of extraordinary in an instant. No evolution, but quality improvement. What a miracle. Shocking Doctor for a whole year. Now Dr. Bai finally understood why the cocoons had different colors. Because the way anthocyanin spin silk has also changed. The one that had already formed a cocoon and was following the same training route also began to hatch, and a new pet with blue frost-colored wings hatched out. At that time, the temperature dropped a lot. Race: ice and snow butterfly. Quality: extraordinary high. Skills: frozen blast, mid-SS level, fast ice blade, mid-SS level, ice wind dance, low SS level. The evolved form of the cyanodon, a pet with ice and wind attributes, good at more lethal ice skills, with a larger range and higher damage. An extremely powerful supernatural SS level pet, one of the best in the world. Dr. Bai was shocked, even though he couldn't see the pet's information as clearly as Yiruwa. But his experience was not fake. He even took out the pet encyclopedia to check and recognize that this was a skill with very powerful ice power. This ice and snow butterfly is so strong. In the pet encyclopedia, they are all extremely powerful, extraordinary SS level categories. And he actually watched the birth of his pet in this state? It turned out that the foundation of the anthocyanin itself was improved first, and then it evolved into a powerful butterfly pet. This young man is so terrifying. At that time, Dr. Bai enthusiastically invited Yiru. Young man Yi, why don't you stop working for Lao Lei? It's a waste of your talent. Come to my laboratory. With your ability, you will improve very quickly. You'll be able to quickly become a doctor by then. I just came to Wind City this time. I'm mainly going to Energy City to do some business. I can take you away when I come back? Yes, he even wanted to poach people. Even if I feel sorry for my good friend whom I have known for many years, it is really a big deal after all. As a result, Yiru shook his head and refused. He said he was almost 16 and still in his second year of high school. Dr. Bai's expression changed visibly, and his scream could be heard throughout the room. What? You are like this. You are familiar with and can apply a lot of materials, and you have such a rich amount of knowledge. You tell me you are only 15 years old? Think about how he was just playing around when he was 15 years old. This made the doctor feel ashamed. Good job. He is simply a natural-born animal research scholar. It would be a huge loss to the industry if he didn't do this. At that time, Dr. Bai gave him his contact information and card. He also gave Yiruwa a pet animal illustration book and told her that she could contact him directly after graduating from high school. He is in a top university, so just apply directly for admission. With his connections, there will be no problem at all. Yiruwa could only laugh and cry. The doctor was too enthusiastic. After that, other cocoons began to emerge as butterflies, ushering in the most critical transformation. Except for the earthlight butterfly, green leaf butterfly, and ice and snow butterfly at the beginning. Two other forms also appeared. Race: water light butterfly. Quality: extraordinary high. This is a water-type pet, but it is much weaker than the ice and snow butterfly and can only be considered a high-level extraordinary grade. Very fresh and juicy. There is also a golden butterfly pet with eye-like patterns on its wings. It exudes a sharp golden aura and looks very unusual. This made the doctor dumbfounded. Race: golden-eyed butterfly. Quality: extraordinary high. Skills: lightning attack, medium. Sky full of golden arrows, medium. Wind golden armor, medium. Golden wind, medium. Gold and wind dual elements. An absolutely top-notch extraordinary SS level pet, capable of both offense and defense, with amazing combat power, comparable to that of a low-level SS level warrior. After passing the test, this gold-type pet made the doctor numb. Single attack, range attack, defensive skills, auxiliary skills. It is truly the best among the extraordinary ones. Once the pet encyclopedia is updated, it will probably cause many people to be amazed and shocked. After all, not everyone has high SS level talent. Most of them have to stay at the extraordinary SS level or the general SS level for a long time, and it is difficult for them to advance further. This kind of extraordinary and top-grade pet is definitely the best choice for civilians and low-class people. From this perspective, the potential of anthocyanins is truly terrifying. It can evolve into the following major categories: gold, wood, water, earth, ice, and wind. It's really amazing. There are very few pets that can evolve so colorfully and across so many categories. As for Yiru's own one, he couldn't understand it. I totally don't understand. I guess it's planning to evolve to the quality of a general or even a master. It's really scary. As for Lei Tianhe, after he found out, he was so shocked that he was speechless, and then he was ecstatic. This Yiruwa is definitely his second benefactor. Just from these new forms, we can tell that their Thunder Company is about to take off. The Windbell Group has only launched one new form. How can it compete with the multi-evolved forms of the anthocyanin? And the sequence of anthocyanins will definitely be more popular. extraordinary, civilian, popular, powerful. They are going to rewrite the market for extraordinary pets. Chapter 030, it also wants to become light. Bring me the fire heart lotus and some blood crystal grass as well. Oh, and there's also the use of sunstone and other resources. Doctor, I'll leave the work to you. Okay, no problem. It's a new day. Yirua and Dr. Bai are busy, and Chung Chung is also helping. An uncleling from before was also here, holding his own green light butterfly in his hand, looking a little at a loss. Dr. Ming Ming, as an extremely famous pet research master, was actually helping Yiru as an assistant at this moment. It was really unbelievable when this scene was spread out, and what they are going to do next is to evolve his blue light butterfly again. It was obvious that the green light butterfly had nowhere to go. Unlike those caterpillars, they can accumulate a lot of potential and then evolve in one breath. Looking at those high-quality butterfly pets, especially the golden-eyed butterfly, he was envious to death. I wish my partner could be at that level. As a result, Yirua suddenly said that the golden-eyed butterfly was still almost there, so he might as well evolve his green light butterfly again. This way, we can fight against the howling wind dragon wolf of medium warrior quality. This surprised Uncle Ing. Is this true? Can the blue light butterfly really evolve further? Even he knew that it was difficult to change an existing evolutionary form and create a new one, and it was easy to cause unimaginable situations if one was not careful. Negative evolution or evolution failure resulting in serious injury to pets is a common occurrence. For example, there was once a beastmaster who wanted to evolve his master SS level, golden rock crab, again. But this kind of pet has reached its limit, and there is no new evolutionary form. Many scholars have not figured it out. As a result, the beastmaster actually tried to study evolution on his own, found a lot of precious materials, and actually triggered the appearance of the light of evolution. However, the new form that his golden rock crab evolved into is called love crab. The originally sharp and scary giant claws turned into two hearts and could only use healing skills. Yes, you read that right. It changed from a pet with great power to a recovery pet with healing skills. All powerful attack skills are gone. Although the quality did improve, the beastmaster vomited blood. This is equivalent to directly destroying one's main attack pet. This incident became a hot topic for a while and became a negative example. However, Dr. Bai also said solemnly, trust him this time. Yi is willing to help you because he saw that you and King Wangdi have a good relationship. Since we have researched several new forms, why not try to believe in the miracles it brings? Even though you have been providing the green light butterfly with high-quality resources, its strength is still not improving. I guess it doesn't want to see this. Hearing this, the green light butterfly couldn't help but flap its wings. He looked at his master sadly and gloomily. How I wish I could fight alongside my master again, but unfortunately my strength is no longer up to par. It cannot join the SS level battle at all. Even pets above the 5th level of transcendence are difficult for it to deal with. The last time it was called out to fight by its owner, it was very happy, even if there was a crushing defeat afterwards. As a blue light butterfly, it can only eventually grow into a low-level extraordinary being and is stuck at the 3rd level of extraordinary being. It also wants to turn into light, but that's not right. Is to become stronger. So when faced with this opportunity, it kept barking at its owner, which made Uncle Ing silent. In the end, Uncle Ing lowered his head firmly. Please, please make the blue light butterfly evolve again. He was immediately helped up by Yiru. After all, Uncle Ing is so old and his hair is all white, so this is not a good thing. So the work on preparing evolutionary materials began. When Lei Tianhe knew about it, he waved his hand happily and said, you can use any materials you want. Uncle Ing is his brother, so this little bit of money and resources is nothing to him. These are brothers who have shared life and death together. As a result, Chung Chung grabbed a very expensive resource and started chewing on it. Yiru was silent for a moment, but the others burst into laughter. Okay, let King Wangdi come over. Hearing this, Uncle Ing held his green light butterfly and gave it to Yiru. Yiru also began to feed resources one by one. First, 300 pieces of powdered sunstone, 2 drops of neutralized purple heart liquid, half a piece of sandwood root, and a complete fire heart lotus. This green butterfly has already been cultivated to its limit, so the reaction will be quick. After carefully eating the fire heart lotus, the light of evolution lit up directly on its body. This shocked everyone present. It's time to evolve. In an instant, raging flames emerged from the inside out of the green light butterfly's body and enveloped it. The scorching air wave hit them in the face, and everyone else took several steps back. Only Yiruo remained motionless. Under such flames, The green light butterfly screamed. The body kept shaking. It is very afraid of fire damage. But at the same time, some purple and yellow energy lights lit up, alleviating the process. Even so, it was still in great pain. It was conceivable that this process was still very difficult to endure. Uncle Ing was even more distressed when he saw it. He wanted to get closer but was stopped by Dr. Bai. Don't go over there. The process of evolution cannot be disturbed. You're harming it. Uncle Ing could only clench his fists and watch anxiously. Don't give up, Xiaoqing. I know you always want to fight. It's just that I don't want to see you get hurt again. So, you must persevere. These words made King Wangdi's body tremble. It recalled the past memories between itself and its owner. Yes, the owner loved it so much. How could he neglect me? And it has always accompanied me to practice skills. Then, you must persevere. In such flames, the appearance of the green light butterfly began to change. Its originally green wings began to be dyed with the color of flames. Its body became larger, and its aura quickly became stronger. Now is the time to absorb the energy of those blood crystal grasses. Seeing this step, Yiru's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. The green light butterfly also began to absorb the energy from the blood crystal grasses around it. These grasses were not harmed at all even in the flames. As these energies poured in, its aura also rapidly increased. The red light came on and its appearance changed. Everyone widened their eyes. Chapter 031. This person is capable of dealing with. Its originally blue wings now look brand new. It turned into a flame-like color, and there were small flames burning on the wings. It looks crystal red. There is energy flowing. The breaks are beautiful. The red fire butterfly emitting heat and flames has evolved. Feeling that its evolution was complete, it excitedly threw itself into Uncle Ying's arms. Uncle Ying also comforted him happily. Just success, just success. Race, flame butterfly. Quality, medium general quality. Strength, extraordinary level 5. Skills, flamestorm, high SS level. Blazing orb, medium SS level. Flame butterfly shadow, medium SS level. Flame wind dance, medium SS level. The evolved form of the blue light butterfly, a pet with fire and wind attributes, good at large-scale powerful skills, not afraid of flames, and each of its moves contains the power of the fiery sunstone. Looking at this scene, only Yiru sighed. In fact, these resources are very precious. If exchanged for equal amounts of resources, it would be more than enough to evolve the Ceratostomati into an extremely powerful high-level warrior. But this is not a caterpillar, and the most critical process of spinning silk and making cocoons is no longer there. This is the only way to temporarily raise it. Yirua had nothing to say. After all, these resources were not his. They were all provided by Laming Company. He just sighed. Dr. Bai took out the testing equipment and exclaimed, "My goodness, after the blue light butterfly evolved into this form, its quality reached the SS level of a mid-level warrior. It's a miracle that the blue light butterfly can evolve into this." He also noticed Yirua's expression, which made him confused for a moment. "What's wrong, Yi boy? Why are you sighing?" "Nothing, Dr. Bai. The anthocyanin is a very special pet. Its transformation from an insect to a butterfly is a complete metamorphosis, and the essence of its life has completely changed and leaped. Before most people know the relationship between butterflies and caterpillars, they would never even imagine that the two are in an evolutionary relationship. It's so earth-shaking, like a miracle from the creator, so it's different from the gradual evolution of this fire monkey. The anthocyanin itself has extremely rich plasticity, so the step of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly is so magical and so crucial, able to evolve into so many different evolutionary forms. Extraordinary, General, Master, Commander. Yi Ruo could even see 2 Gundam King SS level forms in his own insects, although he had not seen them in other Cirrus insects yet. The aforementioned forms are actually the many lower-level postures that are derived from the splitting of the SS-level commander, Elemental Butterfly. In fact, it's not that good among so many routes. Moreover, those forms cannot evolve into elemental butterflies. Just like the Guardian race, the Moonlight Butterfly, once it evolves into the Moonlight Butterfly, it will no longer be able to form the king. If you stray from the path one step, you will stray from it all the way. The path of evolution is very rigorous. This green light butterfly has already reached its limit in evolving to this point, yet Uncle Ling still insists on nurturing it. It evolved like this, so it is so painful. If it started from a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly through a cocoon, the process would be very comfortable. At least the dormant stage before breaking out of the cocoon would not be like this. Uncle Ling, however, smiled refreshingly as he held his fiery fire butterfly. It's not bad. The original lower limit of the blue light butterfly was there. It has evolved into what it is now. It can be said to be a complete change. What else are you not satisfied with? Thank you very much, Yuruwa. If there is anything I can do in the future, just come to me. At this time, much of Uncle Ying's originally white hair had quietly turned black. This process will continue as the fiery fire butterfly's strength increases. This is the growth of a beastmaster and his pet. In the middle of the process, Yuru quietly suppressed the restless insect because it actually made a humming sound. I can beat this red butterfly. Yuru rolled her eyes. You're ruining the atmosphere. All the information about these new forms was later entered by the Alliance members found by Dr. Bai together with him. From now on, these new forms of patents belong to Laming Company. Intellectual property will be protected by the laws of the Alliance. Even if someone accidentally develops a certain form in the future, it will be useless. If it is used for commercial purposes, it may even be investigated by the Alliance and Thunder Company. The Alliance hopes that many companies and groups will engage in healthy competition and research more new ways for pets to evolve. Neither extreme nor deadwater is a good situation. Those companies can sell pet cubs of different colors and various mixed material packs. These names were obtained by Yuru. When entering the developers, Yuru actually wanted to put Dr. Bai's name in front and his own name at the end. After all, one is a well-known master of pet research, and the other is a high school student who is still studying. He is in the front. Is this beaver? This is not a beaver. False reputation has little effect on him now. Instead, strength is the key. However, Dr. Bai rejected this request vehemently, saying that he had not contributed much at all, so how could he have the nerve to be put in the front? However, considering that those universities might be jealous and snatch people away in the future, the two discussed it and decided to write that only the SS-level information of the Warrior General Fiery Fire Butterfly was the main researcher of Dr. Bai and Yuru was his assistant. All the others were developed with Yuru as the main force and him as the auxiliary cooperation. Later, when Yuru goes to university, the information of Fiery Fire Butterfly can still be modified. The decision was made happily, and Yuru successfully became the third in command of Laming Company. The first two were Lei Tianhe and Uncle Ling. My good friend Lei Ning, isn't he still young? Just study hard. As for Dr. Bai, he just came here on the way and will go back later. I originally wanted to help Lao Lei, but now it seems that he is just here to make up the numbers. But getting to know this guy Yuru is really a great deal. He is humble, knowledgeable, able to discover so many new forms of anthophores, and willing to help other people's blue butterflies evolve. Loyalty and friendship. In the words of Dr. Bai, this person can be dealt with. Because of Yurua's research and development, the entire Laming Company began to operate rapidly, first acquiring relevant materials and resources. Some prices will definitely increase. Although in the eyes of the Windchime Group, this is just a ridiculous struggle. They are waiting for the upcoming competition. And Yuru also gained a lot this time. The key point is that we got the support of Laming Company and obtained a lot of resources and materials. There are still a lot of them displayed in his beast-taming world. As new forms of anthocyanins are revealed, he will receive more and more funds. This is much better than those funded by the school. After all, they are a company specializing in selling pets and resources. As a result, the strength of the two pets has grown significantly. Chapter 032. Fists can tear through the sky, feet can crack the earth. This guy Chong Chong even had his panel replaced with a new one. Race, Circadiella. Gender, female. Quality, medium general SS level, special body. Personality, perseverance. Favorability, 100. To it, you are everything in its life. It likes you very much. Strength, extraordinary level 5. Skills, Moonlight Silk, Super SS level, Green Light Strike, High SS level, Flash Moon Speed, High SS level, Treasure Sensing, Elementary SS level. Not only did his strength grow from the 2nd level of Transcendence to the 5th level of Transcendence, but his skills were also handsomely refurbished. The original High SS level skill Moonlight Silk has been upgraded from SS level to a Super SS level skill. The Mid-SS level Acceleration turns into the High SS level Flash Moon Speed. The names have changed. This change is partly due to the resources here. After all, evolution may fail, and we need to try each one individually, so it makes sense to have a few backups, right? So in the list of materials, there are some resources that Chong Chong needs. Yuru added it in. Plan Pass. And another reason is, in order to further explore the potential, Yuru let Chong Chong continuously attack the Wind Leaf Iron Tree. In the beast-taming world, whether it was moonlight silk or green light attack. And the other skill of acceleration also needs to be practiced. Nyo Nyo and Chong Chong exercise with each other. Yi Ruo studied other Anthoceros insects, while Chong Chong and the others were trained in the beast-taming space. Everyone has a bright future. In sync, perfectly. However, one thing is strange. After the evolution of other caterpillars, Yi Ruo did not see any acceleration skills appear. Only bugs exist. Once it is used, it can dodge very quickly. Most attacks will miss it. Therefore, it is very confident about those evolved butterfly pets, because it can kill with force. The green light attack is powerful, and the moonlight silk can easily cut their bodies. This happened not long after the cultivation began. Perhaps, this is the difference between the anthocyanids that take the path of the strongest king? Yi Ruo can see the detailed information changes of his pet, whether it is its own growth or the growth of its skills, which means that he is the most top-notch and meticulous pet trainer. So others couldn't do it, but he was able to successfully refurbish Chong Chong's skills, because he suddenly discovered that he could actually see Chong Chong's skill proficiency. That's about it. Moonlight Silk, high SS grade, 45,000. There is a world of difference between working hard when you can see the goal and working hard without seeing the goal. So he could carry out the evolution of the anthocyanin by himself without any mistakes. Even a master of pet research like Dr. Bai was shocked and had to make a judgment. Yi Ruo was born to do this job. By the way, Yi Ruo also discovered that Chong Chong turned out to be a jealous person. After finishing his research on those butterfly pets, he returned home in the afternoon and released the trained insects. It immediately sniffed Yi Ruo left and right. It kept humming. It's like saying, "Have you been playing with other butterfly pets behind my back again?" It's similar to the "Do you have another cat behind my back?" feeling, a very strong sense of déjà vu. Yi Ruo was in a state of confusion as she kept comforting it. This little cutie is jealous. Then Chong Chong said that he would definitely evolve to be more beautiful than those guys in the future. Yi Ruo also nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely evolve you into the most beautiful and powerful form. This is the agreement between you and me." Wu hum, I believe you. Even though those extraordinary SS-level butterflies evolve so quickly, emerging from their cocoons in just a few days, their potential is actually just that. The stronger the evolved form, the more time it spends in the cocoon, because they need to constantly absorb energy to undergo a complete transformation. Coming out early and evolving into those extraordinary forms early is a waste of potential. As the saying goes, if you don't make a sound, you will be amazing. Yi Ruo was also organizing resources. Let me see. We have the moonlight flower, the staple food, and the moon flame divine stone, which is crucial in the future. We have also purchased a lot of the materials we need recently. But the resources that can be evolved into King SS level quality are far more than those of other SS levels. It's dazzling every time I look at them. The resources available in Fengdu are almost gone. If they're gone, they're really gone. It seems that we have to wait until those butterfly pets sell well and ask Laming Company to help find those materials. After all, in Fengdu, Laming Company is a very large company. Once the Green Light Bug series is exposed, it may even become a big hit, and we may even be able to open branches in other cities. This is much more convenient than just his own strength. By the way, I'll ask the uncle when the time comes. As for Nyo Nyo, it is a pet with the potential to be a king, which makes Yi Ruo very worry-free. He has also been promoted from SS level to Extraordinary SS level and is at the 3rd level of Extraordinary. The combat power increased rapidly. At that time, Yi Ruo, who was feeding her parents, made a few noises all over his body. Although I don't know why, Nyo Nyo has a thunder attribute that has not been awakened. It seems that her mother once sacrificed herself to give birth to her. Nyo Nyo has been working hard all the time. The wind leaf iron tree in the beast taming space has been used by it to practice boxing and skills. I was almost interrupted by it last time, and it was so scared that it admitted its mistake out of guilt. Moo. Let Yi Ruo touch its head to indicate that it was nothing. Take it to the big forest outside for training, and use those towering trees specifically for training. Watching Nyo Nyo punching hard, he seemed to like this pure power, although Nyo Nyo's skills were not like that. Yi Ruo suddenly thought of something. Nyo Nyo, there was once a group of warriors whose fists could tear through the sky and whose feet could crack the earth. They maintained justice and peace on earth. Moo. Hearing this, Nyo Nyo stopped moving and his eyes lit up. It is very interested in this. Yi Ruo continued speaking. And the strongest group is wearing golden armor, shining brightly with golden light. One of them is the Taurus warrior, Aldebaran. His special move is a giant horn, which is extremely powerful and has incredible destructive power. For this reason, Looking at the excited Nyo-Nyo, Irua also told it the characteristics of this move, such as hugging the arms, actually punching quickly, and concentrating powerful force on the wrists. Of course, Yiru was just saying this casually. He saw that Nyo-Nyo was working too hard and wanted to let it relax. As a result, Nyo-Nyo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and then it walked to the side and took a stance. Yiru was shocked. Wait, what are you going to do? Chapter 033 Golden Sequence, Legend of Myth. I saw Nyo-Nyo posing and gathering his strength. Was he actually trying this trick? After trying several times, the wind from his fists made the trees here tremble. But nothing else happened. Yiru shook his head and thought, forget it, just let it play like this. As a result, the next moment, Nyo-Nyo's eyes became particularly serious and solemn. It mobilized its strength once again. Its aura continued to surge, and the earth was responding to its call. The surroundings were surging with wind and clouds, and even a constellation-like pattern appeared behind the bull. It was a giant bull with starlight gathered together. At this moment, Nyo-Nyo let out a roar. The huge force gathered madly, the golden fist light flashed, and turned into a dazzling attack, blasting directly forward. Boom! The terrifying force was on the verge of breaking out, causing an extremely violent and terrifying explosion. The surging energy impact was overwhelming, creating an endless air wave. A large number of trees were blown up on the spot, and dust was flying everywhere. A shocking and exaggerated trace spread directly into the forest. Yiru was stunned on the spot and didn't even notice that the apple in his hand fell to the ground. Holy shit, is this true or not? A giant horn? Why did you figure it out just by listening to a few words from me? What a heaven-defying insight. And this destructive power, isn't it far beyond the extraordinary SS level? Nyo-Nyo, so scary. And Chong-Chong also widened his eyes. This power is so strong. After using this move, Nyo-Nyo's body suddenly shook, and then he fell to the ground weakly. This shocked Yiru, and he hurried over to check. Moo! Nyo-Nyo shouted weakly, and Yiru then realized that the previous move had exhausted all of Nyo-Nyo's energy and drained his body in an instant. That's why I can't even stand. You should know that Nyo-Nyo has a top SS level skill that is even more powerful than the super SS level skill, Heart of the Earth. As long as you stand on the ground, you can get a steady supply of replenishment. And the energy reserves of the bull are also amazing. Even so, its energy was still drained in one breath, and it took a while to reconnect. But as long as you recover, you will be fine. The effect of the top SS level skills is so amazing, but Nyo-Nyo's strength is not up to par now, and it will become more and more exaggerated in the future. At this moment, Nyo-Nyo's skill list was quietly updated. Race, Kue-Nyo Star Beast. Skills, Heart of the Earth, top SS level, Giant Horn, half top SS level, to be improved, Thorn Aura, super SS level, Earth Control, super SS level, Earth Splitting, high SS level. Yirua fell into shock and deep thought. Yirua has only seen this top SS level skill. The Heart of the Earth is indeed extremely powerful and is definitely an excellent auxiliary skill. Keep using it, always enjoy it. Only those who use it will know. I didn't expect that there would be another half-finished top SS level skill. Still offensive. As long as it is perfected, it will definitely be a trump card. This made Yiru give Nyo-Nyo a thumbs up. Excellent. Of course, although Nyo-Nyo has amazing talent, this also shows that he is also an extremely good pet trainer. Yirua suddenly made a tactical retreat and glanced at Chong-Chong. Chong-Chong, you should reflect on yourself. Wumu, shameless. While Yiru was still playing happily, the uncle who saw this scene from a distance fell into deep thought. Strange. How did he know about the armor and the most outstanding gold sequence? Isn't that the key training that will officially begin after reaching the Commander SS level? Besides, has there ever been anyone named Erudiber in my tribe? I don't think so. And a deep voice was heard next to the uncle. Although my tribe and your tribe rarely appear in the outside world, there have at least been traces of activities in the past, and even produced a lot of culture and history. Whether it's the Minotaur, or Apis, the god of fertility and production in the Pyramid civilization, or the image of the sacred bull of the Shayu Alliance, most of them are images borrowed from my tribe by former eyewitnesses. Minotaur? Humph. If they knew that the prototype of Zeus holding lightning was actually someone in our history, the uncle was a little disdainful of this, but he didn't say anything more about it. Instead, he turned his head and asked to the side. But this move is quite innovative, old cow. What do you think? Very interesting. This move seems to be very suitable for my Quinyu Star Beast clan. It requires unparalleled strength and body, which is exactly the characteristic of my clan. That kid only has extraordinary SS level strength, but he can deliver a power comparable to that of a mid-level warrior. Interesting. I'm beginning to suspect that this move may indeed be a skill of my clan. Uncle. This made him laugh. It seems that I really found a good master for your people. Let's go. They disappeared here, although there was nothing around the uncle. In fact, the moment the space fluctuated, the truth seemed to be revealed. There was a piece of space that was folded and intertwined like a mirror, and a figure wearing dazzling and sparkling golden armor quietly appeared and disappeared, majestic and luxurious. At that moment alone, the aura emanating from the other party was extremely terrifying, like an endless abyss with no bottom to be seen. In fact, under the power of the uncle's space pet, his other partner has always been standing by his side. At the same time, Laming Company also officially began to launch 5 new evolutionary forms of the Anthocyanate. This news was like a depth bomb, instantly detonating the entire Fengdu. The whole network is shocked. Chapter 034. Internet Sensation, Butterfly Display Video Released. Even people from other cities saw the news and were attracted. There was an overwhelming publicity campaign on the screen, which far surpassed the previous actions of the Windchime Group. Many media outlets are actively competing to report on it. Their professional sense tells them that this will definitely be a hit. So many people immediately clicked on Laming Company's promotional video. At the beginning, it was the pattern of Laming Company. A green light flashed, and the well-known green butterfly flapped its wings and flew out. Many people smiled knowingly. But after that, new butterfly pets began to appear quietly one after another. These are all forms that people have never seen before. The first one was a brown butterfly using earth-based skills, which easily overwhelmed the green butterfly. Its information is displayed at the bottom of the screen. Earthlight Butterfly. A medium-level extraordinary SS-level pet evolved from a blue worm. It is mainly based on earth and supplemented by wind. Its special move is Earthlight Wave. Many people were surprised. 6. The first one displayed was a mid-level Transcendent, and now it's Transcendent 6. Doesn't that mean the ones that come after it will be even more amazing? Expect. Indeed, I want to know more and more what's behind it. Afterwards, a high-level extraordinary pet beast that uses water-based skills and has wings like water splashes, Waterlight Butterfly, attracted a lot of people. It turned out to be a high-level extraordinary person. Looks good. You can tell at a glance that there is a lot of water. Next, the green leaf butterfly, who uses wood skills and is good at recovery and treatment, is even more eye-catching. There is even an auxiliary treatment system. When going on adventures, it is important to have teammates who can heal your pet. Many people want this. Then there is the ice and snow butterfly that directly causes snowflakes to fall. There was a cold wind and snow. Its appearance directly makes the surrounding environment become cold, and the ice and snow butterfly flapping its wings is like a fairy dancing in the snow. Many female audiences had love in their eyes and screamed, "Oh my God, this is so cool." This appearance alone is enough to make people want to own it. Just imagine if you had a pet like this. You would look very cool wherever you go. The rate of returning people is very high. It is very face-saving. Moreover, his strength is so strong and his skills are so powerful. They are all very powerful ice skills. Some people came to conclusions immediately. The ice and snow butterfly is a top-level extraordinary pet. Awesome writing. Even such pets have been cultivated, and the number of top extraordinary pets is directly. But before everyone could recover from the shock, a golden light appeared, and the sharpness of the gold-related skills was revealed even on the screen, coming towards them. Dazzling golden arrows appeared directly and spread all around, cause a wave of destruction. Then a strange butterfly pet flew at a low altitude with graceful movements. The most noticeable thing at first glance is the eye-like pattern on its golden wings. Very powerful. The next moment, a light appeared on its body, which directly wrapped it up and passed directly into the range of another attack. Fly out safely. This is defensive skills. And the information of this butterfly is also displayed. Race, golden-eyed butterfly. Quality, extraordinary high. Gold and wind dual elements, an absolutely top-notch extraordinary SS-level pet, capable of both offense and defense, with amazing combat power. If trained, it can rival the combat power of a low-level SS-level general. Many people who saw this scene widened their eyes and felt their breathing stop. There was silence. Then it exploded and boiled instantly. What did they see? I thought the ice and snow butterfly was already at the SS level and could kill people indiscriminately, but I didn't expect there was another kind of butterfly that was even more powerful than it. Who researched this? That's awesome. There is actually a power that can rival the SS level of a low-level warrior with its extraordinary SS level. For most people who cannot afford a war general cub as their first pet, this is simply a dream come true. Who doesn't love it? The ice and snow butterfly has attracted the love of many women, and the golden-eyed butterfly makes many men's eyes shine. As for the sentence that flashed across the screen and there was a surprise afterwards, only a few people noticed it. The online discussion immediately broke out. The appearance of the golden-eyed butterfly brought the atmosphere to a climax. Many people who had just come in were shocked. Fuck, 666. Am I seeing things? The anthocyanins that were once seen everywhere have been studied into so many forms? And it can actually include so many major systems. What an amazing thing. Cyanopteryx. I remember that we only developed a low-level extraordinary cyan butterfly before. There has never been a new form. In the end, there are so many. Gold, wood, water, ice, and earth. I am awesome. I am so shocked. I worship you. I am so exhausted and scared. Oh my God. Who is this? He released so many at once. The illustrations have also been updated. Let me see who it is. He must be my idol. Some of them reacted quickly and started looking up the researcher's name directly. This information will appear below the pet's profile. Then he was shocked. It's actually the famous Bai Winba, Dr. Bai. He's an extremely famous wood-type pet researcher. Old Bai, awesome. His work is truly extraordinary. Wait, why do I see Bai Lao's name is the second one? Who is this Yirua in front? Why have I never heard of him? He's actually ranked at the top. It's really scary to think about it. Could this person be the one who's in charge of the research? He must be a top scholar. He can tell right from wrong just by one move. It's scary. Many students who developed the beast taming space later than others were immediately delighted after seeing these scenes. Ha ha ha, luckily I haven't contracted a pet yet. I'm going to choose the caterpillar, then buy the ingredients and resource packs from Laming Company and take the evolution route of the ice and snow butterfly. But what is the surprise that Laming Company mentioned? I don't know. Maybe it's a first-week resource discount? I think the green leaf butterfly is also outstanding, and this is the milk butterfly. Golden-eyed butterfly is the strongest. No objection will be accepted. I have to praise Laming Company for adding so many powerful choices to the extraordinary SS-level pets. The market for extraordinary pets is about to undergo a huge change. At the same time, this is also good news for many civilians and most beastmasters. As soon as this comment came out, it was recognized by many people. That's right. Who would have thought that the anthocyanin could evolve into so many powerful forms? And it is so beautiful that other pets suddenly seem less attractive. Chapter 035. Good news for the common people, the black-faced windbell group. It was at this time that many people discovered that the anthocyanin was such a cute pet. It's soft and feels great. Moreover, there are such pets living everywhere in the forest near Fengdu. You can easily find them if you want. Save a lot of money directly. Love it. The original green light butterfly was just that simple. Therefore, many civilian beastmasters will choose to evolve into the blue light butterfly. Of course, if you want better quality caterpillars nowadays, you must buy those bred by Laming Company. Those that have been specially bred will be stronger than most of the wild ones. This comment also received a lot of likes and was immediately ranked at the top. Some readers even said that the anthocyanin will definitely become the mainstream pet in Fengdu. Even other cities will catch on. Because most people originally choose a low-level extraordinary or medium-level extraordinary as their first pet. I can't afford it if it's any higher. As for the Circadiella, there are several extraordinary high SS level forms. As long as Laming Company's resource package is priced affordable, it will definitely be a hit. Other pets cannot compare to it. This naturally caused some people to be unhappy. My brother Yu is the strongest. No way, no way. Isn't there anyone who has contracted a pet beast of a high-level extraordinary quality? You know, I see that the first pets of the people around me are all high-level extraordinary pets. Most people can't even afford a medium-level extraordinary pet. It's ridiculous. So if you don't understand, please don't come out. It's funny. As soon as these words were spoken, many people became disgusted. Professional well digging, no water, no charge. You are the one who is funny, right? You don't see much, so you think everyone is like this? I guess he is just some rich young master. Don't be afraid of any difficulties you encounter. Indeed, some people see things like this around them and think that the world is just like this. When they see others can't afford to eat, they ask why they don't eat meat. Zhao Yin Gang tyrant. This kind of person is just asking for trouble. What kind of logic is this? You bastard, I said I haven't seen your horse, which means you don't have a horse. Do you understand? The thief turned out to be me. 666 angry old man violently kills. My brother you is the strongest. You. Me. Haha, this idiot is anxious. Anxious. Sparrows eat, sparrows eat. It's hilarious, yes? This immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the man was so angry that he exploded. However, as news of the many forms of anthocyanins spread, the expressions of some people whose first pet was the green light butterfly became gloomy. Others may be able to have higher quality, but they have no choice. The interior living room of Windchime Group. A boy with a gloomy face suddenly smashed his mobile phone in anger. Fuck, these untouchables on the internet are so disgusting. I can only seek psychological comfort on the internet. He is the young master of Fengling Group, Li Yu. He was also the person who had previously attempted to pursue Yiru, the female squad leader. If Chunjie's grandfather wasn't the principal and one of the few master SS-level beastmasters in Fengdu who would be interested in you. Then he got up and went to look for his father. Dad, that Thunder Company has released a new series of extraordinary pet forms. This is not good. Shut up. I knew it. A middle-aged man with a sullen face glared at his son fiercely. He used to always have a smile on his face, like a smiling tiger, but now he doesn't smile anymore. He kept staring at the promotional video of Thunder Corporation on the screen. A giant eagle of considerable size stood beside him. That was his pet, and also the low-level SS-level pet that Fengling Group originally focused on, the Storm Eagle. Looking at the eagle, Li Xiao seemed to think of his past memories. That was a long time ago, a story from when I was young. Brother Xiao, there's a nest of wind eagle cubs here. We're going to be rich. These are rare pets that are not available on the market. Moreover, we have been secretly observing them in the wild for such a long time, and they can actually evolve steadily to the second stage and become SS-level storm eagles. As long as we sell them, the three of us can make a fortune, and those seriously ill children in the orphanage can be saved. A young man was talking excitedly to another person. The brother Xiao he was talking about was none other than the young Li Xiao. There was another female next to them, and in front of them was a litter of cubs. The three of them are brothers and sisters who have been through life and death together, and Li Xiao is the eldest. But at this time, Li Xiao's face looked a little ugly. Why sell it? This is a rare SS-level warrior. If we cultivate it, we can build a complete pet chain, and creating a company is not a dream. With our talents, this will be the future. But if the company can succeed, we will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. Who would want to take risks in the wild? But his second brother didn't notice anything. Brother Xiao, we are in urgent need of money. My third sister and I both came from an orphanage, and the children there are in urgent need of treatment. The third sister also spoke. Yes, as long as we work hard, we may encounter such cubs in the future, but the children can't wait. Okay, you guys have a point. As if convinced, Li Xiao nodded in agreement. The remaining two happily embraced the wind eagle cub. Only Li Xiao's eyes turned cold. Recalling the past, Li Xiao, who now looks like a middle-aged man, curled his lips in disdain. Looking at the butterfly pets of Laming Company now, it took a long time before he smiled viciously. What's the use of so many high-level extraordinary SS level? Our Howling Wind Dragon Wolf has the potential to be a mid-level warrior SS level. Then his voice became much quieter. Lei Tianhe, you and that Linning always brag about being brothers in life and death, which is really annoying. Whether I am displeased with you or I want to expand my Windchime Group into the #1 group in Wind City, you are all stumbling blocks to me. Just a few extraordinary SS-level butterflies? That's all. As for what he said was a surprise, Li Xiao sneered and tried to be mysterious. But then, the black screen lit up again, and Linning from Laming Company appeared on the screen. He said mysteriously with a smile, "Next, we will show you our final new form, a medium-level SS-level pet evolved from the green light butterfly, the fiery fire butterfly." Bang! The TV screen shattered, and the water cup broke into pieces on the floor. Only the furious Li Xiao was still throwing. Chapter 036. This is even more exciting than Boruto. The flaming fire butterfly form that was displayed afterwards shocked many people beyond belief. Surprisingly, there is a medium-level warrior SS level. The internet became lively again. Especially those who have green light butterfly pets have ignited hope. It's on fire. Isn't this more exciting than blogging about something? But for the time being, all this has nothing to do with Yiru. Time goes by, and it is almost time to start school. He has to report. As for the turmoil on the internet, it did not affect him. Because the pet encyclopedia only has a name and nothing else, and there are no pictures either. It looks very mysterious at first glance. This is good, otherwise Irua doesn't want to see that kind of news. Who would have thought that such an outstanding boy was only 6 years old 10 years ago? Shocked, a 16-year-old boy actually did this to a caterpillar. Men were silent and shed tears after watching this, while women could not close their legs after watching this. Then Yuru's face turned dark. Don't ever trust the editor's moral integrity, because this job doesn't require moral integrity. The closer you get to the school, the more students there are. No need to carry a backpack or anything. They all brought their own pets, of various kinds, such as fire lizard, elemental beast, small wind bamboo, poisonous frog, wind-feathered chicken, and anthropomorphic insect. Most of them are pets that can grow to extraordinary SS level. After all, being able to afford to go to school means that it's okay. Awakening talents are included in the initial tuition fee. In the past, I heard that many people could not afford to go to school. You can only pay money to go to the public hall to awaken your talent, then contract a pet yourself and work hard for it. The times are developing, or perhaps recovering. After all, it is normal that ferocious beasts come to fight wars from time to time, and human civilization is in a cycle of regression, recovery, and regression. However, when passing by a street, there were 3 shifty-looking and sloppy students standing there. They were holding a picture in their hands and comparing it with the people coming over. Let Yiru notice them. When they saw Yiru, they were obviously stunned, then wiped their eyes, looked at the picture again, and then compared them again. Fell into silence. One of the boys who was slightly shorter quickly spoke to the man in the middle. Big brother. Could it be that we recognized the wrong person? Yeah, this one is taller than us. Another younger brother echoed. Only the boy in the middle spoke viciously. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Are you worried that we can't suppress him alone? He was also speechless about these 2 younger brothers. We are all in the 3rd year of high school, and our pets have long been trained to the elite SS level. He is an elite SS level beastmaster. Whether it's the pet or the physical fitness, it's not comparable to a high school sophomore who has just signed a pet contract. Besides, there are several people on our side. Thinking of this, he smiled confidently and looked at where Yiru was again. But he paused for a moment. Where are the people? There was no one left at the original position. The 2 younger brothers were silent. Suddenly, a strange and curious voice sounded in his ears. Seeing you like this, are you looking for me? Oh shit. Only then did he realize that the other party had come to his side. There was even a hand pressing directly on the side of his head. This allowed him to see with his own eyes that Yirua's hand was leaning against the wall, causing the wall to dent, and a handprint was clearly visible. His pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be some kind of powerful talent? What if this happened to him? He felt his body go limp, and his back was soaked with sweat. His tone softened as well. No, it's okay. Even the younger brother who had spoken hastily just now was frightened. Suddenly this person came over, leaving such marks and being taller than them. It feels so oppressive. Yiru snatched the photo and found that it was himself. Although the shorter brother was a little scared at this time, he still lifted it a little bit. You are Yiru who has awakened an unknown talent, a suspected talent, right? I advise you not to be so arrogant. Yiru, you're putting the blame on someone else, right? As for the third person, he shouted even more. Don't panic, we are elite SS level beast masters. Watch me summon our pets to take care of him. But Yiru seemed to be smiling. Are you sure? Is there anyone who dares to summon a pet to attack people in the city? Are you tired of living? 3 people. Come here. Seeing that this man was taking so long, Yiru grabbed him and kicked him. He immediately joined the other 2. Then Yiru looked at them calmly and approached them. The 3 people were trembling with fear. What's going on? Who is the bully? Why is this happening? Brother, you are the big brother. We are really just passing by. Do you believe it? Yeah. Do you think I believe it? Several people. No. I'm telling the truth. It seemed that they discovered that Yiru was completely different from the usual high school sophomores, and they seemed to have hit a wall. Especially when Yiru stretched out his fingers and made a crackling sound. They were so scared that they hugged each other. One of them had a bitter face and told the whole story like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. In fact, the 3 of us heard that the young master of the Wind Bell group wanted to use you to establish his authority. No, he wanted to beat the other 3 SS level talents. You, as an unknown talent, are of utmost importance and carry with you uncertainty. In order to please that person, We hope to stop you halfway and threaten you to be defeated quickly. This way we can get in touch with the Windbell Group. Maybe after graduation we can even ask for a job there. Yi-Ruo? They looked like old men on the subway looking at fools, and Yi-Ru had no idea what was going on in their brains. As if he understood Yi-Ruo's look, the one who took the lead at the beginning explained. Unlike you geniuses, we are just ordinary SS-level talents. The only universities we can attend are fake ones. It's a waste of time. It's better to join a big group and be free. Is this why you want to be dogs? Yi Rugong raised his foot and scared them again. Yi Ruo shook his head inwardly. Is this an elite SS-level beastmaster? What about the flowers in the greenhouse? They don't fight. Newbies can't be newbies anymore. Looking at these three guys, Yi-Ru smiled gently. Well, I know you are very unconvinced in your hearts, so I will give you one chance. I will challenge you to the school competition later. Chapter 037 I, Rat, am going to evolve. After stretching his body, Yi-Ruo left with satisfaction. His own physical fitness has also benefited a lot as Nyo-Nyo grows. This effect is very fragrant. From now on, you don't have to worry about being killed by the aftermath of a powerful beast. After all, at the same SS level, the power of a pet is 10, 100, or even 1,000 times that of a human. The same goes for ferocious beasts. The gap is that big. Fortunately, there is the existence of feedback, which allows the Beastmaster to continue to grow. Not to mention Yi-Ru, who has the king's pet to repay him. The benefits were maximized from the beginning. In the future, he might be able to easily kick a ferocious beast away and cross the dangerous forest. It should become more obvious as it grows. He is far ahead of other Beastmasters. And Chongchong's mental power feedback is also very good. At present, Yi-Ru can feel the movements around him more and is very sensitive. Expect a qualitative change. Life is becoming more and more worth looking forward to. As for the three rookies, Yi-Ruo could tell with his feet that they were not convinced. After all, the pets were not taken out. He wilted after being frightened. Using pets to attack and bully others in the city is against the laws of the Alliance. It is only allowed in formal battles and competitions. And it just so happens that a campus battle is about to happen. Isn't this the opportunity? They will definitely take the bait. Fudo Second Middle School. Returning to the familiar class SS level, Yi-Ru once again caused a shock. Everyone thinks that his unknown talent is a type of physical enhancement, just like classmate Li Yunjun, who can make a part of his body hard and long. Both he and his pet can do it. Of course, pets will be even more powerful. So he specially selected a pangolin cub as his pet and talked to and trained it every day. It's the same even now. Keep shouting there. Fencing, fencing, fencing. This made his desk mate stay away from him speechlessly, and he is still so stupid. Yi-Ruo also greeted his good friend Lei Ning, and they all discussed pets in a familiar manner. The most discussed topic is the 6 new forms of caterpillars recently launched by Laming Company. Alas, it's a pity that we have already contracted pets. Otherwise, I would have contracted a caterpillar as well. I really want to vomit blood. That's right, Cercidiella stocks are soaring. Who would have thought that a tiny caterpillar could contain such potential? It has all the 5 elements of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, and ice. And the fire-type one is actually the evolution of the wind-type azure light butterfly. We feel like we've been screwed. Laming Company launched this product right after we contracted our pet. If they had launched it a month or 2 earlier, we could have chosen it. With a heartbroken expression, a classmate looked at Lei Ning. It means that your company is dishonest. Lining. I'm just a bystander. It's useless for you to look at me. Li Yunjun, who was originally teasing his pangolin, suddenly turned around and spoke in surprise. By the way, the data shows that the person who researched so many forms of anthocyanins is actually named Yi-Ruo. Same name as Yi Shueba. Maybe it's a coincidence. Yi-Ruo should also be a research leader from a top city. Didn't you see that Dr. Bai's name is even at the back? 2. Yi-Ru smiled without saying anything. Now, the anthocyanin bug and the blue light butterfly together have a total of 7 forms. If there is one more, the number will be the same as the form of some kind of elves in the previous life. The big family of cauliflower. Ho Xiao Xiao, an awakened student with the strength to tie a chicken, is feeding the yuan-devouring beast he has contracted, which is a big orange beast. Haha, it's too late to regret now. There's nothing I can do. Look at my orange leaf cats. They will definitely be very strong in the future. They are a race that can grow into advanced extraordinary people in the future. Change for me now. He proudly stated that the orange leaf cat is easy to raise and well-behaved. Why don't you guys contract one like this? Huma. It's just great. It would be even better if I could turn into a cat-eared girl. Irua looked strange and suddenly asked, Then do you know why in history there is a saying that men don't keep cats and women don't keep dogs? Why? Because the man wore too little to sleep at night. The cat thought he saw ham, and then you know what happened. Ho Xiao Xiao. Hearing this made his body go cold. Is this true or false? Don't lie to me. Is there any such thing happening? I suspect you made it up to deceive me. Also, what does it mean that a woman doesn't have a dog? When Su Jiran heard this, his eyes lit up and he rolled his eyes mischievously a few times. Then he spoke as if it were true. Oh yeah, I heard that cats will try to call you and lick you at night. That's to make sure you're breathing. If you're dead, they'll eat you. The little green snake on her shoulder also nodded. If you look carefully, you will find that this snake has a pair of small wings. One of the 3 SS-level pets of Fengdu war generals, Windwing Snake. Classmate Jiaoran, don't scare me. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao got goosebumps. Yirua couldn't help laughing. Haha, stop joking. Cats are very cute pets. They won't attack their owners. You're overthinking it. Besides, what bad intentions could a cat have? Yes, yes, yes. It seemed that Yirua's words were more convincing. Ho Xiaoxiao nodded quickly and touched her own orange leaf cat. Classmate Jiaoran is the most weird one, trying to sow discord between herself and her pet. Class monitor Chun Jie smiled but said nothing. She did not summon her pet, but you should be able to see it later. And Lanning also remembered something. Speaking of cats, I seem to remember that there is a kind of mouse that can evolve into a cat-eating mouse form. Mice were originally food for cats, but the evolved cat-eating mice are able to fight against them. They hold a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, and have impressive strength. Watching you, who was teasing her dandelion pet, also came over, looking thoughtful. She had a strange scent on her body. I remember seeing it too. It was a beast master who loved his rat so much that he spent a lot of time researching it, and finally came up with a new evolutionary form. What a heartwarming story. Indeed, I, rat, am about to evolve. Along with a classmate's funny voice, a loud bell suddenly rang outside. Everyone looked around. It's time to hold the school competition. It's time to decide the SS grade for the top class and the SS grade for the scholar class. Well, those with excellent talents and combat capabilities can pursue the direction of animal tamers, while those with poor talents or no talents can pursue the direction of pet animal trainers, research scholars, plant breeders, and many other auxiliary directions. After all, many positions require a large number of people, and as long as you work hard, everyone can have their own place. What you love is your life. Chapter 038 What you love is your life. Competition field. Wind leaf blade. As one of the students spoke, his pet, little wine bamboo, shook, and the green bamboo leaves fell directly, turning into flying knives and flying directly to the opposite side. No, get out of the way. The other classmate who was fighting against him changed his expression. He called upon his pet, poisonous frog, to avoid this attack. As a pet with rare poisonous properties, the poisonous frog has obvious advantages and disadvantages. Skill spitting, not right. Spit poisonous saliva. As long as it hits the target, the opponent will be poisoned. Although the toxicity is not very strong now, it can greatly affect the opponent. The longer the battle goes on, the more advantage you will have over the poisonous frog. However, the defense is low, and if you are hit by this move, you will suffer serious injuries. They were all very cautious. In the school square today, multiple rounds of fighting between students are going on. This time the SS-level class reorganization will form a best class, a weak class, and a scholar class. If you go to the scholar class, you don't have to fight. Even though there was little hope, many people still signed up. In a world dominated by beastmasters, everyone loves and admires training pets and fighting. In the wild, there are ferocious beasts, and humans have always been fighting against them. Fighting is the main theme. Not to mention that after studying for such a long time, who wouldn't be excited when it's their turn to get started? The school is also actively promoting this trend. By then, even in the top classes, there will still be rankings and competition. Based on the rankings, schools will be rewarded with different resources and benefits, creating a healthy competition. However, Yiruo planned to take a long vacation after the SS level of the class was arranged. If his growth was just this, it would be too slow. The school could no longer satisfy him. The money and resources transferred from Laming Company alone are enough to surpass the school, unless the elusive principal has other methods. After all, the key point is still in college, which is where the strong people gather. Small cities serve as an exporter of talented beastmasters to support the larger cities. So Yiruo will come back when she is about to graduate. This school has nurtured me and has many kind teachers, so I will win glory for the school when the time comes. It is only natural. He also watched the battle in front of him one by one, which was very interesting. There are many pets living in Fengdu, and they are of various kinds. Among them, there are more wind-type pets. The most iconic pet is the windwing snake of Sujiran, a SS-level pet cub placed in the nursery by the Alliance. Its performance was outstanding. A cyan light lit up on its body and energy surged on its little wings. Makes it very drifting, very fast. It's just teasing the other party's pet. How should I put it? Many wind-related skills are fun to use. Yiruo also saw the monitor's pet, which was an ice sword that emitted cold air and moved as if floating, suspended in the air. There is a pair of small wings on the hilt. Race, cold wing sword. Quality, low-level general quality. Strength, elite level 2. Skills, hail, high SS level. Ice blade, medium SS level. Sword light shadow, medium SS level. Ice and snow cover, low SS level. The strange sword that lived in the ice and snow was buried in the ground for who knows how long and slowly came to life under the nourishment of energy and took on a brand new look. He is actually at elite SS level, so he is rich. Well, see this pet. Yiru started to suspect again that the principal was actually the class monitor's grandfather. It is very difficult to find such a rare pet. The principal must have put a lot of effort into finding this sword-type pet, because this kind of pet generally has great potential. Don't underestimate this low-level warrior. He will no longer be that once he triggers an evolution. According to the Alliance's information, the conditions for the evolution of sword-type pets seem to be similar, so we can try it out. Therefore, such a rare pet is very popular. Facing the enemy, this sword-type pet easily defeated the opponent with just a wave of its sword. With elite SS level strength and talent, it is too easy to defeat awakened SS level. Yiru turned his attention to his good friend Lei Ning. His flame monkey battles against another classmate's extraordinary pet, the flame lizard. The two used their fire skills to attack each other, and the flame monkey had the upper hand for a while. After all, this is a pet cub that can eventually grow into a SS level warrior. Moreover, this fire monkey has already awakened to the 9th level, and Lei Ning has provided it with a lot of resources. But Lei Ning suddenly raised his hand and stopped the flame monkey from releasing skills. He activated his innate ability, SS level talent, Ice and Fire. The twin powers of Ice and Fire. The flame on the little flame suddenly changed and turned into an ice blue flame. The red hair also turned blue under the influence. The released fireball became an ice flame ball. There was a clear restraint on the fire lizard, and its flame was reduced a lot, revealing a look of fear. Bang! A few ice flame balls were thrown down and the fire lizard was directly blown over. Flame Monkey won easily. The other party looked unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The abilities of this combination of ice and fire are very powerful if combined well. Even if they were the same Flame Monkey, it would be obvious that Lei Ning's would win. After it was over, Lei Ming ran over excitedly when he saw Yiru. Haha, Yi, my talent is amazing, right? I discovered that after I transformed into a blue form, my power increased greatly. It works better than the original red one. You, blue happy form? Yiru had a strange expression. Happy? Lei Ning was stunned when he heard it, and suddenly realized that his friend was right. Yes, I am really happy. After hearing this, someone who likes to use red to express strong happiness silently clicked a dislike. Hey, you're really fast at playing. I've been watching here since early. Seeing Yiru so relaxed, Lei Ning felt a little emotional, and suddenly remembered that his friend's caterpillar was already an extraordinary SS level. It's true that whoever you hit is just a random kill. They all kill in 1 second. The students who fought against Yiru were basically tied up by silk threads and thrown away in an instant. A crowd of onlookers were startled. This is so amazing. He can beat anyone so easily and casually that many girls have stars in their eyes. They couldn't even recognize what Yiru's pet was, nor could they tell how powerful it was. Silvery and shiny. Although it shows signs of spinning silk, no one thinks it is an anthocyanin. The difference is too big. It can only be blamed on the fact that he is indeed a top student with unknown talents. The pets in the contract are all incomprehensible to everyone. Chapter 039, School Competition, The Swiftness of the Wind Wolf. On the other side, there was a loud and triumphant laugh from someone. Ha, that's all. Just wait and get beaten up by me. Wind Wolf. Use claws to tear it apart at close range. A small but ferocious wolf heard the order from its master. Eyes emitting green light stared at the pet in front of him, the winged snake. He pounced directly and swiftly. It was a wind-winged snake, the same pet as Sujiran. However, the wind-winged snake was in a bad condition at this time and was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the wind wolf. Its owner was a young boy who looked a little weak, with a look of worry on his face. Be careful. Yirua and Lei Ning also turned their gazes over. In this scene, Yiru had clearly seen the strength of their pets. Well, one awakened SS level 9, and the other awakened SS level 7. It is obvious that the awakened SS level 9th Order Windwolf has the advantage. The identities of these two people came out at once. One is Liu from Fengling Group, and the one fighting against him is a SS level talented student from another class. There are 5 talents in this batch, and Yiru has 3 of them. The bonuses of SS level talents are very good, and if you are willing to spend resources, your pets can grow very quickly. Look at Lei Ning and Liu. They are both typical examples of people who have no worries about resources. All pets have awakened to the 9th level. Soon you will be able to enter the elite SS level. Of course, the class monitor is actually the fastest. She has already steadily entered the SS level. The people from other classes were in an awkward position, as it was obvious that their training was not as strong as that of the opponents. The Windwolf recently launched a new SS level medium-level warrior form, and it is natural that Liu's first pet is this one. Even the original Wind Eagle is no longer under contract. This swift wolf was beating the other person, and his claws were about to tear the wind-winged snake apart, but he showed no sign of stopping. If this hits, the wind-winged snake will definitely be seriously injured. But Liu had no intention of stopping. Instead, he grinned and smiled triumphantly. This made a teacher nearby frown. That's enough. That's enough. A green light quickly appeared and blew the wind wolf away. It was an extraordinary SS-level pet that stopped Liu's actions. Okay, the wind wolf team wins. Liu's face trembled at this change, but he didn't say anything. He snorted coldly. The teachers in the school are at least at the extraordinary SS level, and some of the SS level team leaders are even at the SS level. He didn't dare to offend the school. In the subsequent battles, he always crushed the pets of other students and ranked among the best. Even if he can win easily in some situations, he still wants to show off. I used all my skills. After seeing Yiru again, he showed a disdainful smile, as if he had grasped victory. After all, he saw those battles. Just relying on a strange, silk-spinning insect, he wants to fight against his noble wind wolf? Ha ha ha, you're thinking too much. As for those students who were defeated by Yiru, wasn't it because they were too weak? I have poor talent and a bad pet, and this is how my life will be. Just Yirua. He will be beaten by his wind wolf soon. The same goes for the other 2 SS Class 1s. Liu is sure to win this competition. Looking at the extraordinary SS level resource, Eye of Wind, awarded to the first place in the competition, he was also jealous. This is a rare resource that can increase the power of your pet's wind-related skills by 10%. It can be used for his wind wolf. No matter who he faces next, he is full of confidence. Just then, the teacher's voice came from not far away. The next 2 players in the competition are Yirua and Liu. This made Liu ecstatic. It was simply God's help. I hit the jackpot right away. Yiru's expression didn't change at all. He walked onto the competition venue leisurely. His calm and composed look won praise from many teachers. If any of them could be the teacher of this child, they would be proud of it if others could share it. The confrontation here also attracted many students to watch. After all, these 2 are well-known figures in the school. Look, it's the turn of Yirua and Liu to fight. Really? This is really exciting. I wonder whose pet will be the better one. Student Yirua's talent is truly incredible. He has grown so much in height all of a sudden. It would be even more amazing if he could add that to his pet. Maybe. Liu's talent is not bad either. He has the SS level talent Son of Wind. This is the talent that is the symbol of our Wind City. Indeed, it can give pets a Wind-type movement speed bonus, Wind-type induction and amplification, which can be said to be even more powerful when used with Wind-type pets. Even the wind-winged snake, just now, can be easily suppressed. Of course, there were also dissenting voices among the crowd. Don't be so arrogant. He even wanted to use heavy hands to deal with the wind-winged snake just now. Yes, he is also very proud and arrogant towards other students and looks down on others. But Yirua is not like that. He is always nice to everyone. Ms. Yirua really has a great personality, just like the warm sunshine. She will patiently answer your questions. She is simply the white moonlight in my mind. This is a girl with a red face. I don't know how many rounds they will fight. Classmate Yiru's exotic pet is also very powerful. I don't know. It may take at least dozens of rounds. Let's see. Um. Lei Ning, on the other hand, was lazily leaning on the railing in the distance. He didn't care about the battle at all. This surprised Qinjie and Su Jiaran. Student Lei Ning, aren't you paying attention to this battle? What's there to worry about? It must be Yi Zi's victory. I don't need to worry about something like this because I already know the outcome. After saying this, Lei Ning closed his eyes and basked in the sun. The same goes for his flame monkey. Qinjie, Su Jiaran. This made them curious, and they looked more carefully. Li Yu on the stage excitedly summoned out his pet, the Gale Wolf. Student Yi Ruo, let me see the strength of your bug. Oh, I heard that the strength of insect-type pets is not that good. For beast masters like us, the brave and tall body of the swift wolf is indeed worthy of trust. Hee, since we are both SS level, do you want me to let you use a few moves when the time comes? Yiru just shook his head calmly and then spoke. Who is that? Has anyone ever told you that you whine like a woman? Chapter 40. The world is full of indifference. Asshole. My name is Li Yu. Didn't we just meet once last time, you bastard? Seeing Yiru act like she didn't know him, Li Yu was so angry that he felt cold all over. How could there be such a person? Is his memory really so bad? He was also convinced. And I am obviously good at speaking, making witty remarks, being glib, incoherent, and changeable. Yi Ruo? It feels like some strange words slipped by. As if he didn't want to pretend anymore, Li Yu's face turned grim and he sneered a few times. He immediately commanded his wind wolf, releasing his talents to give bonuses to his pet. The green light surrounded the wind wolf, making it more agile. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. Wind wolf, use the skill Furious Howl, then use Windblade, and finally use Claw Attack for close combat. At this moment, the wind wolf's aura became much stronger. Yiruo saw it clearly. Race, wind wolf. Gender, male. Quality, medium extraordinary quality. Strength, awakening level 9. Skills, Windblade, middle SS level. Furious Howl, elementary SS level. Claw Strike, elementary SS level. A wind-type pet that lives in the forest. It likes to appear in groups and is a killer in the forest. That Furious Howl can actually add some damage bonus. At this time, Liu kept adding bonuses to his pet and felt quite proud of himself. He seemed to have seen victory. Yi Ruo's anthropomorphic insect was here and gave a puzzled look. What a weak wolf. Then it heard what Yi Ruo said. Hang it up and beat it. Hum. Chong Chong's eyes lit up and he immediately attacked the wind wolf. A silver thread swishly tied up the wind wolf before it even had time to react. Wind wolf was stunned. What was this thing and when did it come here? Then the wind wolf felt that his body was out of control. The world began to spin, and the skills he was talking about were interrupted on the spot. Its entire body swung toward the sky. It turned out that it had been thrown into the sky by the silk thread. Bang! Bang! Oh wow! Woof! Oh wow! At this moment, the ground rumbled, raising a large amount of smoke and dust, accompanied by the screams of the wind wolf. The people in the audience immediately stopped discussing, showing a tacit understanding. There was complete silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide and watched this scene, stunned, because the Gale Wolf on the stage was directly tied up by the silk thread spit out by the tiny insect and was constantly thrown into the air and then smashed around like a toy. Every time it hit the ground, a deep pit would be created, and then the wind wolf would let out a scream, smashing and shouting. It was a one-sided massacre. A pet beast in such a small system can easily beat the Gale Wolf in a larger system. Very shocking. Those who were still discussing how many rounds to fight shut their mouths early. I could only watch the battle in dumbfoundedness. Is this really the Wind Wolf, that powerful supernatural race? The one that recently launched a new form of evolution of a medium-sized warrior? How could he be beaten like this? It's too fake. And was there anything strange about the wolf's howl just now? What exactly is the situation with Yiru's insect-type pet? This is too exaggerated. There was silence at first, then the audience became excited and noisy, with everyone talking about it. Impossible. How could this happen? It's impossible. Liu was stunned for a moment, and his brain buzzed. He felt as if his body was being drained away, and he took 2 steps back, his face pale. I can't quite accept this fact. Why is this happening? Don't I have a powerful SS-level talent? Why was I beaten like this in the instant of battle? It must be fake. It's obvious that talent is working. This made Liu a little unwilling to accept the fact, and he quickly yelled at his pet. Wind Wolf, break free quickly. What are you doing? You are such a loser. The wind wolf was hit so hard that it saw stars, and even after hearing its master's reaction, it was completely helpless. For some reason, it couldn't do anything with the silk thread. Once you are bound by it, you will be powerless to fight back. It's actually very normal. A head of copper, bones of iron, and a waist of tofu. We're talking about creatures like wolves. The waist is their weak point. It can't make any other reactions or actions at all. Liu suddenly felt a little desperate. It's because the wind wolves are too rubbish. I can't lead them. I can't lead them. Yi Ruo gently waved her hand, signaling Chong Chong. Okay, throw it away. If this continues, the teacher will have to tell me to stop. After receiving the order, Chong Chong swung the wind wolf and threw it directly to the stage. It's like losing a dead dog. Then Chong Chong returned to Yi Ru's shoulder again, humming affectionately. It's like showing off one's strength. Look, I'm awesome. That's right, you're the best, okay? Scratching Chong Chong's nose, Yi Ru said with a smile. Then he walked away gracefully. The teachers standing by were stunned. They finally reacted and spoke up. Student Yi Ru won this battle. There was still a hint of doubt on his face. Why did the aura released by this strange insect just now feel like that of an extraordinary SS level? Is this true or false? But the battle went on so fast that he didn't really feel it. It only lasted for a moment. The strange insect walked down with Yi Ruo. Outrageous. Or was he just hallucinating? You can't just say this. After all, as a teacher you still need authority. He could only hope it was an illusion. Otherwise it would be extraordinary, which would be too scary. Many teachers in the school are still at the extraordinary SS level, but there are only a few at the SS general level. And in the subsequent battles, there seemed to be no suspense. Liu met Lei Ning. Even though his wind wolf was treated by his teacher's pet, it was in a bad mental state after the last disastrous defeat. He was directly defeated by Lei Ning. Then he was abused by Qian Jia, which made Liu completely collapse. What a joke. After the fight, I ended up being the last in the group with SS level talents. Why? Play. Lei Ning also met Yi Ru once, but Lei Ning just gave her a wink. Brother Yi, my good brother, please be gentle with me. Let Yi Ru's face turn black immediately. After that, when he fought against squad leader Qian Jia, there were no surprises and he won easily. Qian Jia could only widen her eyes. I watched with full conviction as Yi Ru won the first place in this competition. Well deserved. At this time, everyone realized that their pets had grown into elite SS level pets. Chapter 041 U3, Come Together. Is this the growth promotion of SS level talent? Many people were so envious that their eyes turned purple. Unfortunately, with so many people in the school, most of them have SS level talents, and there are not many SS level talents. Not to mention the SS grade ones. In the end, Yi Ru won the reward. Wind-related resources, Eyes of Wind. This resource is very precious to Liu, but it is just an ordinary one in Yi Ru's hands. Forget it. I'll just use the green light attack on Chong Chong reluctantly. This is the only wind-related skill that Yi Ru's pet has. Chong Chong himself tends to be more moonlight-oriented. Not to mention Nyo, a pet with earth attribute. After getting this resource, Yi Ru fed it to Chong Chong on the spot, making the students envious. It gets stronger and stronger. But everyone thought that it was over, and they just had to wait for the class division information to come out. As a result, Yi Ru suddenly shouted towards one side of the student crowd. Hey, those three seniors, I want to challenge you. Excuse me, do you have the courage? If you are afraid, you can come together. Everyone was shocked. What is going on? Then I looked in that direction and indeed saw 3 senior high school students there. This immediately sparked discussion and confusion among everyone. What's going on? Why are there still a few seniors here? Yes, didn't they follow the principal to go to the wild for training? They are a year ahead of us, so their pets should be pretty good. So they should have gone through a further stage of training. How come there are people left? At this moment, a student who was thinking hard suddenly had his eyes light up. Oh, by the way, my mom is a teacher. I heard her say that several students were injured and had to suspend training to recover. It should be them. It looks like they have recovered. I see. Everyone understood immediately that they had taken a month's vacation in their second year of high school to practice in the beast taming space and select their pets. But the senior high school students are still attending classes and training. Due to some reasons, there are a few senior high school students who are still students, which is normal. As for those 3 people, they were the ones who were frightened by Yi Ru on the road. When they thought about it later, the more they thought about it, the more ashamed they felt. This is so embarrassing. We 3 elite SS level Beastmasters were actually scared like this. How embarrassing. So thinking back, they were a little angry and wanted to get back at the pet competition. Faced with Yurua's challenge, they looked left and right and made up their minds. For the sake of stability, let's go together as 3 people. As long as we can win, that's fine. If I lose in singles, it would be a complete disgrace to me in school. The teachers also frowned, wondering why Yuru would do such an irrational thing. When Liu saw this situation, he also showed a gloating expression. How stupid. I won't feel that I have won first place. You feel so awesome and just become inflated, right? The former head teacher, the middle-aged teacher wearing glasses, also asked Yuru kindly, worried about him. Yuru, they have trained their pets for 1 year longer than you, and they are basically elite SS-level pets. Are you sure you want to fight? Don't be too reckless. Even though you have great talent, you still need time to grow slowly. Yuru smiled. Don't worry, teacher. Just trust me. I am naturally very confident about this. Look, even the squad leader's elite SS-level sword-type pet was easily defeated by me. Chunjia. Hearing this, the squad leader rolled his eyes. What kind of weird bugs are you raising? Far from the mark. I have nothing to say. And I also easily defeated Liyu's Windwolf. Liu, who was originally gloating, looked as if he was dead when he heard these words. Black as the bottom of a pot. Why did I not say anything this time and still get shot even when I was lying down? Isn't that fat guy still there? Why don't you say it? Student Yirua, let me confirm again. Do you really want to fight those 3 students? The teacher who had been the referee for Yirua and Liu also asked meaningfully, and he began to feel that maybe the feeling was not an illusion. If Yiru has really reached the extraordinary SS level, then all the high school students will be beaten by him. Not a single surprise. As for the character of these 3 students, he knew them very well. He guessed that they had offended Yiru again. There will be no second answer. Because Yirua is both good in character and academic performance, and is very popular among students, he would never do such a thing. Even now, there are still many students mocking those senior high school students and speaking for Yiru. They were so shameless that 3 of them actually came together. What a crappy senior year. As timid as a mouse. The faces of those who said this turned red, but with so many people around, they couldn't refute anything. I can only bite the bullet and fight Yiru. Show your big brother style. Then they can't say anything. Doesn't everything still depend on strength? The world of Beastmaster is just that simple, even though they haven't graduated yet. And Yiru also answered the teacher in charge of judging again. Of course, sir. I have thought it through very clearly. Really? Then get ready. With a smile on his face, the somewhat sturdy teacher began to look forward to it. What will this battle be like? And everyone in the audience was also shocked. Do you really want to compete? The teacher actually agreed. It's such an outrageous thing, and it's 1 against 3. Looking at Yiru's confident smile again, everyone couldn't help but feel more confident. What if I really won? What if he created a miracle again? There is no doubt that Yirua is the most outstanding student in their class and also represents their entire 2nd year of high school. At this moment, everyone thought so. Haha, come on, the 3 of us won't be scared this time. Yes, yes, yes. We are not afraid of you. Before the boss could say anything, the 2 younger brothers in the trio jumped out and shouted triumphantly. Then they were so arrogant that they each had to hit the back of their heads. What a retarded teammate. There are so many people here, just don't tell anyone. The students below looked very strange. What was going on? Were the 3 of you scared by Yiru alone? This is too bad. All right, you guys, get ready. Yes, teacher. Even these few people still behaved well in front of the teacher. Then he began to summon his pet. Chapter 042. What? You're going to take a long vacation? Come out, my friend. Fight my pet. Come here, my powerful helper. Everyone. What a ridiculous slogan. No wonder these 3 people get together. They really have the same chemistry. But the strength of the pet is indeed real. At this moment, 3 elite SS-level pets appeared here directly along with the light of the summoning array. They are the elite SS-level Windwolf, Windfeather Chicken, and Flame Lizard. They are all common pets, especially the former, which is quite popular and in high demand nowadays. As soon as the new form came out, it undoubtedly surpassed the latter 2 pets. With the appearance of pets, their self-confidence also increased rapidly. 3 against 1. Tell me, how do you lose? 1 level 4 and 2 level 3? Yiru knew their specific strengths with just 1 glance. Then he touched Chong Chong's head and handed the competition over to it. Bug, go ahead. At this moment, Chong Chong moved to the field, and opposite it there were 3 pets staring at it covetously. The students in the audience couldn't help but worry. There is a huge difference in body size. The quantities are not equal. Even though Yiru is also an elite SS level, there are 3 of them in front of him. Hee hee, now it's time for us to show our skills. Boss is right, I am the same. Well, me too. The morale of the trio was high and their faces looked very excited. The referee also cleared his throat. Well, this extra match is about to begin. Students from both sides, please get ready. 3. Start. After the teacher said start, the trio was about to issue commands to their pets and use their skills. But a green light had already appeared in Chung Chung's mouth. Boom! Then I saw a green energy light rushing towards the 3 pets with a whoosh, causing a violent explosion. 3 elite SS level pets were blown away on the spot. With a loud bang, smoke and dust rose, and even a pit appeared at the original location. In just 1 second, the battle was over. Referee, teacher, trio, students in the audience. What happened? Did you see that right? They can't even take a single move? The referee also looked shocked. He couldn't be wrong. When Yiru's pet attacked just now, he felt it again. It was an extraordinary SS level. The former head teacher also raised his glasses and smiled. It seems that this investment was very successful. Are you okay, Windwolf? My little chicken, how are you? Fire Lizard, are you okay? The 3 people also hurried down to check on the condition of their pets. There was an immediate uproar in the audience. Fuck. 666. Kill 3 elite SS level pets in 1 move. Brother Yi is awesome. Is this true? Why did that skill just now look so much like the blue light attack of the blue light butterfly? A classmate who had contracted a caterpillar looked very familiar and spoke with a strange expression. Originally, his family was poor, so he had to contract a caterpillar. But after Laming Company's new form of publicity, he suddenly became the envy of everyone in the school. Yeah, it seems to be a green light attack. Another classmate also gave his affirmation. No way, could it be a caterpillar? But how can a caterpillar learn the skill of green light strike? This is not a beaver. Oh, you actually underestimated Boss Ye's vision. This caterpillar must be very special. Look at the color, it's all silver. Yes, this is an extremely rare and special species. When saying this, the classmate couldn't stop envying and looking up to me. This special caterpillar could actually easily learn the skills of the green light butterfly and kill 3 pets in seconds. So terrifying. Everyone opened their mouths wide. You know, this is how the many evolutionary paths of the anthocyanin were introduced. Those who contract caterpillars are the ones who can soar to the sky. Some people even had a terrifying thought in their minds. The person who studied the evolutionary path of anthocyanins seemed to be called Yiru? I'm awesome. Could this actually be the same person? Is that why such an outrageous caterpillar was cultivated? He gasped in shock. And those few lazy senior high school students had to leave in shame amid everyone's contemptuous looks. It's so embarrassing that I can't even beat a sophomore. The key is that they are all 3 of them. With the students cheering, the game ended normally. Office. What? You want a long vacation? Hasn't this just been divided into classes? With an expression of disbelief and confusion, all the teachers here looked up at the protagonist of the incident. Yiruo. The one who raised doubts was the referee teacher just now, but the original class teacher didn't say anything. He was making tea and there was no movement. The female teacher who was in charge of awakening talents last time was also among the teachers, and her folded ear rabbit also looked over curiously. Yiruo smiled calmly, looking like a polite and good student. Although this height is almost the same as the teacher. Because my growth has slowed down, staying in school has little effect on me. Only by constantly fighting and exploring outside can you grow faster. Bugs. Following Yiruo's signal, Chong Chong also came out and released his own breath. This surprised all the teachers present. Some even screamed in shock. Extraordinary SS level? How is this possible? What a growth rate. You must be an SS level talent, right? Faced with the extraordinary SS level aura, they could of course recognize it directly. Most of the teachers here are in their 20s and have come a long way in the extraordinary SS level. How could they not be familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation? The female teacher with the folded ear rabbit came closer with a detector. Then he looked at the display above and his eyes widened. No way. Extraordinary SS level 5? You are stronger than my Scottish fold rabbit, which is only the 2nd level of the extraordinary SS grade. Outrageous. What do you feed your pet? Growing so fast. Some teachers also fell silent. They also understood that the young eagle was no longer suitable to be in the flock, but needed to fly. The former head teacher spoke gently at this time. Yiruo, Your own path to becoming a Beastmaster is already unfolding before you. You are different from all the previous students. You don't have to grow in the same routine. Then you just need to take the first step and don't waste your time trying to imitate others. Go ahead. Chapter 043. When I arrived, I saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. It seemed that the original head teacher of Yiru was very unusual. When he spoke, the other teachers fell silent. This is equivalent to agreeing to this request. As for the principal, this person is not in school all year round, either on adventures or with students. Students in the first and second year of high school rarely see this person. In this way, Yiru successfully requested a long vacation. By the way, Yiru also heard a very secret news that after a few months, the principal should organize a trial for them. It is very likely that it will involve the discovery of a relic. We are still in the process of searching for clues, and there should be progress later. Notify him to come back when the time comes. Yiru readily agreed to this. The ruins and secret realms hidden over the years have always been the target of exploration and discovery by many Beastmasters. As long as there are any rare pets, precious resources, information, or materials in it, they are all very attractive. Or it could be a training center set up by former Beastmasters. Nowadays, there are many training towers in the Alliance, located in various cities, and you can get good rankings and rewards by challenging them. Some of the towers are left over from ancient times. With another school support bonus, Yiru left the school. The current balance shows 1.07 million Alliance coins. The money that was originally consumed was returned after selling a batch of corpses of extraordinary ferocious beasts. This time the school gave another 200,000 yuan, and the remaining increase came from Laming Company. As long as profits are generated from the series of resources related to the anthocyanins, Yiru can get a share of the profits. That's how knowledge makes money. Let's go to Laming Company first. The competition there should be almost over. Suddenly, a teacher in the school office spoke in confusion. The one that Yiru has is a special species of caterpillar, right? Yes, sometimes there will be mutations or novel individuals in biological populations, and their potential is better than that of the original population. This reminds me of the name of the scholar who researched the various forms of Circidiphyllum in Laming Company. His name was Yiru. Yes, is there such a coincidence? The topic fell into silence again. Then a teacher in the corner sighed. Young people today are amazing. Why do we feel like we are old and can't keep up with the times? What the hell? Most of our teachers are only in their 20s. Haha. The place is once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. When Yiru arrived at Laming Company, he saw Chang Wei calling. Oh no. The flaming fire butterfly was hanging and fighting the howling wind dragon wolf. Then the boss of Fengling Group left angrily with a gloomy face, as if someone owed him millions. I'm in a very bad mood. Only on Lei Tianhe's side, everyone had an expression that looked like they were about to laugh. This guy also has his moments of frustration. Yiru took a quick look at the information of Howling Wind Dragon Wolf. Race: Howling Wind Dragon Wolf. Gender: male. Quality: medium general quality. Strength: extraordinary level 7. Skills: Flame Wolf Pack, mid-SS level. Furious Dragon Howl, mid-SS level. Guardian Fireball, mid-SS level. Claw Attack, primary SS level. The second stage evolution of the Swift Wolf, evolved from the Swift Wolf King. Because it used some blood from the Ankylosaurus, it has some weak dragon attributes. Yiru: it's just an average mid-level warrior pet, without even a high SS level skill. It's so lame. Even though Yiru felt that the fiery fire butterfly was just average, it still had a great advantage compared to this one. And that Ankylosaurus, as I remember, was a SS level pet of a general, with a thin vein of dragon blood in its body. So that's what's happening. The Howling Wind Dragon Wolf doesn't live up to its name. When Li Xiao, the boss of Fengling Group, left angrily, he didn't pay any attention to Yiru. After all, with this height and the clothes he wears, he looks just like a normal office worker. He had no idea that his Howling Wind Dragon Wolf was being beaten by the fiery fire butterfly. At school, his son's Wind Wolf was beaten by the caterpillar. There is really no one else like him. He glanced at Yiru without saying anything, then turned around and went to his own breeding room. The results of that convenient experiment were about to come out. 10 minutes later, Yiru's special breeding room was lit up with the white light of evolution. A Scottish fold rabbit emitting a pure aura of holy light appeared here, looking at Yiru in confusion. Fold. The body shape still retains the small and cute type. When it is curious, it will tilt its head. With its cute appearance, it is a real killer for women. And its attribute list has also undergone major changes. Race: Holy Light Rabbit. Gender: female. Quality, low-level general quality. Strength, elite level 1. Skills, radiant healing, mid-SS level, holy light punishment, mid-SS level, vine control, mid-SS level. A peace-loving extraordinary race, by chance, evolved again and became a pet that controls the power of holy light. Since it can heal teammates and attack, it is a very good auxiliary pet. Yiru fell into deep thought. The reason why it was able to evolve into this form was because he saw the Scottish fold rabbit of the female teacher. And the results of the new form have also come out. Although it only has 3 skills on the surface, it is undoubtedly an excellent auxiliary pet. 1 healing skill, 1 attack skill, and a special attack against evil forces. There is also a wood-related vine skill. Very good. The market for Scottish fold rabbits is about to become popular. However, according to this experiment, it takes a lot of resources to evolve into this form, and only wealthy people can afford it. Just a rich man's pet. Let Laming Company handle it first. A lot of resources need to be processed. Green Leaf Butterfly is still an extraordinary SS level nurse, so it won't be too embarrassing. At most, there will be 1 more SS level auxiliary pet of the general that can be sold. Wouldn't this crush the Windchime group? Satisfied, Yiru sent the message to Lei Tianhe, and soon he arrived, and was ecstatic about this data. Ha ha ha, Eruo, you are really a benefactor of our company. That's amazing. Much better than my good-for-nothing son. This is because Lei Ning is not here, otherwise he would have vomited blood. Lei Ning, father, are you polite? As for why Yiru was able to move freely after school started, Lei Tianhe didn't care about that. The school is not stupid for such a genius. And that Holy Light Rabbit will also become the mascot of Thunder Company and enjoy very good treatment. Yiruo had to quickly comfort Chong Chong. When it saw Yiru teasing the Holy Light Rabbit and touching its head, it immediately became angry. Okay, you are cute too. You are the cutest. Chong Chong has high attack and low defense, and he immediately loses his way when he is praised. He also touched Yiru's face affectionately. Instead, Yiru looked at him with disgust. Ugh, there's saliva. Chong Chong suddenly became anxious. No. Chapter 044 Giant God's Pit, Large Urban Energy City. Are you sure you want to start a long training? I won't rush you. Memories are precious things. If you chase your goals too much, you will lose sight of the scenery along the way. Your high school life and every little detail about your friends will become a complete memory in your life in the future. Once you become a Beast Master, your lifespan will be different from that of an ordinary person. A commander at the SS level can live for hundreds of years, and a king at the SS level can live for more than 1,000 years. Of course, in an era when fighting with ferocious beasts was a constant, there were only kings who died in battle, and very few kings died of old age. Looking at Yiruo, who was ready, the uncle spoke slowly again. Uncle Mingming looks big and strong, a man like a lion. But he gave gentle advice with the look of a person who had experienced many hardships in life. At this time, Yiruo had already returned home and found his uncle. High school and memories? Yiruo thought about it for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. I think that's enough. What we should do now is to become stronger together with our pets, so that we can have the confidence to handle everything. Okay, put this on. The uncle handed Yiru a strange mask, half black and half white, with the expression on it making it impossible to tell what it was. Yiru was a little surprised. The uncle explained this. Don't be surprised. It is very convenient to have multiple identities when you are outside. This thing can conceal your aura and block any spiritual power from spying on you. After seeing Yiru put it on, the uncle clapped his hands gently. They disappeared here in an instant. The surrounding scene changed immediately, and the stars moved. Before Yiru could react, he and the uncle appeared in an unfamiliar place. Roads I've never seen before, and buildings and houses of completely different styles from the wind. There was thick smoke everywhere, a pungent smell of iron in the air, and from afar there came a wind from the mountains and the vast land. From time to time, the sound of iron hammering could be heard. There was a constant stream of people coming and going below. No one noticed that there were 2 more people on the platform above. What surprised Yiru the most was that when he looked into the distance, he saw an extremely huge, deep hole not far away. The cave was so large that it looked to be at least several hundred feet wide, or even 1,000 feet wide, like an abyss. There are white clouds surrounding the surface. It is bottomless there, and seems to contain countless mysteries. Surrounding the bottomless hole, there are many buildings, one after another, so many that it is terrifying. Yiruo and his group are also part of this large building. The city here was actually built around an incredibly huge cave. With such an obvious mark, Yiru immediately remembered where this place was. The giant god's pit? This is actually an energy city? Yes, it seems that you know a lot. The uncle smiled smugly. Yiru was surprised. The energy city turned out to be this place. This is a city far away from the wind. Because it is located in an extremely remote border area, transportation is very inconvenient, and almost all the people who come here are beastmasters. How can the uncle travel so far by moving in one space? Energy City, a city built next to a huge, deep pit. It was a huge hole emitting endless abyss, which made people feel terrified at the sight of it. No one knows what kind of battle or what kind of creature could have left such traces. Legend has it that this huge hole appeared hundreds of years ago. Coincidentally, a team of beastmasters who were exploring this place came here and discovered rich mineral resources, an unknown ecological environment, and strange creatures underneath. Just the surface contained huge resources, which caused a sensation in the Alliance. Therefore, a large number of beast tamers began to explore and open up the land around this giant cave, and they opened up countless passages and densely packed mines. Many beastmasters died fighting against the powerful beasts inside. However, there are still a large number of beastmasters coming here because there are many rare and precious resources here, especially the appearance of an energy crystal, Titan Crystal. It can be used regardless of type, has pure energy, and can greatly enhance the power of pets, especially races that are good at strength. It also caused the craze of countless beastmasters. Gradually, this place developed into a city and grew into a large city, ruled by many SS-level kings. Because of its abundant resources, this place is called the Energy City. The huge hole is called the Giant God's Pit. This is not comparable to the wind. The Energy City is a very large urban cluster. The uncle also patted Yiru on the shoulder. Come on, I'll take you to the Beast Tamers Guild to register. From then on, it's up to you to do whatever you want. This Energy City has great potential and will surely be promoted to a top city in the future. Of the 3 top cities in the Alliance, the ancient capital city has a long history and rich heritage. Zhenhai City is located next to the sea and protects against the beasts in the sea. Longyu City is governed by several major dragon families, and it is difficult for outsiders to integrate into it. It is quite xenophobic. Think about it. A place like Energy City is more suitable for your growth. Yiru, who was wearing a mask, nodded. Soon, they came to a rather imposing and prosperous building. There are 5 words engraved in capital letters on it. Beast Tamer Guild. There are 2 very conspicuous white fangs at the entrance, with the pointed tips facing the sky, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Yiru broke out in a cold sweat. This thing looks like the tooth of some kind of master SS-level mammoth. A very precious resource. The wind is rarely seen. It was placed casually at the door, which showed that this Beast Tamer Guild was very powerful. The information about this thing also appeared in Yiru's eyes. Ivory. It comes from the teeth of the master SS-level pet mammoth, which contains abundant energy. It can not only be used as various materials, but also promote the evolution of elephant pets. But when they went in, the scenery changed, the inside became bright and the space was very large. Beastmasters were walking around everywhere, and all kinds of novel pets were here, following their masters. All of them are extraordinary SS-level beastmasters. The sound suddenly became lively, chatting, discussing, and viewing the electronic screens displaying numerous tasks. There were also people handing in tasks at the counter, some dragging the bodies of ferocious beasts, and some dragging bags of ore. There were also a lot of staff members, and everything was handled in an orderly manner. Yiru and the uncle were also observed by other beastmasters, especially when they walked towards a beautiful female staff member with a sullen face and few people around. It made some people happy. Wow, they actually went to the strictest Miss Lei Bingbing, who is a cold and proud flower with thorns. He is very strict in his work. He doesn't give you more beasts or resources every time, and he also lowers your price in various ways. He is very rigid and difficult to talk to. No one is willing to go, "Hey, that guy is wearing a mask. He must be a young and immature newbie, right?" Mingzi, I bet you that they will think Miss Lei Bingbing's service is too poor and choose to find someone else. Chapter 045, Beastmaster Guild, King's SS Level Certificate. Next to the person who was speaking, another slightly fatter person was speechless. What's the suspense? Look at the staff around. They are all very enthusiastic and good-looking. Then look at Miss Lei Bingbing. The difference is immediately apparent. They will definitely choose someone else. Ahem, that's right. As if he thought this was true, the man at the beginning looked embarrassed and didn't mention it again. He could only look at Yuru as if he was watching the fun and took another sip of wine. If you apply to join the Beastmaster Guild and become an adventurer, the handling fee is 5,000 alliance coins. After that, the guild will test your strength, register your information, and send you a series of supplies. Lei Bingbing, a staff member who looked cool and elegant, calmly handed over a QR code scanning device and took out registration paper and pen. A meticulous look. She has fair skin and a slim figure, and is also a top-notch beauty. Black stockings and mature style. But compared to other female colleagues not far away who were full of smiles and offering warm hospitality, some of them even stuck to others. She seemed very unique. It seems to be stuck in the previous version. As she glanced at the two of them, she also looked at Yurua, who was wearing a mask, with curiosity. He was wearing a mask. Was there something he couldn't tell? Although there were many adventurers whose identities the guild didn't want to reveal, there were also many adventurers. Yiru was just stunned for a moment. 5,000 alliance coins? That's so expensive. It looks like the Beastmaster Guild in Fengdu only requires 1,000 alliance coins to join. Is your guild made of gold? They are obviously all branches of the alliance. It is worthy of being a big city. The admission standards alone are different. The uncle did not touch the paper, nor did he scan the code. Instead, he took out a black and gold card, handed it over. Lei Bingbing. She was stunned for a moment. Then after she took it and looked at it carefully, her eyes widened. His mouth was also wide open. Then I swiped the instrument and the display lit up. Proof that it was indeed something issued by the Alliance. Is there really such a thing? This is the first time she has seen it. As if she had realized what was happening, she quickly returned the card to the uncle without any hesitation, like something very hot. Then she lowered her head and spoke in a very polite, urgent voice. I'm sorry for neglecting you. I'm so sorry. Please come this way. We will provide you with the highest SS level reception. Since the guildmaster is not here, the guild's vice chairman, Elder Lei Dian, will be here soon to meet you. Unlike her cold expression just now, she seemed like a different person and became panic-stricken. Then he came out to lead the way. The uncle chuckled. You actually recognize this thing, and it's lightning? That guy has become the vice president. Interesting. Then the uncle and Yiru followed and walked into the guild. Only some dumbfounded colleagues not far away and the few beastmasters who were discussing just now were left. Oh my god. What did they see? Miss Lei Bingbing, who used to have a cold face and acted as if others owed her 2,000 and 500,000, actually took the initiative like this time? The sun really rose from the west, and my eyes fell all over the ground. They obviously wanted to watch the show as usual. Miss Lei Bingbing was pretty, but her work attitude was rigid, and many people had run into obstacles with her. But she can still be in charge of that position. I can only say that those who understand will understand. There is nothing you can do if you don't understand. The key point is, what are the origins of these two people? Not to mention the few beastmasters who were watching the fun. Even the other staff members didn't see any concrete developments. After all, they were busy over there, and when they turned around, they saw Lei Bingbing taking the two people away. My heart is also full of curiosity. He could only sigh that he was not Lei Bing. Why didn't those two come to them? In fact, what they didn't know was that the reason why the uncle went to Lei Bingbing's place was simply because there was no one there and it was convenient. On the way, Lei Bingbing, who was leading Yiru and the others to the special SS-level VIP room, also felt a storm in her heart. That kind of card was something that the Beastmaster Guild had issued a long time ago. Now it has been replaced by something new. Version update. To put it simply, this kind of black and gold card may be rare to see nowadays. But the one who can take out this thing must be a King SS-level beast tamer. The top combat force among the Alliance's Beastmasters, the true power to intimidate the Beast Kings. There are only 3 people in the Energy City, and ordinary people can never see them. They hold high positions, leading a family through its rise and fall, and any slight movement can cause endless turmoil. To the Beast Tamer, it was simply a rumored existence. To be honest, she was now feeling very nervous. Wow, I am actually a socially anxious person, that's why I pretend to have a blank expression. In addition, there were always adventurers who wanted to harass her, so she became increasingly unhappy. As a result, this time the car flipped over. If this adult is unhappy, she will be finished. Grandpa would skin her alive too. Well, Vice President Lei Dian is her grandfather. Becoming a boy in this person's mouth is normal for SS-level kings. Because they have long lifespans, they can watch the changes in the world. Soon, Yirua and the uncle arrived at the special SS-level VIP room. As soon as they arrived, a figure hurriedly arrived outside. Bing Bing, where is the boss? You didn't slack off on him, did you? Otherwise, I'll have to skin your little girl alive. Lei Bing Bing. He is indeed my grandfather. He was a short, wrinkled old man with a look of anxiety. Not as tall as Lei Bing Bing. When Lei Bing Bing swiped the card to verify its authenticity, the system had already automatically sent a message to the guild manager, who was so scared that he rolled over and jumped out. Good job. Which king is here? Why didn't you even say hello? I was scared to death. When the old man set his eyes on the uncle, he was suddenly struck by lightning, then filled with disbelief and ecstasy. I quickly wiped my eyes. I was so excited. Brother Wu, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have asked all the guild members to welcome you. Use the biggest welcoming ceremony. Send the most beauties. Go, go, go. Get ready. The uncle first laughed and cursed, then was a little dumbfounded. Xiaolei, how come you've gotten so old? This shouldn't be the case, right? Chapter 046. Travelers from a foreign land, testing their strength. The uncle looked like a middle-aged man, with his aura not diminished at all. On the other hand, Elder Lei Dian already looked like an old man in his twilight years. The two are in stark contrast. In fact, the uncle is much older than him. So I'm speechless. It's only been over 100 years. What have you done? A Master SS level shouldn't be this old. This made Elder Lei Dian scratch his head in embarrassment. In front of his benefactor, he now acted like a child. When granddaughter Lei Bingbing saw this, her eyes widened and she quickly turned away. Surprise. I don't see anything. It will be troublesome if you are held accountable later. It's rare to see this side of the old man. And the sound of Elder Lei Dian sighing was also heard. My pet failed to advance to SS level, and I suffered a backlash. It was like this all of a sudden. It's not that easy to achieve SS level as a commander, but it's nothing. How did you get here? I thought I would never see you again in this life. Look, this is my granddaughter. Isn't she pretty? Bing Bing, come here. Elder Lei Dian was quite relieved about his own situation and did not give any detailed description. And when he saw his granddaughter wanting to leave, he scolded her. He introduced his offspring to the uncle. This little girl is usually shy, so I put her in the guild to train her. I didn't expect her to be so straightforward and inflexible. It's giving me a headache. After their conversation, Yiru also had a general understanding. It turned out that the uncle saved a little kid when he passed by here a long time ago and taught him a few tricks. Later, this little boy grew up to be a Master SS level Beastmaster. That was the vice president of the Beastmaster Guild in front of him, Elder Lei Dian. So the uncle took the card on purpose. By the way, there is another important piece of information. It turns out that the uncle's surname is Wu. Having never heard the uncle say this before, he just said that there was nothing to ask and that he could just call him uncle. The reason why Elder Lei Dian is so old is that his pet failed to break through. When a pet reaches a major breakthrough, it is very dangerous. If the accumulation is not enough, or other factors affect the breakthrough of the pet, then both the Beastmaster and the pet will suffer backlash. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Starting from the Master SS level, the difficulty increases as you progress, and the more resources you need. Not to mention evolution or something. Only through continuous quality transformation can we possess greater potential. To be honest, this is the first time Yiru has seen someone like Nyo who has the qualities of a king from birth. However, both Chongchong and Xiaonyo are big consumers of resources. At this moment in the beast-taming world, Yiruo could see that the insects were destroying the sea of moonlight flowers, and they were swallowing more than a dozen moonlight flowers. According to observation, moonflowers are difficult to grow in the outside world and grow very slowly. Requires very high-quality energy crystals. Cultivating more than a dozen moonflowers like this would make a lot of money. As a result, Chongchong ate as crazily as Zhu Tu Mingjin. Most beast tamers can't afford it. Yi Ruo could only sigh and lament that luckily she had the beast-taming world and the moonlight flower seeds given by the uncle, otherwise she would not be able to raise insects. It's like a pig chewing a peony. Just when I was thinking this, I saw Chongchong in the beast-taming world suddenly look up and yawn. Look around vigilantly. Who is scolding me? Yi Ruo. It seemed that it could not find the target. Chongchong glanced around and saw the group of wood-leaping fish in the lake in the distance. It opened its mouth and attacked with a green light. With a loud bang, several wood-leaping fish were blown away on the spot. Then Nyonyo grabbed a few and enjoyed them. And Chongchong continued to lie in the sea of flowers with satisfaction. So cool. Wooden leap fish. What is the lowest position among brothers? They are. Yiruo had nothing to say. The cultivation of Nyo also required a lot of resources. In addition to the original staple food, high-quality earth element energy crystals were also required. It just so happens that this is produced here in Energy City. Find a way to get a lot of them into the beast-taming world. After all, Yirua's advantages are unique, and the uncle must know this. It took Yiru a few seconds to check the process of his own beast-taming world. Elder Lei Dian also understood the uncle's intention and turned his attention to Yiru. Is this the young man that Big Brother Wu thinks highly of? I'm really envious. He will surely become a powerful beast master in the future. Unlike an old man like me, I have poor talent and it was difficult for me to grow up. For so many years, I have only been struggling at the Master SS level. I finally managed to advance to the SS level, but I failed and suffered a great loss of vitality. It will take decades to recover. Alas, I am only this capable. I feel ashamed to say that I know Brother Wu. I can't even hold my head up. As a result, the uncle shook his head and smiled indifferently. It's okay. I never look at how strong others are when making friends. They are not as strong as me anyway. Elder Thunder. Yirua. Lei Bingbing. Is this the confidence of a strong person? I'll keep an eye out for any treasures that can repair hidden injuries on your pets. Let's register an identity for this kid first. His name is Yirua. Of course, you just need to know him. It's better to let him change his identity when he ventures out into the world. This made Lei Dian ecstatic, but also embarrassed. I understand. I used to have several identities in private, which made it easier for me to get things done. I'm so sorry to bother Brother Wu again. Okay, I'll do the registration myself this time. Elder Lei Dian placed his hand on the screen and brought up an electronic screen, asking Yiru to fill it out manually. He can fill in whatever he wants. Who made him the one brought here by my benefactor? Come on, young man. Think of a name for yourself if you become an adventurer. This made Yiru hesitate for a moment. What should he call her? The despicable outsider, the captain who washes the deck, the chief petty officer, the captain, the master, the itchy mouse, the guardian knight, Hermes, the duelist, the commander, and the swordsman? Forget it. Let's keep it simple. Let's call it Traveler in a Strange Land. Then for gender and age, just choose 19 and fill in the other specific information roughly. After all, this is another identity of mine. Soon, the information was generated on the spot, and Elder Lei Dian nodded and checked it. Interesting smile. A traveler from a foreign land. What a good name. You are an extraordinary SS-level beastmaster, so let's test your strength. I am also looking forward to seeing how powerful the little guy that Brother Wu is optimistic about is. As soon as he finished speaking, a target rose directly from the ground in the distance, with a numerical display instrument next to it. Just let your pet use its skills to attack the target. Generally, the displayed value for the extraordinary SS level power will be around 2,000. A more formal one would cost around 4,000. The powerful supernatural SS level is in the range of 5,000 to 6,000. Chapter 47. Lightning 4 Whips, so terrifying. As for the top-level extraordinary SS level power, it is probably in the range of about 8,000. Above 10,000, that is the power that can only be unleashed by a pet of the SS level warrior. This machine is specially used to test extraordinary SS level pets. The upper limit is 9,999. Elder Lei Dian seemed to have thought of something and laughed complacently. My granddaughter's pet is now at the 5th level of the extraordinary, but the power of its skills has reached 6,000. In terms of power alone, it is considered an excellent extraordinary SS level. Bing Bing, come and try it. Okay. Lei Bingbing, who was a little nervous, also responded. She was also very curious about the young man brought by the league's top beastmaster. I don't know how big the gap is between me and the other person. It shouldn't be too big, right? I have provided a lot of resources to my pet. Maybe, is it possible? Will they be similar? I am not bad either. Come out, shining lightning, elves wandering in the sky. Under the white summoning circle, a purple spherical elf flashing with lightning appeared here, about the size of a basketball. There is something similar to Thunderflame on its head. The combination of the two actually looks better. Race: lightning elf. Attribute: thunder. Gender: female. Quality: medium general quality. Strength: extraordinary level 5. Skills: lightning 4 whips, high SS level. Lightning strike, medium SS level. Electric discharge, medium SS level. Electric shock treatment, medium SS level. A rare elf wandering in the wilderness. It only appears on thunderstorm nights. It is the evolved form of the electric elf. After reaching the SS level of warrior, it can evolve into the Thunder Tyrant of the intermediate Master SS level quality if the conditions are met. Is this the second generation of the Master? First of all, it is a pet that can eventually grow to the Master SS level. Compared with Fengdu, it's like heaven and earth. Forget it, I don't think I have the right to say such things. After the lightning elf knew what to do after hearing its master's explanation, it looked at the target and its body began to emit a crackling aura of lightning. Then a whip made of lightning appeared beside his body and was swung directly over. It hit the test target hard, and it was a continuous attack, constantly waving, with an unpredictable trajectory, and you could hear crackling sounds in the air. Lightning fast and clean. Let Yirudu move away quietly, not wanting to be affected by the whip. It's a bit dangerous to be around this pet. The test target was also constantly beeping and numbers were constantly displayed. With these 4 attacks, the value is 6,200. After the attack, Lei Bingbing also took back her pet and nodded softly. I'm sorry, I'm so embarrassed. Elder Lei Dian stroked his beard, still smiling. The uncle paused for a moment before speaking calmly. It's okay, but don't slack off, you can still improve this skill a lot. Ye boy, come here. As soon as Yiruo thought about it, a bug with a moonflower in its mouth was summoned out. It tilted its head and called out in confusion. What's up? Use your skill to attack the target and test its power. After quickly swallowing the moonflower, Chong Chong responded with full fighting spirit and looked towards the target. The uncle suddenly fell silent. I asked you to summon the Quinius Star Beast. Why did you summon a bug like this? And that flower seems to be a moonflower. This little bug really knows how to enjoy itself. But now is the time to test your skills, so take out this thing. The uncle suddenly felt that he didn't want to watch anymore. You've completely screwed me up. Whenever the Quinius Star Beast uses a skill, its power can easily reach the upper limit or even explode. It's hard to describe the anthocyanin, but this kid's caterpillar looks weird. Elder Lei Dian and Lei Bingbing standing by also stared at each other in confusion. What kind of pet was this? Why couldn't they recognize it? Boom! Before they could think too much, a sound of an explosion suddenly rang out. Lei Bingbing was shocked. Then, one after another, blue energy lights violently bombarded the target, producing loud explosions. The power value is also constantly updated. It turned out that the strange bug spit out energy attacks. Beep beep. The test target kept making noises, which made Elder Lei Dian and the others open their eyes wide. Oh shit. What they saw. 9999? Is this true? This looks like a green light attack skill from the wind system. How can it be so powerful? What is this cultivated with? Lei Bingbing was even more dumbfounded. Is this the difference between people? Why is it so? So I'm just a rookie. As if it was not satisfied with its attack, Chong Chong stopped attacking and then spit out a silver thread with a whoosh. It was so fast that it hit the target accurately in an instant. The target was pierced on the spot. Elder Lei Dian and his granddaughter were shocked again. Why does a seemingly ordinary thread have such power? As long as you use a skill that makes a lot of noise, they can barely accept it. Lei Bingbing was so shocked that she blurted out. What kind of penetrating power is this? That's an instrument made of lapis lazuli. It's impossible for an extraordinary SS-level pet to break it. Only then did Chong Chong nod happily, wanting to show off to Yiru. Yiruo, you were so excited. Can't you just use a green light to hit it and it will be over? But Yiru didn't blame it and touched Chong Chong's head. Okay, go back and continue playing your game. Then Yiru looked at Elder Lei Dian embarrassedly. Well, I don't think you have to pay for the damage to this. No. Elder Lei Dian, who was originally dumbfounded, suddenly reacted and waved his hand quickly. Just a small machine. It's true that young people are talented. Such a powerful supernatural SS-level pet beast. Its power alone is already the pinnacle of supernatural SS level. Not to mention the silk spinning one at the back, which amazed me even more. Even if a low-level SS-level beast was shot, it would pass right through, right? Elder Lei Dian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yiruo's pet's move fully proved how amazing good skills were for fighting above SS level. Just these few tricks are enough to make her much better than her granddaughter. Lei Bingbing, I'm leaving. I can't just leave. The uncle seemed to be thinking about something, which was interesting. Chapter 048, Guild Resource Library, Treasure List. He was too lazy to care about the new forms of the Anthophores before, they were just so. And this one from Yi Xiaozi might give him a surprise. I didn't expect that such performance could be achieved without the help of the Quiniu Star Beast. So, Yiru's registration went smoothly and almost everything was done. Finally, Elder Lei Dian thought about it. How about this? Regarding the SS level assessment, I will directly give you the authority of an SS level adventurer, so that you don't have to upgrade from the lowest SS level. The adventurers out there all rose slowly from SS rank. This surprised Yiru for a moment, and he spoke sincerely. Ahem, Elder. How about I start from SS level? This is also a good training. Starting from the bottom, I can do the work of an adventurer better. From the beast tamers to the beast tamers. How can I take the privilege route? This doesn't feel good. Unexpectedly, Elder Lei Dian gave him a strange look. Are you sure? There is a big difference between SS level tasks and SS level tasks. Yiru suddenly had a bad feeling. What's the difference? Elder, please tell me. For SS rank adventurers, their tasks are usually to find lost cats or dogs, catch thieves, or escort goods. It takes a while to be promoted to an SS level adventurer. Normally, the missions that can be taken by extraordinary SS level adventurers require SS level authority. You are so strong. It's a waste to always do SS level and SS level missions. Yirua, what Konoha Genin? They are just some trivial tasks. So, you still want to start from SS level? This made Yiru immediately express his righteous opinion. No thanks, please change back to SS rank adventurer. I think a good beast master should be flexible. Puff. Ha ha ha. Lei Bingbing couldn't help laughing, and Elder Lei Dian laughed even louder. It seems that you are very suitable to be an adventurer. It's not easy to be an honest beast master. On the contrary, those who are smooth and adaptable can do well. My granddaughter is a fool and can be easily deceived. As soon as these words were spoken, Lei Bingbing could no longer laugh and her expression froze. My dear grandpa, can you let me go? Be a human being. After everything was ready, Yiru received the relevant equipment from the Beastmaster Guild, a bronze technology bracelet representing the extraordinary SS level, and a data book compiled over the years in the pit of the giant god, a collection of news about what happened in Energy City, a handbook for new adventurers, and the distribution areas of ferocious beasts. A set of protective clothing, an exclusive bank card, 10 high-quality earth crystals, and a series of other things. These are all benefits of membership. No wonder the fee to join is so much more expensive than in Fengdu. The bronze technology bracelet can be used to check a series of information and data. You can just click it to project it on your wrist and view the information you want. Of course, Yirua now has the authority of an SS-level adventurer, so he can see much more than the adventurers who have just joined. There are also adventurer chat channels, guides, information releases, item trading, and a host of other things here. Yiru found it very interesting and it was actually quite advanced. It seems that there are still many places to explore. Isn't this interesting? The adventurer's authority can be continuously upgraded to SS level. It doesn't mean that you cannot be promoted if you are not strong enough. You can just keep doing low-level tasks and slowly work your way up. This way you can redeem the internal resources of the Beastmaster Guild that can only be viewed by higher authorities. Use high-level resources to accelerate your growth. It will help you reach this level faster. So Yiru was already in the rented room in the hotel, looking through the list of the guild's internal resources. The uncle has gone back. Before leaving, he gave him a golden fragment and told him to crush it if he encountered an enemy that was far beyond his ability to defeat. Just shake him over. The following time was all Yirua spent alone. If you have any questions, you can find Elder Lei and his granddaughter. Of course, there are also Chong Chong and Nyo Nyo. They are both around at this time, one watching TV and the other looking through some information. Yiru was also dumbfounded. Do you understand? Seeing how they were enjoying the meal, Yiru didn't want to disturb them, so he just let them be. I always feel that it would be convenient if I could buy a big house here in Energy City. The two pets can also move more freely. But when I looked at the prices of the houses, especially the closer to the pit of the Titan, the more expensive they were. It was simply outrageous. Yirua immediately gave up this idea temporarily. Well, let's see if the tasks here are easy to complete when the time comes. Then, let's take a closer look at what resources are available in the Beastmaster Guild. First, I browsed to the extraordinary SS-level resource library. Lin Liang's numerous pictures and detailed explanations were displayed in front of Yiru. Earth Heart Lotus. Earth, wood element extraordinary resource, grows 100 meters underground where the earth element energy is relatively active, tastes sweet and fragrant, delicious, and contains abundant energy. The energy is pure and has no side effects. It is easy to absorb and can be used to cultivate the growth of earth and wood pets. Judging from the picture, it looks like a yellow lotus, and even the leaves are khaki. If you don't have good eyesight, you might miss it. Earth pear fruit. An Earth-type extraordinary resource, it looks like a pear. After being eaten by Earth-type pets, it can increase the affinity of Earth-type energy. Found 150 meters from the giant god's pit, it grew from a short shrub and is now being transplanted and cultivated by the guild for mass production. Fire spirit vine. A supernatural resource of the fire element. After consumption, it can slightly increase the power of the pet's fire element skills. Illusionary spirit stone. An extraordinary resource of the illusionary system, containing unique illusionary energy. Illusionary pets have a small chance of comprehending skills. 3-color flowing stone. An Earth-type extraordinary resource. After absorbing the energy inside, it can slightly increase the power of the pet. There are similar resources like these. Yi-Ruo kept sliding and looking at them carefully. There are so many types and quantities, it is worthy of being a beast tamer guild in a big city. He also felt happier. Wow, this is simply a paradise for Earth-type pets. It is also a paradise for beast masters with unique talents like Yi-Ruo. If the beast master guild can transplant and cultivate them, can I cultivate them even better? At this time, Yi-Ruo curiously clicked on the SS level resource library of the general. Although it cannot be redeemed, it can be displayed, which is a means of incentive. The listed treasure information immediately made Yi-Ruo happy. It's amazing. The resources you want are in the first row. How could this thing be placed in the SS level resource library of a general? Chapter 049. Millennium Magic Butterfly Fossil. Beyond the Master's SS level. All I saw was an ancient and unique butterfly fossil with traces of time. The veins of the wings above are clearly visible, crossing the times and arriving at the present. It doesn't seem like a resource at all, but rather a work of art. Its information is also displayed. Millennium Demon Butterfly Fossil. ASS level resource. A strange fossil discovered by a beastmaster in the Fire Dragon Valley. It is unknown where it came from, but according to inspection, it has a history of 1,000 years. It can be sensed that there is a huge amount of energy contained in it, which is a top-quality resource used by butterfly-type pets. Note, there is currently no known method for using this resource. Price: 300,000 Alliance coins. Yi-Ruo. My goodness, this is outrageous. According to the information he got from Chongchong's evolution materials, the Millennium Demon Butterfly Fossil is a resource that surpasses the Master's Commander SS level. This thing was formed when the energy transformed from the death of the SS level butterfly pet produced a miraculous reaction with the geology. After many, many years, this 1,000-year-old magic butterfly fossil was formed. It is a high SS grade material for the evolution of butterfly pets. After reading this note, Yi-Ruo finally understood that this was the reason why they didn't know how to use it. The usage of this resource cannot be developed. Or maybe there is no powerful warrior SS level butterfly pet, so no one would go out of their way to buy such a resource that is of no use to them. Wonderful. Isn't this just a good deal for myself? Directly pick up the bargain. This resource requires a SS level general, which means SS level authority to redeem, but Yi-Ruo is currently only SS level. It's still the SS level with 0 completed tasks. There is simply no way to redeem this. However, Yi-Ruo directly sent a message to Elder Lei Dian, asking if he could keep the 1,000-year-old magic butterfly fossil and buy it when his authority was upgraded to SS level. At my speed, maybe I would reach the SS level of general before my authority is upgraded to the SS level. Unexpectedly, Elder Lei Dian sent a message very quickly. I have already removed this resource from the shelves. Just think of it as a gift from your elders. I haven't decided what to give you yet. Let Bingbing give it to you later. Just tell her the address. Don't transfer money to me. This is nothing. It's just a SS level resource for a general. It's just a small matter. Yi-Ruo was silent for a moment. Happiness came too fast like a tornado. Is this the benefit of having a relationship? That's awesome. Please give me more relationships like this. Not long after Yi-Ruo told Lei Bingbing the location information, she sent it over. At this time, the fossil has come into Yi-Ruo's hands. The palm-sized fossil looks crystal clear, and the butterfly veins inside are so clear that it seems as if the butterfly will fly out if it is broken. But in reality, it is indeed a dead object. It is a wonderful and top-grade resource, very beneficial for butterfly pets. Unexpectedly, Yi-Ruo, who I was worried about where to get, was obtained so easily? It's amazing. Chong was originally watching TV and was very engrossed in it. At this moment, a hoarse witch-like voice came from the TV. Children don't need dreams. Before they grow up, they just need to be manipulated like dolls and toys. However, after Yi-Ruo took out the fossil, It seemed to sense something and was startled. I was confused for a moment. Then he turned into silver light and stopped watching TV. It appeared directly in Yurua's hand, and he looked at the butterfly fossil curiously. Yurua smiled and touched it. Haha, little cutie, you also felt it. For you, this strange energy that has been precipitated over time is purer and more perfect. Adding extra changes over the years is quite attractive to you who are about to transform into a butterfly. I will put it next to your precious stone. Keep it safe. Okay. Yuru felt that the extraordinary SS-level resource library was quite rich, but the general SS-level resource library gave him a pleasant surprise. This made Yuru look carefully. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was shocked. Several other resources needed are also available here, and there are quite a few of them. Many of them are unpopular resources, and no one knows how to use them. There are even some that should be Master SS-level resources, which are also placed in the General Resource Library. There were none of these in Fengdu before. This made Yurua both surprised and happy. I have never felt that the hope of insect evolution is so close. Wonderful. With these resources added, you only need the last one, Wanzai Kongqing cotton, to completely collect them. As long as all the materials are collected, the bugs can evolve. The dreamy moonlight butterfly that can grow into a king. The most beautiful and powerful posture that Chong Chong desires. Then the next goal is also very simple. The first one is to train your 2 pets to the SS level of warriors. As long as you are promoted to SS level general, you can start planning the evolution of Chong Chong. And Nyo-Nyo's skills and potential require constant fighting to be improved and developed. I look forward to seeing how dazzling Nyo-Nyo will be after reaching the SS level of warrior. I asked my uncle, and he said that the thunder attribute talent will be awakened at the SS level of the general, and new powerful skills will be awakened. Isn't this just a random killing? The second is to accept the task and complete it. Upgrade your adventurer privileges to SS level to redeem those resources. Both authority and funding must be continuously improved through tasks. Yiru originally thought that he was a rich man. Now his balance is 2.07 million alliance coins, which is a lot more. It is obvious that the money came from Laming Company. But when I arrived at the Energy City, I realized that I was actually a poor man. If you just buy some resources, this money will be gone. Is this the world of Beastmaster? If I want to buy all the resources that Chong Chong needs, it will cost a lot of money. It seems that I have to work hard to make money myself. The Giant God's Pit, which contains countless resources, ferocious beasts, and pets, is the best place. At this moment, Yiru and his 2 pets were full of fighting spirit. 1 person and 2 pets gathered here, then Nyo-Nyo stretched out his hand. Yiru put it here, and finally Chong Chong climbed on it. Very good, now it's time for us to work hard. Nyo-Nyo, Chong Chong, I'm counting on you too. Moo. Chong Chong was happy. Nyo-Nyo looked at them gently, and Yirua also smiled calmly. Chapter 050. The mission career begins. The Ice Frog Race. By the way, in addition to the 1,000-year-old magic butterfly fossil, Miss Lei Bingbing also brought a space bag. That is an item that can only be made by space-type pets after they reach the Commander SS level. Can load some stuff. It's about the size of a room and can hold a lot of things. The main reason was that Elder Lei Dian felt that giving a worthless fossil was not a token of his appreciation at all, so he just gave this thing as a gift. This space bag is sold for 1 million alliance coins. The price is set mainly to facilitate adventurers' activities and harvesting in the wild. Otherwise, one person can't carry much. Other people cannot have a beast-taming world where they can store things like Yirua. Of course, for ordinary beastmasters, space bags are something that only rich people can afford. Even in this big city, 1 million alliance coins, even an ordinary extraordinary SS-level beastmaster would have to spend a long time to earn enough. Therefore, those who usually wear this thing are generals and SS-level beastmasters. After settling down here, Yiru also had a video call with his sister. There is a little cotton-padded jacket at home. I have to let her know she is safe. The younger sister on the screen also had a happy expression on her face and shared with her brother that she would take good care of herself and he didn't need to worry about herself. Not to mention there are uncles too. As she laughed, she waved. The bracelet on Yirua's wrist, which was made of golden fragments, was quite eye-catching. The golden fragment that the uncle gave him before he left, I think, is this it? Yiru looked at the golden fragments he had placed in the beast-controlling space and found that they were indeed the same kind. This made him silent for a moment. How come my sister has so many things? But this is also a good thing, which means that the younger sister is still more liked by the uncle. During this period, I also contacted my good friend Lei Ning. Lei Ning, brother, I chatted with a beautiful woman for so long that I thought I had found true love. I even thought of a name for my child. Yi Ruo. What's the result? Lei Ning. But she told me about her grandfather who grew tea in the mountains. Yi Ruo. Yi Ruo. You should focus on training the Blaziken. Wouldn't it be better if it could evolve into a Blaziken sooner? Lei Ning. Ahem. I get it. I have also successfully advanced to the SS level elite, SS level Beastmaster, although I can't compare with a pervert like you. Hee. By the way, I learned that most of my acquaintances were assigned to the top classes. The class monitor, Su Jiron, and others. As for Li Yu, because he kept losing miserably later on and considering the relationship with these SS level talented students, he was assigned to the class. It made many people laugh to death. Everything was almost done, and Yi Ru took a look at the things in the beast-taming world. A sea of moonlight flowers, the number has increased a little. His own beast world seems to be very suitable for the growth of these plants. The moonlight flowers are growing very happily, and their quality is getting better and better. However, the number of Nyo-Nyo's starlight fruit trees has not changed. After all, there are as many trees as there are seeds. But the aura of the starlight fruit tree has become stronger, and it can be clearly seen that it has gained a lot of benefits. The other three plants are the perfume apple tree, the crystal vine, and the windleaf iron tree. The quality seems to have improved. The first two are snacks for Chong Chong and Nyo-Nyo. Fengye Taishu was almost defeated by Nyo-Nyo last time. Now he has not only recovered, but his aura has become even stronger. In other words, he became more vulnerable to being beaten. The wood-leaping fish in the lake also benefited a lot. Many of them grew to awaken SS level, and there were also a few elite SS level fish. When it reaches the elite SS level, the meat should be better, right? Give it a try next time. Thus, Yi Ruo's life in the Energy City began. Bang! In an instant, a black shadow suddenly flew backwards and crashed into the big trees, breaking several big trees in a row. Looking closely, it turned out to be a leopard with purple stripes. After suffering such a heavy blow, it stopped struggling and its life force disappeared. Then another sturdy human-like figure appeared here. It had a pair of horns and stone armor on many parts of its arms and legs. He exudes a sharp aura and is extremely powerful. At this moment, it is looking here with sharp eyes. It was obvious that it was it that attacked the ferocious beast just now. On the other side, a figure was leaping over from the trees, moving very quickly. There is also a silver bug on his shoulder. Soon, he jumped directly to the ground. This made the humanoid pet smile and cry out, "Moo!" The person who appeared here was naturally Yi Ruo. The one who was chasing the ferocious beast all the way was Nyo-Nyo, with Nyo-Nyo in front and Yi Ru behind. At this time, he was wearing light clothes that were convenient for travel and a black and white mask on his face. If you look closely, you will find that there is a special light armor under the surface clothing. That is the protective clothing issued by the Beast Tamer Guild, able to withstand some impact. After all, the Beastmaster himself is the weakest individual, and smart beasts know to kill the Beastmaster first. And Yi Ruo's piece has a lot of scales on it. This thing reminded Yi Ru of the Inland breastplate, a piece of blue-quality hardware. But the defense is really good. After taking a look at the ferocious beast, Yi Ru shook his head. Really? There's a vicious beast passing by here and attacking us. That's not a moral code. But Nyo-Nyo was really powerful. He killed it and made it flee. Then he caught up with it and shot it dead. This is a shadow leopard. As a ferocious beast living in the forest, it is good at hiding itself in the shadows and will wait for opportunities to sneak attack its prey. Once it died, Yi Ruo would no longer be able to see the information. It can also determine whether this thing is faking death. Although he was wearing a space bag, Yi Ru still put the corpse of this extraordinary 7th-level ferocious beast into the beast-taming world. After all, the space bag is just a cover for him. Space is not as big as his own beast-taming world. Yi Ruo also continued to check the tasks of this trip. Let me see. The location is at the Gemma River. Originally, there lived a pet called the ice water frog, which can evolve into an ice-type super SS-level ice frog. Because of the powerful characteristics of ice-type pets, some young people are attracted to catch cold water frogs. But this time, there was an incident of a giant toad attacking people. We confirmed that the SS level was extraordinary SS level, so we asked the adventurers to eliminate it. I see. Chapter 051 Strange Fruit Tree, Extra Harvest. Be careful to avoid their attacks, and then get rid of these guys in one go. The Gemma River. Yi Ru was commanding his pet. There were 5 large black toads occupying the shore. They were extremely ugly, with red eyes and skin that looked like black, oily stones. And the hostility is amazing. Once it detects humans and pets approaching, it will attack immediately. The way to attack is to open the mouth wide and spit out attacks like kerosene bombs, which fall from the sky and cause damage. The properties of the species are completely opposite to those of the water frogs and ice frogs that live here. It seems that these two creatures are enemies, and at this time many dead bodies of cold water frogs are floating on the water surface. There are also a few ice frogs dealing with them. But the battle situation was not good. Both in size and attack strength, the ice frog was not as strong as the opponent and was suppressed. There was a loud bang as soon as the explosion occurred, and the ice frog was blown away on the spot. It's only a matter of time before the group is wiped out. With the arrival of Irua and his pet, these black toads can attack them as well. According to previous information, there should only be 2 black toads here. Faced with the kerosene bomb falling from the sky, the little caterpillar easily dodged it with a flash of silver light. These attacks with fire damage hit the open space, splashing around and causing secondary damage. It looks quite powerful, but all of them were empty. The energy in Nyonyo's body flashed, and thick doghead earth walls continued to rise from the ground around the black toads. Arrange them in a circle. A semicircular wall was formed that directly covered them. Then you can see red light flashing inside and the walls shaking continuously. After being restrained, these black toads launched an even more frantic attack, bombarding the earth wall. However, according to Nyonyo's strength, it wants to maintain such defense forever. The skill heart of the earth can provide energy continuously. The aura of the black toads inside was also rapidly weakening in a short period of time. This is naturally Nyonyo's super SS level skill, Thorn Halo, which can continuously counterattack the enemy on the opposite side. Just by doing this, all the toads can be killed in a short time. But the Quinio Star Beast did not maintain this earth wall. Instead, earth thorns continued to emerge around it, and there were dozens of them at once. Bang! The next second, the earth wall was broken and rubble flew everywhere. Nyonyo just waved his hand, and dozens of earth spikes shot out directly. Chong Chong also aimed at that place, spitting out green energy light from his mouth. 5 or 6 shots were shot out at once. Boom! The location where several black toads were located was first attacked by a round of earth thorns, and then encountered a violent explosion. A huge noise came from here. 5 giant toads were taken away on the spot by this coordinated combo. The ice frogs nearby were all stunned. The ice arrows they spit out are like scraping, and the damage to this large giant toad is extremely low. The kerosene bombs spit out by the giant toad can easily seriously injure them. I didn't expect that this Beastmaster's pet would be so easy to deal with. Too strong. Yiru picked up a scrapped bracelet from the grass in the distance, which had traces of fire burns on it. He observed calmly. 5 extraordinary SS level 9th order giant toads. No wonder the last extraordinary SS level Beastmaster who took on this task died. It clearly shows that there are only 2. If the mission went well, then there is a high probability that there are more giant toad nests around. These creatures are ferocious and must be eliminated. Chong Chong, Nyonyo, let's go. 5 minutes later, we walked towards the valley in the direction of the bushes and went deep into the valley. Yiru successfully discovered the giant toad's nest. There were also 3 small black toads here, and of course they were all cleaned up. Once they grow up, they will become a disaster. They are so hostile to humans that they attack children and the Ice Frog clan that are friendly to humans. Even a Beastmaster died. Then they have no need to exist and must be eliminated. The rules of the Beastmaster are so simple and clear. This is also a rule issued by the guild that you can understand without reading it. However, just as he was about to leave, Yiru noticed an inconspicuous little tree in the corner, and Chong Chong immediately tilted his head. It felt it too. This is a weird, dark little tree. What's so weird about it? There are no leaves, it is bare, with only black 3-pronged branches, and quite short. 3 small red fruits are hanging on it. Most people would just think it's just like weeds and wouldn't pay much attention to it. But Yirua showed a look of surprise, because new information appeared in his eyes. Black oil fruit tree, a special fire plant. After its fruit is eaten by a fire pet, it can master the high SS level fire skill, Fire Oil Bomb. Wow, I didn't expect that I would receive extra goods this time. Make money. So that's how the toads got their kerosene bomb ability. The power and the range of the secondary splash are also quite good, and it beat the Ice Frog clan like that. Both sides are extraordinary SS level. This is because the giant toad does not have the strength of a SS level warrior, Otherwise, the power of this skill would be much stronger than it is now. The skills themselves also require strength to drive them. Compared with other plants seen in the resource library, this one can directly gain a skill after eating it, and it is a high SS level one. It is a special and super high quality resource. Fire-type pets are definitely treasured. Even if you don't have a fire-type pet, selling the fruits will still bring in a lot of income. Or you can change to other resources of the same type, which is also good. Moreover, this plant can be cultivated better in one's own beast-controlling space. No need for nonsense. Dig it up. Taking out a small shovel, Irua swiftly put the plant into his beast-taming space. After all, he used to dig herbs and plants frequently. The soil next to the tree was a kind of black soil that smelled of kerosene, and it was all dug away. I guess this tree grows on this kind of soil. I seem to have seen it in the guild mall. It's quite cheap. I'll buy more when the time comes. Afterwards, Yiru also received a thank you gift from the Ice Frog clan, which was a few stones emitting cold air. An extraordinary SS level resource called Ice Stone, which is used by Ice Frog to evolve and grow. Not bad. Basically, as long as these pets or ferocious beasts in the wild are powerful enough, there may be some resources in the places they occupy. The previous crystal vines were guarded by an extraordinary SS-level ferocious beast. It also knows that it is good for itself. Well, continue to complete the mission while clearing out these ferocious beasts. We need money, tasks, and resources. Chapter 052. Head-on Confrontation, General SS Level 7th Order Crocodile Leader. In the following days, Irua began to wander around with his pets to complete tasks. At the waterfall, we had to deal with dozens of extraordinary SS-level king bees and life-chasing bees. Chongchong's moonlight silk was very useful, and it cut them all into pieces with just a few moves. Harvest 5 cans of king honey. It is delicious food, and both pets like it very much. For a time, all living creatures with bees would fall into their clutches. In Yirua's beast-taming space, the amount of honey visible to the naked eye increased. Those two little greedy ghosts made Yiruating laugh and cry. Unfortunately, these bee creatures are very ferocious and difficult to tame. Otherwise, you can just raise a bunch of them in the beast taming world and make honey specifically for these two little guys. Although Nyo is not small, in areas near towns, an ice bomb monster would appear at night and attack surrounding houses and residents. He was killed instantly by Yirua. Traces of the green claw demon appeared in the forest. It was an evil beast that would constantly devour the lives of pets in the forest. When it grew to the extraordinary SS level 8, it was destroyed by Yiru, who arrived. A fierce battle was fought in the water area against a large army of crocodile monsters led by a crocodile monster leader. There are a lot of them. The battle this time was quite intense. The water area shook violently and endless splashes of water shot up into the sky. A lot of attacks are intertwined here. Use the megahorn. Crush it. As Irua's voice fell, a powerful shock wave began to spread throughout the water area. The golden energy condensed into a powerful shock wave, which rushed over with a roar. The waves are surging. Under such power, the water surface was suddenly split apart. The terrible attack was unstoppable and powerfully blew away a large number of extraordinary SS-level crocodile monsters. The aftermath alone left them all seriously injured. The target of the attack was a SS level 7th order crocodile monster leader. The power fluctuations on its body far exceeded those of its extraordinary SS level subordinates. A large amount of water energy continued to boil, and the surrounding water was bubbling and roaring violently. His body is covered with spikes, and his eyes are ferocious and full of ferocity. With a chilling, murderous intent, facing the humanoid bull pet, it roared angrily, and a powerful wave rose up. The water balls emitted hot air and floated up from the water surface. With its strength, any one of these water balls could blow away an extraordinary SS-level pet, but at this moment it was madly drawing the power of the water and combining it into one. It turned into an enormous water ball and then attacked. The battle process took place very quickly, and the attacks from both sides collided directly. However, the attack launched by the SS-level crocodile leader only lasted less than a second before he was directly blown up on the spot by the golden light. The dazzling golden attack speed did not slow down at all and hit it directly. Boom! The explosion caused a huge impact. The water area shook, and the surrounding water splashed straight into the sky, forming a huge water column. All the crocodile monster guards that were close to it were evaporated, and their flesh was blown into pieces everywhere. One move. The Quinio Star Beast killed a high-level SS-level ferocious beast in one move. At this moment, Nyo was still standing here steadily, his breath not diminished at all. Compared to last time, I have grown a lot. Some crocodile monsters in the distance were filled with shock and anger. Facing the death of their leader, they roared to the sky and crawled over madly to kill them. They want to tear the human beastmaster and his pet to pieces to avenge their leader. But the next second, all their movement stopped. Then it was neatly divided into two halves, fell into the water. A large amount of blood dyed the water here red. What caught my eye was a few silver threads, which passed by like cutting tofu. Dozens of extraordinary SS-level ferocious beasts and 2 low-level SS-level crocodiles were all killed. Then a small silvery white insect flew back to Yiru's shoulder with a whoosh. Looking at Nyo, Yiru nodded with satisfaction and touched its head. Not bad. A high-level SS-level warrior will kill with one strike. It seems that the recent training has been very effective. As long as you use it more, you will be able to use this move as a big move at will. No matter if they are SS-level generals or extraordinary SS-level warriors, kill them all. Nyo also responded gently. It was also very happy about Yiru's exaggeration. Today, this giant horn move has been perfected to more than 90%, and there is no problem in using it normally. The power of the top SS-level skills has begun to show its ferocity. The fight was a one-sided crushing defeat. This is the result of Nyo's continuous research and training, which he quickly perfected. Yiru couldn't help but admire. What does it mean to be brave and not afraid of difficulties? Okay, you're great too. At this time, Chong also hummed a few times, indicating that I am still here. Now, the two of them, Chong has reached the 8th level, and Nyo has reached the 7th level. It's not far from the SS level general. It will happen soon. A surge in strength is about to come. And Nyo is even more amazing. Even though he is only at the 7th level of transcendence, with such performance, he can walk sideways among the SS level of generals. This is when the lightning element has not yet awakened, which is equivalent to half the strength being lost. The effect of the top SS level skills is really powerful. Previously, insects grew very fast, but cows, as pets of king quality, grew relatively slowly. However, as it grew further, Nyo's bloodline seemed to awaken, accelerating its growth. It also made it more and more powerful, and truly began to demonstrate the power of a king-level race. But along with it comes the doubled appetite. After all, the growth of the body requires a lot of energy replenishment. This made Yiru's attention focus on the giant god's pit. That was about it. You can go there now. However, after clearing out the crocodile monsters here, Yiru began to search their lair. Obviously, most of them were extraordinary SS-level crocodiles, so how come there was a leader who was a 7th-level general? There is something wrong with you. It must have eaten something. As for those few that were killed in seconds, they were killed in seconds. It's just bullying the dead crocodiles because they can't speak. What? Soon, a broken giant vine was found in the crocodile monster leader's lair. The rhizome was indeed strong, but Yiru had a speechless expression on his face. It's a waste of God's gifts, because this giant vine was covered with wounds and was a mess after being bitten. The crappy crocodile monster leader must die a horrible death. Giant green vine, young plant, a vine plant that has just grown out for a short time. It will eventually grow to the point where it can block out the sun and cover an entire forest. However, because it contains rich energy and is difficult to grow, it is either eaten by other creatures or dies due to lack of energy in the land, so it is difficult for the giant blue vine to grow. Extremely rare, can eventually grow into a commander SS level vine plant. Won the jackpot. Chapter 053. Is this what it feels like to kill a monster and get a divine weapon? After seeing the information about this vine, Yiru quickly dug it out and planted it in the beast-taming world. The movement was so fast that Chong was dumbfounded. Because this vine is dying. The crocodile monster leader has no idea how to grow plants. He can only keep gnawing, but the energy in this water area is limited. Continuing to consume it will only lead to the death of this giant green vine that has just sprouted. After being planted in the beast-taming world, the young vine showed obvious signs of improvement and slowly began to sprout new green leaves. Yiru also breathed a sigh of relief. If she had come later, the vine might have withered and died. However, this vine eventually grew into a commander-level SS-level resource, which also made Yiru very excited. Obviously, he was only dealing with some extraordinary SS-level and general SS-level ferocious beasts. How to harvest a commander SS-level plant. It really is a big win. So wonderful. It's like hitting a small enemy and seeing a flash of golden light, and then a magical weapon drops. How come there is something like this in this place? Yi Ruo has been to many places and can hardly see even a Master S-level plant, let alone those above that. That is quite precious. However, according to the information, young plants of the giant green vine are difficult to grow. They require a lot of energy, and one must be careful about being eaten, demanding growth. Unfortunately, it has no ability to protect itself at all. This kind of plant would definitely become extinct if left in nature. No wonder it is extremely rare. Fortunately, it met me. It will grow up slowly in the world of beast taming and will be a valuable treasure in the future. Let it grow first. Along the way, I have gained a lot of resources. Yiru glanced at his beast taming space. Ice marbles, energy beads in the body of ice bomb monsters. Ice pets can grow faster after eating them. Blue claw, materials from the green claw demon can be used to create weapons. King bee needle, materials collected from king bees can be used to evolve some bee pets. Sunwheel flower, a strange flower that can absorb solar energy. After the pet eats it, its fire skills will be accompanied by a little bit of solar flame. Poisonous red light mushroom. It grows on rotten wood, just like new hope growing out of the hopeless soil. But after eating it, it can kill you immediately. Yi Ruo. If an extraordinary SS-level beast eats this thing, it will die. Not to mention the beast tamer. So Yi Ruo put it in the space bag to prevent the idiot Chong Chong from getting itchy. I feel like I have almost finished searching for enough resources, thanks to my talent for seeing information about plants. Plus, Chong Chong has the ability to hunt for treasures. Logically speaking, the obvious resources in these places had already been collected by previous beastmasters. He swept me around again. What made Yi Ruo want to complain was that he had a lot of fire resources. The problem is that I don't have a flame monkey. Looking at the hole left here, Yi Ruo was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Let Nyo Nyo use his earth-based ability to bury it. Recently, there are rumors that there is a strange beastmaster who is extremely cruel. He mines things everywhere, plucks the feathers of chickens, and leaves no grass to grow wherever he goes. It's like I've never seen the resources. What a terrible comparison. Upon hearing the news, Yi Ruo's face darkened. He was clearly just digging a hole. He exaggerated too much. This is slander. There is no way I could do that. Don't get caught by yourself. Otherwise, the guy who spread the rumor will be in trouble. On the way back, Yi Ruo also clicked on the technology bracelet to see what information was available recently. During this period, Yi Ruo became more and more famous. After all, I have completed many high SS level tasks in the supernatural world, and many of them are very dangerous. For example, the 5 black giant toads before. This is only possible for a top SS level extraordinary adventurer like Yi Ruo. If it were any other adventurer, even if there were several of them, they would all be defeated. I can only go back and call for rescue. In the extraordinary SS level, the difference in level is huge. Sometimes, depending on the difficulty of the task, sending out a top-notch SS-level extraordinary person is much more effective than sending out a bunch of ordinary SS-level extraordinary people. Yi Ruo's speed and efficiency in completing tasks were both amazing, quite eye-catching. Gradually, the news that the guild had produced a top-notch extraordinary SS-level adventurer spread to many people. Although he had just joined, he quickly surpassed many elderly adventurers. A bright new star. Because he likes to wear a mask, Yi Ruo gradually became known as the Black and White Traveler. There are also many teams trying to win over Yi Ruo, hoping that he can join the team. It would be more convenient and beneficial for Beastmasters to act together. But Yi Ruo had no idea for the time being. He would think about it later when he got to the Giant God's Pit. And now Yi Ruo was browsing the guild's forum. Shocked, the woman woke up feeling tired and checked the surveillance camera to find that her cat had beaten her for 4 hours in the middle of the night. Yi Ruo, who is so boring. Then he clicked on a news report about an invasion of ferocious beasts. A tearful woman staggered and wiped her tears while choking and saying, "I'm so stupid, really. I only know that when it snows in winter, the beasts in the mountains have no food to eat and will actively and frantically attack towns inhabited by humans, but I didn't know that it would happen now." Yi Ruo glanced down and saw that the news was about a pack of ferocious wolves invading. Her children were having fun early in the morning and ran away for a while. It was carried away by a wolf in the woods. When the Beastmaster arrived, it had been eaten until only bones were left. It seems safe from this perspective. After all, it's a small place. Unlike the Energy City, which has developed too fast and continuously expanded its towns outward, there are also many ferocious beasts living here. The battles between Beastmasters and ferocious beasts were very frequent, and a large number of beastmasters were sent out to clean up the situation at any time. A large-scale war was fought just a year ago. No one knows when the ferocious beasts will gather and when the war will break out. But becoming stronger is always right. Yiru began to look at the message he had posted. It was to seek information about 10,000 years of sky-high green cotton, heart of the 5 elements. Anyone who had it or knew a little bit of information could contact him. There is strength in numbers. There will always be someone who knows. I asked the uncle and elder thunder about this, and they both said they didn't know. After all, the uncle was not suspected to be a resident living here, and Yiru also vaguely noticed something. The Quinea star beast was not in the Alliance's records at all, and no one could recognize it. And the heart of the 5 elements at the back was what the uncle told him. The Euneu star beast has a high SS level skill, earth splitting, which can summon a stone sword. As a result, the uncle suddenly said, inlay 5 different elemental hearts: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This skill can be evolved into a top SS level skill. Yiru was dumbfounded. What kind of orb curry stick is this? Chapter 054. Round-headed rat hoes the earth, and the auxiliary pet appears. It's really full of flaws. Moreover, why didn't he see this advancement condition? It always shows as a high SS level skill. Could it be a secret method developed by the uncle and his team? I heard that there are powerful families that can pass down powerful secret techniques that allow pets to unleash extremely powerful powers. Or maybe if I grow up a few more times, I will be able to see it in the future. Who knows? Anyway, you can upgrade a top SS level skill, so why not miss it? Look at how dazzling and powerful the giant horns are nowadays. You can never have too many good skills. Not to mention that this is a top SS level skill. Chong Chong has a super SS level skill that can easily command low-level warriors and ferocious beasts. But from this perspective, it is reasonable for the Earthshatter skill to be upgraded to SS level. Before the giant horn of the Quinea star beast came out, Yiruo felt like meat. The defense is very strong. Also, as long as you stand on the ground, you will have a constant supply of energy. The ability is to control earth energy and add a counter-injury skill. All these characteristics added together make it a perfect positioning. That is, a meat shield type defensive role. Lack of powerful lethal skills. It's not that Earthshatter isn't powerful, it's mainly because his other skills are often super SS level and top SS level, a quality SS level rarely seen in the outside world. Earthshatter is only a high SS level skill. It's a bit low. The taste has really become more picky. After Yiruo's Quineu star beast acquired a giant horn, its lethality suddenly increased without any consumption. Just blast it with one move. This skill was an accident. Perhaps, according to the normal way, Earthshatter should be upgraded to SS level to become a top SS level skill, which is a means of output for Quineu star beast. When you think about it this way, it's very beaver-like. Very beaver. So while Yiruo was searching for the eternal green cotton, he also added the heart of the 5 elements. The latter responded quickly. The heart of the earth element is produced in the pit of the giant god. You can look for it there. You can also wait until someone else sells it or it's auctioned. The heart of elements is a magical resource that can amplify the power of pet skills and speed up the gathering of energy. It is indeed a very precious resource and is quite popular. Yiruo discussed with a beastmaster for a long time before they reached an agreement on exchanging 2 black oil fruits for a fire element heart. This is the fruit we found before, the kind that can allow a pet to learn the high-level SS level fire skill, Fire Oil Bomb, after eating it. Both resources are extremely precious. Yiruo's black oil fruit has also been certified by the guild. He and the other party will hand over the resources to the guild, and the guild members will then transfer them to them. In other words, Yiruo can just go to Miss Lei Bingbing to get the heart of fire element. This time, I lost 3 black oil fruits at once. To be honest, I feel really sad. After all, the guild used one for experiment. The black oil fruit tree in the beast taming world has no fruit yet, so we have to wait for a while. It's great to be able to produce this kind of fruit continuously. It is said that the beastmaster who traded the heart of fire element with him was lucky and obtained 2 at once in the Firefly Valley. Your pet carries one, and you can use the other to exchange for resources. There are quite a few beastmasters who are lucky. On the way back to Energy City, Nyonyo noticed something and stared at the ground not far away. Yiru also looked at it curiously. The ground began to shake and a strange creature crawled out from it. It has a round head, wears a surveying miner's hat, and holds a small hoe in its hand. The more Yiru looked at the image of this pet, the more familiar it looked. A round-headed rat hoeing the earth? Isn't this a mole? The mole came out with great enthusiasm, and it seemed that it was in a good mood. But as soon as it came out, it began to break out in a cold sweat, because it felt that more than one pair of eyes were staring at it. And it's very powerful. What happened? I'm just passing by. Wait a moment. A girl's voice was heard in the distance. After a while, a girl with twin ponytails, who looked about 1.6 meters tall and was wearing shorts, came running here panting, her forehead covered with sweat. For her physique, running such a long distance was almost exhausting. She stared with big eyes, wiped the sweat off her fair skin, and spoke embarrassedly. Sorry, this is my pet, Xiaomo. It may have disturbed you accidentally. I apologize to you on its behalf. He first glanced at the pet, then at the petite girl. Yiru smiled. It's okay, we just happened to meet. Yiruo didn't think much of this little episode. That pet is an auxiliary pet with strong mining and exploration capabilities, and is very suitable for activities in the giant god's pit. After Yiruo left with her pet, another male beastmaster who looked to be in his 30s came over to the short girl. The other person was wearing red clothes and had thick fiery red hair and a beard that covered his chin. He is a person who doesn't care about his appearance. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the scar on his face. Although it has long since healed, one can still see the ferocity of the battle. He looked at his teammate who was in a daze with curiosity. Guazi, what are you looking at? Oh. The short girl came back to her senses from her daze and patted her chest. She rolled her eyes at the man. Captain, it's you. You scared me. You need to train your vigilance, otherwise it will be troublesome if you encounter danger. The man laughed and spoke helplessly. No, I just ran into that black and white traveler. He has a great personality. The black and white traveler? The adventurer wearing a mask? Yes. That top SS level extraordinary beastmaster. I heard that he completed a series of high difficulty extraordinary tasks all by himself. He is very strong. Many people want to recruit him into the team. It just so happens that the guy with the laser bottle on our team had to leave the team because he was seriously injured, resulting in the loss of a team member. It would be great if this top-notch extraordinary beastmaster could join us. This way, our next trip to Tulong Cave will be more stable. The girl with an expectant expression raised her fingers and counted the number of people in the team. This made her captain laugh and cry. Well, if they don't want to join any team, there's nothing we can do. Besides, do you look down on me so much? I, your captain, am a high-level warrior SS-level beastmaster, one of the guild's 20 high-level warrior SS-level adventurers. And our team is also a top-notch team of warriors. This time it will definitely go smoothly. Don't worry. Okay, got it. She also knew about this. Then she changed the subject. Captain, have you seen the news from Fengdu? Bingshuodi is so handsome. He's so handsome that it makes me cry. If I could have a chance to start over again, I would definitely not choose Xiaomo, but Bingshuodi, the mole Xiaomo on the side. Master, love will disappear, right? It can only look at the captain with longing eyes. He will definitely say something fair to it, right? Of course, right? I have been exploring the cave for so long, and even if I have not made any contribution, I have worked hard. As a result, the captain blurted out without thinking. No way. Obviously, golden-eyed butterfly is the most handsome, has a fierce aura, and is the best in combat. The only shortcoming is why he is not a high-level warrior. That would be perfect. No. Obviously, Ice and Snow Butterfly is the most handsome. No. The golden-eyed butterfly is the most handsome. Mole Little Mo. A world was formed in which only the little mole was hurt. Beastmaster Guild. Yiru was preparing to retrieve the heart of the fire element and deal with the corpses and resources of the ferocious beasts. But at this time he looked at Lei Bingbing in surprise. What? A group mission? Chapter 055. Gathering of the Top Extraordinary Beast Masters. Lei Bingbing, who was wearing the standard uniform of the Beastmaster Guild staff, nodded. She showed her delicate collarbone and explained the situation. Yes, this time we are gathering a group of top SS-level extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters to go out. Something went wrong in the newly built Perry Town. It was attacked by an unknown entity. Several extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters stationed there mysteriously disappeared. The town also suffered varying degrees of damage, although strangely the damage was not too great. The place is located in a wilderness-like area and has not been developed for a long time. The development department attaches great importance to it. In the future, that place will be able to develop into a large town cluster. Unexpectedly, The accident happened not long after the construction of Paley Town. It was obvious that the several extraordinary SS-level people sent there were all beastmasters with powerful pets. As a result, I couldn't even send a message and I couldn't contact him anymore. There is a high probability that something unexpected has happened. It's just very strange. However, the Beastmaster Guild will not make a decision before the specific body is found. According to the Guild's Life Index detection, there were no SS-level beasts, so it should be a group of extraordinary SS-level beasts that attacked there. So we temporarily summon the top extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters to go there, find the problem, and then solve it. Yiru listened to everything without missing a word, but he shook his head and refused the task. Sister Bingbing, I'm going to go to the Giant God's Pit next. This time I plan to rest for 2 days to purchase some corresponding equipment and resources. So let's gather other top-notch SS-level adventurers for this mission. Lei Bingbing seemed to have guessed what Yiru would say, and she smiled cleverly. Because the development department doesn't want to delay and cause huge losses, the reward for this mission is 600,000 alliance coins per person. Yiru was suddenly surprised. 600,000? This amount is indeed a lot. His space bag is worth 1 million, which means that as long as he completes this task and adds some more money, he will have enough for another space bag. However, the difference between an extraordinary SS-level mission and a mission usually amounted to several thousand alliance coins. A good one would be 10,000 or tens of thousands of alliance coins. Of course, the latter requires strong strength, and the general extraordinary SS level is better to just earn a few thousand. Otherwise, someone might die, and the exclusive technology bracelet might be destroyed. It's a ferocious beast that eats people, and 600,000 alliance coins are enough for Yiru to complete many tasks. This time, only one mission is needed. The top SS-level extraordinary beastmasters make money at a pretty good speed, just a little slower than the SS-level generals. Some are even comparable to low-level SS-level beastmasters. But I'm sure they will be tempted by the 600,000 yuan. You should have said it earlier. So Yiruo looked at Lei Bingbing righteously. How can this be so? Anyone who dares to hinder the development of the new town is committing an unforgivable crime. This is really too much. In order to safeguard the interests of the Alliance and provide people with a safer environment, I have accepted this mission. It is our duty to defend the glory of the Alliance. Lei Bingbing, it still has to be you. Is this the flexible and adaptable Beastmaster that Grandpa talked about? Afterwards, Yiru took out some mind resources and materials collected from ferocious beasts and sold them to the guild. Watching Sister Bingbing strictly follow the guild rules, not a bit more or less. If it goes up, she will go up too. Sometimes when facing other people, I will try to lower the price and not give them the opportunity to bargain. They won't even give away the decimal points, and they won't give discounts to old friends. There is a kind of very stubborn feeling. Yiru couldn't help but sweat a drop. No wonder Sister Bingbing was criticized for being rigid. If you open a store to sell things, customers will not come next time if you are not flexible. No wonder Elder Lei Dian also lamented that his granddaughter was a straight girl. Forget it. Luckily, I don't care about such a small thing, and Elder Lei Dian also takes good care of me. Gave away a lot of things. The contrast between the two of them is immediately apparent. Sister Bingbing still needs more polishing. Then in the larger ferocious beast purchasing room, Yiruki poured out a large number of ferocious beast corpses, and Sister Bingbing and some staff members evaluated and sorted them out. Her shocked voice rang out from here. Oh my god. Why are there still 2 low-level warrior crocodile monsters? Did you kill them all? Aren't you a super SS level? Well, there are also a few pieces of meat from the high-level warrior crocodile leader. His body was destroyed, and these are the only ones left. Did you kill him too? Did you kill him together with other warriors and beast masters? Your methods are too scary. It can be seen that the battle was really fierce. I didn't expect you to be working with a warlord SS-level adventurer so soon. Well, as a top-notch extraordinary, you must be in great demand. Lei Bingbing was also amazed that there was actually the meat of a high-level warrior beast. This is very nutritious. The price is also high. She never thought that she would hear Yiru's next sentence. No, I'm the only beast master here. Bingbing, you are joking, right? It must be like this, right? Even high-level generals and SS-level beasts can't stop you? The fighting power is too scary. Is this the young man that the adult has high hopes for? It's so horrible, so horrible. She gasped in shock, making another contribution to cooling the world. No wonder you have to wear a mask. In an instant, Bingbing no longer had any sense of comparison in her heart and suddenly felt what she should do. Woo-woo-woo. The worst one is me. The other people in charge of porting the goods also fell silent, full of awe for the traveler. Is this the strong one? Yi did not feel complacent or have any psychological fluctuations. He would continue to provide SS-level ferocious beasts to the generals in the future. It's a good thing for Sister Bingbing to get used to it as soon as possible. The town of Perry. It should have been a place filled with machines working, roaring, and workers walking everywhere. At this moment, it had become extremely silent. Only the wind from afar whistled towards here, bringing with it a hint of desolation and depression. This place has become a deserted town. But the next moment, figures came rushing over here from afar, and beside them were extraordinary SS-level pets with powerful auras. Each of them has a sharp aura and looks extraordinary. They stood in different positions, on the roof, on the ground, and on lampposts. Looking at the town of Paley at this time, many people frowned. At this time, another figure suddenly appeared, startling them. He was a mysterious beastmaster whose features could not be seen, but who was wearing a black and white mask. This surprised them for a moment. The black and white traveler, the newly promoted top-notch SS-class beastmaster? Chapter 056, is there a possibility that the monster here is? I heard that he completed many difficult Super SS-level missions without ever calling for outside help. He always solved the problems with his own strength. Yes, their combat power is quite strong, and both pets have extremely impressive combat records. Especially the mysterious pet of the Bullman. Someone has seen it blast away several extraordinary SS level 7th and 8th level beasts head-on. It is quite powerful. The guild's rising star. Even he's here. You are talking nonsense. 600,000. Anyone who is currently free and not carrying out any missions who wouldn't be tempted. The beastmasters present were all top SS level extraordinary people in the guild, and all of them were well informed. I also know a lot about Yiru. Yiru also nodded and greeted. There are a few familiar faces inside, such as the beastmaster Li Hua, who exchanged the heart of fire element with him. He wears glasses, is fair and thin, and well-mannered. You can tell at first glance that he is a gentleman. He is a top SS level extraordinary beastmaster of the fire element, and his main force is the extraordinary 8th level firebird. The others are not weak either. The strongest ones are probably 3 people. One was a tall and thin man wearing a red and blue half-and-half costume, dressed very much like a clown, with a smile on face, and a mature woman in a black robe, whose every move exuded amazing charm, and the attention of several beastmasters was attracted by her. The last one was a big man who looked strong and ferocious. The fat on his body was trembling. The pets of these 3 people are all of the 9th level, and their auras are very strong. They are all extraordinary pets with strong combat capabilities. The Joker, Maleficent, and the undefeated ape. The information about these 3 people quickly flashed through Yiru's mind. They were all top SS level talents. There were 7 people present, and they were the top extraordinary SS level beastmasters who were currently idle in the guild. The others were out on missions. Faced with the praise from other extraordinary beastmasters, Yiru didn't feel anything, but immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the ferocious man. His face was full of disdain. Humph, after all, he is just a newly promoted top extraordinary adventurer. He is still a long way from us. Newbies should listen to the experiences of us old adventurers. Youthful vigor is not a good thing. You should have listened to our instructions this time. If it affects the mission, it's your fault. Oh. As soon as these words were spoken, Yiru looked over in surprise. You are the top beastmaster known as the undefeated violent ape, right? Himph, I'm glad to know. Hearing this, he thought Yiru had given in and suddenly became proud. But I heard that you encountered large groups of extraordinary SS-level beasts several times, and were chased and beaten by low-level SS-level beasts several times. You were in a very miserable state. I cried out to the guild many times to send other beastmasters for support. With a record like that, how can you call yourself the undefeated violent ape? It seems that everyone here is not as shameful as you. Him? You bastard. As soon as these words came out, the sturdy man's face turned red with anger, as if he had been greatly insulted. A monkey-like pet beside him also became angry. But before he could explode, several other beastmasters also burst into laughter. Indeed, the traveler has a record of defeating a large number of ferocious beasts alone many times. It is a very perfect record. It's so beautiful. Baoyuan, don't go and embarrass yourself. Maybe your rustic Baoyuan is not even a match for the other person. Why humiliate yourself? If you ask me, it's just that the violent ape has bad luck. He has the strength, but he has been chased miserably several times. It's really tsk. Yes, I have bad luck and a bad temper. I joined another team but was kicked out because my personality didn't match. It's really a cause for concern. The others started talking one after another, including the Joker and Maleficent. They have nothing to fear. After all, they are all top-notch extraordinary people. So even if there are some shortcomings, they won't be that bad. Not to mention that some of them are two brothers, and some are a team. Why do you care about your violent ape's face? This guy is just relying on his old age to bully the newcomer. Such behavior is naturally despised by everyone. Bao Yuan's face turned green and blue because of what everyone said, but he didn't say anything else. He couldn't afford to offend so many people. He could only look at Yirua, who was wearing the black and white mask, with resentment. It was obvious that he was holding a grudge against Yiru. Others can't afford to offend him, so how can he not afford to offend this newcomer? Yirua naturally noticed this cold gaze and shook his head. Forget it, let's find a time to send him off. It's better to make such idiots disappear, so as to avoid causing trouble for yourself. Anyway, there are countless beast masters who died outside, and those abandoned bracelets are everywhere. So much so that the guild had a task to collect the bracelets in the wild and return them to the guild. It can also be regarded as a kind of identity proof and rest for the dead. In the wild, dangers and opportunities coexist, but danger comes before opportunity. After this joke was over, everyone started to investigate the situation here and found that there was really no one left. Yirua also reminisced about the past with Li Hua. He was very happy. Hey brother, your thing is very useful. My flamethrower's combat power has increased greatly. That's good. I also got your fire elemental heart. If you have any news about other elemental hearts, you can contact me. No problem. I've always had good luck. By the way, have you found anything about the situation here when you arrived here early? Li Hua shook his head. No, we were just a little earlier than you, and you came after that. The strange thing is that there is no one here and nothing was found, including the original extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters. It's not like there is no information left at all. Of course, the strange thing is that the soil here seems to have been disturbed. At this time, an adventurer shouted from a distance, "Come here, there is a discovery here." Everyone looked over and found an arm hanging on a sentry post. It was as if it was torn apart abruptly. After identification, it was found that this was the arm of a previous Beastmaster. Was the body eaten by a ferocious beast? Why is there still one hand left here? Everyone was wondering. Are ferocious beasts picky about food? Only Yiru chose to go up to the sentry post and take it down, and found that the thing was already stiff and icy cold. This made him say thoughtfully, "Is there a possibility that the hands have lost their temperature because the body has been eaten? The beasts that attacked here probably sense their prey based on heat rather than vision." Chapter 57, The Hunting Time begins. This surprised everyone. The tall and thin man dressed as a clown was also surprised. The idea that it could be using heat to sense the location of prey is really unique and fits in with why the arm is there. If the beast chooses to attack at night, it will kill the Beastmaster instantly and then immediately kill the opponent's pet. Or there are other living people nearby. Then the torn arm became cold and was ignored by it. Compared to pets, Beastmasters are too fragile. Once attacked, there is no way to react. Beastmasters are always the first target, and pets are the second. The other black which also reacted. She seductively put a finger into her mouth and giggled. If the other party has no vision and hunts by sensing heat, what kind of environment can such a creature exist? In other parts of the town, there are signs that the soil has been disturbed. Even if it is covered up, it can still be found out. So, this creature is most likely a ferocious beast that lives underground and cannot see the sunlight. This leads to vision deterioration, or this thing is no longer needed. He has his own way of being good at it. Those present were all outstanding adventurers from the Beastmaster Guild who had completed many missions. It was deduced immediately. But the Beastmaster known as the Violent Ape looked grim and roared. Impossible. If the attack was launched from the soil, there would have been so many people here before. The prerequisite for them not being able to send out information is that a large number of ferocious beasts suddenly attack at the same time. How many ferocious beasts are there? And my Earth Violent Ape is an Earth-type pet, so why didn't I sense any trace of a ferocious beast's presence underground? Yes. If they were to attack several extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters and a small town with so many construction workers, not a single piece of news would get out. Then the number of ferocious beasts would not be a small number. Moreover, his pet can sense the situation in the soil, so if there is any problem, he will be able to discover it as soon as he arrives. What's more, the person who came to this conclusion was Yiru. He subconsciously wanted to refute it. At this time, Yiru seemed to have seen something. He quickly glanced at everyone's position with his peripheral vision, especially the position of this violent ape. After that, everyone looked at Yiru with this question. Would you like to hear about other discoveries made by this famous traveler? Yiru casually threw the arm to the ground and then said, there is another possibility. Many of the fierce beasts are very intelligent species, and this arm may have been left there intentionally as a bait to attract more prey. And when the prey arrives here and gathers here, it's time for them to hunt. As he spoke, Yiru's tone became even more gloomy. Everyone could clearly feel that the traveler's mood was rapidly deteriorating, if it weren't for the mask. I guess you can see his ugly face. In the next moment, the traveler was the first person to move violently and jump away from here. Seeing his action, everyone was shocked. There's a creepy intuition. They all reacted. Who else could be the prey that would gather here? Aren't they the beast masters who came here? Although more than one of them had Earth-type pets, none of them sensed the arrival of the ferocious beast underground. However, those who have made it to the present are not simple adventurers. They are all very sensitive and can be immediately alerted by the slightest disturbance. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Besides, the several beast masters who disappeared here were all extraordinary SS level. At this moment, after Yiru moved, the other beast tamers' feet seemed to be equipped with catapult devices, trying to leave here first. Boom! At this moment, the ground shattered with a loud bang. A huge bloody mouth emerged from inside and directly swallowed up undefeated Violent Ape and his pet Earth Violent Ape. The densely packed sharp teeth in that mouth made everyone's scalp tingle. The terrifying thing was that the ground under their feet collapsed and other bloody mouths suddenly jumped out, intends to devour them all. There are indeed far more than one ferocious beast. Fortunately, Yiru's reaction motivated them, and everyone used all their might to escape in different directions. Using human physique to fight against ferocious beasts. That's something only a fool would do. It breaks at the slightest touch. It's simply sending food to waste. At this time, they were all very fast, and their pets also cooperated in launching an attack. The violent explosion hurt the ferocious beasts, slowing them down. For a moment, the sound of fighting was heard from here. The fastest one was Yiru. He turned into a fast shadow and jumped onto the high roof in an instant. Other extraordinary top SS level Beastmasters are not even half as fast as him. However, the other Beastmasters were fine, except for the undefeated Violent Ape, who was swallowed by the ferocious beast in the first place. The sharp teeth pierced through him in an instant. Suddenly, his extremely shrill scream sounded from here, which was creepy. Some Beastmasters could clearly see that the beast was biting through a piece of fruit, with juice spurting out of its mouth, whether it is other people or pets. Obviously, it had all turned into blood at this time. This made the Beastmasters half frightened and half relieved. Fortunately, they were not the ones being eaten. I really couldn't feel anything when these ferocious beasts attacked. With a body of this size, the noise it makes underground would be huge. But no pet sensed it. At this moment, Yiru's eyes fully displayed the information of these ferocious beasts. Race, burrowing demon bug. Attributes, earth, ancient. Gender, male and female coexist. Strength, extraordinary level 8, extraordinary level 7, extraordinary level 9, extraordinary level 8. Skills, swallowing with a huge mouth, mid-SS level, concealing breath, mid-SS level, passing through the ground silently, mid-SS level, quick digestion, mid-SS level, heat hiding, mid-SS level. Ancient creatures that have lived underground for an extremely long time have had their eyes degenerated due to lack of sunlight for many years. But in contrast, their hearing is very developed, and they mainly detect the location of creatures through the heat on the ground, and then launch an attack. Yiru also knew the reason why he appeared here. They are a race of ferocious beasts that have long been sleeping under the earth, until the sound of humans starting work awakened them from their long sleep. So they began to hunt and reproduce. The hunting time has begun. Chapter 58. Gaia was impressed by the experience. This is a natural hunter from ancient times. There are so many strange skills. They are all evolved completely for the purpose of hunting creatures, and are purely physical comprehensive abilities. A series of skills are used to ensure that you can move quickly through the soil without being detected. Therefore, even the Earth-type pets didn't notice the evolution, because Earth-type pets are also one of their prey. There actually is such a ferocious beast. Yiru was also quite surprised. However, this ferocious beast seemed clumsy in his eyes, and he could easily react and escape from the huge mouth. That's it. Although if the other beast masters present heard this, they would be so angry that they would faint. What is clumsy speed? They almost got eaten like that violent ape. This thing is so concealed and sudden that if Yiru hadn't reminded him, or if it was used at night, almost all of these beastmasters could not escape the fate of being eaten. After all, even for the top-notch SS-level beastmasters, a large part of their strength comes from their pets, not themselves. At this moment, they also understood how several extraordinary SS-level beast tamers who had been guarding here before disappeared and could not even send out a message. People drink it in one gulp. You can't react at all. What other warning is there? Look how quickly the violent ape disappeared. After no longer concealing themselves, these ferocious beasts began to show their ferocious nature. Suddenly, the land here was severely damaged. Just like a dragon turning over, the earth is constantly being destroyed. The ground was shaking continuously, and even the buildings began to be affected. The beast masters hid in high places, looking at these ferocious beasts with lingering fear. Only then did they see clearly what it was. It's like a giant insect beast in the shape of a round stick, a super SS-level enlarged version of an earthworm. However, their mouthparts are just an open mouth with a circle of dense and sharp teeth. They move at an amazing speed, and even Earth-type pets cannot detect them. There are still a lot of them. At this time, there were at least a dozen of them surging out from the ground. For a moment, the two sides were engaged in a battle. Various attacks emerged one after another, just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. The beastmaster named Clown has a small humanoid pet beside him. Its hair is like a hat, and it has a conspicuous red nose and a mask. This is basically a pet that looks like a clown. No wonder he has this title. Yirua also saw the information of this pet. Race, super clown. Attribute, psychic system. Gender, male. Quality, low-level warrior SS level. Strength, extraordinary 9th level. Skills, hypocritical mask, high SS level. Clown poker, middle SS level. Fraudulent carousel, middle SS level. Smoke bomb box, low SS level. An extremely rare psychic pet, about the same rarity as a sword pet. It will only recognize a beast master like it, that is, the clown. Yirua, such a unique pet. Do you have to be a clown-like person to contract it? The world is so big that there are really all kinds of strange things. Facing the attacking beast, the super clown held 10 playing cards in his hand and swung them gracefully. They flew out with a whoosh, causing a violent explosion. Several burrowing demon insects were blown away directly. The power is quite extraordinary. Yiru just took a meaningful look. According to the information, this beastmaster called Clown has the SS level talent Avatar, which allows his pet to create another clone. It is a true SS level top grade talent. As for the high SS level skill, Hypocritical Mask, after it is activated, the pet will wear a mask that looks like it is neither crying nor smiling. Then its strength will surge in a short period of time, and after the end it will enter a period of weakness. If these are used together, it would be terrible. He is indeed a top-notch extraordinary SS-level beastmaster. But he might think that there is no need to use his trump card against these monsters yet, only using playing cards. And in front of the mature-looking black, which was a black, ghost-faced moth. It's quite big. It should be no problem for one person to ride. This black moth has a terrifying ghost face on its back, and its shape is very strange. It is not a rare pet, but one of the popular pets. Remember, it evolved from the ghost face larva. It is also the quality of a low-level general. It flew directly into the air, flapping its wings continuously, and flew around the location of the ferocious beast. The powder fluttering on the wings fell down. It triggered a series of dust explosions. The noise caused was quite big. Very strange way of attack. It is said that the talent of this black, which is very mysterious, and not many beast masters have seen it. Among these, the Li Hua that Yirua knew before was also very outstanding. His firebird opened its mouth wide, and burning kerosene bombs fell from the sky and exploded on the body of the burrowing demon insect. There was a loud bang and it blew up completely. Once it encounters a burrowing demon insect, most of its body will be wiped off. Blazing heat and a clear sizzling sound, and triggered a secondary splash. The damage is extremely high. The burning demon insect roared angrily. There was even a smell of barbecue in the air. Well, it is the skill that the black toads used before, and now it has learned it. It is used quite well, and is even more powerful than before. Because the bird has a fiery red stone hanging around its neck, the heart of the fire element. It is an excellent auxiliary resource for fire-type pets, and Yiru also discovered a detail because of this. It turns out that this thing is afraid of fire attacks. In addition, Li Hua activated his talent, which was a fire-type talent that increased damage, which resulted in his best record among all the players. At this time, they all summoned a pet to fight. Logically speaking, the extraordinary SS level can contract a second one, but it is based on the premise of priority use of resources. The best option is to train the first pet to the SS level. The second one can be cultivated more slowly. So they didn't summon out the second pet because it was not suitable for the battle here. It hasn't even been raised yet, and now it's just being served as food. Only Yiruo has two powerful pets. This is also why some people said before that there was no need for that guy Baoyuan to bring humiliation upon himself. There was a scream from the other side. The other two Beastmasters chose to run away instead of fighting. Suddenly, more magic insects emerged from the front and launched a direct attack. None of them had time to react, and all of them were hit by the giant mouth of the demon insect. One was eaten on the spot, and the other had half of his body gone. Although the pet was fighting desperately, several burrowing devil insects swarmed over and ate it directly. If they chose to fight and look for a place to stay at the same time, they would not die. Originally, there were 7 top-notch SS-level Beastmasters who came. Now there are only 4 people left. Yiruo, Li Hua, the Joker, and Maleficent. Yiru stood at the highest point and observed the movements here. The insect on his shoulder would fire a few shots from time to time, blowing the head of the burrowing demon insect into pieces. But Yiru didn't pay attention to this. This burrowing insect can hide its own heat and seek out the heat of other creatures to attack. However, the Beastmaster Guild did not detect any life fluctuations of the SS-level warrior. Could it be that there are actually SS-level burrowing demon bugs? So Yiru summoned Nyonyo as well and had him stand beside him. As an Earth-type pet, Quinnyu's Star Beast can clearly sense the movements underground, which is much stronger than other people's Earth-type pets. As a result, mention Chow Chow, and he will appear. There are indeed other stronger burrowing magic insects coming, and they are much faster than these extraordinary SS-level magic insects. Yiruo saw it, and the Quinny Star Beast noticed it. One is able to see information, and the other has excellent earth perception. 4 low-level warriors of SS level, and 1 mid-level warrior of SS level. It is also a ferocious beast with extremely strong concealment, different from other SS-level ferocious beasts of the generals. If this continues, the following 4 people will all be wiped out. Even if they use their trump card, it will be useless. This made Yiru speak out directly and decisively. Nyonyo, blast them all out. Bang! The Quinyu Star Beast jumped down suddenly, and the ground shook. Gravel is flying everywhere. The sand and stones are rolling. An extraordinary SS-level burrowing demon insect that was nearby was even knocked away on the spot. This caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. If Gaia saw my landing posture, she would definitely give it full marks. The ground in front of the Quinyu Star Beast shattered directly. An ancient stone sword rose up, emitting a powerful aura. The difference from before is that this time there is a small fiery red bead embedded in the hilt of the sword. With the hot breath, the power of the sword has changed. Part of the element of fire. The Quinyu Star Beast, who directly grasped the hilt of the sword, released its aura again. The pressure that had already begun to awaken made the pets and ferocious beasts nearby tremble with fear. Then, facing those S-level burrowing demon insects that were rushing towards it, the Quinyu Star Beast suddenly thrust its sword into the ground. Boom! Chapter 059 Endless Flames. One move, everyone is shocked. The earth is in turmoil. It was as if a power from ancient times was awakened. At this moment, endless fire energy turned into lava that rushed straight into the sky from underground. Whether it was the extraordinary SS-level burrowing demon insects underground or those S-level warriors, they were all forcibly blasted out by these lava pillars. Many were burned horribly, died on the spot. 4 low-level SS-level burrowing demon insects were burned to death. The mid-level one was also half dead. It's clearly an Earth-type Quinyu Star Beast, but at this moment it actually uses Fire-type skills. A surging heat wave is coming towards us, spreading around. At this moment, the Quinyu Star Beast standing in the heat wave was like a god of war. The other Beast Masters all opened their mouths wide. I was stunned. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. They even forgot to command their pets to fight. Fortunately, All the burrowing demon insects here were killed by Nyo with one move. Otherwise, they would be miserable. Is this true or false? Can an extraordinary SS-level pet really possess this kind of power? Such a powerful force. Even those low-level warriors and SS-level beasts can't be defeated, right? And when the Black Witch set her eyes on the half-dead beast, her pupils shrank. He was so scared that he couldn't even close his long legs. An SS-level beast that is a mid-level warrior? Did he get beaten like this by just one move? The clown is also stupid. What a powerful pet. What a mighty power. What kind of pet is that? I've never heard of it or seen it before. Li Hua was even more incoherent and started stuttering out of nervousness. Brother, I didn't know you were so strong. Oh my God. It's like the bull god descending to earth, so fierce. Yiru also jumped down and shook his head. Be careful, there may be another ferocious beast. This thing's surprise attack ability is too strong. This frightened the three people and their pets. Yes, it's not certain whether there are other ferocious beasts. What if it comes again? There are really a lot of these ghost things. There are dozens of them right now, and it is too threatening to the Beastmaster. The 7 of them rushed here after receiving this mission, thinking that they could easily get the 600,000 alliance coins. All you need to do is find the attacking beast and clean it up. You can go back and collect the money. I didn't expect that 3 people would be killed in such a short time. Almost half the casualty rate. It's really a bit scary. They are all top SS-level extraordinary SS-level Beastmasters. Even if you encounter low-level warriors or SS-level beasts in the wild, you can discover them in advance and run away. Don't fight blindly. But this time it was hardly noticeable. It was discovered that among the burrowing demon insects that were killed, there were 4 low-level warriors of the SS grade. This caused them to exclaim again. Fortunately, this black and white traveler is here. Otherwise, they would be in real trouble this time. Just look at what happened to those people before. In the following time, they contacted the guild and explained what happened here in detail. While standing on the roof, he watched vigilantly to see if there were any other ferocious beasts. It seems that these are all the active burrowing insects, and no new ones have appeared. Members of the Beastmaster Guild also arrived shortly afterwards, led by a SS-level Earth-type Beastmaster. Seeing such a tragic scene on the ground was terrifying. There were huge holes of destruction everywhere, and it was a mess. Not to mention those burrowing demon insects lying all over the ground. Even more shocking, especially since there is a living intermediate-level warrior of SS grade. How scary. Is this what they solved? Only after hearing the others' explanations with wry smiles did they realize that this was solved by the traveler alone. I was even more shocked by her beauty. Just an extraordinary SS level. Can he deal with a mid-level general so easily? It's incredible. It's incredible. This kid is so terrifying. I believe that this incident will definitely cause a huge uproar and a lot of discussion in the guild. Whether it is this ferocious beast or the sacrifice of several top extraordinary people. After all, ordinary SS-level extraordinary people are dead if they die, and there are plenty of them in guilds. However, it is still rare for top-level people to die in battle. It's a pity. Of course, the most eye-catching one is this black and white traveler. This living burrowing worm will also be taken back by the guild for a series of research. There was no information before. After learning about the abilities of this creature, the guild immediately came up with many ways to deal with it. After that, such raids would no longer be possible. The reason why the Beastmaster can fight against so many ferocious beasts is precisely because of the power of pets and human wisdom. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Yiruwa. The reward for the task has been paid into his new personal account, with an additional 400,000 added to the original 600,000. It's a reward. After all, this kind of ferocious beast is very simple. Even the SS-level warriors are not worth much. When leaving, several Beastmasters added each other's contact information. It can be considered as sharing hardships. Yiru also casually mentioned the information about the resources he was looking for. If they are free, it would be nice if they could keep an eye on it. You will be rewarded. Several people quickly agreed. He also said that if he had any information, he would immediately inform Yiru. After solving the problem, Yiru went back alone. Both pets followed him. The bug was still gulping down a small silver ball, and it was obvious that it liked it very much. But accidentally, the ball fell down. It startled, took a bite in the air, and then swallowed it. A flash of silver light returned to Yirua's shoulder again. At this moment, its aura quietly changed and entered the 9th level of the extraordinary SS grade. Let Yiru tap its little forehead. You're a daredevil. Chong Chong suddenly felt aggrieved. How could he blame himself for this? Seeing it like this, Yiru couldn't bear to say anything to it. I can only smile and say, all right. This time when we get back, we'll start working on getting you to SS level warrior. We've almost got the resources. You should have a big boost this time. Good. When Chong heard this, his eyes lit up and his fighting spirit rose. This time, the people in the guild were still discussing that the adventurer Yiru would become the first extraordinary SS level beastmaster in the guild. But Yiru shook her head. What's the point of being extraordinary? He is going to become a SS level general. Just have fun on your own. Unlike those beastmasters who were stuck at the 9th level of transcendence, he had already accumulated enough insects and was only short of collecting one kind of resource. After entering the 9th level of transcendence, there is no need to wait at all. Just get promoted to general and that's it. And it should be able to reach several levels at once. Chapter 60. Promoted to SS level, fighting in the SS level field. Here I come. As for Nyo, he is also very fast. It was only during this period of time that Yiru felt very relieved about the Quinyu Star Beast. There is no need to customize a special feeding list like Chong did. The resources for food at each step are prepared by Yiru. These are all steps forward on the road of evolution. These feeding materials are all part of the evolutionary process. So we can't be careless. Yiru spent a lot of time and energy on this. As for the Quinyu Star Beast, it has a very high upper limit and a fixed direction, so there is no need for such trouble. Just keep moving forward steadily. It consumes all Earth-related resources and accepts all that comes. It fully demonstrates the terrible digestion and growth ability. As for the lava pillar move just now, it is a new ability after the heart of the fire element is embedded. The heart of the fire element, which was originally the size of a stone, turned into a fiery red bead after resonating with the stone sword. Yiru clearly saw at that time that the skill of earth splitting had changed. Skill name? Ability 1. Earth Shatter. Ability 2. Lava Pillar. That's probably what it became. The name became unknown. There is also one more ability. Although Yiru felt that it would be pretty good if this move was called Joy of Fire. As for the name, I guess I need to gather all 5 elemental hearts to fully complete this skill. Then its new name will appear. Energy City. In the room. Here, eat this first. Yiru first took out a strange dew grass, which was a very gentle energy and slowly transformed the body of the caterpillar. Then there is a superpower heart, 500 grams of natural elixir, and a portion of immortal touching colorful vine. These are all very precious combat resources. As for the other materials, they will be used for the next real evolution. At this moment, Chong was eating these resources obediently. The aura on his body is also rapidly getting stronger. It listened carefully to Yiru's words and would never miss a single word. Seriously, bugs. These were all very gentle energies, and they were absorbed very efficiently, instantly rising from the initial 9th level transcendental aura to its peak. Then it gently bit the fairy vine and swallowed it into its stomach. Yiru directly sent it to the beast-taming world. At this moment its aura began to change dramatically, becoming increasingly stronger. The momentum continued to spread around, causing the sea of flowers to become disrupted, wave after wave. 5 minutes later, the energy fluctuations in its body suddenly reached a high level, like a volcanic eruption. Release with a bang. The momentum was much stronger than the previous waves and was venting in all directions. Silver light flashing. That is the power of a SS-level warrior. The atmosphere vibrated and whistled. It seems to be very different from before. Even the wood-leaping fish in the lake far away were terribly frightened. There was no more water and no more bubbles. Hurry and swim underwater. And this power does not end. It is still constantly improving, reaching the 1st level and the 2nd level. He reached the 3rd level of general before slowly stopping. This detonated all the resources and energy previously accumulated in the body in one breath, allowing the insect to grow rapidly. Get the most benefit. As the bug began to gradually adapt to its own strength, its information was also gradually updated. Race: Circadiella. Gender: female. Attributes: wind, moonlight, psychic. Quality: general SS level advanced. Special body: personality, perseverance. Favorability: 100. To it, you are the most important thing in its life, more than flowers. It likes you very much. Strength: general level 3. Skills: Moonlight Silk, Super SS level, Green Light Strike, High SS level, Flash Moon Speed, High SS level, Treasure Sensing, High SS level. Quietly. There are 3 more skills in the skill bar. Telekinesis, High SS level, the ultimate all-purpose skill in the psychic system, an ability that many psychic pets desire to possess. Flower language. High SS level as a creature that loves flowers. The anthocyanin lives for flowers and dies for flowers. It has the ability to control flowers, making them bloom, and also restore withered flowers to their original state. Good at cultivating flowers, able to greatly increase the growth and spread of flowers. Elemental magic cannon. Super SS level skill. 6 spherical magic cannons can appear around you. Once fired, they have extremely terrifying power. 2 high SS level and 1 super SS level skill. This is Chong's biggest gain this time. Like other warrior SS level pets, it is good to have 1 or 2 high SS level skills, and the Beastmaster needs to figure out a way to do it later. There are 5 bugs in total, and there are also 2 super SS level skills above this. The skill panel is extremely luxurious. It's terrible. My bug has the potential to be an emperor. Although this is still not as good as the Aoyunyu Star Beast, which has top SS level skills. After all, they are the royal race, and the promotion battle will be updated to be more luxurious by then. But compared to other pets, Chong is indeed quite excellent. I believe that after it completes its evolution, it will become even more terrifying and luxurious, right? At that time, it was just like Nyo. The quality has undergone a small change this time. The treasure sensing skill has been upgraded to SS level, and the attributes have also entered the psychic system. From this perspective, the dreamy moonlight butterfly is a psychic pet. At least there is such a property. Yiruajin is looking forward to the charm of Chong after his evolution. A dreamy butterfly in the sea of flowers. I feel that the flower language skill will be upgraded to SS level again after evolution. After his own breakthrough, Chong shouted excitedly, asking Yiru to let him out. In the blink of an eye, it came into the room. Then some small things around floated up, which was the skill of telekinesis that he had just acquired. It feels so novel. Having a lot of fun. Yiruo was surprised. This skill combined with the moonlight would turn him into a killing machine on the battlefield. The insect's gratitude also made Yiru's senses much more acute. The degree of perception of the surrounding range and the size of the movements was suddenly enhanced a lot. For example, there is no one next door, but there is a Beastmaster sleeping in the next room. On the other side, a Beastmaster and his pet were having a meal. There was the sound of someone walking up from below. Yiru could also hear some people talking. For example, there is a female voice. No. Yamicho. Yiruo? Maybe he was playing games. Without paying attention to that, Yiruo was stroking the anthocyanin. Silvery and shiny. Completely different from other anthocyanins. Perhaps only bugs can evolve into that form. It is the only one. Chapter 061. Level 8 Resources, Giant God's Abyss Pit. This time, his beast-taming world did not expand. Instead, the concentration of energy suddenly increased a lot. The particles surged wildly. Both the plants cultivated here and the wood-leaping fish in the lake felt extremely excited. The surface of the lake was shaking and the flowers and plants were swaying violently. The soil became more fertile. Yiruo discovered that his SS level talent had also changed, especially in the display of plants and objects. It seems to have become neater and clearer. At this moment, Yiru was holding a moonflower in his hand. Moonlight flower. Rank. 4th tier resources. It yearns for the moon and will only bloom in places where it can absorb the energy of moonlight. It is an extremely rare species that is almost extinct. As long as you continue to grow, the longer the time, the higher the quality will be. Wow, this moonflower is a SS level resource for the general. And when Yiru looked at other moonlight flowers, he found that many of them were 3rd order extraordinary SS level resources. There are fewer SS level warriors. There are also 2 master SS level flowers. Thinking of how the bugs often ate everything, Yiru felt embarrassed. It seemed that she had to leave some for them to continue growing. Stupid bug. She had almost eaten all the older ones. Rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Yiruo also looked at the other plants. Perfume apple tree, a 3rd order extraordinary SS level plant. Crystal vines, a 3rd order extraordinary vine. Windleaf iron tree, a 4th order warrior SS level plant. My friend, it seems that you are growing faster. It seems that he gets beaten a lot. Moreover, thanks to this wave of changes in the beast-taming world, the harvests of these plants are very good. It is estimated that they will be able to be promoted to SS level in time. As for the likes of black oil fruit tree and sunwheel flower, their grade is not displayed. Only special plants are shown. The 6th order commander SS level, giant green vine, was known from the beginning. I didn't care about these things at first and was about to cook when Yiru glanced at me. I was stunned for a moment. He saw the stone that Chong Chong regarded as a treasure in more detailed information. Moon Flame Divine Stone. Rank: 8th rank resource. A stone containing extremely terrifying moonlight energy, burning with flames, fell into a desolate place thousands of years ago. The luster is dimmed, and from the outside it looks no different from an ordinary stone. Etc. Did I see it right? This thing is level 8? Awakening, Elite, Extraordinary, General, Master, Commander, King. Doesn't this mean that this stone is a resource that surpasses the King's SS level? I remember that from the previous evolution material information, the Moon Flame Stone should only be a Commander SS level resource, right? Since it had been available for a long time at that time. Yiru didn't care about this core evolutionary material. People are like this. They don't cherish things too much once they have them. Oh no. The attention will not be placed more on what is already there. I didn't expect it to be displayed like this now. It's really amazing. Level 8. What is that, like SS level? Cat shocked. This is a realm unknown to ordinary people. The highest level known to ordinary people is the 7th rank king. Because knowing too much is useless. The Alliance is not a bunch of fools. But Yiruo thought back and realized that he had come into contact with so much high SS level information. So what if there was one more higher SS level one? No big deal. Anyway, it's just between me and Chong Chong. Of course, I still feel a little happy in my heart. It's really not a poke. One day later, 200 meters below the Titan's pit. Go to hell. With Yiru's quick kick, a slender beast with a ferocious bony tail was kicked away. He hit the wall hard. Chong Chong then added another green light attack. Blow it to pieces. This is an elite 7th level ferocious beast. Yiru was quite annoyed. Xiongqi? Why does this little monster always have such a cool name? That's fine. The key is that they keep appearing. How many of them are there? There are so many of these things. I have encountered them many times since I came to this giant god's pit. It's everywhere. This time, when we walked into a cave here, one of them jumped out. A ferocious beast that is not afraid of death or pressure, and charges forward without thinking. If you encounter dozens of them in a short period of time here, you will also be annoyed. Of course, with Yiru's current physical fitness and reaction speed, it is difficult for these ferocious beasts to hurt him. I always feel that a ferocious beast with this name may be related to some lost history. However, in the Alliance Atlas, they are really just ordinary ferocious beasts. Yiruo didn't think about it anymore and decided to concentrate on his own affairs. Pursuing too much will only distract from the experience. The purpose of this time is very simple, which is to come to the bottom of the giant god's pit to collect resources and mine. By the way, look for the heart of the earth element. This place is 200 meters deep and is located in the first layer of the giant god's pit, Cloud Abyss Sea. As the name suggests, in Yiru's sight, whenever he looked up, all he could see were white cloud waves and fog, and anything a little further away would affect his vision. And now where he is, looking around, is truly a different world, with the landform consisting of green forests and various gullies. Unexpectedly flat. It is boundless and the range that can be seen is quite large. It was just like daytime outside. The brightness was amazing. If we were outside, who would have thought that the ecological environment below is completely different? As long as the depth is 500 meters or above, it is the range of the first layer of Cloud Abyss Sea. At this time, adventurers from the Beastmaster Guild were also active in other places, in search of minerals and exploration of resources. Scattered everywhere, there are still a lot of people on the entire first floor. A corresponding town was also specially built as a place for supplies and rest. However, there will not be large towns and people living there, because there have been many rampages by ferocious beasts in the past. Rushing up from below. Before coming here, Yiru had learned about the general situation inside the giant god's pit. Meters deep, it is the first layer, Cloud Abyss Sea. Mimi, it's the second level, Strange Forest. This area is full of forests with strange and bizarre growths. Moreover, the sunlight is not good all year round, and the light is very dim, eerie, and dangerous. There are many races that do not like sunlight, and many of them are poisonous beasts. Poisonous spiders, poisonous frogs, salamanders, giant snakes, and many more. Whether you are an ordinary beast tamer or an adventurer from the Beast Tamer Guild, you must be extremely careful. Mimi is the third level, Firepot Stone Domain. The environment there is different from the second floor. It is full of scorching flames and various strange rock passages. The fire energy is very dense. specializes in the performance of a fire-type beastmaster. However, there are many powerful fire beast races living there. SS-level generals are everywhere, and you can encounter SS-level masters from time to time. If you are unlucky, you may even encounter a commander at SS level. At that time, you just pray and hope to survive. Don't expect a slide tackle, but the quantity is very small. However, the reason why it is called Stone Domain is not just because of its structure, or it is because this place has a large number of rare and unique minerals and rich resources. The level of wealth makes countless beast masters jealous. If you are lucky enough to find something, it would be a huge profit. For example, the most famous energy crystal, Titan Crystal, a magical crystal that can enhance the power of pets. With the activities of the Beastmasters, this kind of crystal stone is rarely found on the first and second floors. It's already very scarce. This kind of crystal can only be found on the third floor. But because it is very dangerous here, one must be a Beastmaster with at least SS level strength. Only an elite team consisting of a SS level Beastmaster as the captain and extraordinary SS level members as the team members can take risks here. For ordinary SS level extraordinary people, coming here is just to die. Further down is the fourth level, Deathland, 2,000 to 3,000 meters. In an area surrounded by the aura of death, the ferocious beasts living there are all very powerful. Yi Ruo didn't know much about that place, and there was very little information, because even many SS level generals are unwilling to go to such places and are very taboo about it. From 2,000 meters below the third floor, basically only the strong ones above the level of generals can move around. Therefore, even though below the fourth layer, Land of Death, there are still the fifth and sixth layers, and even deeper ones. None of it matters to Yi Ruo. The best place is the one that suits him. For him who owns the beast-taming world, this area with abundant resources and minerals is too tempting. Start digging. Chapter 062, First Floor, Cloudy Sea. In the cave where the ferocious beast was kicked away, Yi Ruo was walking and walking when he suddenly felt something prickly on his foot, as if he had stepped on something. Bending down, I saw that it was a yellow crystal. After playing with it for a while, Yi Ruo said with a smile, "A high-grade earth element crystal? Not bad, a good start. It seems that the giant god's pit is indeed a place rich in resources. You can pick up crystals just by walking. Earth element crystals are the most basic universal resources for earth-type pets, able to train pets, absorb energy, and accelerate growth. Evolution can also be used. Yi Ruo had released some when evolving the earth-type butterfly before, but that is not very high SS grade quality. However, a lot of high SS level earth element crystals were used in the process of cultivating the Quinyu star beast. One is several thousand yuan larger. It's like robbing money. Oh no, even robbing money is not as fast as this. After putting the crystal away, Yi Ruo looked at the Quinyu star beast that followed and directly took out 2 shovels. One for yourself, one for the bull, and expressed full of fighting spirit. Nyo, let's start digging. Moo. The Quinyu star beast tilted its head and looked at its master in confusion. What are you doing? As if thinking that Nyo didn't understand his ideas, Yi Ruo even made a special demonstration. With a powerful swing, he thrust the shovel directly into the wall, digging up a large pile of dirt. Now his strength is quite considerable. Kick the ferocious beasts and chop the trees. This is all thanks to the growth of the cow. It was like punching Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten. Of course, Yi Ruo would never do such a thing. He is an upright beast master of the Alliance. But Nyo just shook his head, threw the shovel aside, and stood in front of the wall. The power of the earth element flows through its fist. Then he swung his fist fiercely and hit the wall. The dead end in front of him suddenly advanced more than 10 meters, as if it had been blasted open. As an earth-type pet, what it does is just sprinkling water. Just some dirt. Yi Ruo. At this moment, the shovel in Yi Ruo's hand fell directly to the ground. Horrible. This is the power of pets, which is far more powerful than humans. Whether in terms of strength, ability, or efficiency, pets are far ahead of humans. Yi Ruo also laughed in silence and scratched his head. That's right. You are an earth-type pet. Coming here is like being at home. Come on, let's dig down. Bugs, come and help. It's a critical moment. It's time for you to play your role. Chong also immediately raised his head and chest, indicating that he would watch me. This time its skills have been upgraded to SS level, and its sensing ability is even stronger when it comes to treasure hunting. This time, it should be this side. Facing the cave, Chong immediately pointed to the lower left direction on the other side. which made Quinyu Star Beast nod and dig towards that place. New channels were quickly opened. The man and his two pets continued to move deeper, and the initial path was covered by Nyonyo's ability. Avoid any ferocious beasts following in. Although I'm not afraid, there's no need to be. Chong Chong's excited voice continued to ring out. He thought this was so interesting. Explore this deep cave with Yirua. Sensing the locations of those crystals and treasures, Chong Chong continued to guide them. There are no signs of human habitation in this area, and there are almost no signs of excavation. So Yiru chose this place. First time going down the mine, let's see what we can get. By the way, if the uncle knew that I let the king race pet to mine with bare hands and do such things, he won't hit himself, will he? However, can the work of a beast master be called mining? This is called discovering resources and exploring the undiscovered treasures of nature. It's a good thing. The uncle should praise him for being self-reliant at his age, and he will surely become a great man in the future. 2 hours later, there was a layer of or as big as a hill in Yirua's beast-taming world. Some are big, some are small. Some are large green rocks, and you can vaguely see green liquid flowing inside. Some are stones that look like clams. There are also square black stones, fluffy white balls, fragments of unknown use, etc. There are more yellow energy crystals. That's right, these are earth element crystals, and there are plenty of mid-SS grade ones. And there are many high SS grades. There are even some that have energy fluctuations stronger than high SS grade earth element crystals. 1 chalcedony, 1 clam stone, black magic stone, catball stone. I don't want the low SS grade earth element crystal. There are about 726 medium SS grade earth element crystals, 236 high SS grade earth element crystals, and 25 top grade earth element crystals. This is so cool. How much would it cost if I bought it? Looking at his harvest in the beast-taming world, Yiru felt as happy as if he had eaten 100 packs of Mu Yueyu spicy noodles. Feel refreshed. I have to say that the cooperation between my two pets is really perfect. One can dig tunnels easily and continuously, and the other can sense the resources and ores buried in the rock formations. Putting the two together is like turning on a map cheat. They can dig directly and accurately towards the location, and their efficiency is much higher than those beastmasters who dig randomly. Look at other places on the first floor. They have dug it into a mess. It's so interconnected that thieves can easily get lost once they get in. I guess even if they did that, their gains wouldn't even be 1/10 of what Yirua got. In addition, Yiru's beast-taming world has such a large area that can be used to store things, which is a huge advantage. With his two pets, his efficiency is so high that even 10 teams could not catch up. This is called having a big advantage and feeling great all the time. Isn't the long-term food for the Quinyu Star Beast here? As for the other types of stones, the chalcedony contains chalcedony fluid, which can be drunk by humans and pets to strengthen and nourish the body. This can also improve the body's ability to recover after an injury. Generally, you won't see anyone selling this outside. As soon as they are discovered, they are broken into pieces and used. The most important thing for good things is to strengthen yourself first. I heard that there were stupid beast masters in the past who let their pets swallow them in one gulp without even breaking them. He thought it was taken orally. As a result, the pets suffered from diarrhea and resources were wasted. The outer layer of stone serves as a protective film and is a negative component and cannot be eaten. At this moment, Yiru directly smashed the stone. Use empty cups to collect the green marrow fluid and divide it into 3 portions. Come on, let's have a cup each. Nyonyo originally wanted to refuse and let his master Yiru drink more. But Yiru took his eyes away and looked away. Chong Chong was not polite at all. Its cup of green marrow fluid floated out directly from the cup, and then it drank it all in one gulp. Telekinesis is useful to it. He was very happy after drinking it and rubbed Yiru's face affectionately. Wom wom. Yirua is the best. Chapter 063. The beast is making a fuss. The devil is coming. The other materials are needed for the evolution of certain pets and can be sold. After taking a short rest, a rock blocked their way in the passage below. The Quinyu Star Beast hesitated for a moment. Yirua smiled calmly. It's okay. We will have to come down from the first floor often in the future. There is plenty of time to dig. Now that we're here, let's go down and take a look at the second floor. Moo. After getting Yirua's confirmation, Nyonyo smashed the stone with one move. The new passage did not appear, but there was a gray sky below, and a large amount of rainforest and gloomy environment could be clearly seen. There are also many plants that look like umbrellas, and when unfolded they look like a disc. Below are long branches. They have been relying on it for a long time, right under their feet. It turned out that after digging all the way down at Nyonyo's speed, they had reached the critical point between the first and second layers. Just go down a little further, and you will reach the second level, strange forest. There are all kinds of strange plants on this floor. Just opening this place, an eerie feeling hits you. Second floor? Here I come. Looking at this place, Yirua jumped up and jumped down. No hooks or ropes are needed. He and Chung Chung fell from a great height and landed steadily on a plant with large leaves. The round leaves of this plant are huge and thick, just like stone. I chopped it hard a few times with my feet, and there was no vibration at all. God knows how long these plants have been growing here. It's almost turned into stone. Many beast masters call this thing platform leaf. Of course, not everyone can jump around like Yirua. If you don't control it well, you will fall straight down, and it is normal to be smashed into a meat patty. Usually, a lifting platform and cables are used. No beast master would choose to fly around here with a flying pet. Nyonyo also jumped down smoothly and slowed down its speed. So Yirua and the others jumped towards the lower platforms and started moving towards the second floor. When they came down, the flocks of birds and ferocious beasts in the sky seemed to have sensed the movement here. They all made ominous calls with red eyes, which were empty and harsh. Fly here. It's like smelling meat. It simply folded its wings, cut through the air like a needle, and rushed over. Hum. Before they could get close, silver threads came flying over at an extremely fast speed, drawing irregular trajectories. Whoosh! From all directions, hundreds of ferocious beasts and strange birds were chopped into pieces. Fell down. Many of them are extraordinary SS-level ferocious beasts, and there are also more than a dozen SS-level warriors. There are third-level generals, fourth-level generals, fifth-level generals, and second-level generals, with strength fluctuating. But they all died in an instant. The birds behind no longer came closer, partly because they were scared. Half of them chose to fly towards the pieces of flesh of their own kind. The scramble and looting began. It's another bloody lunchtime. The one who did all this was naturally Chung Chung. After acquiring telekinesis, Moonlight Silk felt so refreshing and was much more flexible to use than before. What a bird. Yirua also wants to be close to me? It's up to me to cut it or not. A day when bugs protect their masters. I am now a warrior bug. This time, it's its turn. Even Nyonyo nodded. This kind of mass killing, killing so many in an instant, must be due to the power of Chung Chung. It is responsible for protecting its owner at close range and fighting on the ground. In the following period of time, many ferocious beasts on the second floor met with misfortune. I didn't know what happened and didn't see where the attack came from. The big tree was split directly in half. Row after row were cut in half. The traces are clear and uniform, without any drag. Even a master who has been chopping trees for 10 years has a heart as cold as a knife. You have to open your eyes wide when you see this scene. The ferocious beasts inside had no time to react, and their bodies naturally split into two, with blood flowing out. Some can even see their own internal organs. Then everything went black before his eyes, and he died on the spot. Hills, boulders, and the like were also cut in half as a silver thread that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye passed by. It seemed that nothing could stop this attack. The silent attack frightened the ferocious beasts living here. Originally, they liked to attack those beast masters and would come down at any time. Whether it was the ferocious beasts following them or the humans, the meat was delicious. The ferocious beasts on the second level hide their bodies by relying on the surrounding environment. In addition, most of them are poisonous, so the beast master can easily fall into their trap. Even a war general or SS-level beast tamer has to be extremely careful. Generally, people don't travel alone, but in a group of several people. Unexpectedly, a devil came this time. Faced with this kind of quiet and silent situation, but with the sudden arrival of murderous intent, many ferocious beasts could not stand this feeling of oppression. They fled in panic. Now the positions of predator and prey are reversed. This caused the already eerily silent forest to become even more terrifying and unknown. Only Yirua was leisurely picking the resources here. Chung Chung was constantly driving away and killing these ferocious beasts, preventing them from getting close. After moving from the extraordinary SS level to the general SS level, the power of Chung Chung's skills has become even more terrifying. This is a new level. Being able to command extraordinary power, one is naturally powerful. That's not all. Just now, a master SS level beast even appeared on the outskirts of the forest. Very imposing. Just a roar made half of the trees in the forest tremble. This gives us a glimpse of the power of the SS level master. What will happen if we fight? Much more powerful than SS-level general. Even those experienced SS-level Beastmasters would be furious when they meet a SS-level master. Among human Beastmasters, the SS-level master is considered an extremely powerful force of the older generation. In smaller cities, the strength can only be achieved by elders. After many years of training, his skills are extremely strong and he has achieved a breakthrough. That's why this level is called Master. As a result, the Master SS-level beast did not rush up rashly. Instead, he looked at Chong Chong with fear and confronted him from a distance. In between them, the woods were littered with sharp silk threads. Hidden murder intent. Even though it was difficult to identify, it could intuitively feel that this place was extremely dangerous, and there were many corpses of ferocious beasts lying there. There is no need to initiate conflict with the beast tamer inside, so it took a deep look with fear and left. Chapter 064. Guanyin Seat Lotus Grass, Magical Conch. Chong Chong also made a similar humming motion. Mock-up. A ray of moonlight frightened you. After he broke through to become a general, he also awakened another super SS level skill. If you use them together, I guarantee you will be in big trouble. This made Yiru scrape it off. Really, you are only a third-level general? Why are you so arrogant? Low profile, low profile. Although the commotion they made seemed a bit far from low-key. However, the strength of the general is indeed much higher than the previous extraordinary ones. This is what happened to all the bugs. What's so powerful about the Quinniu Star Beast? Once it becomes a general at SS level, won't it be able to pin down the Master SS level beast and beat it up? Although the power of the SS level master seems very fierce, Yiru believes more in the potential of his pet. On the way here, the Quinniu Star Beast ate the top quality earth element crystals. Promoted to SS level again. 8th level. If other Beastmasters saw Yiru's speed of advancement to SS level, they would probably cry. Everyone has to work extremely hard to complete tasks and purchase resources. It took so long to reach the next level. How come your pet leveled up every 2 days? How come your pet leveled up every 2 days? Be a human being. This is the gap brought about by talent and resources. In this hazy rainforest, Yiru discovered quite a few plants and resources. He casually picked up a golden, 100-year cicada shell from a very remote tree bin that most people could not find. Yiru bent down, dug out another, Guanyin Seat Lotus Grass, and threw it into the beast-taming world. It's quite big. Let Nyonyo go and plant the seeds later. The leaves of this thing are combined together to look like a lotus platform, so it is called this name. High SS level warrior of the wood element and SS level resources. It seems to be the material needed for the evolution of a certain pet? Forgot. It seems that I still need to read more books. Knowledge is endless and learning never stops. But with this kind of grass, there shouldn't be any need for old men to use wheel grass, right? After walking over the corpse of a 9th level ferocious beast, Yiru also found a tree full of fruits. There are so many of them. At a glance there are about 30 or 40 of them. It really works. The fruit looks cylindrical, covered with thorns, and has a reddish-brown appearance. Oh, you know this yourself. Fire ginseng fruit. It seems that this is the fire ginseng fruit tree. It's an extraordinary resource of the fire element, but it can also be considered a resource of the wood element. Its characteristic is that its energy is cool and mild, and it can be used in many evolutionary paths. It can also be used as food by humans and pets. The price is very good and cheap. When Yiru saw this number, he understood. No wonder it was so cheap. So much could be harvested at one time. Black oil fruit trees should learn more from others. As a skill fruit tree, it is so difficult to grow and bear fruit. After being promoted to a general this time, the space changed and it produced 3 small fruits. It will take some time for them to mature. After picking 3 fruits, Yiru took out 3 straws from the world. Inserted it. Then get one for the little cutie, one for the big cutie, and one for yourself. Before arriving at the giant god's pit, I had already prepared a lot of daily necessities, so it was no problem to light a fire here. There are a lot of condiments. After crushing it for a while, Yiru took a deep breath with a strange look on his face. I can't tell what this smell is. It's like there's no smell at all. The bug sucked it with great enthusiasm, and I don't know if it thought it tasted good. Nyonyo even sucked the fruit flat in one bite. Yiru just like drinking water. Moo. Almost. Yiru thought about it, and finally remembered. Why does this thing taste like a cucumber when I suck it? He frowned. Yiru still pulled out the tree and put it into his own beast-taming world. Forget it. I am a magnanimous person. This thing can be considered an extraordinary SS-level resource, so just plant it by the lake. Feed it to the wood-leaping fish. I guess Mu Yueyu will be happy. After all, there was no food before. Now I have found one for them. Ah, I am really great. Caring so much about Mu Yueyu. Tears came to my eyes. So, Yiru continued to plunder the resources here, and the species in the beast-taming world became more and more abundant. And they are all unusual plants and materials. Yiru was too lazy to put in ordinary resources. Oh, no. To put it in more EQ terms, this is called promoting the circular development and utilization of resources. Let's give the opportunity to the beast masters who come later. Strange. What is this place? After sweeping through 7 forests in succession, Yiru headed towards the second level where no one had ever explored. Holding a map, Yiru checked his location. We have entered deep into unknown areas. In fact, it can also be checked using a technology bracelet, but the environment here in the Giant God's Pit is very special. Sometimes there are signals, and sometimes they are interfered by magnetic fields, energy fields, and unknown forces. For example, now the bracelet is not working again. Therefore, it is still necessary to back up the map. After clearing out the poisonous scorpion clan here and killing their leader, the 6th level poisonous scorpion queen, Yiru discovered a very strange place. It seems that the poisonous scorpions here are guarding this place. In the valley behind them, there is actually a temple. It is full of the vicissitudes of time. It looked like it had been defeated long ago, with dust everywhere and strange words and symbols engraved on the pillars. Sort of like an ocean pattern. Several pillars collapsed. No one has maintained or repaired it for a long time. Judging from the heavy marks on it, no one has been here for hundreds of years. The poisonous scorpions never came in either. Was there anyone living here before? Yiruo, who came here, looked at the traces here curiously. It was very quiet here, and even the sound of insects could not be heard. After searching, only a half-moon-shaped jade fragment and a circular groove were found. It seems like a round object is being put in. Yiruo took out the other piece he got from the Scorpion King in surprise and put them together. Then, the magical thing did not happen. He found that it was still incomplete. However, looking at this missing trace, Yiru suddenly had an idea. This gap looked very familiar. Then he took out a piece of debris that he had obtained when mining on the first level, but he didn't know what it was used for. It's exactly the same and fits the gap perfectly. It's strange. Why is this fragment inside a layer of ore? It seemed as if they were originally one. At this moment, the last piece of debris automatically flew together and merged. A complete round jade plate was formed. Then Yiruo put it into the groove and reminded Nyo and the others that if anything went wrong, they should use the earth wall to protect themselves and stay away. Click, 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 click. As soon as it was put in, there was movement in the temple. The groove slowly opened up, the stone slabs continued to separate towards the sides, and something in the middle slowly rose up. It was a stone pillar, on top of which was placed a mysterious conch shell emitting a blue glow. Strange waves emanated from the conch. Chapter 65. Mysterious Little World, 1000-Year Promise. It's like the sound of waves in the sea. Yiruo? You made such a fuss, with pieces scattered everywhere. Just to hide a conch here? If I hadn't dug everywhere myself, I might not have been able to put this starting object together. Who could have thought of this? When Yiruo used his talent, the information of the conch began to appear. Magical conch. Special items. The agreement signed between the people of the sea and the powerful pet race of the sacrifice. Using this, you can go to the exclusive small world where that race is located. Thus, a contract was signed with the young pet. How to use: blow the horn, blow it again to return, and return the item in one go. While watching, Yiru also picked up the conch. The blue light lit up, and the crystal-clear conch looked very beautiful. If you put it next to your ear, you can hear the sound of the ocean. Smell the ocean. Well, not fishy. This is strange. This is the Giant God's Pit, under the earth. How come a sea tribe creature appeared? Why are they here? Don't you think the two are totally unrelated? Judging from the looks of it, those people of the sea tribe should have disappeared completely, otherwise there wouldn't be so few people coming here. There was no sign of anyone cleaning at all. It's as if it has disappeared completely under the erosion of time. Chong Chong and Nyo also looked at the prop curiously. It was also the first time for them to see items from the ocean. Quite novel. Do you want to hear it too? Seeing the bugs moving to the back of his left hand, Yiru looked left and right curiously, and then put the conch next to its ear. The sounds from the ocean reached it. Chong Chong opened his eyes wide in surprise. What is this sound? It sounds quite nice. Woo. Nyo, come and listen too. Chong Chong also called out to the Quinniu star beast, asking it to tilt its head and listen. For a bug-type pet that lives in the woods, and an earth-type pet that was sealed at birth, the sea is indeed something unknown. Yiru became curious and thought about using this conch. Is it possible to teleport to a small world? I heard that powerful pets can build their own little world, but it takes a lot of their own energy. Most of the time, such a place will be opened up in the last moments of life, to serve as a foundation for future generations. Some small worlds are born naturally, and they may contain top-notch resources, or they may contain nothing. The same goes for secret realms, where fierce beasts or pets of the space system can transform into secret realms simply by relying on their own innate power. It is difficult for ordinary people to find. Sometimes a beast master would accidentally enter a secret realm and become trapped inside, unable to get out. In some cases, the entrance to the outside world will only appear when you see traces of a rainbow. Some people can only go out when it rains. Various conditions can be set by the creature that creates the secret realm. You can also not set any conditions and close it completely. So, what kind of pets are the powerful pet races living in this small world? Since they are related to the people of the sea, they should be a race related to the seawater, right? Yiru became more and more interested. If it was a good race, then he could contract one himself. It would be even better if it was a space system. Now, the training of his first and second pets is on the right track. Then there will be no problem in contracting a third pet. At worst, you can go to the giant god's pit more often to get more resources. And if it's not what you want, just blow the conch back. Anyway, according to the information displayed by my SS level talent, this thing can only be used once. It's a waste if you don't use it. Anyway, I picked it up myself. Don't feel sorry. Thinking of this, Yiru blew the conch, and the mysterious horn that had spanned 1,000 years was blown again. With a long and beautiful voice, a dazzling gate of light appeared in front of them. The sea breeze came straight towards us through the light gate. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the sound of the conch has a hint of lonely melody. Chong chong. Nyo nyo. Oh, is this the portal to that small world? What if we run into danger as soon as we enter? Yiru looked at the light gate cautiously. He was now a beast master with a family to support. Noisy enough, laughing enough. Don't joke about bugs. What if there was some scary creature waiting for them on the other side? Yiru was thinking hard, wondering if he had any good ideas to see if he could throw a stone to test the water. Throwing a stone to test the water? Catapult? Figured it out. Yiru's eyes lit up and a big dark red fish appeared in his hand. The fish was stunned at first, and then began to struggle frantically. Don't move. Yiru gave it a slap in the face to make it behave itself. This is exactly the wood-leaping fish that Yiru raises in his own beast-taming world. This one has already reached the first level of elite. It is usually used to make food. This time maybe it can be used to play other roles. Chong Chong immediately understood what he meant and spit out his silk thread to tie up the fish. The other side of the silk thread was held by Yiru. I haven't played like this in a long time. Oh, I miss it so much. Yiru looked at the light gate with a smile, and then threw the wooden leaping fish directly into it. His movements were so skillful that it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Go ahead, Mu Yueyu. It's decided to be you. Under the gaze of the man and his two pets, Mu Yueyu bravely rushed in to explore the new world on their behalf. Perhaps the reason why it is called wood leaping fish is because of this leap at this moment. Such a heroic posture. Such a fearless spirit that regards life and death as apart from oneself. Even Chong Chong was moved to tears, which flowed down his mouth. We have to eat 2 more Muyu fish tonight to show our respect to Muyu fish. I guess Mu Yueyu would smile happily if he knew this. Mu Yueyu, thank you so much. Under the expectant gazes of Yiru, the caterpillar, and the Quinniu star beast, the wooden leaping fish at the other end of the silk thread seemed to be motionless. Just jumped up and down a few times. There was no danger at all, just crazy shaking movements. It seems that side is safe. Yiru and the others nodded to each other and walked straight in, headed into that small world. After Yiru brought the conch in, the light gate closed automatically after a while. This dead silent valley returned to peace again. Chapter 066. Pass it on. The male protagonist goes to the sea. When Yiru and the others saw the light in front of them changed, a breeze from the ocean blew directly on their faces. It makes people feel relaxed. There are seagulls flying in the distance. The originally tense and dangerous adventure in the giant's pit suddenly turned into a slow-paced vacation feeling. It's quite strange. What appeared before them was a beautiful and rich beach with all kinds of stones and shells on the ground. The sun high in the sky was casting a warm golden glow. The sea breeze was blowing gently, and the sea water on the side was rising and falling, splashing waves and hitting the boulders. Not far from the beach, there are fragrant coconut trees full of ripe fruits. The wooden leaping fish that Yiru had just thrown over was lying motionless on the beach, staring at a pet opposite it. It was a pet that looked like a green scallop, with its eyes hidden in the shell. Palm size. It was staring at the wood leaping fish curiously. Mu Yueyu, on the other hand, had those dead fish eyes that looked listless. After Yiruo and the others appeared here, the shell pet was frightened. It disappeared here instantly. Behind a stone at the back, a small shell quietly rose up, and the little eyes inside looked at this place curiously and nervously. Yiruo took the Mu Yueyu back to the beast-taming world, and it regained its freedom and swam slowly in the lake. His eyes were dull, as if he had forgotten everything that happened before, swimming like other wood-leaping fish. Then he spit out water from his mouth and knocked down a fire ginseng fruit from the tree by the lake. A bunch of fish were scrambling for it. Yiruo looked at the shell pet that had just disappeared in surprise. This doesn't seem to be a speed ability, right? It's a completely different feeling from the flash of silver light that Chong has. Instead, it seems more like it suddenly disappears and then suddenly appears in another place. Spatial ability? This allowed Yiru to use his talent and start checking the information of this pet. Race, mirage, gender, female, quality, high-level warrior SS level, attributes, space water, personality, lonely, favorability, 30. It is full of curiosity about you. Being lonely, it always longs to have its own friends. Strength, awakening level 7, skills, water gun, middle SS level, space movement, high SS level, a powerful fantasy pet that lives on the edge of the sea and has now become a forgotten race in history. If it grows up, it can evolve into the second stage Great Mirage Shell and the third stage Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell. Both have extremely high attainments in illusion and can create illusions that are indistinguishable from the real thing. Legend has it that they have dragon blood and can trace the depths of their bloodline and evolve into true dragon-type pets. But this one is special. It was born with an extremely rare space element, and therefore it is difficult for it to get along with its tribe members. It can often only play alone outside. Babble? It was obvious that the pets around Yiru were very scary, and ordinary pets or ferocious beasts would flee when they saw them. But it was looking at me quietly. It is lonely and really wants to have a companion who recognizes it. I hope to be able to play with myself. Even if you can just play for a while, it would be fine. Besides, it has spatial abilities and can move away from here directly. It shouldn't be a big problem. However, it is still a little scared in its heart. If something goes wrong, it will immediately choose to use its ability to escape. I see. Is this also a kind-hearted pet? It looks a lot like bugs. Yiruo gave a warm smile of nostalgia. It seemed that he and Chong also became partners gradually out of curiosity when they met each other. A mirage? It is clearly an illusion-type pet, but it happens to be a unique and rare space-type pet. I have been around in the Energy City for such a long time, but I haven't seen any space-type pets. It can be seen how rare space-type pets are. While their numbers are rare, their powerful spatial skills are something that countless beastmasters can only dream of. Space basically represents power. As a green caterpillar, Chong is also a special individual in the species and possesses the attributes of moonlight. Among the beasts on the star Quinyu, his uncle told him that most of them had earth attributes and other attributes, and only extremely rare ones had thunder attributes. It seems that I have a special affinity with this special pet. I have to say, facing this shell pet, Yiru was a little moved, especially the one that shows dragon bloodline. Wow, maybe we'll see some brand new look later. Looking forward to it. So facing this somewhat nervous pet, Yiru slowly took out various fruits from the beast-taming world. Throw it over gently. The fruits rolled on the ground one by one, and then remained motionless. Ehe. This behavior obviously stunned the mirage for a moment, and then after smelling the fragrance, its eyes lit up. Moving slowly, it approached the nearest fire ginseng fruit and took a bite. Feeling dissatisfied, he turned to look at another apple that exuded a strong fragrance. Perfume apple. After it took a light bite, the tender and juicy flesh exploded directly in its mouth. It widened its eyes in excitement. Delicious. The happy mirage shell jumped a few times, then ate the scented apple in just a few bites. Then taste other fruits. While it continued to eat, it did not realize that it was actually getting closer to Yiru. The fruits were arranged in a line. When it was eating most happily, it had already come in front of Yiru. Yiru handed it a bunch of crystal-clear grapes. It nodded first, then took it generously. Then he reacted suddenly. I jumped up in fright. I almost subconsciously activated my ability to leave here. If it weren't for these fruits and the friendly feeling from Yiru, it would have definitely run away. But when it put a grape into its mouth, its little eyes became happy again. Then he let down his guard and shouted happily. The favorability quietly increased from 30 to 70. E. It seemed to be thanking Yiru for the fruit. It liked it very much. Then the mirage disappeared directly, and Yiru felt his shoulders sink slightly. It turns out that it moved through space and came here. The phantom mirage shouted happily. The general meaning is, that's great. Finally there is someone who is willing to play with me. Can we play together forever? And, is there anything else? I want to let my people have a taste too. The feeling Yiru gave was that of a lovely young lady. Yiru took out another apple, which immediately made it cheer. And its words reminded Yiru that, yes, this was a small world where a powerful race of pet beasts lived. Could it be that it refers to the mirage? Well, let's take this opportunity to see if it has any other evolutionary postures. Chapter 67. The Blue Dragon of the Sea, Hidden Form. As his talent was activated, Yirua's eyes began to see a whole new picture. There are two of them, which are the Giant Mirage Shell and Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell, mentioned in the information. However, what made Yirua look strange was that originally these two methods used illusion as the main method and water as the auxiliary method. But after evolving from this Mirage Shell, things are completely different. It can easily use the power of space to launch attacks, causing space to transform, and the invisible space blade can destroy the enemy in an instant. Or make things move, boulders get cut off and disappear. It was teleported through space and smashed over. The sky is falling apart. All kinds of space techniques are used by it. In terms of spatial attainments, he uses it with ease like a master. As a space type, once it evolves into the final Fantasy Sea Dream Monster, it will possess extremely powerful power. Their combat power will be far superior to that of their own kind. But what Yirua cares more about is, can the dragon blood in their bodies allow it to evolve into a dragon-like form? In this era, true dragon pets are almost extinct. It involves a turbulent history and the story of a SS-level talented beastmaster, the dragon god. As a result, it is difficult to see true dragon pets anymore, and they have completely died out. Even in Dragon Tongue City, one of the 3 top SS-level cities in the Alliance, those are nothing more than subdragons or other exotic dragon species. Originally, the true dragon system was the top combat force. The pride of Xiaoyu Alliance. Top trump card. The true dragon family is the top race among pets. Any pet that is related to dragon means power. It would be amazing if I could cultivate a true dragon pet. Who doesn't want a dragon pet? As this thought came to mind, all those images disappeared. A new screen begins to appear. The images flow rapidly. That's it. New evolution path. From a phantom mirage shell, it evolved into a shellfish pet with dragon whiskers, and then began to become like a baby dragon. Suddenly, the scene changed again. High in the sky, the clouds are shaking. A green light appeared instantly, causing the sea to roll and setting off an endless tsunami. The waves are huge. Yiru was shocked. It turned out to be a green dragon riding on the clouds and soaring in the sky. The slender body is unusually powerful and full of oriental beauty. The dragon claw just waved and the atmosphere roared. Along with the earth-shaking dragon roar, the overwhelming dragon power descended upon the world. At that moment, the space twisted and the world turned upside down. The space was flipped and shattered at will like a mirror. Only the figure of the dragon stood among them, as if standing proudly in the world. Looked down on everything. The information belonging to it flashed by. The Eastern Mirage Dragon Top SS Level King, a mysterious dragon species that disappeared in history, possesses extremely strong power. Then the picture disappeared quickly, and Yiru was surprised. What a mysterious dragon species. It turned out to be a top SS Level King. And that's just the information. I haven't heard of it in the Alliance's information. Things from previous lives cannot be used as a reference. As for the Mirage Dragon, although its specific abilities are unknown, it sounds like it's creating an illusion, a mirage, or something like that. It should even be possible to create secret realms at will. But this mirage evolved into a dragon. It can definitely be called a space dragon. Is this the huge disparity caused by the special individuals appearing in the group? What an exaggeration. After evolution, they have almost become another race. Yiru was really moved by his performance and handsomeness. Be sure to take this pet contract away. It is both space and the future dragon system, so its potential is endless. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to be a boy riding a dragon? Of course, Chong Chong, Nyonyo, and Irua also like them very much, so it's impossible to say that I'm partial to them. Well, they are all their own wings. Thinking of this, Yiru discussed with everyone and went to take a look at the living place of Huan Mirage Bay. According to what this little mirage said, it is probably not far from here. After walking 800 meters after another along the beach, Yiru, the caterpillar, and the sun cow star beast fell into deep thought. Is this not far away? It's quite a long way for you to come out for fun. Little Huan Shinbei said, it's almost there. It's really almost there. You have to believe me. He looked like he was about to cry. It just thinks it's fun and often uses its spatial ability to move, so sometimes it will be a little far away. However, this area within a few thousand meters is very safe. Don't worry about anything. This time, it felt far because I had to walk back directly. Finally, after the little mirage had been waiting for so long, they finally arrived at their tribe's living place. The beach here has been treated, and several large sea channels have been dug out leading directly into the coconut grove. The sea channels are pure white, and there are various pebbles underneath. There are several strange shells standing in the middle of the seaway, but like an illusion, the seawater can pass through normally. However, the seawater after passing through it seems to be purified and becomes purer. Yiru took a look at it in surprise. It was an interesting way of treating water sources. Are the Mirage clans so fond of cleanliness? There are many small mirages on both sides, in various colors. Blue, yellow, green, pink, white, etc., but no cyan. There are various shells on the surface. However, it seems that the one Yiru encountered is the only one with a green color. They are opening their shells and basking in the sun lazily here. There are also many who are exercising their abilities. Shoot water guns, play with water balls, create illusion bubbles, and use skills to change your appearance. One of them can even create illusions. The one next to it was flying in a continuous loop, surrounded by a dreamlike shield. There was also a gray mirage that created fog and hid itself in it. All kinds of weird and strange illusion skills can be seen, and their strengths also fluctuate. Awakening SS level, Elite SS level, Extraordinary SS level. There are several huge shells not far away, exuding the aura of an SS level warrior. That was clearly the second stage of evolution, Giant Mirage. They noticed Yiru when he came here, but they were surprised that this human had not appeared here for a long time. Although these giant mirages looked surprised and strange, they were still well-intentioned. No action was taken. Still, there was no movement in those places. Through the fluctuations sensed from their bodies, we can know that they are also exercising their abilities. It seems that this is a race that likes to exercise themselves. Chapter 68. Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell, a special clan. Perhaps this is the source of their strength. The Phantom Mirage Shell alone has so many extraordinary abilities, and the evolved Big Mirage Shell is even a SS level warrior. Then what about the third form, Phantom Sea Dream Monster? Isn't it possible that the lowest level is Master SS or even Commander SS? Be good. From this point alone, one can tell that this is a very powerful pet race. Judging from this place, this should just be a place where some small mirages play around, and the more powerful tribesmen should live in the coconut grove. The seawater is flowing right inside. After seeing these tribesmen, little Phantom Mirage also became excited. Although it simply couldn't integrate into the tribesmen's illusion skills when they were practicing, there was really nothing they could do. It can't get a word in whether it's communication or discussion. How should I put it? How can a space-type person communicate with so many illusion-type people? There is no reference to either of them at all. So it seems very awkward and can only play by itself in silence. Babble. At this time, little Huan Shanbei kept urging Yiru to go inside, wanting to take him to meet an elder whom he respected very much. That person is the patriarch of the Phantom Mirage clan, a powerful being that commands all the Phantom Mirage clan. He has a supreme status in the ethnic group and is deeply loved and supported by the tribesmen. He is also a tribesman who loves her very much. However, because the tribe chief is very busy, little Huan Shanbei cannot play with the tribe chief all the time. If you come here, you must first pay your respects to the chief. This made Yiru say that he understood. According to the Phantom Mirage Shell, this clan leader should be a Phantom Sea Dream Demon Shell. The final appearance of the Phantom Mirage. There is a high possibility that his strength has reached the Commander SS level. As a result, as Yiru and his team continued to move forward, the scene inside the coconut grove became increasingly wider, with well-dug waterways and abundant water resources everywhere. In front of us, they gathered into a huge lake. Various exotic plants are planted around here, and there are houses built. At a glance, there are hundreds of them, large and small. Very spectacular and grand scene. This is not a human style, but a house that looks like a large shell or conch. It is like an island, built in the middle of the water and surrounded by water. It has a unique poetic and picturesque flavor. It's very strange that the Mirage clan has built such a large underwater home here. You don't have to resist the attack of waves, but you can fully enjoy the resources of seawater. The number of giant mirages here has obviously increased. You can see dozens of them at will, and there is a high possibility that there are even more in the water. The weakest ones are all at the SS level of generals. Some of the big mirage actually have the aura of a master SS level, which is truly amazing. In the further posture, Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell, there are also more than a dozen of them here. Their bodies look smaller than the giant mirage clam, but they are much more beautiful than the giant mirage clam. The shapes have also changed greatly, including conch, white jade shell, luminous shell, seven-horn shell, winged conch, long-horn shell. Everything you need. The shells are full of various beautiful patterns, emitting star-like tiny glows. Along with the water is colorful. Moreover, the body inside the shell also changed, and it now looked like an elf, with pointed ears and starry spots on its body. Looks so cute. It's like a fantasy sea monster. They opened their shells and looked curiously at this strange human being whom they had never seen before. I have only heard the patriarch tell a similar story. Humans and their pets become partners and go on adventures together. They are called beast tamers. This made Yuru feel like he was being stared at by a bunch of curious dream fairies from all directions. He was indeed surprised. They were all Master SS level pets, and their aura was even stronger than the Master SS level beast encountered in the forest before. And there are several of them, all of which are SS level commanders. The aura is much stronger than that of the SS level master. It's more like a huge gap in qualitative change. As expected, the SS level commander is truly terrifying. If Yuru hadn't sensed any malice from them, he wouldn't have dared to appear here so confidently. If you don't blink, you're gone. There is actually such a powerful pet race living here, and no one knows about it? With the appearance of Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell, if it appeared in the league, it would be extremely popular, and it would be easy to become one of the top 10 popular pets. This is so cute, the combination of conch fairy. It is extremely lethal to beastmasters. Moreover, its growth quality is high, and it has both strength and appearance, making it a superior pet contract option. At this time, the little mirage also jumped down, hopping around to show Yuru the way. Although there are waterways everywhere, there is still land, and roads have been specially built here. Under the watchful eyes of so many giant mirage shells and fantasy sea dream shells, Yuru and his two pets went to the deepest part of the area, where there was a holy lake exclusively for the clan leader. A majestic and noble palace appeared here, shining with holy and beautiful white light. There is a huge white pearl inlaid on the top of the palace. The lake is sparkling, very beautiful and quiet. After the little phantom mirage came here, he looked left and right, as if wondering, hey, where is the patriarch? Until a pair of jade hands picked it up. Then the mature and sexy voice of the queen was heard from here. Hey, the little guy brought a human with him this time. Is this the human you chose? Interesting, really interesting. This made Yuru, Chong Chong, and Nyo Nyo all shocked. When? When did you appear here? Why didn't any of them notice? At this moment, a large pearl shell shining with white light appeared here with its mouth open. And inside the shell, a mature young woman with an amazing figure and eyes as bright as blue glaciers sat cross-legged with her long, beautiful legs. She was wearing white light armor and was looking at the visitor with a smile. The Phantom Mirage was also making happy sounds in her hand. This person is the patriarch of the Mirage Shell clan. Yuru was surprised. What form is this? I never expected that the Mirage Shell could have this posture. Compared to those little goblin dream monsters, this one is simply a beautiful girl pearl shell. Why haven't I seen any advanced posture along the way? The other mirages are not displayed. Could it be that this is a special and unique form? In the Alliance's records, although there are many humanoid pets, it seems that there is not a single one that looks similar to humans. And this lady exudes maturity and intelligence. The impression Yuru got was that she had an extremely beautiful appearance and a kind of majesty that made her look intimidating without even getting angry. In Bingha's eyes, which seemed to be smiling but not quite smiling, there was the accumulation of wisdom gained from the long years. Among humans, he is one of the top figures. Yiru also saw some of her message. King SS level, beauty shell. This is an extremely special and rare form of the Mirage clan, rarely seen in the world. It is so rare that this form will never appear. This is a gesture full of miracles. Chapter 069, the 5th SSSSS level talent, Dragon God. Yirua's pupil shrank immediately. It turns out that the strongest member of the Mirage clan is actually a SS level king. It's really incredible. He thought that the leader of this kind of pet beast was a commander SS level. I didn't expect that they were not in the form of Phantom Sea Dream Monster. It is an extremely rare posture. Beauty shell? This small world is really not simple. So, if the Phantom Mirage can activate the dragon bloodline from the beginning, can it leap into the race of kings? It's scary to think about it. However, the strange thing about these Mirage shells is that Yirua can't see any changes in their direction towards the dragon element. It seems that the special one is the one I encountered. Speaking of my talent, why can I only see such little information about this king? It's strange. Could it be that more growth is needed? He could clearly see the Commander SS level and the Master SS level. However, Chong thought Yiru was stunned, and suddenly became angry and climbed directly onto his hair, shouting angrily, "MMM, MMM." Yiru was a little speechless when she felt her hair was messy. What was this stupid Chong thinking? I had to take it down. Stop it. What are you thinking about? As for the Quinniu star beast, it became extremely alert all of a sudden. This is the first time it has encountered a king SS level pet since following its master. Must be extremely careful, even if the other party has good intentions. Yiru's immediately began to show courtesy and greeting. Hello. This is my first time here at Noble. I am Yirua, the beast master of the Alliance. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you in any way. It's okay. No human has been here for a long time. The beauty covered her mouth and chuckled. This small world has long been cut off from all contact with the outside world. No other methods will work. You can only use the last conch shell that was lost outside. And after using it, you must get my permission before you can come in. This made Yirua take out the conch and feel embarrassed for a moment. So that's how it is. Did the patriarch know about my arrival from the beginning? Marin Bay fixed her gaze on Yirua's two pets, with a strange look in her eyes. A bug-type pet with great potential. Haha, and it seems to be very jealous. The other one is a mysterious pet that I can't even figure out. It feels like it has at least the qualities of a king, right? Incredible, incredible. It's really interesting, young and promising Beastmaster Yirua. Can I see what you really look like? Yirua. He almost forgot that he was still wearing a mask. After putting away the mask, his sunny and handsome face was revealed. The little Mirage's eyes also lit up. It looks pretty good. It was mainly because of the preconceived impression of the fruit that made it feel favorable towards Yiru. Yeah, he's a handsome guy. You can call me Sinbei-sama, but I'm optimistic about your future. You can also call me Sinbei sister. Master Sinbei? Oh, you don't have to be so reserved. Sinbei-ne can do it too. Don't worry, I'm very approachable. So, Sinbei sister? Not bad, not bad. Beauty Bay seemed to be in a very good mood. Her eyes were smiling into a crescent shape. He simply ignored the furious Chong. Are you here to contract a third pet? It seems like you and Ibao get along very well. Holding the little Mirage, she gently touched the shell. It was born not too long ago, and it is an extremely rare space-type creature. There are only 2 such cases in our tribe in history, which makes it difficult for it to integrate with the other tribe members. Sometimes it would do some mischievous things to attract the tribe members to play with it. This also led to its image as a troublemaker in everyone's mind. He's a very lonely little guy. I don't know why. Watching Beauty Bay's explanation, Yiru suddenly had an illusion. It seemed that after he took off the mask, this SS-level beauty king treated him much better. More than a little. It can't be because I'm good-looking, right? Yirua burst out laughing at this. I was thinking about eating peaches. And Beauty Bay's words also made Mirage Bay a little uneasy. Oh, what do you mean by reluctant to leave us? Our clan could have purified its bloodline and possessed powerful dragon abilities, but the inheritance was inexplicably cursed. You are the only one with such a strong bloodline. If you follow him to the outside world, maybe you can evolve into a dragon-type pet in the future. Listening to the conversation between Beauty Bay and Mirage Bay, Yiru grasped the key information. He asked puzzledly, Sister Senbei, you said the inheritance is cursed? The dragon-type pets in our outside world are almost extinct, and the inheritance has disappeared, almost extinct. Could there be any connection between the two? The outside world? There has been no communication here for thousands of years. Mayrin Bey muttered in surprise, then took out a bead with a strange black gas floating on it. It gives people a very bad feeling. Well, I don't know much about the outside world, but this is the inheritance of my clan, and now it has become like this. Beauty Bey's expression seemed to be a little sighing, as if she was feeling sad that the tribe's sacred creature had become like this. Yirua widened his eyes. Cursed Dragon Ball? Rank. 8th rank? Because of being cursed by an unknown and strange force, the original power cannot be drawn out. Purifying blood, releasing dragon force field, accelerating growth, increasing dragon power, and other functions are all unusable. This thing is actually a Dragon Ball? An 8th level inheritance. A treasure above the King SS level. Is this the foundation of a King SS level pet race? Just take out anything and it'll scare people to death. The beauty put the little mirage on her fair shoulders and looked thoughtful. It was 1,000 years ago that this inherited object suddenly became like this. Yirua, since you were from the outside alliance, can you tell me if there was any major event in the alliance during that period of time? Especially regarding the hometown of my dragon-type pets, Dragon Language City. This made Yiru look a little sigh and silent for a moment. Almost everyone in the alliance knows about that history. So he also told that history. Although 1,000 years have passed, things have changed and even the specific cause is hard to trace. But more than 1,000 years ago, the 5th SS level gifted Beastmaster, Dragon God, and a large number of dragon-type pets disappeared. Originally this was nothing, but the remaining dragon pets began to gradually become extinct, and even the inheritance was completely lost. Then the war suddenly broke out. The alliance split, and many regions became independent countries, returning to the situation many years ago. Many years ago, the world was originally made up of many countries, but under the threat of ferocious beasts and the oppression of extinction, all countries united to become a community with a shared future. This is the Xiaoyu Alliance, a unified grand alliance. But unexpectedly, after the Xiaoyu Alliance's top combat dragon pet declined and died, those regions that had long been integrated have once again shown their fangs. They separated one after another, and the curtain of war was opened. Plunder resources, snatch pets, and kill. It was a time of war and turmoil, like a purgatory. The destructive power that a Beastmaster can unleash is quite terrifying. The war was extremely dangerous and terrifying. SS-level commanders and SS-level kings joined the battlefield one after another. The battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were invisible. It is unknown how many lives were lost in that turmoil. I don't know how many children lost their parents and could only cry bitterly among the ruins. That is a scene that many people in the League don't want to recall. It was originally a battle between humans and ferocious beasts, but after people have achieved a certain peace, however, humans turned their butcher knives against their own people. It was a turbulent era of war and fire, blood and tears, and the casualties were incalculable. Although people were full of respect for the SS-level beast tamers, they were full of resentment and hatred towards this one. If he and so many dragon-type pets had not disappeared, there would not have been the subsequent turmoil. With a strength far beyond that of the king, how could anyone else be able to harm him? It must have been his own actions. Since then, the lack of powerful true dragon pets has led to a lack of top combat power. Even the hometown of dragon pets, Dragon Language City, has been devastated. The Western dragon races did not dare to raise their heads before, but after the true dragon pets disappeared, they established themselves as the strongest dragon pets. He also wantonly mocked the weak and vulnerable sub-dragon pets on Xiaoyu's side, saying that they are all just a bunch of garbage. Even if there are strange dragon species, they can fight against those giant dragons. But their number is too small. The reason why the war stopped was simple. That is a fight of fratricide, which gives the ferocious beasts an opportunity to take advantage. Led by the royal beasts, they took advantage of the situation and launched a mass extinction campaign against humans. There was no way out under that situation, whether it was the independent countries or the Xiaoyu Alliance itself. They can only choose to fight on their own. Humanity once again encountered the worst outcome. Many cities were destroyed, and the people living there all became food for the ferocious beasts. There are many small countries that choose to split and become independent. The country was directly destroyed on the spot under the attack of the tide of ferocious beasts, and no one survived. The major powers that had originally promised to send troops to reinforce them all broke their promises and chose to sit back and do nothing. Watch them being destroyed with cold eyes. The Xiaoyu alliance is not a pushover and will not be so kind as to help those independent small countries. However, the power of the beast was extremely huge, and even the Xiaoyu alliance and those big countries were barely able to resist. Perhaps the ferocious beast cannot destroy humans, but it is obvious that humans will suffer heavy casualties. Because there had been peace for a period of time, and there was no external pressure, humans began to fight for power and benefit, leading to disastrous consequences. This may not be the first time that such a thing has happened in history. Internal strife and conspiracy have always been problems that humans cannot avoid. Perhaps this is part of being human. Even similar things have long been shown in history to have disastrous consequences. But human beings will never learn lessons from history. In such a difficult situation, later, the 6th SS level talented Beastmaster, Emperor of Destiny, appeared on the Xiaoyu alliance side. He also appeared suddenly, rising at an astonishing speed. Then he saved the Xiaoyu alliance, which had been severely damaged and had seen its strength decline drastically, from danger. Led the alliance to repel the attack of the ferocious beasts. A new round of peace has arrived, and they began to liquidate those countries at that time. Many small and medium-sized countries were either destroyed or had to hand over most of their resources, intimidate those major powers, and suppress them forcefully. The main beast masters who caused the rebellion were killed, and several pet races and human families were exterminated. If they were not unwilling to trigger a new war and cause the ferocious beasts to attack again, those major powers would definitely not end up in any good situation. In the end, those big countries were willing to return to the Xiaoyu alliance, return most of the resources, and make compensation. But it was rejected by Xiaoyu alliance. The only people you can rely on and trust are your own people. The Xiaoyu alliance should just develop on its own and does not need these ungrateful countries. Those are the only resources they have, and Xiaoyu alliance still has something to look at. After being active for less than a few hundred years, the 6th SS level talented Beastmaster mysteriously passed away. Everyone speculated that he had paid too much for the alliance before, and after being freed, he went to find a place where his pet could become more powerful. After all, many SS-level kings do the same thing without abundant resources and opportunities. It will be difficult to make progress in the future. Therefore, they would appear in some very dangerous areas or desperate situations, and you wouldn't see them for decades or even 100 years. Very mysterious. Since then, the current world pattern has gradually taken shape, although the Xiaoyu alliance is no longer as strong and prosperous as it was 1,000 years ago. The true dragon pets were still extinct and extremely weak, but it is still an extremely powerful existence, and there are many powerful pet races. Several major countries come next. Then there are those small and medium-sized countries. Some of them are close to the Xiaoyu alliance, and some are close to the big countries. Once again, there was an overall superficial peace. However, people worship and admire the 6th person with SS-level talent. He is the dawn in the dark night and the light of hope for salvation, the savior of peace for people. As for the 5th dragon god with SS-level talent, opinions vary. Some still respect it, some are dissatisfied, and some have resentment. Dragon Language City is the place with the deepest hatred towards the dragon god, even though that is the hometown of the dragon god. Mei Renbei also listened quietly. During this period of time, her clan had been living in a closed little world and had never communicated with the outside world. The time she was in was the era of the dragon god, not the turbulent times that followed. I see. Has the prosperous Dragon Language City become so weak? Even though it is still a top city, what is it without a powerful true dragon pet? While the true dragons in the outside world are almost extinct, the giant dragons in the west still exist. Are they just that bunch of crappy lizards? Humph. If that's the case, then when the dragon god left, he would definitely leave behind relevant inheritance and resources. But from what you said, it's likely that they were robbed. Logically speaking, even if there are fewer dragon pets, the number will slowly be replenished over time. As for the fact that it is almost completely extinct, with only those sub-dragons with thin bloodlines left, there's no way this could be possible. Then most likely it was the dragon clan that did something, or the ferocious beast clan that secretly planned all this. And it is very likely that he used some unimaginable means to completely curse the foundation of the true dragon clan, making it difficult for the true dragon clan to reappear in the light of day. Looking at this inheritance of her clan, Myronbai's eyes became much deeper. Even this small world can be cursed. Does this mean that all things related to the true dragon can be cursed? The power to do this. Without continuing to talk about this content, Mei Renbei put away the dragon. Instead, he placed the small mirage on Yuru's shoulder. Babble? The little mirage cried out in confusion. But Beauty Bay didn't care about it, but sighed with a smile. Young Beastmaster, I saw everything you and Xiaoyi did from the beginning. Being able to contract a pet from such an unknown king race, your talent and future are extraordinary. He also gets along well with his pets. As the only human being to come here in thousands of years, this may be fate's arrangement. Xiaoyi's growth is more suitable for the outside world. After all, this small world no longer has any space resources. It is really not easy for Xiaoyi to grow up here. Then I will place Xiaoyi's hopes on you as well. Since you have provided so much information, I will reward you for helping me. Beauty Bay's gaze was fixed on the Quinniu star beast, her eyes filled with amazement and admiration. What a wonderful race, but it seems that it still contains the power of thunder that has not yet awakened. Coincidentally, we have a thunderstone pillar here that can help it advance to the SS level of a warrior and awaken its power. Come with me. At this moment, a wave suddenly surged under Beauty Bay's body, causing her to rise up, and carried her and walked forward. As a royal SS level warrior, her every move is full of elegance and nobility. Chapter 70. Rich Woman. Steel wool is not impossible. Yi Ruo and his pet looked at each other twice, 3 times. Choose to follow. As the first SS level pet I met, I didn't expect her to be so gentle and considerate. Directly stated that Yi Ruo could take the little phantom mirage away. It also helps Nyonyo's awakening. Perhaps this is the life that has lived for thousands of years and spent a long time. It's the kind of expression that sees countless ups and downs, but in the end, only calmness remains in one's eyes. After heading towards the forest on the other side and arriving at a gravel beach, Yi Ruo and the others saw that there were many stones on the ground emitting various lights. In some, you can hear the sound of waves. In some, you can smell the chill of frost, or there are fiery red stone cones, and there are also stones that look like white holy light. Yi Ruo saw the information on these stones. Sea magic stone, ice magic stone, fire magic stone, holy light magic stone, phantom magic stone. These are stones that contain the power of various corresponding elements, and it takes a long time for them to be born. There is a lot of rich essence energy hidden inside, very suitable for pets to absorb and grow. In the distance, there are many giant mirage shells and fantasy sea dream demon shells surrounding their respective big rocks, absorbing energy there to become stronger. No wonder this race is so powerful. It seems that this has a lot to do with the abundant resources here. On another side of the gravel beach, at the edge of the waves where no mirages stay, stands a huge rock that is more than 10 meters high and 60 meters long. There were golden arcs of lightning flashing continuously and then suddenly disappearing. A powerful pressure of thunder and lightning filled the place, which was extremely heavy and suffocating, causing weak lives to dare not approach. This is actually a magic stone with thunder attribute. Beauty Shell also pointed directly at the huge rock from a distance. Here, that's the piece. The lightning power inside is very violent and powerful. It is somewhat dangerous, but if it can be absorbed, the benefits will be huge. Because our Mirage clan does not have the attribute of lightning, this stone has remained here forever. I didn't expect that I could give it to you. It can be considered a kind of fate. When saying this, Beauty Bay nodded complacently. A treasure that a tribe member has no use for can now be used as a favor. That's good, really good. The eyes of the Quinniu star beast also lit up. It could feel that this stone was indeed very beneficial to it. The dormant thunder power in the body is also stirring. Just as this person said, once you can absorb it, it can be of great benefit to yourself. The strength can also be greatly increased. Then it looked at its owner. Good. Yiru naturally agreed. Why would he miss the opportunity to enhance his strength? Golden God Thunderstone. Grade. Special. This precious treasure can only be born in a land of thunder and lightning with abundant lightning and endless lightning. It may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for one piece to be born. Extremely precious. It symbolizes that new hope can be born even in endless destruction. Not only can it increase the power of thunder-type pets, but it can also make their lightning evolve into dazzling golden divine thunder, which is extremely powerful. Far beyond ordinary thunder energy. Can you master the golden power of thunder and lightning? Is it far beyond the ordinary thunder system? This is amazing, a superb resource for thunder-type pets. Remember that general lightning and thunder used by pets should be blue, white, purple, etc. The golden lightning is undoubtedly the best and the most noble. Because gold represents the sun, it also represents nobility, sacredness, and power. There is no doubt that this is the style of painting that only the strong can have. After seeing this information, Yuruo noticed that golden lightning was flashing continuously around Nyonyo. Even without taking any action, he can make endless golden lightning rise into the sky and destroy the enemy. By the way, why does this scene look familiar? However, Yuru felt quite surprised when he saw this information. Because this divine thunder stone could not have been born in this place, it must have been moved here. This little world is really full of mysteries. Any SS level item from the king is such a good one. Love it. I don't want to work hard anymore, rich woman. It's not impossible to consider using steel wool or something like that. After reading the message, Yuruo reminded Nyonyo seriously. Be careful, the damage of the lightning system is top-notch among all the systems. Not to mention that this feels even stronger. So don't be too hasty, take your time. Listening to Yuru's careful instructions, Nyonyo nodded continuously. Then, under everyone's gaze, it continued to move towards the huge thunder rock. The already very tall Quinyu beast now looked a little small under this stone. At this moment, it stretched out a hand and touched the divine thunder stone. Suddenly the stone flashed with light. The sound of thunder rang in everyone's ears, and the dazzling golden lightning made the eyes a little harsh. A series of golden arcs began to swim on the body of the Quinyu star beast. The surrounding objects were directly blown away by the raging lightning. Gravel and sand were flying everywhere. Yuruo also quickly stepped back a little. As if he got closer, he would easily be hit by the thunder. Chong Chong and Huan Shinbei also exclaimed, "Such powerful lightning. If you get hit, you're screwed." Especially the little phantom mirage. It is only at the awakening SS level and its strength is relatively weak. Under such thunder and lightning, the face of the Quinyu star beast became solemn, and it began to slowly try to absorb the thunder and lightning. The fur on its body stood up due to the electric shock, and some of it was charred on the spot. The stone armor is fine. This lightning was indeed powerful, and it was slightly injured as soon as it came into contact with it. However, with the operation of the top SS level skill, the injury healed immediately. In contrast, its physical strength increased by a point. This made the Quinyu star beast's eyes brighten. Not only could it absorb energy to become stronger, but it could also strengthen its body at the same time. Very good. If so, then start your journey to becoming stronger. Even Chong Chong has been promoted to SS level general ahead of schedule, so how can I, the SS level descendant of a king, fall behind? The Onyu star beast closed his eyes and slowly felt the power. After that, Nyonyo began the process of slowly absorbing and refining his body. The aura on his body also began to gradually strengthen. This step cannot be accomplished in one step, so it will be done in the days ahead. Little Phantom Mirage also got a lot of fruits from Yuru and distributed them to many of his tribesmen. This made the tribe members feel surprised and have a different view of this little troublemaker. This made Xiaohuan Shanbei very happy, and his relationship with Yuru deepened. Moreover, Little Mirage and Chong Chong also had a lot of fun playing together, and their relationship was unexpectedly harmonious. The two of them often run around. One dares to play, and the other dares to run. Only Yuruo has been staying on the rocky beach, watching Nyonyo from afar. Chapter 71. If heaven had not given me the flower caterpillar, the sea of flowers would have been like a long night. Although Nyonyo doesn't talk much, he is always very obedient and reassuring. Therefore, Yuruo also hopes that this time of becoming stronger will be smooth. Unlike Chong Chong, who just keeps playing crazily. Yuru shook her head. I was afraid that it would bring harm to the Mirage shell. This is really strange. How could it fool the little Mirage into listening to it so easily? Now the little Phantom Mirage is almost becoming Chong Chong's little follower. Follow it every day. It's really a chance for bugs to play. Chong Chong is not at all averse to the little Mirage, but rather welcomes it. It also knows very well that this will be its next little friend. As expected, he is the one who often claims that he has a sense of the overall situation. Ensured his position as the boss. As for Nyonyo, that means it won't fight for this thing at all. This period is quite peaceful and slow-paced. This was indeed something Yuru had not expected. We clearly came to the giant god's pit to explore for resources, so how did we suddenly end up in this small world? But it's okay. I had planned to spend a little longer when I set out. Therefore, a lot of daily necessities are prepared in the beast-taming world to ensure that you can feel at home even in the pit of the giant god. Here on the beach, Yuruo also took out a pot to cook food, such as barbecue. How does the sentence go? Clean and hygienic. It can be said that it attracted a lot of mirages. It was very lively for a while. Yuruo also became a very popular person in the Mirage clan, although it was just like that when he was distributing fruits before. At the beach, Yuru was playing with the conch. After using it once, this thing has dimmed by half. If I use it again, the light will disappear completely. This means that the conch is useless. Just like the information Yiru saw, it can only be used for one round trip. The beautiful Lady Bei didn't say much about the conch. Yiruo didn't know whether she had done it. She just said that this was the last conch left in the outside world. As their clan is isolated from the world, no other spatial power can penetrate them, and they can only use this conch. The coordinates of this place had long been erased and thrown into the space turbulence, so no one can find it. During this period of time, Yiru successfully signed a contract with Huan Mirage Bay. Thus, he got his third pet. It's still space-related. As long as it continues to be cultivated in the future of Phantom Mirage will definitely be very strong. Of course, the little Mirage has its own name. Based on its cry, Myron Bai named it Xiaoyi. Very cute name. Yiru also liked this little blue creature very much. It would often suddenly move to her shoulder and then happily share the fun of the day. Ever since Yiru came here, every day since then has been the happiest days in his life. It's like a beautiful dream. If possible, it hopes this beautiful dream can continue forever. Another day passed, and the aura of the bull on the boulder became much stronger. It has reached the 9th level now. Soon, I will break through to the SS level of General. This time, I believe the benefits will be considerable. The main purpose is to absorb this force for stability, otherwise it would be faster. But Chong Chong suddenly scurried to his side, chirping all the time. Woohoo! Woohoo! Come and see what I found. What's wrong? Yiru was a little confused. What did you find? You look so surprised. After he followed Chong Chong's footsteps, he came to a remote corner of the plain. There seemed to be signs of cultivation here. Although no one has taken care of it for a long time, it looks very large. From a distance, it looks like a sea of flowers. However, it has long since withered and become deserted. Only fossil-like plants were left in the fields, scattered sparsely, with leaves and plants of grayish-white texture, and not many in number. It is obvious that a long time has passed for it to become like this. But what surprised Yiru was, it looks so familiar. This appearance? Isn't this a moonflower? Why is there such a sea of moonlight flowers in this place? Plants that are extremely difficult to find in the outside world can still be seen in this small world. That's right. Chong Chong also nodded, feeling very satisfied. As one who often eats moonflowers as snacks, it was easy to recognize at first glance that this was moonflowers. But it soon became a little discouraged and lowered its head sadly. After being promoted to SS level warrior, it gained new skills. One of the skills can make flowers bloom, and can also restore withered flowers to their original state. Create a sea of flowers easily. But the flowers in front of me have not only withered, they have turned into fossils. Therefore, it was unable to revive this sea of flowers. It originally wanted to give Yiru a surprise. When Yiru saw the little caterpillar's dejected look, he knew what it was thinking and burst out laughing. It's okay. When you become stronger in the future, you can revive as many flower seas as you want. Or maybe in the future, wherever you go, there will be a sea of flowers. You will be the master of the sea of flowers. With just one word from Yiruo, Chong Chong regained his confidence and shouted happily. Yes, if you can't do it now, it may not be impossible to do it in the future. If heaven had not given birth to caterpillars like me, the sea of flowers would be as dark as night forever. Flowers come. Babble. At this time, the Phantom Mirage Xiaoyi suddenly appeared on a petrified flower and then made a few babbling sounds. What it says is not very difficult to understand. Especially after the contract was signed and they had that kind of soul connection, Yiruo could understand a lot of what Huan Mirage said. So he immediately showed a look of joy. Is Nyo about to complete a breakthrough? That's why there are lightning and arcs flying everywhere. In that case, let's go and take a look. Good. Babble. It didn't take long to reach the location of the Quinyu Star Beast. Not to mention that the situation at this moment is very different from the previous calmness. The golden lightning is shooting straight into the sky. The powerful momentum is eye-catching. The lightning is like a prison. The lightning is like a sea. In the lightning, there was a figure standing there steadily. No matter how violent and raging the lightning was, he remained motionless, as if it could welcome all the cleansing and baptism from heaven and earth. Chapter 72, Thor's Spear, Golden Thunder. Such an environment made the giant Mirage Shell and Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell, who were practicing and seeing the situation from afar, quite fearful, looking at it very solemnly. Even though all the people here are SS level generals and SS level masters, There were even one or two people whose aura far exceeded that of a master SS level, and they looked on in surprise and curiosity. The Thunder system is the one with the highest attack and lethality among many systems. When a Thunder-type pet fights against other types of pets with the same strength, the Thunder-type pet has a huge advantage, and the power of its skills can even crush the other types of pets. For example, when it comes to Thunder and Wind skills, which are both high SS level skills, it is actually very obvious who will win and who will lose in a real fight. Therefore, Thunder-type pets are highly sought after by many Beastmasters, and their prices have been constantly rising. It has never been lowered. Although the number is small, if you see someone with a Thunder-type pet, he or she will definitely receive envious glances. For example, Yiruo has met quite a few adventurers from the Beast Tamer Guild. So far, he has only seen Lei Bingbing's pet beast being of the Thunder type, which is obviously the work of her grandfather. The reason why so many members of the Mirage Shell clan were attracted by the attention was naturally the lightning contained in the huge rock. Usually fine. This time it was fully triggered by Nyo, and that kind of power was indeed extraordinary. That sense of threat and pain can be felt even from a long distance away. At this moment, in Yi Rua's eyes, the body of the Quinyu Star Beast had turned golden. The aura on his body continued to rise, and the air waves it caused continued to spread in all directions. The strength is also steadily improving. Extraordinary peak. Boom. After reaching the extraordinary peak, the energy fluctuations of the Quinyu Star Beast did not stop, and it directly entered the next stage with unstoppable force. This seemed to have triggered a qualitative change. The thunder and lightning raged even more violently, with crackling and loud explosions everywhere. Blue lightning began to flash continuously on the body of the Quinyu Star Beast. That is a talent that originally existed in it. As a Quinyu Star Beast, it is a pet beast with both earth and thunder attributes, but the thunder has never awakened. Now it seems that after being promoted to SS level general, I can withstand this power, truly awaken it, and let it shine. Now, this is the power of a pet with complete king quality. Congratulations! It is the one that gathers all the power in one, knowing the past and the future. Oh, it's out of place. Delete it, delete it. At this moment, electric arcs and lightning flashes continuously emerged from Nyo-Nyo's body, and the aura became stronger and stronger. He was at the first level. He was at the second level. He was at the third level. Still rising. In an instant, he surpassed Chong Chong's third-level warrior. This made Chong Chong's eyes widen. My goodness, how come your upgrade is even more outrageous than mine? Is the stone with lightning so useful? We want it too. Please give us one too. Woo-woo. Phantom Mirage Xiaoyi was stunned. So powerful. Will it be this strong in the future? Not only that, under the influence of the lightning, the original blue lightning was also changing from blue to gold. The breath of thunder and lightning became stronger and more dangerous. That terrifying power is restrained and contained in thunder and lightning. It seems that once it is used, it can shock the world, light up the sky, and resound through the heavens. Soon, the aura of the Quinyu Star Beast reached the fourth level of the general and continued to rise. But at this time Nyo-Nyo opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in his eyes. Then he chose to suppress this power, and instead made it stronger and purer. It did not enter the fifth level of warrior, but made the foundation more solid. Avoid the state of emptiness in the body. A sudden rise blindly is not a good thing. Even so, it is still considered a mid-level SS level pet. Moreover, this power will bring great rewards to its owner. The Quinyu Star Beast quickly noticed Yirua's position and discovered the changes in his body. He was receiving the feedback and strengthening of power. So the Quinyu Star Beast did not disturb it, but looked towards the sea. He stretched out one of his hands, and golden lightning appeared in the palm of his hand, ringing like 1,000 birds, and then was thrown out directly by it. Boom! The sea surface exploded with a loud bang. Huge splashes of water rose up, and many fish were blown away. And because of the electric current, the bodies of those who were shocked kept shaking, which was very weird. You can also see a lot of dead fish with a burnt smell, their bellies floating on the water. It's overcooked. It can be clearly seen that the golden lightning spread in the seawater, forming a large-scale spread, and the fish that swam to this area died on the spot. Arcs of electricity flickered one after another, appearing to be as active as elves, but in fact, they were full of murderous intent. The noise was so loud that it seemed to have attracted the attention of a ferocious beast farther out in the sea. Bubbles appeared on the water surface, and a figure floated out. It was a large crab with red eyes and 2 huge claws stained with filth. There were sharp thorns on its uneven black shell, and it looked very ferocious. From its aura, one can sense that this is a ferocious beast at the peak of its combat power. It even has a hint of the SS-level Master's aura. It seems that after a while, it will be able to successfully enter the SS-level Master. Facing the Quinyu Star Beast, it roared directly. Its instinct told it that it might gain huge benefits by eating this strange creature. But the power of thunder made it very afraid. The power of thunder should not be underestimated. But instinct eventually overwhelmed reason, and after hesitating for a moment, it just waved its pincers and rushed over sideways. The water gurgled and rolled, and with the surge of its power, the water was at its command and control, and a small wave was formed. Being in the water is like adding wings to a tiger for this ferocious beast. There were also a few smaller water crabs made of transparent water that rushed over. Just like the guard of this big crab, faced with such commotion and the ferocious beast's undisguised greed. The Quinyu Star Beast did not move, but golden lightning appeared around it, crackling, and began to gather into the shape of an object. Soon, it took shape. It turned out to be a golden spear emitting lightning. The shape is gorgeous, the edge is extremely sharp, and golden arcs are constantly flowing on the gun body. Then he was grabbed by Nyo, turned around and threw him out. Thor's gun. As soon as the gun was thrown, a surging wave of air suddenly exploded. Wind pressure surges. It transformed into a golden stream of light and went straight through the sea surface. Wherever it passed, the sea water parted and lightning filled the sky. Chapter 73. A sudden change, the darkness from the depths of the sea. This golden light directly created endless waves. It rushed out very far in an instant, leaving behind a long trail. The big crab stopped immediately, then exploded with a loud bang, and debris flew everywhere. He died instantly on the spot. There were only a few seconds left before the Quinyu Star Beast used this move. A ferocious beast of Master Kwai was dealt with so neatly that even the Mirage clan in the distance were stunned for a moment. Originally, they wanted to help, but the battle was resolved in the blink of an eye. What a fierce force. As fast as lightning. Why does it feel like even if this crab is promoted from SS level to Master SS level, it will still die? Is this the pet outside? He actually defeated the stinky crab that was about to reach the SS level Master level with his newly promoted general status. Scary. The world outside is so scary. Could it be that there are pets like this everywhere? That would be too scary. Suddenly, they felt that it was nice to stay in their own little world. Mini SS level, giant mirage. Warriors nodded silently and saw a pile of shells opening and closing there. In fact, this crab is known to their clan. It only appeared in the past few days. It always takes advantage of its good swimming ability to try to snatch the resources of their Mirage clan. When the stronger, giant Mirage shell and several Fantasy Sea Dream shells arrived, it ran away again. We constantly adopt the strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and harassing when the enemy stays, and we slip away at the slightest sign of trouble. Old dog. So shameless. Naturally, the crab was not killed by them. It also has a filthy feeling, which the Mirages don't like very much. It's been a long time since such filth has appeared. That was a long time ago. Originally, they were planning to have the Master SS level, Fantasy Sea Dream Demon Shell, find a chance to get rid of it, but they didn't expect this guy to actually run out this time and was easily defeated. This really made the Mirage clan laugh bitterly. Yirua also ended up repaying his parents, mainly because Nyo gained a lot this time, which led to him also gaining a lot. The physical quality has been raised to a higher level again. Cool. With this physical condition, there is no need to worry about whether you are weak or not. Fighting for 300 rounds is not a dream. I guess I can use my talents more conveniently now. In Yirua's eyes, the updated information of the Quinyu Star Beast was displayed. Race, Quinyu Star Beast. Gender, female. Quality, medium king. Strength, general level 4. Personality, kind. Good impression. The fate you promised her is an expectation that spans the stars. She will always be your most loyal and reliable partner. Attributes, Earth, Thunder. Skills, Heart of the Earth, top SS level. Giant Horn, top SS level. Thorn Aura, super SS level. Earth Control, super SS level. The noble bloodline of the Star Beast clan is a thoroughly kingly SS level race, superior to many other creatures. Born with the blessing of the stars, they have a unique advantage and can listen to the pulse of the earth. They are brave and fearless warriors and are truly the sons of the earth. The Guardian race, the mighty Vajra Bull clan. As for the original earth-splitting, it is still a question mark. Earthling. Ability 1. Earth-shattering splitting. Ability 2. Lava pillar. This time, with the upgrade to SS level, the Quenya Star Beast has directly added a lot of new skills. Earth Shield. Super SS level skill. The Quenya Star Beast clan borrowed the ability of a strong man who had been friends with them for generations and combined it with the skills they developed themselves. It is passed down through blood. It has extremely terrifying defensive power and can condense into a divine shield connected to the earth veins. Solid as a rock. You can defend alone or split into a group, but the strength will decrease. Yiru was very happy seeing this. Good job. My 50-50 chance of winning with the Doghead Earth Flowing Wall isn't very good anymore. A perfect upper-level skill has appeared, and this one is obviously more useful. This is it. Have times changed? But Yiru thought about it and realized that time was indeed moving forward. Even in Boruto, the Ninetales was sacrificed. Things of the past are almost becoming memories. As for the Quenya Star Beast clan, it turns out that they have defensive skills of their own. They are a really skinnier clan. Not only that, there are other skills. Thunder God Spear. Top SS level thunder is a symbol of power and dominance over the sky. Throughout history, thunder and lightning have symbolized the majesty of God. God's anger is also a proof of power. The name of God is not what the Quenya Star Beast clan needs. With just this one shot, they surpass their consciousness and lay down the strongest proof. Lightning Chain. High SS level auxiliary skill that allows the power of lightning to continuously jump to the surrounding individuals. The more individuals there are, the more amazing the effect will be. Yiru was numb from watching. Although there are not many skills, 3 have been added. But no matter which one, it's very useful. Quality is more important than quantity. And the introduction of the skill Thor's Spear is so cool and awesome. What earth-shattering things had the Quenya Star Beast done in the past that completely overturned the image of it as a meat shield in Yirua's eyes? Does it have both terrifying defense and ultimate combat power? What do you mean by not needing the name of God? This is too exaggerated. As a top SS level skill, the domineering power can come to you in an instant. There is no doubt that this skill is the absolute overlord even among the top SS levels. What kind of battles and past had this clan had, and what were they fighting against? What a mysterious and powerful race. Although the uncle said that the thunder attribute is a rarely seen attribute among the Quenya Star Beasts, he didn't say that it has never appeared in the past, right? This shows that, yes, it does exist. And it should be very scary. There are still many unknowns in this world waiting for me to explore. Perhaps this is the meaning of being a traveler. Although this name was just randomly chosen before. Now, after being promoted to SS level warrior, Nyonyo's giant horn has directly become a complete top SS level skill, which was just a little short of it before. Sure enough, the strength of the general after reaching SS level can truly make up for that deficiency. Today, the Quenya Star Beast has 3 top SS level skills. So terrifying. It far surpasses Chung Chung and is truly the strongest pet among Yiru's 3 pets. Unshakable. Nyonyo also gathered his energy and happily reunited with Yiru. Today, it fully embodies the luxurious panel that a pet of king quality should have. Chung Chung and Little Mirage also came over happily. This was a very happy time for the 3 of them. They were going to have a delicious meal tonight. Boom! But at this moment, shocking movements were heard from the distant sea, and explosions that shook the sky were heard. This shocked Yiru and the others. The Quenya Star Beast was the first to react. A number of Thor's spears appeared in front of it. The front row was filled with these guns, which were suspended in the air. The golden rain of gunfire was directed forward. Filled with murderous intent, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning was quietly operating. As long as Nyonyo has a thought, the rain of bullets in the sky will turn into extreme killing and judge the world. But Nyonyo still looked serious, staring into the distance. Yirua and the others also saw that scene. That is, darkness. A very disturbing darkness. The black fog spread out from the depths of the sea, like a monster that could devour everything. The chill and evil were so frightening that one's heart trembled. What on earth is this? Chapter 74. The Battle of Kings begins. Isn't this small world where the Mirage clan lives? The ocean and the land. The Mirages live at this junction. The land beyond that is not very large. It is a normal size of a small world. But what about this ocean? What is there in that depth? This ominous feeling also reminded Yiru that the crab beast that had just appeared had that filthy feeling. It's just not much, so it's not something that people really care about. But what appeared now was black fog and filth that seemed to cover the entire sea. In a short period of time, the black fog spread at an alarming speed. If it continues like this, it will sooner or later endanger the place where the Mirage Shell clan lives. What are you doing? Could it be that there is a big conch in the sea? At this critical moment, the voice of the King's level Beauty Bay also spread here. The ancient seal has been broken once again, and the power of evil is about to strike again. The whole clan retreats, away from the sea. Commanders of the SS level clansmen will guard the rear and escort the clansmen below the SS level masters to leave as soon as possible. On the highest cliff, the figure of Beauty Shell also appeared here. After hearing her orders, the Mirage Shell clan quickly evacuated towards the forest. But she didn't pay any attention to this place, but looked into the depths of the ocean. At this time, the sea surface was full of strange marine creatures floating. They were creatures that originally lived in the sea, but now they were infected by the black power and turned into deformed shapes. There were bubbles all over the body, various spikes, several heads, and many legs. Some even had their heads cracked open, revealing flesh and blood covered with fangs, unfolding like petals. They all looked disgusting. However, the auras of those strange creatures have become much stronger. SS-level generals, SS-level masters, SS-level commanders, and even at this moment, 3 auras that surpassed the commanders appeared, which were extremely conspicuous and transcendent. If you could sense energy, it would be like 3 black pillars of light shooting up into the sky. You can feel it immediately when you are in a pile of monsters. That's it. King SS level. And almost in an instant, they launched an attack, with such powerful force that the sea shook and the atmosphere exploded. The endless seawater is surging and rolling. The terrifying black force came directly across the sea and slammed into the location of the phantom mirage. The sky and the earth changed color and trembled. Not only that, driven by their power, the sea showed its most terrifying and capricious side. It was a devastating tsunami that could cover and swallow everything. Just like a nightmare, it can easily destroy all traces of humanity and drag all living things into it. That is the great power contained in ancient nature. The area covered by this tsunami is almost all the visible ocean. It can be said that all areas of this sea area are gathered together. What a terrifying range, what a terrible power. In an instant, the clouds and the sea turned upside down, and the waves were surging. The surge of their power can cause the celestial phenomena to change. It can bring about great changes in nature. This is a power far beyond that released by previous SS-level creatures. The king's battlefield begins here. Naturally, Beauty Bay saw all their actions, which caused a hint of disdain to appear on her calm face. Humph! You want to wipe out my Mirage clan and completely submerge this area? That's wishful thinking. The black energy released by the 3 kings of the sea was originally aimed at the retreating position of the Mirage clan. But this moment, the space changed and a strange mirror appeared quietly, like a broken mirror, forming this space piece by piece, and then faced those energies head-on. Bounce all these terrible forces back. This made the 3 kings of the ocean furious, and they once again exerted their strength to resist their original power. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded on the sea, creating an extremely terrifying impact. The impact of catharsis destroyed all other strange creatures. The aftermath alone completely destroyed them. It is no wonder that Mei Rinbei asked her people to retreat. In such a battle, it was difficult for them to intervene. Instead, you will suffer a huge blow. The tsunami caused by the 3 evil kings also attracted Beauty Bay's attention. Her originally frail body was now filled with such overwhelming and powerful pressure. At this moment, a light suddenly lit up in her cold eyes, and an extremely powerful force was generated invisibly, affecting the sea ahead in an overwhelming manner. Something extremely shocking happened. The super-large tsunami that was about to swallow everything stopped at this moment. Then it actually flowed backwards. Oh my God! What a power this is! With just one thought, the tsunami stopped and then flowed backwards. Prevented such a terrible disaster. At this moment, as soon as they started fighting, Yuru quickly took her pets away from the sea. They didn't want to be affected by this kind of battle. Here in the forest, Yuru and the others all widened their eyes. Is this true or false? This is too exaggerated. Yuru blurted out in disbelief. How could this be? Is this really the power of a king at the SS level? Why is it so terrifying? If this is true, how many people would have died in previous alliance wars? If we fight like this, it won't take many times before everyone in the city will be killed. Moreover, Marin Bay is also from the Space Department, just like Xiao Yi. Wait, Yiru suddenly remembered a detail. Is it possible that this small world has no space resources? Chongchang's eyes lit up. It recognized it. Beauty Sister Bei uses telekinesis. It was an extremely powerful telekinesis that was influencing this sea area and preventing the outbreak of the tsunami. Well, after seeing the power of the King S-level Beauty Bei, Anthocyanin silently added a suffix of sister. The Quinnia Star Beast was also watching in shock. Compared to its SS-level strength as a warrior, this battle was far beyond its reach. Even though it has the qualities of a king, it has not yet grown to that level of strength. The little blue mirage didn't think so much. It was now very worried about the safety of the patriarch. Why was this happening? Everything is obviously fine. Why did it suddenly become like this? Disaster strikes and terrible power comes. And the war that follows will be the same as the mythical war. Compared to the evil king monster in the sea that exudes a terrifying aura, the beauty's every move is full of poetry and beauty. She didn't move. He gently shook his fingers, causing a circle to appear in the space in front of him, swallowing the enemy's attack, and then returned from the space on the other side. Hit the sea. Backflow of seawater, mobile attack. A spatial slash directly cut off half of the mountain, then passed through the space and smashed over. Chapter 75. Ultimate Skill, Melody of Time. Move mountains and smash the sea. The space is distorted, separated, upside down, and dislocated. All kinds of space-related operations were performed by Marin Bei, which was a comprehensive use of space. This is a skill that can only be used so casually by a being who has studied space for a long time. The most terrifying thing is that she is carrying out these processes at the same time. So you can see, the King of Beauty is suppressing the three kings in the sea. The battlefield was distorted, and terrifying forces continued to erupt there. It was extremely scary. How amazing! But just when the Mirage clan breathed a sigh of relief, the thick black fog in the sea erupted again, and 3S-level evil auras appeared again. At this moment, 6 kings appeared on the sea. See this scene. Those, Phantom Mirage shells, Giant Mirage shells, and Phantom Sea Dream Demon shells, all revealed emotions of despair. How can we fight them? Yirua's face also changed drastically. It's gonna be bad. He immediately crushed the golden fragment that the uncle had given him. The situation had taken a turn for the worse and became very dangerous. What the hell is that in the sea? How can so many SS-level kings be born? Even though Beauty Bei is extremely powerful and possesses top-notch spatial abilities, she is now facing 6 hostile kings. But it seems to be just as Beauty Bei said. The coordinates of this small world had long been erased, and it was thrown into the turbulence of space. Even though Yi Ruo crushed the golden fragment, several seconds passed and still nothing happened. It can be seen how serious the blockade here is. This made Yi Ruo look ugly. At this time, Marin Bei's voice also appeared in his ears. Yi Ruo, take Xiao Yi and leave this small world. Your story has just begun. Blow that conch one last time. This made him anxious. But what about you guys? Don't worry. Next, I will ask the entire clan to provide strength. I will activate my ultimate skill, Melody of Time, and completely freeze this small world in eternal time. Whether it is the enemy or my Illusion Mirage clan, they will all be completely sealed here. In fact, those kings who were born are nothing. What's important is that the remains of the evil gods sealed here are trying to revive. We can't let it succeed. Our tribe lives here, and guarding the remains is an important mission. We can't afford to fail. Evil god, wreckage? After hearing this crucial information, Yiru's pupils shrank. Is there such a thing? Don't be surprised. The world is full of mysteries. Space chaos and alien invasions happen from time to time. There are demons, monsters, shuras, etc., including evil gods from the subspace. They appear in this world. But the former ones were all beaten and completely disappeared in the years, so don't worry about them. Only the most important beasts still exist. As for the evil gods, they were almost the same. They were beaten to extinction by those beast masters. Oh, you call them SS-level beast masters. Yiruo? He didn't care about Yiru's shock at this time. While the beauty shell was talking to him, she was also communicating with her tribesmen. All the mirage shells gathered in the place where they originally lived. Start contributing your strength. Spots of light began to appear on their shells, and little by little, all gathered on the beauty shell. The ultimate skill, Melody of Time. Activated. This is an SS-level skill that even Yiruo has never come into contact with. At this time, time and space seemed to be changing. Time began to flow slowly, and the King SS-level monsters in the sea moved increasingly slower, But this meant that the same was true for the Mirage Shell. Those people of the Mirage Shell clan who dedicated their power began to be frozen in time and fell into eternity. This kind of freeze, even the thoughts will be frozen at this moment. Moreover, this range is gradually expanding. If it continues like this, even Yi Ru's position will be covered. So, he must leave here. But Yi Ru still kept his worried and anxious gaze on the beautiful bay in the distance. If I leave, can I take the Mirage clan with me? I have. Beast taming world, right? If Yi Ru gets stuck again, Beauty Bay chuckled and said, a legendary SS-level talent that can form its own independent world when it grows to perfection. Its advantage is that it is very hidden and difficult to be discovered. It is more hidden than all other SS-level talents. You know, the Fierce Beast clan lists this talent as a must-kill. It is because during the time of the first SS-level gifted Beastmaster, Human King, his sister had this gift. With this talent, the Human King has researched the real core of your Beastmasters, the Beast Control Space, which has enabled the human race to truly rise. It's a pity that the Human King's sister died. This talent has now reappeared. But the time is not enough, and it happened too suddenly. Besides, this is our tribe's homeland. We will not betray our mission. More importantly, only by gathering the power of the entire clan can I activate this ultimate skill now. Xiaoyi is just an accident. Let her leave with you. If you want to save our tribe from the crisis, then train Xiaoyi. She has the same talent as me. Wait until she learns this move, Melody of Time, and has the ability to suppress the wreckage, then you can come back. Take these two things and leave. As the space fluctuated, the cursed Dragon Ball and a dragon mask appeared here. It was an ice-blue dragon with blue eyes like gemstones. Although the shape is handsome, it can be seen that the craftsmanship of the person who made this mask is still immature, and there are obvious traces. This made Yi Ru silent. When the Anthocyan and Bug and the Quinyu star beast saw the freezing phenomenon getting closer and closer, they shouted to Yi Ru anxiously, saying that they could not hesitate any longer. Otherwise, I really won't be able to leave. Phantom Mirage Xiaoyi was shocked as if by thunder, and kept crying with tears continuously flowing. This was the first time I had such fun playing with friends and gained recognition from the tribe. The two joys overlapped each other, and this double joy brought even more joy, which should have been a dreamlike happy time. But why did it become like this? All the tribesmen were frozen. At this moment, even the clan leader's sister who treated her best was going to be sealed forever. It doesn't want to leave. It wants to follow the clan leader's sister. If you lose everything, what does it matter? But at this moment, Yi Ruo put Nyo Nyo and Chong Chong into the beast-taming world, including the two items, and then hugged the crying little Mirage and blew the conch for the last time. Accompanied by lonely music, the light gate opened again. Yi Ruo's voice was also clearly transmitted to the ears of little Huan Shun Bei. Xiaoyi, running away is not because of cowardice, but for the sake of victory next time. Don't let your sister, the clan leader, down. Let's leave here. We will definitely be able to rescue all your people next time. At this moment, they crossed the light gate and disappeared from this world. In the end, Mei Ren Bei conveyed some words to him through her thoughts, and then she smiled quietly at the world. At this moment, whether it is the remains of the evil god, the monsters, or the Mirage clan, they have all been frozen in time. Finally, it was her turn as the initiator. Her eyes were full of tenderness and nostalgia, and she took out a pendant with golden eyes. The golden eyes were glowing, providing her with energy. Goodbye, Lord Dragon Emperor. I am really happy to see you so young. You really are a Beastmaster living in the future, no, in this time period. That caterpillar must be the Butterfly King who has always been by my side. I'm so envious of him. And the other one is the Golden Bull God. Little E, keep going. If the setting sun is me, then the rising sun tomorrow is you. In this way, everything will be in place. Only by doing this can everything be perfectly connected and run completely. And when the next melody sounds, that will be when our people will transform into sharp blades and fight for you. At this moment, the small world of Phantom Mirage was completely frozen, and this small world disappeared again. Chapter 76. As an emperor, one should march forward courageously. If Yi Ru was still there at this moment, he would have noticed that when Mei Ren Bei took out the strange goldeneye pendant, a lot of her information can be seen. Race, Beauty Shell, Phantom Shell, Quality, Medium Emperor. As an emperor, one should move forward courageously. Strength, 9th rank King, weakened strength, incomplete origin. Personality, gentle. Attributes, superpower, space, time, weak. This form hidden in the Mirage clan is extremely rare in the world. It is so rare that this form will never appear. This is a gesture full of miracles. Because this is a miracle you created casually, and with the appearance of the light gate, Yiru returned to the outside world again. What comes into view is a green river field. The fragrance of green young grass wafts into the nose, and not far away you can hear the sound of a clear stream flowing and the croaking of frogs. It was completely different from the dark and chaotic battle that just happened. Yiru was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Isn't this the place I came to during my previous mission? The Gemma River, outside the Energy City. There lived the extraordinary race of water frogs and ice frogs. Last time, they attacked the people and pets who came here because of the appearance of those black toads. He dealt with it, and in the river, there were indeed those cold water frogs swimming in the water. Surprisingly, I was teleported here directly. Thinking of what happened just now, Yiru felt heavy in his heart. Was that little world completely frozen in time? The ultimate skill. What a terrifying power. After summoning Chong Chong and Yonyo again, Yiru discovered that the little Huan Shanbei had been crying for a long time and had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. After all, it is only an awakened SS level pet, not even an elite SS level one. Still very young. After sending the little phantom mirage to the beast-taming world, Yiru gave some instructions to Chong Chong. Chong Chong, please take care of it. You played well with it. Please comfort it. The little caterpillar also nodded heavily. It also understood Xiao Yi's mood at the moment, and everything disappeared. That kind of blow was too cruel. Both of them returned to the beast-taming world, leaving only Nyo. Yiru also recalled the information that Beauty Bay conveyed to him at the last moment. Her tone at that time was full of sighs. I never thought that the outside world has become like this. It's really a time of great changes. Even the dragon god is hated by the humans of later generations. In fact, when the dragon god was first born, it was also a time of alliance turmoil and difficult battles with ferocious beasts. The alliance is on the verge of crumbling under the power of the ferocious beasts. And when the alliance was about to collapse, the dragon god stood up and saved the alliance. Turned the tide and saved the collapsing building. It was he who restored order and led people to victory. It was because of him that the dragon-type pet reached such a dazzling and brilliant peak, listed as the top pet race. However, this great achievement has been forgotten by many people. I only remember that it was the dragon god that caused the subsequent disaster. Obviously, Dragon Language City is the hometown of the dragon god, the hometown that he loves and tries so hard to protect. Now it has become the place that he hates the most. After his respected mentor passed away, his comrades continued to sacrifice their lives, and his relatives and friends left one after another. The dragon god could only continue to fight desperately. If the dragon god knew about these things in the future, how would he feel? Yiru could only close his eyes and said nothing. And the last piece of information was also very important to him. You should be looking for a resource called 10,000 years of sky blue cotton, but in fact, it is not a plant or a fruit produced by a plant. You definitely won't find it if you look in this direction. If that place is still there, it should be there. Your alliance calls that place Snowfield City. Try to search for clues there. This also gave Yiru renewed confidence. Finally, there was trace of the last material needed for the evolution of the insect. Aren't they actually plants at all? The name is so deceptive. After witnessing such a battle, he felt that if he possessed great power, there would be no need for him to just stand by and watch, leaving the Mirage clan trapped in a situation of self-sealing. Just wait. I will definitely go back in the future. And Snowfield City still exists even in this era. It's just north of Energy City. There is a snow-capped plateau that never melts all year round, and its area is astonishingly large. The strange thing is that although they are clearly high mountains, except for the one in the middle, the rest are flat snowfields. It looks as if they have been flattened, which is really puzzling. The Snowfield City was built on that snowfield, where the climate is cold and the environment is harsh, but there are still many people living there. It is a very ancient city. Judging from its existence alone, it is older than the Energy City. However, the Energy City is developing rapidly and is already a large city. It may also become a top SS level city in the future. And Snowfield City is just a medium-sized city. It's really strange. Ever since he went to that small world, strange things seem to happen one after another. How could Beauty Bay know that he was looking for Wanzai Conking Mian? After the conch was used for the last time, the light disappeared completely and it turned into stone visibly. Yirua didn't understand how to make it recover for the time being. However, as long as you continue to become stronger, the mystery will be solved one day. Of course, speaking of ice and snow, it seems that in the Wind City a long time ago, there was also solid snow and wind? There is such a saying, but it is already a very remote history. It is a description that only people like Yiru who likes to read and read a lot can occasionally come across. After all, Fengdu is just a small city. In terms of time, compared with other cities, it is also a young city. The wind will blow to all parts of the world. Next, the first goal is the evolution of insects. According to the information, in fact, after Chongchang's strength reaches the SS level of warrior, it has already met the strength conditions for evolution. As long as all the materials are complete, it can evolve into the king quality, dream moonlight butterfly. Once the quality is achieved, the strength should also have a very good leap. Like the various extraordinary SS level butterflies before, the requirements are very low. You only need to reach the elite SS level strength, and that is enough. There are also those that can evolve after awakening to the 9th level. After all, they were just some low and medium level evolutionary routes that Yiruo picked out casually. The requirements won't be too high. And warriors like Chong are SS level. Even though the anthocyanin is a special pet that can increase its potential by feeding it with rare and precious flowers, it is still difficult to train it into a warrior of the SS level. It is still a very difficult thing. It's really thanks to so many moonlight flowers. Although this kind of thing that accumulates over time seems ordinary, it is actually very important. The cow is taken off, and soon it will be the bug. At this moment, a dark red door opened in front of Yiruo, and then a puzzled voice sounded. That's weird. Where have you been? You even crushed the fragments I gave you, but the weird thing is that I can't find the place at all. And now you are fine too? What the hell? Chapter 77. The world is still undecided. You and I are both dark horses. A middle-aged man wearing a white flower hat looked around with a puzzled look on his face. He was wearing a pink apron and holding a spatula. She was wearing a pair of white rabbit slippers on her feet. Just walked out casually like that. A very puzzled expression. Judging from his appearance alone, he looks like an old family man who is preparing to cook when it is time to do so. If it weren't for this dark red teleportation light portal, you would just think he was just an ordinary uncle. The painting style is very wonderful. However, he took a look at the Quinyu star beast beside Yiru, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The general has reached SS level, and the lightning skill has also been successfully awakened. Hey, very good lightning. TSK, you have a good chance. You should have the top SS level skill of the lightning skill. Use it well. It is the most lethal skill your clan can awaken. It is a skill that can be used until the very end. When you become a SS level king, you can unleash its true power. As for now, just have fun. The Quinyu star beast also nodded happily. She was very touched by the uncle's comments. After all, he was her elder. However, Yiru did not continue the conversation on this topic, but instead talked about what had just happened, and why he had to crush the golden fragments that could save his life. After a while, the uncle was silent. Then his face looked very strange. The ultimate skill, Melody of Time? I've never heard of a skill with that name. And how can a SS level king have an ultimate skill? How is that possible? Even a higher SS level king may not have that thing. You're mistaken. The other party is probably not a king. Anyone with top SS level skills is considered the best among kings. You will know in the future that whether or not a king has top SS level skills is the key to measuring the strength of a king's SS level pet. Is it Nyo-Nyo's skill that gave you the illusion? The uncle covered his forehead speechlessly. The Quinyu star beast, which has bloodline inheritance, is very clear about its own abilities. Oh wait, it won't just spill the beans all at once, right? Suddenly I felt that it was time to teach Yiru the correct positioning of his skills. Uncle Wu immediately cleared his throat and coughed. Now that you have reached the SS level, you should know that the main output of the SS level is generally high SS level skills. Your alliance has a skill encyclopedia. You can take a good look at it. The high SS level skills driven by the SS level strength of a general are still very powerful, much more powerful than the extraordinary SS level. Therefore, the SS level general is positioned as a squad leader or captain. In many cities, it is a very good position. Smaller cities are also quite scenic. Above the high SS level skills are the super SS level skills. Compared to high SS level skills, this is a skill with overwhelming power and is very powerful. That is a powerful skill that can only be seen on rare and powerful Master SS level and Commander SS level pets. Of course, if there were pets that met these qualities, we might be able to see them in advance. As for the pets that need to evolve to reach the Master SS level quality, then it probably has skills of the current quality, and it will have a chance to gain better skills only after it evolves. Although skills are good, they need strength to drive them. I won't talk about the rest. Anyway, it's too early to tell you that you are too ambitious and have lost your mind. Yirua. In the past, your behavior of stopping halfway through a sentence would be. Then when talking about the ultimate skill, the uncle smacked his lips. As for the information about the ultimate skill, I'll just briefly explain it. Anyway, you will most likely not have this SS level skill in the future. It's not a question of excellence or not. The so-called ultimate skills are the pinnacle of skills, reaching the pinnacle of the skill system. Every system has one, and each one possesses unpredictable, earth-shattering power. This thing is much rarer than SS-level talent. Beings who possess ultimate skills are all legends among legends. As a result, the little guy Yiru went to an unknown small world and said that he saw a king SS-level pet using the ultimate skill. This makes the uncle feel that this is ridiculous. My first feeling was disbelief. King. How can there be such a king who goes against the will of heaven? Furthermore, the power of the king is simply not enough to activate that kind of divine skill. No, the skills that have reached the pinnacle in a certain department are not so easy to use. And Yiru also shook his head. It must be an ultimate skill. Even the time and space of the entire small world has been frozen. If we hadn't left, it would have been frozen too. Compared to top SS level skills, that kind of power is simply another dimension, a completely different level. Moreover, Sister Marin Bay gathered the strength of the entire clan to activate that skill. Moo. Nyonyo also added a few points. He said that he was right, he was also there, and it was that cow. There is nothing I can do about this. He fell into deep thought on the spot, and only spoke slowly after a long while. Well, a skill that can freeze the remains of the evil god and the small world together does fit the definition of ultimate. The remains of the evil god. TSK. How can this thing still exist? It's an old-fashioned thing that has long been gone. But I can't find where that world is either. It seems you have to rely on yourself. And the space mirage with dragon bloodline? You are really lucky. The third pet came out by accident. Then put away your sadness, stop dwelling on your own powerlessness, adjust your state, and cultivate well. The uncle laughed strangely. You shouldn't be affected by this, young man. Yiru was speechless at the moment. His face looked very calm. Of course not. I've only been a beast master for a short time. If you calculate my age, I'm only 16, not even 17. Who can predict the future? The future is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. I just need to keep that feeling deep in my heart and keep getting stronger. That's all I can do for now. The uncle was a little stunned, then sighed. Good boy. Your mentality sometimes really makes me feel that there is a soul of an old man in his 60s under the skin of this little brat. You are really calm. Unlike other kids your age, the kids in your school are still playing all kinds of tricks. Forget it. I still have to cook for your sister. I won't waste time here. Just go and continue the battle in the wild. The uncle holding the spatula threw another piece of golden fragment in front of Yiru, and then he caught it. Just when the uncle was about to go back, a surprised voice came from the other side of the space gate. Elder brother? First, a piece of Aho hair jumped from the side of the door, and then the other party revealed most of his body. It turned out to be a lively and clever little girl. There is also a bracelet made of golden fragments on the wrist. The mischievous little girl's big eyes rolled around, and when she saw Yiru, she looked very happy. It was Yirua's sister Yiya. He rushed out immediately, threw himself into Yiru's arms, and rubbed his brother affectionately. I haven't seen my brother much recently, and we haven't had any video contact. It made her very worried. Yiru was surprised. There was a small difference between her sister and before. There were two beautiful flowers on the left side of her head. It looks a lot cuter. And it is very fresh and beautiful, just like it was just picked. But Yiru could tell at a glance that the flower was no longer alive. Or it can be said that it will not grow any longer. Yiya seemed to notice that her brother was paying attention to her flowers and chuckled. This is what my uncle gave me because I was annoyed with him for a long time. It won't wither. Once you pick this flower, it will immediately become extremely hard and difficult to be damaged. Plus it's so pretty. I love it. Yirua. Why does it sound familiar? All flowers have these characteristics. Ing said it was great. Chapter 78, Recalling the Fear of Being Dominated. This time, since my younger sister Yiya came over, the uncle had nothing to say. I had no choice but to let the brother and sister go back together. Compared to Yirua, it is obvious that the uncle takes good care of Yiya. After their parents passed away, The uncle who suddenly appeared would occasionally take care of them and provide a little help or something. For the uncle, the city of Fengdu seems to have a special meaning to him. So he lives here. For a beast master of his age, this short period of time is nothing. But sometimes, the uncle would just look at the starry sky in silence. He remained silent for a long time. Wind City. After returning home, Yiru discovered that his sister was actually raising fish, and there were quite a few small fish in the fish tank. After her brother came back, the sister picked up a notebook and asked curiously, "Brother, how do you raise fish? It should be easy. Fish are so cute." Yu is indeed very cute. Yirua and Muyueyu both think it is right. He thought about his sister's question. Then he said, "It's really simple. Very simple. Remember Formula 135. Feed once a day, change the water every 3 days, and change a batch of fish every 5 days." My sister took notes immediately. 1. Feed once a day. Then change the water every 3 days. Change a batch of fish in the last 5 days. It's really easy. I learned it. Hee. Wait, a new batch of fish every 5 days? A new batch of fish? My sister was stunned for a moment. Something was wrong. Then she reacted and grabbed Yiru angrily. "Brother, you are teasing me." Ha ha ha. The brother and sister started fighting again. Sometimes happiness is really simple. Of course, my sister would sometimes watch the video of the clean and hygienic Beastmaster. This time, Yiru watched the entire video carefully. Then he touched his sister's head with emotion. What is clean and hygienic is not the food, but his heart. So, when you learn to cook in the future, you must not cook like in the video. Sister, you get off topic so quickly. The next day, Yirua carried his luggage on his back and reappeared at the Gemma River, near the Energy City. Oh, he has the beast taming world, so he doesn't need to memorize it. That's okay. This is the 3rd time I've come to this place. The uncle's space pet is really convenient. It can come and go freely over such a long distance. On the surface, he seems to be in Fengdu, but in fact it is possible that he has been everywhere. No wonder so many people want space-type pets. This is so happy. Happier than the wind type. Go wherever you want to go. It will be great once I raise the little Mirage. At that time, I will go to Energy City, then return to Fengdu, and then go somewhere else. By the way, Phantom Mirage Xiaoyi also woke up and was woken up by hunger. As soon as it woke up, Chong Chong fed it some fruit, which helped it recover. But now Xiaoyi is still very depressed and unwilling to contact the outside world. He will only follow the little caterpillar or Yiru closely. At Yirua's thought, Xiaoyi was summoned out by him. The little cyan shell looks listless. Yiru took out an apple to tease it, but the little Mirage just took 2 symbolic bites. At this moment, a hint of golden light flashed in Yiru's eyes, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Sure enough, I can see more information. Is it Nyo-Nyo's growth that drives his talent? Or is this what he should have been able to see? If I recall it now, could it be the familiar power that I have always felt in that small world? Without saying anything, Yiru kept a guess in his mind. From this time on, Yirua's eyes began to bear a vague resemblance to the golden eyes engraved on the pendant in Mei Rinbei's hand. The talent of a beastmaster will grow as the strength of his pet improves. Xiao Yi, in our eyes, you are a lively little princess, everyone's happy pill. Cheer up. You are also aware of the decline of the dragon bloodline. I can't identify many bloodlines among your people. They are all sealed. You are the only exception. Do you know why? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyi immediately looked up and stared at Yiru with a puzzled look. Because she used her power to forcibly unseal your bloodline, even if it would hurt herself, she still wanted to do it. Babble. The little Mirage cried out sadly. But Yirua didn't stop talking. It means she thinks your future is more important. You are the hope of the Mirage clan. Your existence is worthy of her doing this. You are the key to breaking the deadlock. At this moment, I am so sure of it. This made Xiaohuan Shunbei's eyes brighter and brighter, and he suddenly became excited from his lost state. Really, I won't lie to you. All you need to do is grow up. Activate your bloodline, gradually evolve, and eventually become the blue dragon that soars into the sky. This made the little Phantom Mirage even more determined, and it called out several times. What she meant was, okay, then I want to become stronger. From this moment on, it has grown and sublimated greatly from the innocent, lively, and lovely little princess. For the first time, such a firm belief was engraved in its heart. Transform into a dragon. Rescue the people. This is an idea it never had before. Perhaps this is exactly what everyone wants to see. The bugs on the side were all stunned. Wow. You. Just a few words helped Xiao Yi to resolve her worries and recover. Your eloquence is getting better and better. By the way, I wouldn't be confused by what Yiru said, right? Forget it. If it's Yiru, then I'm willing. Moreover, I must also transform into a butterfly, become the most beautiful dreamy moonlight butterfly, and make this guy look at me with new eyes, hee. To Yiruo, himself is the most important thing. Yiruo, unaware that Chongcheng's possessiveness had started again, was thinking about something else. If you want to go to Snowfield City, you have to wait for the next train. After all, the uncle said that strong people rely on their own efforts. There are not many trains going to that city because the wilderness is very dangerous, and one may be attacked by ferocious beasts from time to time. Therefore, fixed routes require the Alliance to station forces along the way to guard them. This means there are not many fixed routes and they are expensive. Ordinary people can't afford it, and only beast masters with some money will act like this. Then he would have 2 days to rest, change his equipment, and convert his previous gains into money and exchange them for some resources. You can even go explore the Giant's Pit. So Yiru went to the Beastmaster Guild to update his authority. Previously, he represented an SS-level extraordinary adventurer. Now he is an SS-level, warrior SS-level adventurer. The bronze SS-level technology bracelet has also been updated and turned into a bracelet as blue as seawater. It is not so easy to be destroyed, and it can receive distress signals better. Along the way, Yiru saw too many damaged bronze SS-level extraordinary bracelets. Outside, there are dangers, but also opportunities. It has never changed. One day later, the second level of the giant god's pit, mysterious forest, a familiar figure appeared again. It was also on this day that the ferocious beasts living here once again recalled the fear of being dominated by strange attacks. That devil is here again. Will we let these ferocious beasts live? But Chong was disdainful and said, you want to escape? Abandoned temple. Yes, it is here that I found the conch. Unfortunately, there is nothing left here now. Revisiting the old place, Yiru brought the little mirage to the place where the magical conch was discovered. That was originally the place where the people of the sea held sacrifices. Now only devastation remains. Do you know any information about the people who are offering sacrifice to you? Babble. All right. Little Huan Shunbei just said confusedly that he didn't know that he was born in a new era. No information was accessed. I just have fun every day. Yiruo also said that it was nothing. He just came over to take another look. Anyway, he could still eliminate some ferocious beasts along the way. Collect some materials from ferocious beasts. It is also a very good choice. As a man who is very good at managing his family, he would never do something that would result in him returning empty-handed. Air Force? Whoever wants to do it can do it. Chong expressed her praise, saying that this was the Yiruo she knew, who left no trace. No, it means that there will be rewards if you take action. After Yiruo left here with his pet, his technology bracelet suddenly received a distress message from the guild. A screen is projected on the bracelet. The rapid voice was intermittent, and the wave line on the audio channel kept rising and falling. Help! Our fiery team has been attacked by a ferocious beast. The location is the Earth Dragon Cave in the Fire Potstone region on the 3rd level. The detailed coordinates are: if any Beastmaster in the guild receives this message, please rush to support us. We will reward you handsomely afterwards. We have the Heart of Earth element and many other mineral resources here. Please. Repeat again, help. We are the Fire Squad. Chapter 79. Volcano Bird, Shura King, Wise King. Chong tilted his head and looked at the bracelet curiously. Yiru was surprised. The 3rd level, Fire Potstone area? There are great opportunities there, but the risks are even greater. Even though he, a warrior and SS-level Beastmaster, could walk around the 2nd floor as if it were a stroll, he was not so casual on the 3rd floor. Each level is more difficult than the last. The further down you go, the more terrifying the beasts you encounter. But the Heart of the Earth element is quite interesting. It just saves a lot of effort. Although there are many skills, you should still collect what you can along the way. Never miss a useful resource in your sight. Check it out. It was not his style to sit back and watch the guild's adventurers fall into crisis. Well, it's definitely not just about the Heart of the Earth element. He immediately began to retrieve information and search. And the Phantom Mirage Xiaoyi was on the other shoulder. Now, I have Chong on my left and Xiaoyi on my right. There was also a Quinyu Star Beast standing next to him like a guard. It's really exciting. The Blazing Team is an SS-level team, which means it is also an excellent team among the SS level teams of the generals. If there are many strong teammates, it can be considered a top team. Then there's the captain, a high-level warrior with SS level fire talent. I see. No wonder he dared to go to the third floor. As for their teammates, the Beastmaster Bing is responsible for long-range shooting, the Beastmaster Guozi assists in scouting, and the pet is the Mole Xiaoma. Hey, isn't this the man and pet we met last time? And that top extraordinary, Joker, is also on this team. Interesting. This SS level team of warriors who were obtaining resources from Tulong Cave seemed to be old acquaintances. The tall and thin man nicknamed the Clown and his pet did leave a deep impression on Yuru. The attraction between clowns. How about a clown? After exchanging contact information last time, I haven't contacted the Joker much. Instead, the Maleficent, with the big fluttering moth, has been sending messages. She also said whether or not to consider her team. There are beautiful ladies inside. After Yuru refused, she told herself that if she met the clown again in the future, she must be careful. The contract conditions for a pet like the Super Clown are very strange. People who can successfully sign a contract usually have problems in their hearts, either having problems or having problems. Sword-type pets of the same rarity are not as troublesome or demanding. Speaking of clowns, what do most people think of? Ugly guest, ugly master, monster? Killing without blinking an eye, with a twisted heart, classic appearance and evil and cold expression, then grinning and making that devilish and terrifying laugh. Or maybe he is a cowardly person who has always had low self-esteem, but eventually his personality changes drastically. In short, it gives people a feeling of being out of control. So Maleficent said that she had to be careful with this person. Otherwise, what if someone plots against you and reveals his true feelings? Yurua said, okay, I understand, nothing else, I'll hang up. Anyway, I am more suitable for the route of a lone traveler, and it is much easier to search for resources. In the reputation of this black, which is actually not simple. He seems to be smiling on the surface, but in fact he is decisive and ruthless, and is very good at harming others. So what you are doing is just like saying half price is 8 taels and the second best is 6. Didn't someone's mother once say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? Of course, Yuru would pay attention to these two people. It just so happens that I encountered something related to the clown again this time, so let's go. The third level, Firepot Stone area? Anyway, from Yuru's current position, the distance below is not that far away. In the period before that, Fire Squad. They were exactly the people Yuru met on the road last time. They were divided into teams of 5 and were barbecuing in a valley on the third level. The clown is a tall and thin man. His pet is Super Clown, which is level 9. Guozi, a short girl with twin ponytails wearing shorts. Her pet is Mole Xiaoma, a level 5 extraordinary. Ice Girl, a woman with a cold face and a slender figure. Her pet is Snowflower, which is a 9th level extraordinary beast. An honest man, timid, honest and silent. An ordinary man wearing a rustic square-framed glasses. Pet, Holy Light Pig, a 9th level extraordinary healing pet. Captain, Fire General, a high-ranking warrior with fiery red hair and a beard and an SS level Beastmaster. One of the pets is a 7th level warrior, the Volcano Bird. It is a powerful pet that lives in the Firefly Valley. Generally, its population only appears near the crater, and it is very difficult to capture it. And the risk factor is very high. This bird not only has terrible fire attacks, it is also highly poisonous. If you get pecked by it, it will be very serious. Very scary. Not to mention humans, even if a pet animal is hit, its whole body will turn purple, its face will look ugly, and its body will twitch and die suddenly. Generally, only a specialized capture team can hope to snatch 1 or 2 cubs, then sell it. So the price on the market is very high. But this is very cost-effective. This volcanic monster bird has great combat power. Combined with the captain's talent, it can easily deal with the siege of several high SS level beasts. This is also the most core combat force in the team. As a high-level warrior, the captain has also trained his second pet very well. It is a 3rd level warrior, Rock Armor Giant Bear. In the Giant God's Pit, there live many Earth-type pets and many Earth-type resources. It is truly a paradise for Earth-type Beastmasters. Many Beastmasters will choose an Earth-type pet to contract and grow together. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered here grilling ingredients and communicating with each other. The liveliest one was the one with the minor mole fruit. She was happily holding up 2 skewers. Although we are missing a team member this time, we have the captain's 2 pets here, so there are at least 6 pets in total. Indeed. The cold and beautiful ice girl nodded softly. 6 pets are here, which is at least much better than 5. The third floor is very dangerous, so having more strength is a good thing. Gwazi was stunned. Well, if the captain is here, even 5 should be enough. The ice girl shook her head. Because 5 won't do. Gwazi was a little silent. I suspect you are implying that my pet is only at the 5th level of transcendence. Humph, just wait and see. Sister Ice Girl, her little mole will become as strong as you sooner or later. The person she admired and worshipped was the 2nd SS-level Beastmaster in human history, King Shura, after the disappearance of the first human king. This Shura king protected the existence of mankind with extreme killing during the turbulent times of mankind. There are both invincible pets that can transform into armor and unparalleled combat power, a talent that exists solely for fighting and killing. The most important thing is that this Shura king is a woman. Even the 3rd SS-level Beastmaster, Wise King, has contributed too many achievements and wealth to mankind and made countless great achievements, and didn't leave any point for himself. She still likes Shura King the most. Idle. Of course, that's what she said, but she also respected the other SS class. But she didn't think much about it. Instead, he turned to look at the clown, who was playing with a tech bracelet nearby. Hey, Joker, if the captain is here, our plan will definitely go smoothly this time, right? The heart of the earth element and so many earth-related resources will allow the pet to grow well. The clown just nodded weakly and perfunctorily. Oh, yes, you are quite right. But I'm very busy now. Please don't disturb me while I'm chatting with my goddess. This made Gwazi a little silent and scary, and the clown started his clownish behavior again. Help, how can there be such a person? If you focus your eyes on the screen next to the clown, you will understand why Gwazi thinks this way. Chapter 80. The Clown is Me. I saw the clown happily chatting with his mini goddesses. Joker, are you free tomorrow night? Goddess number 305. What's wrong? The clown, come out and drink milk tea. I'll treat you. Goddess number 305. The weather is too cold. I don't want to move. This made the Joker wonder. The environment in Energy City has never been cold at all. The Joker, then, I'll drive over to pick you up myself. Goddess number 305. I get carsick. The Joker, then I can walk with you. Goddess number 305. I had my limb amputated today. The clown was shocked. What happened? When he wanted to reply, he found that there was only one red one left. Could it be that the goddess didn't want to make him sad? That's so considerate. Love it. Then find the next one. Goddess number 306. I heard the new movie is pretty good. Please buy me 2 tickets. It will be tomorrow afternoon. The Joker. Okay. The Joker. I've bought it. I'll wait for you at the cinema entrance then. Goddess number 306. Ah, you want to go too? Another red. Next. The Joker. Are you free to hang out tomorrow? I'll come out from the 3rd floor of the giant god's pit to find you. Goddess number 307. Don't joke around. The 3rd floor is a place that only truly powerful beastmasters can go to. Stop pretending. Clown. Goddess number 307. By the way, do you have a website? The Joker. No, but I can help you find it. Goddess number 307. No, I mean, you should go and have a look. It's annoying to chat with you. Then when the clown wanted to reply, he found that the message could not be sent. It was strange. How had I made her angry? Scratching his head, the Joker found the 4th goddess of the day. Then click send message. Wife, I dreamed that you blocked me. Ha ha ha, this dream is so outrageous. Ding, the message has been sent, but it has been rejected by the other party. The clown suddenly felt depressed and chose to click into a group where like-minded people gathered. The chat inside was lively. For example, a netizen using the lone wolf avatar was speaking proudly. Let me tell you, I have been pursuing the girl from the next village for 3 years. This morning she said to me, I have a boyfriend. Don't send me breakfast anymore. You are a good person. I paused for a moment. Does your boyfriend eat spicy food? I'll bring 2 servings next time. What is affection? Dahua may not understand things now, but sooner or later she will realize how good I am. Other group members admired him. 666. Big brother, you are really a ruthless person. Most people would not do such a thing. Indeed, very strong. But this also shows your perseverance. Come on, you will impress her sooner or later. When I see you guys chasing after pretty girls, I wonder, is it really that good? You don't understand. I like beautiful girls. I like them so much that even possessing them is not enough. I wish I could become a beautiful girl myself. This one is even a heavyweight SS level 1. Please come to me first after you become healthy. Thank you. I can help you check if there is any harm to your body. Another netizen with a green pet animal avatar also spoke up. My girlfriend of 3 years is finally pregnant today. I'm so happy. Can you give me a little blessing? Question mark. Oh? There's something wrong with you. This is the legend. Who says the one in the bed is your boyfriend? A slightly more normal netizen also showed up. No, that friend who's chasing after the big girl next door. Is there a possibility that she doesn't like you at all? Impossible. This made the netizen with the lone wolf avatar unable to sit still, and he immediately gave a fierce rebuttal. Dahua just likes me. If she doesn't like me, why doesn't she ask others to buy breakfast for her? Never mind. You're right. Netizen said. I continued diving. What the lone wolf in the wind said makes sense. I think my Xiaoli likes me too. She just hasn't discovered it yet. Oh damn, she's such a little fool. Indeed, me too. The goddess finally replied to me, even though she called me the wrong name. It's okay, I'll change it right away. Watching these conversations, the Joker became motivated again. Seeing that no one else had given up, how could he give up? Only Guazi, who was not far away, covered his forehead with his hands in pain. Ah, I can't stand it. How could there be such a group of people who defy the will of heaven? She was suffocating. It's really outrageous. Is it because this happens on the internet? Are there really people like this in real life? It seems like quite a lot. That's impossible. But the clown was still watching with great interest. Who would have thought that in order to contract a pet like the super clown, one must be a clown himself? But, mate, this is another form of clown. It really made her numb. Obviously, this isn't the case when the Joker is fighting. It's perfectly normal. Just like the adventurers who had fought him before, they all thought that the Joker was very strong and had a high IQ. For some people, only those who are close to them can see their true side. If it weren't for the fact that pets like the super clown are extremely rare, Guazi seriously doubted that many people in that group could meet the conditions of the contract. I suggest changing it to a clown group. So he looked at the clown and continued to gain experience, and Guazi couldn't hold it anymore. No, clown, you are a top-notch superhuman SS level beastmaster. Please don't embarrass us superhumans. If you had shown your true strength, it wouldn't have been like this. A top-notch extraordinary beastmaster is still very popular among women. The clown was stunned. But before he could say anything, the ice girl spoke up. Yes, the status of an SS level beastmaster is not low. A strong one can be a teacher in a high school, living a comfortable life with a stable job under the Alliance. An SS level warrior can also be a senior officer. As for those small and medium-sized cities, ordinary extraordinary people can become teachers. After all, they go there to teach, not to fight. It's not a problem to take care of some children. Many college graduates are at the extraordinary and general SS levels, and those above that are from the top schools. In response, the Joker just shook his head. You don't understand. I'm looking for someone who doesn't just fall in love with me because of my ability, but is convinced by my personality charm. Just like I am a top extraordinary person and have saved a lot of money, but I don't want people to stick to me just because I am rich. What I'm looking for is that kind of true love. You are still too young. Fruit. Ice girl. Honest man. Even the captain, who was chewing a huge meat leg, couldn't help but sigh. If everyone didn't know that you were licking without any bottom line, they would have actually believed your lies. Chapter 81 Blood Fire Crystal or Companion Plants. There was only an honest man standing next to him, who usually liked to remain silent. But at this time he suddenly spoke. Perhaps you have underestimated this guy, the Joker. His pet, the super clown, likes it best when the master and the Joker behave in close proximity. General pets absorb the energy of the corresponding elements, but the super clown can absorb an extra one, which is the power emitted by this clown-like heart. When the Joker finally realized his own problem and finally broke down and thought he was just a ridiculous clown, at that time, the super clown might be able to obtain the best energy and advance to the SS level warrior level in one fell swoop. Then you'll know which level the Joker is on. When Guazi heard this, his eyes widened. He slapped his long white legs fiercely. Yes, I didn't expect the Joker to be so far-sighted. Advancing to SS level requires a lot of energy, and everyone has to accumulate it for a while. And the Joker was able to be promoted so easily. Being able to absorb the power of the clown is indeed very special. But I've also heard that other cities have pets that can absorb the energy of people's dreams, and there are also beasts that specialize in absorbing human fear. The world is so big. There are so many strange things. It turns out that I was the one on the first floor. Only the clown didn't pay attention to what they said, but corrected them seriously. No, Pigman, you are wrong. I have never thought about it that way. Just like the lone wolves in the pack, I will use my sincerity to impress them. Although I do want to be promoted to the SS level of War General. If I do so, I will be ahead of the Traveler just by waiting to reach the SS level. The captain and the ice girl shook their heads and ignored this idiot. This state of complete ignorance is perhaps more in line with the Joker. The Pigman's face turned black, and he said viciously, I'll say it again. My name is not Pigman, you damn clown. Be careful or I'll let the pigs bite you. What? You always let the pigs bite people. What else can you be but a pig man? I really don't know where you contracted such a holy light pig. How could there be such a thing in the holy light system? Fuck you. There's nothing better than a disgraceful clown like you. And we're the only ones who know this. Wouldn't it bring shame to our entire team if this gets out? Then, the two men started arguing again. Everyone else ignored this scene. This is a very interesting team. This time they are going to Tulong Cave to obtain resources for growth. The talent of the Beastmaster determines part of the growth of the pet, while the other part is resources. There is a saying that goes, if you don't have enough talent, you can make up for it with resources. Since the talent of a Beastmaster is innate, resources can be acquired later. Who is willing to accept fate easily? For example, in this team, the pigman who has the extraordinary 9th level pet, Holy Light Pig, actually has very poor SS level talent and is almost at the bottom. Therefore, pets, as auxiliary characters, can not only join the team but also obtain resources to grow better. From those who joined at the 6th level of Transcendence, now they are all at the 9th level of Transcendence. If he were a combat type, he wouldn't get so much. As for the others, all have SS level talents. Different ages. During the adventure, people with strength and talent will slowly gather together. As long as we can obtain more resources, we can grow faster and become stronger. These are all excellent talents. Once their strength breaks through, the strength of the fiery team will increase dramatically again. To this end, they formulated this plan. It was just that the pigman had discovered a resource point before, but because there were too many ferocious beasts, he did not take action. This time the team is ready. Regroup and kill them. 3 hours later, deep in the Tulongdong area. At this time, the ground was littered with the corpses of dozens of ferocious beasts, most of which were fiery red beasts. They have reddish-brown fur and 2 overly long fangs at the corners of their mouths. It looks a bit like a saber-toothed tiger. They are all very powerful. None of them is below the 5th level of extraordinary, and there are several generals. The 2 strongest ones are in the lead, 1 male and 1 female. They were actually 7th level and 8th level generals. The most outrageous thing is that these 2 have a combined skill that greatly increases their strength. Cooperating with those low-level ferocious beasts under the command of the generals, the feeling of oppression was really strong. The threat is very great. Even with the presence of Captain, Fire General, and 2 pets, it was still very thrilling. Fortunately, although this ferocious beast is very fast, it has always been the main meat shield through rock armor giant bear, and has attracted hatred. After finding the flaw, the combined beast was injected with venom by the volcanic bird. He didn't hold on for long before he lost consciousness and was defeated by the captain. After escaping from here, the captain took these 2 S-level pets to help deal with other ferocious beasts, and the battle ended neatly. Looking at the fire-colored crystals and ochre-colored crystals that were mostly exposed on the surface of the valley, they were still shining. The teammates also relaxed, revealing the joy of harvest. Haha, the mineral veins here are incredible. The resources are overflowing. There are so many Earth-related resources that we can make a living. It's more than just 1 pot. This is the largest harvest we've had in recent times. See? The heart of the Earth element. It's great, but in addition to so many Earth-type resources, there are also a lot of blood and fire crystals. No wonder there are so many fire-type beasts staying here. It seems that this group must have defeated many Earth-type beasts and occupied this place. The Ice Girl spoke thoughtfully. After all, there are so many Earth-type resources, and Earth-type beasts also like them. It is normal for ferocious beasts to fight over resources. It turns out that there are only fire-type beasts here. Fortunately, they had made 2 sets of preparations to face the ferocious beasts. Guozi also jumped up happily. Blood Fire Crystal Ore is not only a SS-level resource for fire element warriors, but also has life energy, which can greatly enhance the life and growth of fire element pets. It seems that the captain's volcano bird is blessed. The only fire element in this team is the strange bird that is their captain. Naturally, the strange birds enjoyed these resources first. After all, the effort is great. The captain smiled but said nothing. The clown could only silently command his pet to pick plants near the fire crystal. Hey, why don't you have some superpower resources? I'm so envious. Forget it. Some blood crystal grass will grow around this blood fire crystal ore, which is also an extra bonus. I heard that the price of blood crystal grass has increased a lot. It's because the purchase volume from Fengdu has increased. Now that I think about it, it should be related to the mid-level warrior quality, flame butterfly, they developed. Who knows? They already have fire-type pets over there. Maybe they have researched a better combination of resources. Let's quickly dig out all the resources here to prevent any more ferocious beasts from coming. This place is very dangerous. The captain just answered nonchalantly. He just felt a pity why the golden-eyed butterfly was not at the basic level of a high-level warrior. It's not that he necessarily wants a contract, but when it comes to a style he likes, he still expects the other party to be a little more awesome. But at this time, the captain's ears moved slightly. I seemed to hear a faint sound coming from a distance. Help, help. Is there anyone here? I'm dying. Two intermittent voices floated from afar, as if two injured adventurers were calling for help. Chapter 82, The Horrifying Truth. Gradually, the actions of other teammates also stopped. They were all shocked and confused. Because the sound seemed to be getting closer and closer, even the miners could hear it. What is this? Could it be that there are other adventurers in danger in the distance? I didn't expect there would be other adventurers in this area. I thought our team was the only one active here. After all, this is a new area in the Earth Dragon Cave that we discovered. But it doesn't sound good. It must be seriously injured. Compared to pets, our Beastmasters' bodies are still too fragile. Our team has also received help from other adventurers. Why don't we go and take a look? Among them, the pigman with healing skills headed directly in that direction, and his pet, Holy Light Pig, followed. Pigman? Hey, wait a minute. Don't be impatient. Teammates hurriedly spoke up. This guy, as a healing beastmaster, was really proactive when it came to saving people. It really leaves everyone speechless. The captain also took a look, and then said seriously, if that's the case, then let's go over there. We can mine the resources here later, but the adventurers over there may not be able to wait. Although adventurers should be more cautious of other adventurers in the wild, after all, people's hearts are hidden, and it is not uncommon for them to harm their teammates and other beastmasters. But when faced with adventurers in crisis, we should give them a hand if we can. After all, we never know when we will be in crisis ourselves. Those who are righteous have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous have few. We cannot say that we will not fall into danger, so let's go. Clear. The other four also headed towards the direction where the voice came from. After all, the sound was already terrible, and it always gave people the feeling that the other person was going to die in the next second. That's very what? With their rapid march, it took some time, but they soon arrived at the location. It was a fairly remote valley, much smaller than the one they had discovered. Not only was it small in area, but it was also filled with huge rocks, making it easy to get stuck. But the advantage is that in this kind of environment, it is very convenient to hide. It seems that those two adventurers are smart people. Or maybe there were more than two injured. After all, the teams that usually came to the third floor rarely had two people. Even their fire squad consists of 5 people. If it weren't for a problem with one teammate, this would have been a team of 6. The pigman who came over first could also see him. He saw him approaching the injured figure, intending to perform a healing spell on him. The other party seemed to be seriously injured, leaning against a boulder, motionless. Make that cry for help. Help, help. It looks particularly desolate and tragic. This is the true portrayal of the Beastmasters in the wild when they encounter a crisis. But the captain's brows suddenly frowned, and he realized something. Strangeness. Why did I only see one adventurer? The voice just now clearly came from 2 people. There should be another person shouting, is there anyone here? I'm dying. How come it disappeared at this time? Even if I don't shout, at least I can see him, right? So looking at that figure, the captain's eyes became more and more uneasy, but the other teammates did not notice this, and Guazi also ran up. Do you need to be bandaged? I have some bandages ready. This made the captain's pupils shrink, and he spoke quickly. Wait, don't go over there. At this moment, the figure suddenly fell down weakly. A silver light flashed from under him, and he suddenly attacked the 2 people approaching here. It turned out to be a snake-shaped beast. No one expected that such a ferocious beast would be hidden under this injured figure. The opponent's aura is extraordinary and is definitely not inferior to that of a general. The clown's face also changed drastically, and he immediately ordered his pet. "Oh no, clone. Use the carousel of deception immediately." At this moment, he activated his talent, and a second pet clown appeared directly, and they jointly activated the skill, Carousel of Deception. I saw the kind of entertainment carousel building that can only be seen in amusement parks suddenly appeared here. There are wooden horses spinning in circles on it. The sound of that kind of music also came from here. He stood directly in front of Guazi and the others. This caused the beast to directly attack the carousels. After just a moment, the sound of crackling fragments could be heard. All the Trojans were smashed into pieces. However, the time difference and the resulting impact caused the pigman and the fruit to retreat one after another. The pigman's pet, Holy Light Pig, even summoned a shield emitting white sacred light. Let's make them safer. There was some distance between them. Sometimes, using skills well and playing an effective role is crucial. This skill obviously had a deceptive effect. The moment it appeared, it replaced the presence of the two teammates and deceived the senses of the ferocious beast. This will cause it to attack the Trojan horse instead, although it only held out for a short while. Only then did everyone see clearly what this thing was. I didn't know at first glance, and I was shocked when I saw it. This snake beast is quite large, almost the same size as a python. Such a huge figure can be hidden so well. Not only that, what makes everyone feel the most chilled is this silver snake beast. After the attack failed, its rolling eyes rolled around, revealing an extremely horrified and weird expression. It is clearly a ferocious beast, but its snake head actually looks somewhat like a human face. It opened its mouth and shouted out the familiar voice. "Help, help." That's it. The shrill, wailing, human voice calling for help. If you haven't seen this scene, a normal person would just think it's an injured person calling for help. Who would have thought that this was the sound made by a ferocious beast? This strange contrast can't help but make people feel cold and their expressions change drastically. My scalp is tingling. But at this time, a fishy wind blew from the other side, and the captain shouted hurriedly before he could say anything. "Iwakama, defend quickly." The SS-level rock armor giant bear immediately summoned an earth wall. It was wearing heavy earth-type armor. Many earth-type pets have the ability to condense earth elements and turn them into protective armor. But the black shadow attacked and directly broke the earth wall, and the gravity came and knocked it away. The captain himself was also affected by this attack and flew out and hit the stone. Appearing in the shadows was another ferocious bear that was much larger than the rock-armored giant bear. The fat body and huge bare paws made the air vibrate when they were swung out. At the same time, along with its movement, there came a fishy and disgusting smell. "Team leader, are you okay? Be careful." "Fuck, what kind of ferocious beast is this?" Several teammates' hearts immediately rose to their throats, and their faces changed drastically after seeing the attacking ferocious bear. This bear is a little big, but that's okay. What's disturbing is that its face looks just like a human's. That weird expression, constantly squirming, was like a dead person struggling, and a shrill and terrifying sound came out of its mouth. "Is there anyone here? I'm dying." That intermittent but ever-present sound is made by it. That was the second human cry for help I heard just now. Chapter 83 must live. This is simply a trap. From the beginning to the end, there was no adventurer asking for help. The two voices that were constantly calling for help were made by these two strange and ferocious beasts. They use this sound to disguise themselves as adventurers who come here, lure other humans to come to the rescue, and then take the opportunity to attack them. The figure lying next to the boulder just now was obviously a dead person. The other party had already been killed by the ferocious beast. But it is not easy to find out without going forward to check. If you try to get closer, you will be attacked by the ferocious beasts lying in ambush here. Perhaps, even more shockingly, the dead adventurer might not have been the first to be fooled. The two ferocious beasts from different species were able to cooperate so tacitly and skillfully. It was very likely that this was not the first time they had worked together. This is an old habit. At this moment, all the members of the fiery team gathered together, and their pets were ready for battle. The captain also stood up with the support of his teammates. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from his forehead. The collision just now did cause him some damage, but it was not serious. If it were an ordinary person, he would have suffered a concussion long ago. He cursed and shook his head, not caring. This is really weird. How can there be such a ferocious beast? It must be a spirit. If you didn't know only this sentence, I would have thought that the terrifying royal beast had appeared. After all, I have never heard of any royal beasts appearing in Energy City. You are such a cunning fellow. I will blow you all to pieces. Volcano bird. The volcanic bird, which was larger than two people, also cried out angrily. It was very angry about its master's injury. These two high-level ferocious beasts actually launched a sneak attack. As its wings flapped, the surrounding flames burned fiercely. With its power, solving these two problems is no problem at all. However, faced with this scene, the strange bear with a human face just smiled weirdly. It was obviously a bear, but when it made this move, it was very scary and creepy. This made the clown unable to bear it. What the hell are you laughing at? I'm going to kill you right now. But at this time, the wailing human voices also came from other places. Is there anyone here? I'm dying. Is there anyone here? I'm dying. Over and over again. An intermittent but continuous sound. It continued to reverberate in this narrow valley, even forming an echo. Above the valley, strange bears with human faces came out one after another, looking at them with strange eyes, still saying those words continuously. All human voices. Guzi was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he almost fell down. A chill ran through my heart. It's really creepy. This scene is still too exciting for humans. 1, 2, 10, 20. No. How many of these ferocious beasts are there? The ice girl was in much the same boat. Her voice had lost its usual calmness. What a joke. These beasts are all at the SS level. Even if the captain's pet can deal with several beasts at the same time, there are so many. Go. The only normal person was the captain. His expression became particularly firm, and he shouted loudly. I'll hold back the beasts here. You guys go get help quickly. If there are any powerful beast masters active on the second or third floor, they'll be able to get here in time. I tried. There's no signal here. Go outside. This place is in a terrible location. If it really doesn't work, you guys run away first. If you can, run away. I'll find a way to get out myself. Team leader. The teammates all looked sad. At first they thought that this place was so secluded and small, with huge rocks everywhere, that this environment was very suitable for hiding. Those two humans are very smart. Now, damn, this place is also suitable for hiding from ferocious beasts. It's absolutely amazing. What an IQ. What a vicious beast. The captain, known as the Fire General, no longer held back and attacked with all his strength. Flames burned on his body, like a general caught in fire. Stand proudly. Similarly, this flame also appeared on his pet, Volcano Bird, and its aura began to surge. He looked up to the sky and shouted loudly. A powerful aura of fire was suddenly released, continuously spreading around. A strange bird bathed in fire. The rock-armored giant bear also stood in front of its master with a vigilant look. Hurry up and leave. I will also lead away some of the ferocious beasts. Don't hesitate. The clown immediately took back his talent, and the two super clowns were restored to one. And then a mask that looked like it was neither crying nor smiling suddenly appeared in his hand. Hypocritical mask. The super clown put it on decisively and then let out a few strange laughs. The aura on his body suddenly surged. In one fell swoop, he broke through the limitations of the extraordinary SS level and entered the SS level of General. Hypocritical mask, high SS level skill. After activation, the superpowered clown wearing this mask will experience a surge in strength in a short period of time, and then will fall into a period of weakness. Once this skill ends, the side effects will leave the clown and his master vulnerable to attack. If you are unlucky and encounter any ferocious beast, you will surely die. After all, the second pet hasn't gotten up yet. But this is the time to fight. Burn the fire in your heart and defeat the enemy. The clown himself once again activated his top SS level talent, and the clown's pet, whose strength skyrocketed, was directly split into two. Although his aura has weakened a lot, he still has the strength of a general. He himself became two people. Each of them carried a pet and left in two directions. As he walked, he deliberately mocked those strange bears. Waste, scum, come here if you have the guts. You guys are not enough if you want to eat us. Bang, bang, bang. One poker card after another was actively thrown at the ferocious beasts on them. It triggered explosions one after another. This made the bears angry. Although their faces looked like humans and they made sounds for help to deceive others, they were deceived. But deep in his eyes, there was always coldness and cruelty. That condescending attitude that regards humans as inferior blood-eating cannot be hidden. How could they endure being provoked like this by humans? Immediately, a number of ferocious beasts were sent out to chase the ignorant human being, determined to tear off his flesh. The ferocious beasts also split into two groups and chased after them. This kid. The captain watched the clown's actions with satisfaction, then looked at the other three teammates who were running away, muttering to oneself, "Next, you must escape. Come on, monsters." Chapter 84. Heart of the Earth Element. Here I come. The three people who tried to escape were Pigman, Fruit, and Ice Girl. At this moment, Guozi's eyes were filled with tears, which could not be stopped from flowing. There was also sadness and sorrow on the Ice Girl's face. The Pigman was silent as usual, not saying a word, and the others had gotten used to it. This guy is just that kind of person. A taciturn person. They actually understand it very well. Faced with such a large number of people, it would be difficult for either the captain or the Joker to escape. Even when facing those fire beasts before, they still had to put in a lot of effort. The captain is still the main output, but the number of ferocious beasts he faces this time is still too many. Who could have thought that there would be such despicable and shameless beasts? Even though he has such strength, he still sets this kind of trap. There is really no limit. Now, they could only run away desperately while the ferocious beasts were being held back. Find a place with good signal and send a distress message. After all, this is the 3rd floor. It is so deep in the ground, and there are various interference factors. It is normal that the signal is not good. After finding a place with slightly better signal, the Ice Girl sent out a message for help. Help! Our fiery team has been attacked by a ferocious beast. The location is the Earth Dragon Cave in the Fire Potstone region on the 3rd level. The detailed coordinates are: if any Beastmaster in the guild receives this message, please rush to support us. We will reward you handsomely afterwards. We have the Heart of Earth element and many other mineral resources here. Please. And in the process of escaping, it also attracted other ferocious beasts. For safety, the Ice Girl took her pet, Snowflower, to lead them away. It was a plant larger than a human being, with ice blue leaves emitting freezing cold air. It could condense ice cones or use broken leaves to launch long-range attacks. This is the type of pet that comes from Snowfield City. This Ice Girl is not a local resident of the Energy City, but they came from the residents of Snowfield City. The Ice Girl hugged her pet and used the snow-jumping flower to jump up and down, quickly leading the enemy away. Without a SS-level Beastmaster to lead the operation on the 3rd level, it would be extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. In a blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left in the team. One is a healing Beastmaster who doesn't have much strength at all. The other pet is only at the 5th level of Extraordinary and is not very strong either. The situation was getting pretty bad. The 3rd level of the Fire Pot Stone domain is just like this. Although the resources are good, the crisis is also greater. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. The combat loss rate is actually very high. However, these alone cannot stop the adventurers who keep coming here for the resources, wealth, power, status. It has always been something people pursue. This time, what the Fire Squad didn't know was that there was both good news and bad news. First, the bad news. Even though beast tamers often come here for adventures, they still need to rest from time to time. After all, people are not made of iron, and none of them are so crazy and desperate. After staying in the vigilant environment of the Giant God's Pit for a long time, it is necessary to go back to the Energy City to relax. It just so happened that this time, there were actually not many teams coming down from the 3rd level. Some have also returned from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor to reorganize their teams. The stronger teams chose to go down to the 4th floor. It is easy to go down from the top, but it is difficult to catch up quickly from the bottom. The crisis below is even more terrifying. The ferocious beasts that can be seen everywhere are extremely powerful. If they make a big noise, it will not be a good thing. Therefore, it would be difficult for the adventurers on the 4th floor to come to support in a short period of time. In addition to the signal problems caused by the depth of the Titan Pit, currently only 5 SS-level teams of warriors have responded to this message and are preparing to rush here. This is precisely because it was the Fire Squad that called for help. They have a good reputation and are on good terms with many adventurers. Just as the captain said, those who are righteous will have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous will have few supporters. You cannot be sure whether you will be the next one in crisis, and when you help others, you are actually helping yourself. But given the locations of these 5 teams, it would not be possible for them to get here so quickly, which meant that they could only hope that the fiery team could hold on. Otherwise, everything is false. As for the Fire Squad, things were already very bad. There is a high probability that they will not be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. After all, this time they are running to a newly opened area. The good news is that Yiru is here. Wow, I almost fainted. Standing on a huge rock, Yiru took off all the silk threads on his body. At this time, his perspective was very good. He could look down and see many places. As expected, the terrain of the third layer, Fire Pot Stone area, is completely different from that of the second layer, Strange Forest. If the second floor is full of strange trees, the environment is as dense as a tropical rainforest. The third layer is a dry area with towering boulders, rocks, and valleys everywhere. No wonder such a place has so many mining resources. As for how Yiruo came down so quickly, at this time, at the junction of the second and third floors, you can see a lot of big trees growing on the edge. They have strange postures, but are huge in size. There are many vines hanging down from the trees, and you can also see a lot of silk threads of insects. Yiruo just swung down like that. It made him feel quite emotional and reminded him of the story of Tarzan. Chong Chong used his quick movement skills to go down ahead of time, leaving behind silk threads in many places. Let Yiruo follow directly, using vines in front and silk threads behind. By the way, I tried it from Spider-Man's perspective. This way of traveling is indeed very fast. Otherwise, if you go too late, the heart of the earth element will be gone. Oh no, it's the fire squad that's gone. With Yiru's current physical condition, once he starts tracking, he can be very fast. So it wasn't long before he became the first adventurer to arrive here. And in his sight, he saw the location where the call for help was made. We also saw the ferocious beasts that were moving and chasing, as well as several members of the fire squad. There was a strange look on his face. What the hell? How come there is such a ferocious beast? This information is quite interesting. It seems that the area below is no longer peaceful. Chapter 85. I made dumplings just for this little bit of vinegar. Faced with the current situation, Yiru observed it and quickly came to a conclusion. Well, the Blaze Squad has split up into several groups like this? In that case, let's go to the ice girl who looks closest first and run away by lying on a flower. This is an interesting way to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiruo's figure disappeared here. The same is true for Chong Chong. Damn it, have these beasts not eaten human flesh for hundreds of years? Why are you chasing me so fiercely? I don't have much meat. Could it be that Xiaohua is an ice-type pet and they haven't seen it many times, so they want to try something new? There are actually quite a few ferocious beasts in this area. At this moment, the ice girl felt increasingly worse as she watched the number of ferocious beasts chasing her increase. There are not only SS-level warriors, but also many extraordinary SS-level warriors. As for her, there is only one person and a pet. It's strange, there weren't so many before. What's going on? The pet under her trembled in fear at these words. Snowflower? Master, please don't say such dry and humorous things when you are in trouble. I am a plant and I am not tasty at all. The ferocious beast must think that it wants to eat meat. Huahua feels wronged. As an ice blue flower, it is so cute. Suddenly, an extraordinary SS-level leopard beast significantly increased its speed and pounced over fiercely. Its fangs and fierce eyes can be clearly seen. Once they pounce accurately, both Snowflower and Ice Girl will be thrown down badly. The ferocious beasts behind will also gather around and eat it in groups. This frightened the Ice Girl so much that her pupils shrank and her whole body went cold. Finished. My life is over. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward at a faster speed and kicked the leopard away. Then, facing the ferocious beasts chasing him, he spoke calmly. Bugs, get rid of them. Ice Girl? Damn, what did I see? The person who kicked the extraordinary SS-level ferocious beast away was actually a beast master? Is this true or false? What kind of physical fitness does one have to be faster and stronger than this leopard? Isn't it said that even a SS-level warrior doesn't have very strong physical fitness? Only by reaching the terrifying Commander SS level can a qualitative change occur. A person with that kind of strength is someone they can only look up to. This made the Ice Girl's mind go blank. And then, the bug that jumped off the other one was even more ferocious. Those ferocious beasts that were chasing at high speed suddenly all broke apart at once, as if they were cut into pieces of meat by some force. Even the SS-level beast inside suffered the same fate. The opponent's reaction was obviously faster than the extraordinary SS-level beast, and fear appeared in his eyes, but he was also cut in half the next moment. What is this? The Ice Girl became incoherent. It seemed that she saw some silver threads in a trance. The other party dusted himself off. Very good, quick solution. The next one should be the clown. At this time, the ice girl recognized who the person who came to support her was. It was the black and white traveler. The last time the clown participated in a mission, it was this traveler who stole the show and caused a sensation in the guild. A monster that can easily kill SS-level beasts. I heard that the burrowing demon insects are very stealthy in their movements, and even if you have an Earth-type pet, you won't be able to spot them. By the time you notice them, they've already been swallowed up. A very disgusting and ferocious beast. This traveler was very fast and was able to dodge the attack of the ferocious beast in an instant. She had no idea what was going on at the time. Looking at it now, it's really terrifying. This person, is he also active on the 3rd floor? When she heard the clown's name, she immediately reacted. Wait. The clown used his talent of splitting himself into 2 sides to lead away the beast. Only one side is real. It's hard to tell. Do you want me to help you? Need not. Before she could finish her words, Yiru interrupted her. He pointed to the left and right, as if thinking about something. Yes, I remember it. It's the one on the right. I'm leaving first. Taking Chong Chong with him, Yiru left here at an extremely fast speed. Ice Girl. Snowflower. Oh shit. How do you tell which is the clone and which is the real person? Still so sure. It was obvious that they didn't even recognize the ferocious beast chasing the clown. Otherwise, they wouldn't have split into 2 sides to chase it. Who exactly is this black and white traveler? Everyone was dumbfounded. As expected, he is the mysterious adventurer that everyone in the guild talks about. As for the clown, he was using all his strength to escape. If the beast had not been a little far away at the beginning, he would have been caught up long ago. In order to delay more time, he specifically looked for places with a lot of stones and a small area. He, a human, and his pet could get through easily, but those strange bears were even bigger than the captains. No matter how you think about it, you can't get in. Even if you have to destroy the rocks that are blocking the way, it can slow down their speed a little. What a plan. As long as he continued like this, even if he was eventually caught up, the others would be able to escape. Everyone has a bright future and shouldn't die here. By the way, you can also let the other clone desperately let the pet attack and attract the main hatred. This way his real body will be much better. Just as he had crawled into a small group of strange rocks and breathed a sigh of relief, a human voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hey, long time no see. Ah? At this moment, the clown was frightened and screamed miserably. The taut string broke. Without stopping, he continued to flee towards the depths. He looked like he was going crazy. His pet quickly followed. Only the person who spoke remained silent for a while. Yiruo. The person who appeared here was Yiruo, who had rushed forward. He was a little puzzled. So what? Isn't this a normal human voice? What do you think it is? I was actually scared like this. The clown, who was desperately trying to escape, rushed out of the group of strange rocks and continued to move in other directions. But a rock spear suddenly fell from the sky, inserted not far away. One after another, other rock spears fell from the sky, blocking the road here. Endless sand was stirred up and the earth was shaking. This frightened him so much that he trembled, and it was a close call. He almost got stabbed. Wait, those strange bears don't seem to have this skill. Could it be that support has arrived? This made him look back immediately. Not far away, those strange bears had been almost dealt with, all lying on the ground motionless. Without a doubt, they are all dead. Hiss. This made him gasp. Very strong. This speed is too fast. Even killing a chicken shouldn't be this fast. Who is coming here? Looking again, he saw a familiar pet standing there, staring at him ferociously with its bull eyes, which frightened the clown so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Tauren brother. Don't eat me. What a terrifying aura. I feel like I'm sweating on my back. It was the rock spear that was thrown out just now. After awakening the spear of Thor, Nyo also began to like condensing his attacks into a gun. It seems to be very useful. But the clown was relieved immediately because this scary and ferocious bull beast was the pet of the traveler. It seems that he has arrived. Unexpectedly, I met this person again. As expected, Yiru also appeared in front of him and said in a cold voice, Clown, why are you running? Look at your pet. It's braver than you. The super clown hurriedly stopped using his skills and stopped halfway, without any strength to move. It makes the clown even more clownish. Clown. This. Can I say that the pet super clown didn't run away because it entered the side effect time? Isn't it because it's brave? But I want to buy a little more time. But the clown didn't have time to talk about this at the moment. When he saw Yiru's fighting ability, He immediately begged. Black and white traveler, it's okay here, but our captain is in danger, and he has more ferocious beasts there. Even if the captain is a high-level warrior SS level, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out for long. We can give you all the resources we found. Please go and rescue our captain. He is planning to sacrifice himself so that we can survive. However, Yiru did not move. Don't worry, my other pet has already gone there. I have seen that place a long time ago. If we really run over like this, the daylily will be cold. Forehead. The clown's voice suddenly stopped. But isn't this traveler's strongest pet already here? Could it be that his second pet is also very powerful? There are SS-level ferocious beasts everywhere. This is because the bug has already passed. If it were here, it would have to make some noise. War General. The one I am fighting against is the General. However, Yirua's strange voice sounded at this time. Speaking of which, what's the matter with your allocation? I looked at your team information, and I also helped the Ice Girl. But the other one who has a pig pet is obviously very powerful. So why is he running so awkwardly after that extraordinary 5th-level fruit? Pig man? The clown reacted immediately, but was confused. But he is only a healing beast master. Whether it's his talent or his pet, his combat capability is actually very average. He can only heal. Hee, that's interesting. You actually called it the only way to treat it. Tell me what happened to you this time. This allowed the Joker to tell the whole story. Yiru fell into deep thought, then immediately looked in that direction. Let's go. I hope you can catch up with me. If I'm not mistaken, there will be something interesting to watch. Although the Joker was a little confused, he also felt that something was wrong. He put away his pet and chose to follow Yiru. When he was halfway through the run, a small silver figure appeared on Yiru's shoulder, and it hummed proudly to seek credit. Okay, I got it. Since you've been saved, I'll give you more delicious food when we get back. The last 2 people left in the fiery team, Guozi and Junan, had already fled to a very far place to avoid being chased by the ferocious beasts. They chose a very small area. Anyone who can venture into the giant god's pit is not a novice. They made similar judgments as the Joker. So in an area where no ferocious beasts roamed, they could finally take a breath. However, Guozi, who had relaxed, did not notice that there was no signal in this place, and the pigman at this time slowly took off his glasses with an expressionless face. The little mole seemed to sense something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to rush forward. As a result, a black light flashed, and it let out a scream and was smashed into a stone wall not far away. Xiao Imo! Guozi screamed and ran over in a panic to check on the pet. In less than a moment, she knew Xiao Mo's condition. His injuries were not serious, but it was not easy for him to move. It can only be stored in the beast taming space. This made her look at the pigman angrily. Why? You want to attack my pet? No, Xiao Mo just blocked it for me. You actually want to attack me? There's something wrong with your holy light pig. Why is it using dark attacks? The pet that was supposed to be a holy light type suddenly turned extremely dark. It looks extremely strange. The pigman sneered disdainfully. Can't the holy light system have dark attacks? What's wrong with wanting to become stronger? After all, I am only an SS level talent, the worst kind at that. I am not as good as you SS level geniuses, who can easily surpass me. Do you know how much resources and how much time I have spent to get to where I am today? And you, even though you just joined the team not long ago, have reached the 5th level of transcendence so quickly. It took you much less time than me. How can I not be jealous and crazy? Ice Girl, I'm going to make it soon. Even the clowns I despise are going to be promoted to the SS level. I'm the only one stuck here, growing slowly. I can't stand the rapid progress of others. So I plan my target this time. As a healer, it's too difficult for you to be discovered. You are my target. At this moment, the pigman was quite proud. It turns out that the biggest problem with Team Fire is not the Joker, but actually this pigman. Whether he was actively discovering the resource point, or running over as soon as he heard the call for help, or everyone else was sad after the captain stayed behind, he was the only one who had no expression. And the current situation is exactly what he wants. As for the Ice Girl, is it difficult to attract ferocious beasts? He was largely responsible for the miserable fate of the Ice Girl. Although he didn't know why there were so many more ferocious beasts here, there were so many that he was a little shocked and scared. There weren't so many last time. But this is a good opportunity. You lunatic, you are going to kill the entire team just for my goal. What on earth do you want? You obviously don't have any less resources. Is this how you repay us? The angry voice of Guozi roared here. Well, of course it's your talent. The pigman with a cold look grinned. Although my talent is only SS level, its real function is to be able to seize talents that are 1 SS level higher than mine. That is, SS level. Chapter 86. The Symbol of the Brave. The Story of the Flower of Courage and Nobility. As long as I take away your talent, my beast taming space will also be able to enjoy this bonus. The future will be bright and much easier than the SS level. Think about it, with the same growth, SS level is obviously better. Looking at this team, is there any fruit that is easier to get than this one? If you want to blame someone, blame her for being too weak. The dark skill of his pet was a high SS level skill that he had learned from a treasure by chance. A killer move that can convert holy light energy into darkness. It is more than enough to deal with such a beast master. After all, who made him so unknown and harmless in everyone's eyes? This makes it easier for you to move around. After you die, your body will be eaten by ferocious beasts. The same goes for everyone else. As the weakest holy light healing beast tamer, everyone risked their lives and sacrificed themselves to allow such a weak person like me to survive. So, I will carry everyone's hopes and the determination of the entire team. Live on bravely. What a touching and tragic story. I was so moved that I almost cried. At this moment, the pigman was even a little intoxicated by this scene. Waving his hands, he admired his own art. The reason why humans can survive in this world is not only because of the power of pets, but also because of this wonderful wisdom. Sparasi, this is all so wonderful. They don't understand at all. If a tree wants to grow taller and receive more light, then its roots must go deeper into the darkness, towards the darker underground, and spread towards darker places. As long as I have SS level talent, then I can't pretend to be a good person in the future. So what? You can also enjoy the awe and admiration of others. So, I am a good person. Nausea. Gwazi cursed in disgust. I really want to spray you to death. You inhuman, ungrateful bastard. You shall not die a good death. But the pigman was dismissive. Humph, go to hell with that thought. It's a pity that you don't have any pretty sister, otherwise I would take her in and marry her. Or it would be even better if you were a married man. After you die, I can still take care of your wife. That feeling, ha ha ha. Goodbye then. At his command, dark energy surged once again in the body of the holy light pig. Even when Gwazi saw it, his face changed drastically and he ran away in a hurry. The pigman also had an appreciative expression on his face. How could she possibly outrun the attack of her own pet? It's just like cat and mouse. But at this time, a long sigh was heard. Then, in the blink of an eye, a long spear flashed with lightning and came through the air with a whoosh. Hit the holy light pig directly and accurately. He stabbed it hard into the stone wall. Not only that, the raging lightning spread all over the pet beast's body. The surging and terrifying power destroyed every corner of its body. In an instant, it turned into a roasted pig. The surrounding rocks exploded and the sound of thunder burst out here. The remaining lightning moved like an electric snake, shattering a lot of rubble. And the figures of two beast masters appeared here. It was Irua and the clown. I also heard such an interesting plan. How could that be? I have clearly calculated the time for this zone and other teams. After his pet was injured, the pig man immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he spoke in disbelief. Then he fell to the ground and looked at the other side with difficulty. The contract between the Beastmaster and the pet is a mutual one, whereby both prosper and suffer together. The Beastmaster can receive the benefits of the pet's return, but he also bears the risk of being injured or seriously damaged. If too many pets die, then you will die too. So after the death of his pet, the pigman was also severely traumatized. I didn't expect it. Pigman, you bastard. You would actually be such a person. The clown was furious and kicked him so hard that his eye socket burst, and he felt so painful that he wished he was dead. Then he immediately ran to Gwazi to check on her health. He never imagined that all these changes were caused by the pigman. This guy knew it was a trap from the beginning, but I still took the initiative to go there. As for the fact that he took the initiative to open the shield after being attacked, it was also very nice. It's not to protect the fruit, but this guy himself is afraid of death. So cruel. This fully illustrates what it means that a person with great skills can be daring. However, he had not expected the appearance of Yuru, a lone ranger. He accepted the mission purely based on the rewards and resources. You have no idea when and where Yuru will appear. Sometimes Lei Bingbing even complained about Yuru, saying that this was the typical example of someone who would not do anything without a profit. But Yurua said, "You are still too young and ignorant. If I don't want resources, then what do I want? Just a verbal reward and 500 alliance coins? Shortly after that, the Ice Girl also arrived, and their captain was still on the way. However, what confused Yiru was that after the three of them discussed it, they actually decided to let their teammate Pigman go. The reason is that the Pigman's pet has died and he has been seriously injured. It doesn't matter if he leaves him here, but it is still a question whether he can leave here alive. After all, we have been teammates for such a long time, so there is still some affection between us. Yiru. It's stupid to feel compassion at this time, right? The Pigman, who had barely recovered a little, kept limping away from here. When he was a little further away, he looked around with resentment. He muttered to himself, "You are noble and you are amazing. Just wait." And Yiru in the distance suddenly said, "Nyo nyo." Immediately, a lightning gun flew towards the Pigman, causing an explosion. Facing the astonishment of the three members of the fiery team, Yiru coldly rebuked them. "You are so indecisive. What are you guys doing here when you have made enemies? Are you here to celebrate the new year? Dead people are the safest. You are so naive. What if the Pigman gets a chance in the future? You are still too young." Guazi, Ice Girl, and the clown were embarrassed for a moment. They clearly felt that this black and white traveler was very young, but they were still speechless when he taught them a lesson. Perhaps they are indeed naive. After all, this behavior of directly killing teammates is indeed a bit cruel. But now, just die. In fact, no one heard what the Pigman said, including Yiru. But this doesn't prevent Yiru from getting rid of him. Later, the captain, who was seriously injured, also rushed over. If it weren't for Chong Chong's fast speed, he would have been dead. Even now, the captain's pet beast, Volcano Bird, was badly injured. He took it back to the beast control space for recuperation and was preparing to go back to the Pet Beast Rehabilitation Center for treatment. He also agreed with Yiru's actions regarding what happened, and also scolded the team members for their naivety. However, because everyone was in such a bad state, even with mixed feelings, he could only choose to leave the giant god's pit first. Other friends will come to pick them up. As for the discovered resources and the heart of the earth element, they were given to Yiru as a token of gratitude. Not only that, the Ice Girl hesitated. Then he told Yiru a very important piece of information. "Traveler, you are looking for Wanzai Konkingmian, right? I heard this name when I was very young. This is my letter of recommendation. You can go to Shueyuan City and look for an old woman named Granny Snow. Granny Shue should have it. I have a pretty good relationship with her. I often played with her when I was a kid. You can ask her." This made Yiru excited. "Is there an extra benefit? This trip is worth it." "Thank you. So you are from Snowfield City?" "Yes, it is a beautiful city, and I like our city's ancient culture and Edelweiss. It's just that there are too many resources in the giant god's pit, cough cough." Edelweiss? Not paying attention to what came after, it was the Edelweiss that suddenly surprised Yiru. The Ice Girl nodded. "Well, although people nowadays don't care much about it, there are still many residents of Snowfield City who like it. Edelweiss, in fact, can also be called snowweed. In our place, Edelweiss symbolizes bravery. Because wild Edelweiss grows in the high mountains where the environment is dangerous, and there are many vicious beasts there, it is very dangerous. We regard those who bring wild Edelweiss down from the mountains as brave people. It's a badge of honor. Anyone who picks Edelweiss from the mountain and brings it back can be given the title of Edelweiss Knight. But nowadays, no one has been given this title for a long time. Chapter 87. The Breath of Star Beasts, a legacy of hundreds of years. Yiru was very happy to get two pieces of important SS-level news at once. Well, this was a huge profit. Come and rescue this team. It seems necessary. Sure enough, when good people have good luck, nothing can stop it. Alas, he is still too nice. How come the Alliance has such a good beast tamer like him? If this continues, it would be unreasonable if I don't award myself one of the top 10 outstanding young beast tamers of the Alliance. To be honest, when Bing mentioned Edelweiss, he thought of a field of Edelweiss planted in his uncle's house. Uncle Mingming is a man as dazzling as a lion, with a radiance like the sun, and his words are full of the vicissitudes of life. As soon as he opened his mouth, I knew he was a man with a story. It would be normal if your home was filled with materials depicting various ferocious beasts. How majestic and domineering. Take your enemies' corpses as trophies. But he chose to plant flowers, which was very weird. Is it possible that there is some connection between the two? Since I have to go to Snowfield City anyway, I might as well look for some clues about this. As for the talent of the Pigman, how should I put it? It is indeed very interesting. Being able to take away other people's talents is clearly a special talent. Special type, special in this respect. There are so many strange things. You never know what kind of talent you will awaken. It could be a separation that is so perfect that it makes people jealous, or it could be a separation that is so perfect that it makes people vomit blood and become autistic. Pigmen, on the other hand, are more inclined towards the talents of ancient humans. In the earliest times, humans awakened their talents and fought their own battles. But compared to the power of ferocious beasts, humans are too weak. If the strength of humans is 1, then the number of ferocious beasts is hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. If a real fight breaks out, we will just be delivering food and simply filling the gap with numbers. It is truly the lowest race. It's just meat in the eyes of ferocious beasts. Therefore, too many humans who initially only increased their own strength but did not add much talent to their pets died in the early stages. At the beginning, they died most of the time. After the beast tamer system came out, the talent that enhanced the power of pets suddenly became the mainstream. This is a very natural and simple theory. Version update. Human beings multiply and time passes. Moreover, this talent that can be used for oneself and one's pet is actually an enhanced version of the original talent. Just like the Joker's clone, both himself and his pet can be used. As for the talents you give yourself, if they have strong effects and functions, that's fine too. Ultimately, it depends on how strong the talent is. After that, Yiru received the heart of the earth element, and the stone sword gained another power, and found the resource point marked by the fire team. It's actually not far and we arrived there in no time. It's time for happy mining again. There are a lot of earth and fire resources. Watching the ores falling down in my own beast-taming world, the abundant harvests are constantly emerging. Even if you don't sell it yourself, just putting it there and looking at it is a kind of enjoyment. And the happiest one was actually Mirage. This cute little green shell's eyes lit up when it saw so many treasures. It excitedly moved through space and appeared on a pile of mines in the beast-taming world, shaking happily, as if singing, babbling and celebrating Yiru and everyone's harvest. When Yiru saw this scene, he also laughed in surprise. This little guy, is this what it means to have dragon blood? He is a money grubber at such a young age. However, this behavior is also very cute. Although it sounds like loving treasure is a characteristic of Western dragons, Eastern dragons seem to have a little bit of this in them as well. They will decorate their own dragon palaces magnificently and place many treasures inside. Dragon means wealth and treasures. Such a feeling. And those resources were dug out in large quantities at once under the bang 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 of the Quinyu star beast. At this time, Chong Chong's treasure hunting talent was activated again. Its eyes immediately lit up and it started humming. If you dig quite deep below this ore, you will actually find a huge blood and fire crystal mine. The reserves inside are dozens of times more than the one above. The value suddenly increased dramatically. A wave of wealth. This is something that the previous fire team had not discovered. So after a while, a huge hole appeared here. Empty. It looks pitch black and creepy at first glance. Yi Ruo was contentedly changing the terrain in his beast-taming world. He chose to bury this super SS-level crystal or in his own world and ignored the ones that had been piled up before. It can also be regarded as an increase in resources. Anyway, it's not used for the time being. We'll talk about it later. The wealth is getting more and more substantial. It's fun to have a world with beasts to tame. It's fun all the time, although it will leave some holes in the outside world. So what? It has nothing to do with him. No. Looking at this big hole, Yiru simply ignored it. There was no need to fill it. Waste of time. Looking at the still excited bugs, Yiruonuo interrupted the two pets' interest nonchalantly, chuckled and shook his head. Well, it's almost time for today. Let's go back. We'll have plenty of time to come back after we return from Snowfield City. Besides, I have a bad feeling. There's a problem on the 4th floor right now. It's best not to get close. You might even end up on the 3rd floor. Chong Chong tilted his head in confusion. What? When did you develop this kind of intuition? Don't lie to Chong Chong. The Quinyu star beast believed everything Yiru said. Facing Chong Chong's gaze, Yiru had an expression that said you don't understand. You know, when I was still digging herbs, you weren't around me much. If I didn't have that bit of experience, how could I dare to take on that porcelain job? Even the forest outside Fengdu is not completely risk-free. Okay. So, after taking away the resources here, Yiru did not stop and chose to rush upwards directly, and returned to the energy city. After that, a strange sound suddenly came from the 4th level of the giant god pit, mixed with endless resentment and hatred. The breath of a star beast. It's you. It's you. It's you. It must be you. Where? Where is that person? Why doesn't he come to find me? The purple-red smoke continued to spread, and there were thick and sturdy snakes wandering around in the fog, and there were more than one. The hissing sound continued. They are surrounded by each other, and in the middle is a female-like body. This is a life form surrounded by a giant snake. They are one. It looks like it needs to be described. Just like a seductive giant snake. Not far away, a master SS-level adventurer and several of his pets fell to the ground, without a breath of life. Obviously, at this SS level, he would be an elder in the guild. Chapter 88. At your age, can you sleep well? Yiru had no idea what happened on the 4th floor. One of the reasons why I didn't want to stay any longer was indeed because of my intuition. On the other hand, it is the information seen by his SS-level talent, the Eye of Revelation. My own beast-taming world has played a role in many cases, and my own eyes have always been in use. As soon as he arrived, he saw the ferocious beasts speaking in human voices and got specific information. Race: human face, strange bear. Attribute: earth. Gender: male, female, male. Strength: general level 5, general level 6, general level 5, general level 4. Skills: stone rain, high SS level, voice imitation, middle SS level, breath concealment, middle SS level, stone armor, middle SS level, pounce, elementary SS level. The ferocious beasts living in the 4th layer, Deathland, after accidentally eating some corpses of beast masters, have undergone strange evolution and developed a strong interest in eating humans. Currently, due to fear of some creatures, I chose to escape to the 3rd floor. The 4th level, the land of death, is much darker than the above areas. Everything in life is strange and terrifying, so it is not surprising that such a ferocious beast would appear. The information about fierce beasts has always been similar to that of pets. After all, they were of the same category a long time ago. It is the relationship with humans that creates a clear distinction. This is a very classic setting where the enemy and I have the same origin. The one who can make so many SS-level beasts feel fear and flee must be at least SS-level master, or even higher. Yiru was not interested in going down there, as the evolution of Chong Chong was more important. These man-eating monster bears must have cast a huge shadow on the fire squad. Suddenly, I seemed to understand why the clown was terrified before. Once a bear becomes addicted to eating humans, it can be very scary. As a time traveler, Yiru had seen the Sanmao Bieshan incident in Sakura country before. It is generally not recommended for people to search and learn about the tragic scene of bears eating people. And in this world, there are ferocious beasts that eat people everywhere. The hatred between humans and ferocious beasts has lasted for a long time, and the things involved cannot be explained in a few words. One day later, on the train from Energy City to Snowfield City, Yiru had already changed into casual clothes and sat in his seat. There is a little mirage on his body chewing fruit. As for the Quinyu Star Beast and the Green Caterpillar, they were resting in their own beast-taming world at this time. One of them is sleeping in the sea of flowers, and the other is still practicing boxing. Oh, I really hope that Fingye Iron Tree can hold on a little longer this time. After all, this is also a great opportunity for trees like it to exercise and improve. There are abundant strange energy particles in his own beast-taming world, which are of great help to both pets and plants. Therefore, being injured can allow the Windleaf Iron Tree to increase the speed of absorbing energy. There are huge benefits. What does it mean that the benefits are mutual? Fengye Taishu, I really believed your lies. The little phantom mirage stayed in the beast-taming world for a while, and its strength improved rapidly, and it easily crossed the threshold of awakening SS level, became an elite SS level 4th order shell. With Hirua's talent and some resources specially exchanged from the guild, Little Phantom Mirage quickly made the leap to transcendence. However, with Hiru's current state, without the first 2 pets, he looks like a normal Beastmaster. Elite SS level Beastmaster. Judging from its current appearance, well, it seems a bit low. If it was elite high-level strength, it would be okay. I guess if others see this, they will probably think that they have poor talent and are very average. I was shocked that I was the loser. As for the tech bracelet, it was under his sleeve. Once he left the giant god's pit, the bracelet was much more useful. There won't be a situation where it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Obviously, it's not that the tech bracelet is bad, but the giant god's pit is not simple. Besides, there is a detail. The person wearing the bracelet is a human, not a pet. Nowadays, almost all the people on the train are beast masters, and they have all kinds of pet beasts around them. Earth-type pets make up the majority. As for the seats, They are very spacious, allowing the Beastmasters to spin the journey comfortably. Therefore, the price is relatively high, and only Beastmasters would go there to ride it. At this time, you can see a lot of people. They are all talking to their pets or people around them. For example, there is a man scolding his pet. Don't sleep. At your age and at this stage, can you sleep well? Look at the pets in the video. They have the same strength but have managed to learn such difficult skills. What about you? Lazy. The pet in question was a yak calf of the earth element, and it could only gesture with grievance. It's fake. It must be fake. How could there be such a smart pet in the world as the one in the video? Don't believe rumors and don't spread them. There was also an old grandmother sitting next to her with her grandson away. She sighed a little as she watched her grandson who was addicted to his mobile phone. Hey, you're playing games again. Can you take a break? As a result, the child not only did not listen to the old man's words, but also showed an impatient expression on his face. He's dead. It's all your fault. Please. I almost beat that guy to death. I just said a few words to you, and you think I'm annoying. I hope you can become a real Beastmaster. Learning more knowledge is much better than playing games. But I haven't reached the stage of awakening my talent yet. Can I learn it then? The old man and his grandson started arguing again. Yiruo. Life is really full of all kinds of things. On the other side, there was a Beastmaster from Fengdu who was bragging about his treasures to his companions. It was a short stone stick with golden patterns and a leaf as big as a face, flashing with colorful light. See? This is not a simple thing. I spent a lot of effort to steal it from the lair of that terrible SS-level beast. This must be some kind of treasure. No matter how hard we try, we can't break it. Also, the leaves of this plant are so strange. They must be some kind of treasure. If you're interested, I can sell them to you at a low price for our long-term friendship. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. If it turns out to be even more valuable after being identified, I might not be willing to part with it. The Beastmaster next to him was a little hesitant. Only Yiru took a glance and continued to tease Xiaoyi with no change in expression. Broken gold stick. An ordinary stone stick. Other than being hard, it has no other function. 5 color leaves. Extraordinary SS-level resources. Because they are very rare, most people can't recognize them. But they are not very useful and are only reflected in the appearance. You keep on playing, and I'll listen. As for why he could be recognized as a Beastmaster from Fengdu, when it comes to accent problem, fellow villagers can tell it right away. As a small city, Fengdu has the same fate as other small cities, sending talents to big cities. Therefore, most Beastmasters with some good talents will go to better cities to attend college after graduating from high school. After seeing the wider world, not everyone is willing to come back. So, it is possible that you can see Fengdu people in any city. But the Wind City itself is not very famous. It is a veritable Akalan city. What I mean is, it's a place with no sense of existence. This is what is meant by the wind blowing to every city. However, this time the evolution of the anthocyanin did make Fengdu a little famous. As for appraisal, it refers to the appraiser. He is an official who is similar to those who have a contracted beast. During the time of the third, Wise King, a race of pets joined the human side, and they had identification skills. There is a chance to find information about SS-level treasures of the same level, although the failure rate is high and the information is not much. But it's much better than being confused. There are many professions that a Beastmaster can have. The contractor who is responsible for the contract. The appraiser responsible for the appraisal. A researcher who studies the evolution of pets, evolutionist. There are too many to list, including spiritual plant masters who cultivate special plants, pet breeders, healing animal masters, skill trainers, adventurers, couriers, etc. As for the beast tamers who left Fengdu, many of them also work as poets or novel writers. The most popular topic recently is the hero who protects the Wind City. Who is guarding this wind? Thinking of this, Yiru suddenly realized that there seemed to be quite a few professions in which he could play a guest role. Of course, there is another profession with a large number of people, that is the Beastmaster in the Civil Engineering Department. They are all standard Earth-type Beastmasters. They are good at restoring the ground, building roads, erecting houses, and restoring damaged and destroyed places to their original state. Its efficiency is so high that it is comparable to the speed at which something is destroyed by monsters and then immediately restored. There are civil engineers in every city, and these civil engineering departments are active in every corner. They go wherever they are needed. Everyone respectfully calls me Brother Civil Engineer. This department is always recruiting. As the saying goes, if you are proud of civil engineering today, civil engineering will be proud of you tomorrow. 3 years as chief engineer, 5 years as project manager. These are their slogans. The culture of pets and humans has long been integrated into all aspects, which is a very interesting sight. And as the train continues to move forward, after that, there were no sudden attacks by ferocious beasts, and they were approaching the Snowfield City steadily and preparedly. Snowfield City is coming soon. Chapter 89. Snowfield City, the scene in the eyes. After spending a lot of time on the train, you can clearly see the scenery outside the window changing. From summer, we went directly into winter. Originally, the Energy City was a city with scorching weather. The atmosphere was filled with ironmaking and smelting, and the temperature was also very high. There is no very cold environment. At this moment, outside the window, heavy snow was falling, floating like catkins, falling on the grass and trees, embellishing it into a snow-white and pure world. The bamboo forest and pine trees are all dyed white, and the vast white land is quiet and beautiful. The snowflakes fall leisurely and automatically, pure and flawless. This is a completely different scene from the bustling Energy City. The kind of scenery that can bring people a sense of spiritual tranquility and peace. Seeing this scene, many Beastmasters who went to Snowfield City for the first time became quiet, looking at the world and the snow with curiosity. In front of me, a city built in the wind and snow is standing proudly here. Snowfield City, here we are. The horns on the train also began to sound. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this train, Snowfield City. Please pack your luggage and get off the train. Once again, I wish you a pleasant journey and thank you for your cooperation. As the crowd on the bus surged, compared to many Beastmasters who were carrying luggage, Yuru had nothing in his hands and just went down like that. On the train, there are very few Beastmasters who have equipment such as space bags. A Warlord SS-level Beast Tamer can be afforded, but it will also take some time to save up Alliance coins. The Fengdu Beast Tamer who had been bragging about his treasures in the car before couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scenery. It's so beautiful. It makes me want to recite a poem. Snowfield, oh Snowfield, you are all snow. Snowflakes, oh snowflakes, you are so beautiful. Yirua. It is true that listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. If we use Zhao Rant's words to describe it, it would probably be, Chao Pai's father-in-law made straw sandals, and Zhenji's father could weave them. Looking at Yirua, who was wearing cool clothes, the Beastmaster was suddenly surprised. After arriving in Snowfield City, many people put on coats. So he asked curiously, well, young man, aren't you cold? Yiru had an expression of being accustomed to it. It's not cold. This is normal. There's nothing wrong. This Beastmaster. What's going on? Am I weak? Impossible. I'm still so young. Not paying attention to the Beastmaster who was in doubt, Yirua, holding the small shell, went to the Beastmaster Guild in this place. Let's go to the guild first to synchronize the information and collect some data. The knowledge I learned from books before is definitely not as useful and detailed as the local city's guilds. By the way, the guild is also the place where you can get the most informed information. He has always kept the letter of recommendation that Bing gave him. Go ask the staff here where Grandma Shui lives, and then pick out some gifts that the old lady likes and bring them over. After all, he was a polite and caring Beastmaster of the Alliance. After putting a small scarf on Xiao Yi, Yuru walked slowly in the Snowfield City. It must be said that this city is indeed very big, although it is not as exaggerated as the Energy City, but it is much stronger than the wind. Moreover, this city in the snow and wind, with its unique architectural style and culture, is completely different from the previous two cities and has a unique flavor. No wonder the Ice Girl said that Snowfield City is a very beautiful city. From a normal perspective, it is indeed beautiful. However, on the way to the guild, a little girl's pleading voice was heard. Woo woo woo, my cat. Master Beast Tamer, please help me find my cat. It suddenly disappeared. I don't have time. I'm a noble and extraordinary SS-level Beastmaster. I don't have the time to look for a cat. Go away. Don't block my way. One Beastmaster walked away in disgust, and the little girl had no choice but to try to find another Beastmaster who was walking over, staggering with tears in his eyes. Hello, Master Beastmaster. Can you help me find my cat? I can pay for it. It's my friend who grew up with me. It would never disappear suddenly like this without saying goodbye. Something must have happened to it. I'm worried to death when I think about it. Nothing must happen. As a result, the Beastmaster had the same reaction as the previous one and spoke impatiently. I don't have time. A quest to find a cat isn't worth much. I remember you posted this quest in the guild. Why don't you just wait patiently for someone to take it? It's only been a few days. Your cat won't die. He left here too. Only the little girl was left squatting on the ground helplessly, tears streaming down her eyes. It would be nice if someone could pick it up easily. The weather has become colder recently. It's okay in the city, but if you want to find a cat in the wild, it will be time-consuming, laborious, and costly. No one wants to waste time doing this kind of thing. But this is all she can give. Although money is insignificant to Beastmasters, it is everything she needs to survive. For the sake of her cat, she took out all of it without hesitation, but unexpectedly, no one was interested in it. There is actually a huge gap between the world of ordinary people and the world of Beastmasters. Beastmasters with poor talents will also fight and scheme at all costs, and there is a clear difference between ordinary people and Beastmasters. Even if you can't see it, the levels and gaps always exist. The stories and experiences are also different. Instead of being arrogant and thinking that it is unnecessary and not caring about it at all, Yiru was silently watching the scene here, and the image of the little girl crying silently and helplessly was reflected in her eyes. Someone once said that children are treasures. The most sinful people in this world are those who harm these treasures. Perhaps everyone thought that the boy who saved his sister miraculously survived in the end. It was a touching story and many people admired it. In fact, only Yiruo himself knows the truth. That child is really dead. So, after noticing a sad and sorrowful look in the bushes in the distance and looking at the little girl, he left. Yiru roughly knew what was going on. He has experienced it too. So when the other beast tamers were ignoring and passing by, Yiru walked towards the little girl. His action also caused an old man who was about to help to stop. She was an old woman who was staggering and leaning on a cane. Her snow-white hair showed her old age, but her eyes full of kindness and gentleness still showed that she was a very good old woman. Chapter 90. I left to avoid sadness. Eat this. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. The girl who was originally alone was suddenly stunned. When she looked up, she found a young and handsome Beastmaster standing in front of her and handing her a fiery red fruit. The shell pet with a scarf on the other person's shoulder is also very cute. Don't worry, this is fire fruit. It's sold everywhere. You should know that eating it can warm up your body quickly. Let me help you find the cat. Why? This made the little girl sluggish for a moment. But the money I can afford is only so little. The other beast masters all look down on me. It's okay. Just keep this little money for yourself. Life is not easy. Yiruo, who appeared here, didn't care about such a small amount of money. After all, if you even make money from children, are you still a human being? But he suddenly reminded me. Your cat is actually very easy to find, but you have to be mentally prepared. What happened? Could it be that something happened to Damao? Hearing this, the little girl, who originally had tear marks on her face, suddenly became nervous. She couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in her heart. Could it be that my big cat was too playful and ran outside and encountered a ferocious beast? Could it be that Damao is already a corpse? No. Big Mao, my Big Mao. Obviously, her Damao is a very sensible and well-behaved cat. With all kinds of sorrow and confusion in her heart, the little girl looked at Yiru, who said nothing and could only choose to follow silently. Outside the snowy city, there is a small forest not far away, which is full of small shrubs covered with snow, and small animals occasionally walk by. The footprints are rather messy. Another snowfall will cover these traces again. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find out anything based on this trace, but Yiruo walked straight towards one of the bushes here. It was as if the goal had been identified from the beginning. This made the creature hiding inside dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? Why are you so sure I'm in this? Then, under the little girl's puzzled gaze, Yiru spoke to the bushes in the distance. Hey, come out. As someone who understands human nature, there is no need for you to hide anymore. I guess you've seen how sad your master is in trying to find you? The little girl seemed to understand, which made her happy, and she ran over quickly. Damao, is that you? Are you hiding in here? When she pushed aside the bush, she was surprised to find that it was the big furry cat from her home. But her mood immediately took a turn for the worse, and she became extremely worried and nervous. Because this black cat was originally very energetic and had shiny fur, it has become extremely weak and in very bad condition. Even though it is licking its fur hurriedly, one can still see how miserable it looks. Compared with its previous state, it is completely different. Why is this happening? Damao, what happened to you? Meow. Hold on. I'll take you to a pet animal rehabilitation center. The gentle elder sister there will definitely let the pet animal heal you. Judging from the aura emanating from Damao, It is also an elite SS-level cat pet. But now he is almost dying. It was obvious that the girl was not old enough to awaken her talent, so the cat must have been left by the elders in the family. As long as the relationship is good, it is normal for humans and pets without contracts to live together peacefully. For example, the most eye-catching thing in the Energy City is the blacksmith shop. The blacksmiths are not just humans, but also pets with greater strength swinging hammers. Or maybe it's the pets selling things in the store. There are also pet animal groups that become idols in order to make money. You can see everything. Seeing the girl rushing to the pet rehabilitation center, Yuru stopped her. Wait, that's no use. Big brother, why? It's simple. It's dying. It's not from any attack, but a natural death of old age. When a cat's life is about to end, it will choose to hide away because it cannot bear to see its owner sad. It will hide in a place where no one can find it and die weakly and painfully. This black cat's life has come to an end. So going to a treatment center is of no use. It is precisely because it feels that it is about to die that it leaves its owner and chooses to hide and die in pain. Bear it all alone. But because it missed its owner so much, the cat took one last look at his owner. Yiru noticed it. This made the little girl cry bitterly while hugging Damao. Even a child like this knows what this sentence means. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are things that humans often encounter. Looking at this scene, Yiru sighed. Forget it. As the saying goes, help people to the end. I'll save this cat. Since it has already reached the upper limit of its species, it should break this limit and evolve into a new form. This startled the little girl, and Yiru took the cat. Then start configuring the materials. Fortunately, I had stored a considerable amount of resources in my own space, and also planted a lot of seedlings. Compared to the finished product, seedlings are too cheap. He planned to build a botanical garden and plant most of the common resources in it so that he could use them at any time in the future. No need to run around buying it. It is so convenient to have a world behind you. Once developed, it is simply invincible. So Yiru took out a large amount of water resources. This cat is of the water element. The common ones in Snowfield City are basically water and ice elements. Ice-type pets, which were rarely seen and highly sought after in other places, can now be seen everywhere in this place. This is the difference between regions. In the eyes of the little girl, this handsome big brother started a series of operations that she couldn't understand and kept taking out things she had never seen before. Various mysterious processing and blending are also carried out. Could it be that this big brother is an evolutionist? And under Yiru's continuous processing, the black cat absorbed those resources and underwent miraculous changes. The aura began to gradually recover and become stronger, and in front of the little girl's shocked eyes, it triggered the light of evolution to light up. Cat, I'm going to evolve. However, it seemed that because the resources Yiru took out were not bad, the aura they emitted also attracted some ferocious beasts from afar to approach. They were some strange creatures with white bodies made up of pieces of bones. After taking a look, black lines appeared on Yiru's forehead. Very good. This time it's a group of elite SS-level chaos, right? Why is there a low SS-level extraordinary beast approaching in the distance? Your senses are really sharp, even from so far away. However, Yiru did not choose to take action, but waited for a few seconds. Sure enough, an old woman's voice came from behind them. Thank you for your hard work. Please leave the rest to me. Chapter 91. I want to become the Pirate King. Behind the bushes at the back, an elderly figure slowly walked out. It was an old man with a cane. The hair is just like the environment outside, white as silver threads. She looked to be in her 70s or 80s, but there were no wrinkles on her forehead. She looked at the scene with a loving face. The old man's frail body looked as if it could be blown down by a gust of wind, but he walked with a brisk pace. Although her speed didn't seem fast, she arrived in front of Yiru and the others in the blink of an eye. Looking at the black cat Damao, who was in the process of evolution, she was surprised. I didn't expect that there would be an evolutionist willing to help. It took so many precious resources, and they were able to find an evolutionary route in such a short time. This child is blessed. Then, leave these little guys to grandma. They won't disturb this evolution. In fact, Yiru noticed this old lady from the very beginning. His senses were very sharp. It was discovered that this old man was secretly watching the situation here. Moreover, this person should be a very powerful beastmaster. The fact that she was able to follow quietly under my senses showed that she was no ordinary woman. It's obvious at first glance that the pet has been giving back to its parents. Facing the ferocious beasts rushing towards her, The crutch in the old woman's hand suddenly lit up and turned into an ice blue longbow made of ice crystals. This made Yuru's eyes light up. Interesting. Change things into weapons? Wrong. The ice bow is her true appearance, and the crutch is just its ordinary appearance. A method of concealing one's tracks. Just like some people will make their weapons into the shape of an umbrella, so that when a real battle breaks out, they can be assembled into various weapons. The old woman gently pulled the ice crystal bow, and 3 transparent ice arrows quietly condensed out and shot out without even making a sound. In an instant, those ferocious beasts turned into ice. Then it shattered with a bang, scattered into broken ice all over the ground. Even the extraordinary SS-level beast at the back was the same. A chilly atmosphere enveloped the place, as if proving what had just happened. The whole process takes less than 5 seconds. It's like art. Bing Gong once again turned into a crutch, which was held by the old woman as she stood on the ground. From such leisurely and casual movements, we can tell that if this old woman was young, she must have been a very beautiful and graceful woman. But time is a butcher's knife. Looking at this performance, Yuru uttered a few words. Commander-in-Chief SS-class Beast Tamer. A group of elite S-level ferocious beasts and an extraordinary SS-level ferocious beast died so quickly that the person didn't even summon their pets. But it was done easily in seconds. This is not just talent. There is no doubt that this is the style of a Commander-in-Chief SS-level Beastmaster. After being promoted from Master SS level to SS level, Commander SS level is a new world. Your physical fitness will be improved qualitatively, and you will also be able to possess a small number of the most important abilities of your pets. Although it's not an exaggeration, to deal with ferocious beasts like Chaofan and Zhangjiang, you only need hands. It would be even more incredible if a pet could be summoned. Both comprehensive combat capability and survivability have been greatly enhanced. Once the pet appears, who can compete with it? It is truly a force that can defend a small city. Reciprocal feeding is such a magical mechanism, just like Yuru's keen sensory ability, which comes from the caterpillar. The extraordinary power that could easily kick away the extraordinary SS-level ferocious beast came from the Aonyo Star Beast. Thinking of this, Yuru recalled in surprise that he could also easily deal with the extraordinary SS-level ferocious beast. Oh, that's okay. If I were to be promoted to Commander SS level, I would be able to control lightning, right? Then what about Yi Yongxin, the King of Lightning? Bah, bah, bah. After all, this kind of power is only good for fighting monsters and clearing out miscellaneous soldiers. If you don't summon your pet when facing an opponent of the same SS level, you will be killed instantly. There is no doubt that the power of pets is hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of humans. The ability of feedback is to prevent the Beastmaster from dying suddenly. It's impossible that you, an ordinary human, can watch your pet and the ferocious beast fighting to the point of heaven and earth collapsing and nothing happens to you, right? If it was hit by any aftermath, it would instantly explode into a bloody mist. Of course, that being said, when Yi Ruo is promoted to a Commander SS level Beastmaster in the future, it will definitely be different from a normal Commander SS level. It will be a little bit stronger. This is also very beaver-like. In contrast to Yi Ruo's words, the little girl who was still worried about Damao was suddenly filled with surprise when she saw the old man's move. It's Granny Snow. That's great. Granny Shui is the best grandmother here. Grandma Snow? Yi Ruo found that this name sounded too familiar. I came to this snowy city, and the person I was looking for was someone named Grandma Shui. I didn't expect that she would be a Commander SS level beast tamer. It was really a coincidence that I ran into him. If I hadn't helped, I might have taken a long detour. The ferocious beast has been destroyed, and the evolution of the black cat Damao has safely reached the final stage. With a surge of water energy, a brand new, energetic cat jumped out of the water. Meow. From the original black cat, it has now turned into a standing cat-shaped pet. It wore a strange black hat on its head with a skull pattern on it and 2 crossed bones underneath. There is also a black eye patch on his eyes. The left hand is a cat's paw, while the right hand is decorated with a blue shark. Judging from the energy it exudes, this is more than just a decoration. Its information was also displayed in Yuru's eyes. Race, pirate cat. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Quality, low-level warrior SS level. Strength, elite level 8. Skills, pirate cannon, high SS level, shark chain, middle SS level, flintlock summoning, middle SS level, water escape, middle SS level. A cat-type pet that pursues the ocean and adventure, likes treasure and exploring unknown areas, is very good at water, and is good at using water-based attacks. Meow. I'm a cat who wants to become the pirate king. That's right. For the sake of safety, Yuru evolved it into a pirate cat. It was almost there, but a high level of transcendence would be fine. Speaking of pets with pirate names, they sound really familiar. It seems that a certain beastmaster in a foreign country also has such a pirate series pet. And the changes into this posture are mostly resource-based, such as the hat. And that shark decoration, that is also a kind of mineral. Only Yurua would play like this. The little girl was overjoyed and quickly hugged her big cat. That was great. Damao is alive again. It's amazing that I could easily make this dying cat evolve, giving it a new life. Young people today are truly formidable. Incredible, truly incredulous. Granny Shui kept praising her, but Yuru didn't pay attention to this evolution. Instead, she looked at her and asked politely, "Hello, are you Granny Snow?" Haha, if there isn't another Snow Granny in this city, then I am the one. This made Yuru take out the letter of recommendation that Bing had given him last time. After a while, after reading the letter, Grandma Shui suddenly realized. I see. It was Lan Bing who introduced her. Thank you so much for saving her life. I watched that child grow up. Time flies by in a flash. However, in this day and age, there are still people who know about the existence of Wanzai Konkingmian. But I do.